It's an Irish, German, Italian Catholic neighborhood. The church, the Irish bar, the Italian baker, the German bakery, like at the Charlotte Russe and everything. And yeah, brownstone, and it's everybody's out here. It's a warm, beautiful night. Everybody's out on the street. The mothers with their kids in the strollers. It's a whole scene out of like a Broadway musical, right? And I had a gang. You know, like my gang. I was looking, so I find Neil and Norman Lagata. Okay. Neil is my age, 13, and he's a strapping Italian kid. You know, I mean, he's a strong kid. Mm-hmm. And his little brother Neil, Norman is his brother. He was like 10 years old, the two, right? So they're part of my. And then I run into my Winky, who is a tough Irish kid. And our mothers, like we grew up together, and all the mothers knew each other. And Winky, he's like a price tag. He's a really tough Irish kid. Like he said, punch me in the side, hit the abs, punch me, he when I went to Cornell at age 16, he joined the Marines. Okay, he was in the Marines. He was in Vietnam. No, it's before Vietnam. No, Korea. What is it? Was it before Vietnam? This is 56. This is right after Korea. So, and he then when he got out of the Marines, his real name's Al Groh, and he became a very well-known New York City NYPD homicide detective. I know he's still alive. All right. So these are what. So we all. So the flying sauce is coming to get me because to pick me up. And so the four of us kids would go up to my place within the 10-minute period, and that's it. Nothing else.
Nobody showed up.
Nobody showed up.
So did you think about that after? Did you think like,
maybe
was I being pranked?
I forgot. Basically forgot about it. Right? Forgot about it. And then what happened? But then, remember, I was with all this army stuff happening before I got back to Brooklyn, right? So then I'm going to high school, and I get involved with this kid, Johnny Glowdauer, who's a year younger than me. And he's a quiz kid. That's on that radio show, the quiz kids. And he also went to Juilliard. Do you know that Juilliard School of Music is for very talented kids in music in Manhattan? So he was a student of violin at Juilliard. He was a quiz kid on the radio. He was kind of famous. And he was also reading Sims and Shield tensor calculus. He was 11 years old, 12 years old. This is, mathematics of Einstein's general theory of relativity. Okay. And he, in fact, they took him, the Quiz Kids show, there's a whole big thing in the newspaper, that they take this boy genius, like a Mozart of, and it was also Juilliard. He was famous, he was a celebrity, basically. And they took him to meet Albert Einstein. This is 1953, Einstein died like 2 years old, 55. And so I'm the only kid that Johnny can talk to. And so during middle school, basically I would spend a lot of time, me and Johnny, hanging out, talking science, something, sort of teaching me tensor calculus. And then there's this other kid whose name I forget, whose father was the physics professor at Brooklyn College, which is right next door. Right, that's my neighborhood. We're very close to Brooklyn College and Goodwood High School, near Woody Allen. And so we would also spend. By this time, I was already in high school, like a freshman. I skipped a year.
There she is.
Yeah, they skipped this through. So.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Rabbi?
I'm lovely, ready to play some bowling.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. I'm going to play really well. I just know it.
I know that's right. Get in there.
That's right.
Okay, here we go.
Ready.
Ready.
I don't know if I'm going to do that well. Good on you. You got this. Easy peasy. You got it. You got it. Nice spare.
All right, Rabbi. Thank you.
You're welcome. Not what I wanted to do, but I'm gonna get this spare, without a doubt. Got it.
All right, good there.
That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, look at you. A strike. You've got a spare and a strike. Well, you're playing amazing.
Come on, Rabbi. You said you ready to match me?
I'm trying.
I should have knocked that one down.
I'm in agreement with you. Okay, I'm gonna get this spare
You
though.
can get this one. You got it.
Got it.
You got it. Good job.
Got it. Look at the ball. It's still rolling back. Never seen that. All right, get another strike. Ooh, you did. Boy. Miss Aquarius.
Come on, Rabbi. You got it. You got it.
Okay.
Yay!
Wow, we are both playing well.
Yes, let's go.
Get another one. 3 in a row. Here we go. All right, that's still really good. Boy, you got a big score. Get it here. Get it here. You got it. You've gone spare. Strike, strike, spare. Wow.
Come on, Rabbi. You got it. You
Got it. Oh, no. Thought I had it. This is a tough. Oh, I'm done. Come on. Oh, I almost got it. Oh, man. Miss Aquarius with an amazing. Get it, get it, get it, get it. All right. 92. You're up there. Get it. Get it. You got it. Miss Aquarius. If you get a strike here, you get your all-time high. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. You missed it by 1. You played amazingly, Miss Aquarius.
Come on, Rabbi.
Miss Aquarius. I mean, I thought I was going to play pretty well, which I did, but no one's touching you tonight. 103, that's the second highest you've ever had. Amazing. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. You win, I win, and I'll take the privilege of winning. When you put up a score of 103, Miss Aquarius, that was phenomenal. That was phenomenal. Oh, no doubt. This one's mine. Oh, I think. Wow. It's coming out with the strike right away.
Come on, Rabbi. You got it.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. Miss Aquarius. Wow.
Yeah.
Go, baby. Okay.
Come on, Rabbi. You got it. You're going to get it.
Get these 2.
I don't know how I'm going to get this to.
Yes, you do. You know how to do it. That's 1.
Nope.
That's all right.
It's all right. Come on, Rabbi. You got it. Come on. Strike, strike, strike.
I tried. All right.
You got this.
Tough split. Okay, I'll take it.
That's right. Come on.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it. Oh man, you were playing. You're tough. She is on fire tonight. On,
No, you got it now because I missed it. Come on.
on
You got
fire.
this number. Go, Rabbi. Get it, Rabbi. Go, go, go.
Okay, I'll take that because I'm gonna get this. No doubt.
Good
No
job.
doubt. No doubt. Oh, Miss Aquarius was really good. Get it.
Yeah, you're really good. You got it. Get it. You got it.
Get it.
You got this, Rabbi. Come
Oh,
on.
for sure. No doubt. Got it.
Yeah.
That's what I am talking about. Get it. Okay, tough split here.
Come on, Rabbi.
All right, let's try it. Get. All right, I'll take it. A win's a win.
Yay!
Undefeated.
Yep, it don't matter.
You win, I win. I win, you win.
Don't matter.
That's right. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Wow, 103.
Good job, you.
Bravo. Bravo. I wasn't touching you that first game. Good on you. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Great job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. You too. You did a good job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All righty. I see you tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams. God willing. Take care.
Sweet dreams, guys. Really, right. You take care too, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So we would also be hanging out. Johnny Golgawa, this other kid, I wish I could remember his name, but his father was a professor of physics at Brooklyn College. So we hang out in the physics laboratory at Brooklyn College, playing around. And then there's this other crazy kid named Robert Bachelor. Robert Bachelor was about my age, Russian Jewish. And he was also at Juilliard piano, and he also was making thousands of dollars at the age of 13 in the coin market in New York, Manhattan, selling rare coins. He always had money. He had whatever money. You want this ice cream, bang. And he could play anything. We would hang out in his parents in his basement. They had a Steinway piano. He'd be playing Mozart, Scarlatti, Bach, flawlessly, like a concert piano. Okay. So one day he says, "Hey, listen, you got to meet this guy." So Johnny Gorodow, me, and Rob the Dasher takes us up to Germantown, 86th Street, Lexington area. Germantown, beautiful apartment house. And we meet this guy. He's about 30 years old, named Walter Green. Young guy. And Walter Green, so we start hanging out a lot, going up, weekends. Walter Green. It turns out Walter Green, now this is interesting. Walter Green is running a program for gifted children run out of Columbia University by Professor William Sheldon, which is studying. So Green's apartment is a beautiful apartment. Actually, it's a mess because they didn't clean it. But it's sculptures and books, and it's these really intellectual place. People would come from Ayn Rand, and all kinds of people would show up there. It was kind of like in a rich atmosphere and talk. It was like a salon. And we were part of that scene. And then, but at times these guys in black suits, like the men in black, come up from Albuquerque, from New Mexico, and they would lecture us. This was McCarthy, this was Eisenhower's president, and they would lecture us on the Russian threat, the Soviet threat, communism, and how it's important we learn physics. And they would talk about clients, you want to figure it out, okay? And then also they would test us for psychic powers. We like run, like a different tests to see if we can move objects with our minds, right out of Expo. Right. And Walter didn't do too much of it, but he was like Walter was like the scoutmaster, okay? And then so this was going on. My whole high school. Also, I was in the Civil Air Patrol. Air Force cadet, flying airplanes, lifts Air Force, Civil Air Patrol kids. And then, so when it came time to go to college, Walter, they wanted me to go to the University of Chicago. They had some connections there. They had this 100 book program.
Who wanted you to go there?
Green, people from Columbia. From this school, this X-Men kind of thing.
Did they have a name for that program?
Well, no, there's a guy, you may want to talk to him. There's a guy named Bruce Vogel. He's a little bit younger than me. He was part of that program. Later, I think, after I had already left it, he was part of it. But he's the literary, he has all of the Walter Green manuscripts. So he knows a lot about it. And if you wanted to actually do some investigation, probably I'll give you his phone number to call. And so,
and then, sorry, just going back to when you were hanging out with Walter and those guys, those quote unquote men in black were showing up.
Yeah.
When you talked to those guys who showed up from Albuquerque, did you ask them who they were, where they were from?
Remember, we're kids. We're just innocent kids. No,
They just told you that? They said
no. Well, you can see they were like official, like FBI guys. Yeah, they were both. The way the FBI dresses, they were dressed like that.
Okay.
And I remember we'd walk around, we'd go out to eat with them. And I remember one guy, Walter is with some other kids in front, and I'm just talking to this one guy. He's talking to me about patriotism and defending the country and all this kind of anti-communist kind of program, right? And then I did remember we went to the saying. They're saying, like the teacher saying, I heard one of the guys say, "Hey Walter, why can't you get these kids more into the arts?" Because there was stuff like sculptures and music, and some of them were. And Walter was saying, "Well, no, they only want to do science." Yeah. So there was, Alan Greenspan was part of the group. Not my group. He's in an early version. Alan Greenspan became head of the Federal Reserve. Okay. Wow. Other guys, Robert Solomon, a lot of people, they were like obviously creating cadres, like for the Bruins class, for the intelligence community, to sort of like take over as part of some kind of project. And I think they were from Sandia, but I don't know if it was called Sandia, it was the nuclear weapons lab. Okay. From the Manhattan Project. Okay, I don't know if at that early, if it was actually called Sandia, but whatever was left from the Manhattan Project, that's what they were. These guys, I think, were connected. Got it. All right. And okay, so it comes time for me to go to college. I'm 16, almost 17. My senior year at Midwood, and they wanted me to go to Chicago because they had some programmers. But I also applied. My mother didn't want me to go that far. I also applied to MIT and Cornell, and I got into all three. But my mother said, "Go to Cornell is close to New York, 240 miles." And also there was a beautiful girl, Naomi Gottlieb, who was going to Cornell, high school kid. I said, Jack Blank comes to Cornell. I was kind of in love with her. Sticking with her, she was quite lovely. And so I decided to go to Cornell. And they were kind of unhappy. Walter and Smith, they were really disappointed they didn't go to Chicago. So they had some reason they wanted me to go to Chicago. I don't know. I'll never know what it is. It was wrong with me. So in any case, time for me to go to Cornell. Oh, yes. And Walter said he had written a 10-page analysis of me. For my colleges, college entrance. They arranged me to go to these schools. Okay. And he did say, in the 10-page thing, I did say, well, you're young and you're emotionally immature, but you could be another Isaac Newton creating an entire new physics. That's what I was told. Okay, I'd like to actually see that report. In fact, this guy Bruce Vogel is looking to see if there's anything in Walter's writings where he talks about that period. And so, okay, but there's another strange thing about this guy Walter Green. He was in the Army Air Force in New Mexico in 1947, around Roswell. Right. Okay. And in 1947, he was in a plane crash. Now, I'm not. Was it a plane crash because of the flying saucer? He never said that.
Okay.
But it was a plane crash, and he was hurt, and he was in the Army hospital for many months, almost a year maybe.
Wow.
Okay. But he said, as a result, after the plane crash, he suddenly got superpowers, intellect. Seems to connect with the crash, which suggests that it was connected with the flying saucer incident, right? And he said that, in fact, you could talk to Bruce Bowl, who knows a lot more about this. And he said and then he was able. I guess they had a correspondence course for the military. He did 4 years of college undergraduate work from Johns Hopkins University in 1 year and got a bachelor's degree at the end of 1 year for 4 years of work. His IQ was like unmeasurable. Okay. And apparently all the kids that they selected, that had to be, a certain level. Okay. So there's a flying saucer connection right there. Yeah, this guy sends me. Okay. All right. So I go to Cornell, and my professors are the guys who built the atomic bomb. If you go to see the film Oppenheimer, these are this is Hans Bethe, Philip Larson, Kenneth Bryson. All these a lot of in the movie. I'm told I haven't seen the movie yet. I'm going to see it in London. About a month. Go back to London. And there we are. So I'm with the guys who built the bomb. I was also a singer. I was involved in, I had a music side to me too. And in high school, I was in the All City Chorus. Like, for example, we would sing at Madison Square Garden with Arturo Toscanini, 1,000 kids from all the high schools, And then, so when I got to Cornell, I got into, not my freshman year, my sophomore year, I got involved with the Cornell Living Society, Savoy Society. And I had a voice teacher from England, Keith Faulkner. And so I remember he used to go, to his studio and maybe give me voice lessons and stuff like that. So one day I'm there, and there's this libretto on the piano there, and his close friend was Benjamin Britten, the famous English composer. And Benjamin Britten's like 1957 or so, 1958, 57, around there. And Benjamin Britten had just written this children's opera, Noah's Flood. And so I was in the Keith produced it. I was in the American premiere of the Noah's Flood opera. I was Ham as a kid. Ham, the son of Noah. It's the American premiere of this opera by Benjamin Britten. But what's also interesting about this is that years later, when Faulkner left Cornell, he went back to England. He was made head of Her Majesty's Royal College of Music in London. Okay, but I only found out fairly recently, last few years, I checked on Wikipedia. Faulkner, turns out, during World War II, he was the first Royal Navy carriers, and he was in a lot of, in the Battle of Britain, he was shot down a lot of, Memphis ships, so he was a hero. Wow. Okay. So all these guys, now it turns out, all right, so why am I talking about this? There's a movie called The Good Shepherd. Yeah, you can look at that. And I told, but for the audience, the point is that, back then especially, Rhodes Scholars, very tight connection between the British intelligence establishment and the American intelligence establishment and the Ivy League schools. The Ivy League schools, white privilege, very elite. Like, when I got to Cornell, we were met at Fosh Camp that night by Governor Averell Harriman, who's the governor of New York, who had been the ambassador to the Soviet Union. And we were given a pep talk how we're the future leaders of the country, freedom, responsibility, all this kind of stuff. Okay, the origin of Central Intelligence Agency, very interesting. in the film The Good Shepherd, which is about James Jesus Angleton,
Right.
whose grandson is a friend of mine who I work with. James Angleton the Good. He's in Florida, in New York Place. So, in any case, in the movie, which has Matt Damon, and I think De Niro's in it. De Niro plays some spook, the CIA spook. Okay? And the opening scene of this movie is at Yale. It's a Gilbert and Sullivan production at Yale. Remember, I was the lead tenor of the Cornell Gilbert and Sullivan Society, which is directed from England, from the Doily Cart from English. It has English, and the Doily Cart, those people are connected with the British intelligence establishment. Well known, if you go look at also. In fact, the Central Intelligence Agency was created by MI6, by the British intelligence. This whole history of that, back before, at the beginning of World War II. The Americans were very naive. Americans didn't have much of intelligence. So the CIA,
The OSS.
yeah, the OSS. Yeah, this whole, I could go into the history of the OSS. And I should also mention, now that I mentioned, the project at Columbia University was financed by a guy who was connected with the OSS, Eugene McDermott. Eugene McDermott was like, he was kind of he was, in fact, one of the founders of Texas Instruments, was a close friend of William Sheldon, was funding all this stuff to create, the genius kids for the military-industrial complex. All right. Wow. All right. Okay. So it's a very tightly connected. So in any case, in the opening of the movie, The Good Shepherd, Matt Damon is dressed in. He's playing Buttercup, female, because he's all male, right? Like the Elizabethan theaters, the men play the women, and they still do that Bohemian Grove, by the way. And
They do?
yeah, and of course, the men are not. It's a men's only. They allow women, special occasions, like they put on shows. But the same as, this was, this is a Skull and Bones, the same, it's secret societies, that whole thing. All right, the Illuminati, hold on. All right, and so in the movie, after Matt Damon is backstage, one of his English professors, like Keith Faulkner was with me, right, and basically recruits him into the clandestine services. This is how. And they're setting up. The Brits are actually setting up the OSS, and the war starts later with OSS. There's a whole story about that, but it's too, typical. So the Brits are setting up the OSS with Wild Bill Donovan. There's a whole story I know about that, and eventually becomes the CIA. And Angleton, is one of the early guys. He's the OSS and creating the Central Intelligence Agency. James Jesus Angleton, whose grandson, I know.
So when you were at Cornell, you were working with the guys who were a part of the Manhattan Project.
Hans Beta, Phil Morrison, Kenneth Bryson,
and what was
Robert Wilson, and and the important thing there is that the intelligence agencies were there watching everything, right? So because, for example, one of my close friends in Gilbert and Sullivan was Ronnie Piles, whose father was Rudolph Piles, who I think maybe in the movie there, one of the top, I guess, a German Jewish physicist who escaped from Hitler and was in England and was part of the Manhattan Project. But Ronnie's older than me. So in the early 1940s, he was like 8, 9 years old, and his roommate in his father's house was Klaus Fuchs. Klaus Fuchs was an assistant brilliant English, also German, I guess, was the assistant to his father, Sir Rudolph Piles, and so it was Klaus Fuchs who allegedly gave the secret of the atomic bomb through the Rosenbergs to Joseph Stalin. Okay, so of course, and Ronnie's in the Gilbert and Sullivan Society with me. He's in the chorus. I'm like the lead, and we were very close friends. And he was actually living at Hans Beta's house. So Beta's a key character in the movie Oppenheimer. So of course, and plus, this was also the time in the middle of the thing whether Oppenheimer was going to lose his security clearance. This is all happening around me. All my professors, they were very upset because they didn't like Edgar Teller. And these are all guys who are very close to Oppenheimer. And like Phil Morrison, one of my undergraduate advisors, he was under investigation by Joseph McCarthy, the House On-American Activities Committee, for being a communist agent, being a Soviet agent. So, of course, Cornell was infiltrated by CIA and by the Brits and everything. It was all so in the middle of this whole kind of Cold War thing going on right around me. And we were, with the guys building the topic. So, of course, the intelligence agencies are going to be keeping close watch on everything that's going on at Cornell in that period. Obviously. I don't know if they do it today. Today they're not as smart as it used to be back then.
And then how long did it take after you started going to Cornell and working with these guys that were involved in the Manhattan Project? How long did it take for the CIA to contact you directly?
Well, overtly, no. They never did back then. I was, still a kid. I was like 18, 19, 20 years old. And and then, let's see, so then what happened? So I kind of had a tempestuous, I went to Brandeis.
What's Brandeis?
Brandeis at that time, this is, after I graduated Cornell, graduate school, I could have gone to Stanford. And, Leonard Schiff, the head of the physics department at Stanford, actually called me up in Ithaca, through Hans Bethe, and invited me to go to Stanford. But I was married at the time, and I was married to the president of the Gilbert and Sullivan Society. And, we didn't really want to go that far. And I got what's called the Title IV National Defense Fellowship to go to Brandeis. Brandeis was a brand new campus created by rich Jewish money, but closely connected with Harvard and Boston University and MIT, Waltham, Massachusetts. It was a brand new campus, and I got a big a lot of money to actually go there. So, and also my wife was given a fellowship. So we went to Brandeis. And, but it was really part of the, we go to classes, I go to lectures at Harvard and MIT. It was everything was kind of like connected. It's like, I guess, like Caltech and UCLA and right, Claremont College and stuff like that. It was a fairly close network. And then what happened? So then I, oh yes, all right. Well, now we're going to get into some of the physics. Now this is important because last year, guys that I know, Alan Aspey and John Klaus, and also Anton Zellinger, who I don't know, got the Nobel Prize in Physics for quantum entanglement. Okay, all right. So now we'll go back the summer of 1958, back at Cornell. It's the summertime, and I don't want to go back to New York. It's summer, and I'm offered a job being the night operator of the Cornell electron, 1 billion electron volt synchrotron at the Newman Laboratory of Nuclear Studies at Cornell to operate the thing at night. And so I take that job, and there's not much to do at night. I just come to this big council, and they have actually shower, and there's like a cot, a rest. You have to be there, like a night watchman. But I'm reading this book, and it gave me time to read this book called Quantum Theory by David Bohm, who had worked with Einstein at Princeton. Bohm had been at Berkeley with Oppenheimer in the 30s, along with Philip Morrison, another of my fellow professors. Okay, and because Bohm was considered to be at the time the heir to Albert Einstein, he was considered to be very bright, and he was at Princeton working with Einstein. Right? And when he was there, he was a young assistant professor. There's a lot of political stuff that I'll just skip over that because he was involved with the Oppenheimer, the communists, and stuff. McCarthy wanted to investigate him, and so there was a lot of political turmoil going on there. This is around 1950, 51, and Bohm was teaching the course in quantum theory based on what's called the Niels Bohr Copenhagen interpretation, which is kind of that was like that was the thing that Oppenheimer had gone to, learn with Bohr and stuff like that. And so I was reading the book. The book I was reading in 1958, the summer of '58. This book was from David Bohm's lecture notes when he taught at Princeton, and it was the traditional, but beautifully written book. Bohm was not a good lecturer. He was kind of very shy, but he was a very, really good, clear writer. Good writer. Yeah. Book, and in the book there were two chapters that stuck out to me. One was a chapter in which the quantum waves, or these quantum waves, quantum wave function, is likened to the mind wave, like the mind. Like if the mind was a field, was a physical field, it'd be a quantum wave. That's the idea. And this is an idea which Niels Bohr first had at the beginning of the 20th century when he was creating quantum theory. Because Niels Bohr, I think his father was a psychologist, and he was involved with all these philosophers of mental stuff and consciousness, all that stuff. So the connection of quantum waves to the mind and conscious processes was already part of the very beginning of quantum theory. And David Bohm, in his textbook, Quantum Theory, it's a Dover publication, points out this whole chapter on he calls it the analogy between quantum phenomena and mental processes in the brain.
Can you give me, for myself and for people listening, can you give me a very sort of general idea of what quantum theory is, like for the layman to understand?
Oh, it's this. Okay. I'm going to use David Bohm's analogy.
Okay.
Mind, matter, right? Mind, matter. Distinct duality. Mind and matter. According to Bohm and Niels Bohr, in a very rough, I'm being very rough now, very rough said, the mind is this quantum wave function. You hear now about quantum computers? Okay, quantum computers.
Yeah, they operate on atoms, right?
Yeah, they could, or even yes, yeah, or electrons, small. That's yes, but it's like a wave thing. It's an information field. It's like a wave as opposed to a particle. Okay, it's a wave that has very strange properties. Okay, and in the book, in the Bohm book, he points out certain properties of our consciousness correspond to these quantum waves, these weird, spooky properties of these quantum waves. They're like pure information. So the point is, basically, you just make the intuitive guess. The mind is a physical field, like the electromagnetic field. Our minds and our brains, it's a physical field, but it's a quantum wave.
Okay.
It's a quantum wave. Which is kind of pure. Let's put it this way: it's in the universe itself is split into matter and mind. With the mind, all the quantum properties of the universe are the intrinsically mental properties of reality. Right now, Jack Sarfati is a quantum wave. Danny is a quantum wave. Steven's a quantum wave. We are quantum waves, but they're what are called giant quantum waves. It's kind of like superconductors and superfluid. What we are we are room temperature superconductors, organic molecular superconductors. And what's talking to you now? I'm a waveform. I'm like this giant waveform. That's my mind. This my mind, which is interacting with the electrons and the molecules and the atoms of the brain. Which is a two-way street. Okay, so actually, it's called a Fourier condensate, but that's another thing. We know exactly. Okay, let me just jump ahead. This is very nonlinear, but we'll go as it comes. In 1975, late 75, up on the top of Nob Hill here, where we had this facility that Lawrence Rockefeller was funding us, okay, from the Rockefeller office. I'm with this guy named, with this guy George Koopman, young guy, older than me. Well, no, about my age, I guess. Maybe in any case, he's like an army spook, CIA spook. He comes from a wealthy family in Connecticut. They're connected. He's connected with the New York Times, the Salzburgers. He's like a cousin of Salzburgers, and he's also running. He ran a defense contractor called INS Group down in Irvine, California. Is it INS Group? Yeah, INS Group. And they had Army Tank Command, Air Force, and he's funding us. He's one of our funders. This is in how the hippie say physics. Dave, hippie say physics.
Right.
Okay. David Kai, MIT professor, wrote a book about this whole period. And I'm up there with this guy, Saul Paul Sirag, with this right across from the Grace Cathedral, the Episcopal Cathedral. And George says, Jack, the CIA was formed because of the flying saucer Roswell crash. That's pretty sad. Now, one of the reasons the CIA was formed from the OSS was they considered a threat. And I know this is true because I know from James Jesus Angleton's grandson that James Jesus Angleton from the OSS, one of the early pioneers of the CIA, was very scared of the flying saucer phenomenon, and he had all the stuff. I could tell you the whole story about that.
What evidence do you have? Is there that he was actually aware of the UFO phenomenon?
Well, from his grandson. I'm told that by his grandson.
Yeah, he just told you that, or did he actually have like notes and documents that he?
Well, that's a whole other story. It turns out that's what happened. That's a whole story that when his. Okay, when James Jesus, there were 3 generations of CIA here.
Right.
There's James Jesus Angleton's the grandfather, and there's a whole sort of side story which I won't go into now. And then his son, my friend's father, the second, Angleton the second, and all 3 of them, James Jesus got them into the CIA. So there's 3 generations of CIA guys, Angleton, related to Angleton.
Mm-hmm.
This is my understanding. When James Jesus Angleton died, all the Angleton papers went to the son, including all the UFO files. Okay. And then when my friend's father died, my friend, these papers were locked in one of those storage units in Miami.
He's allowed to just have them.
Well, I don't know who knows. Maybe he wasn't allowed, but he had them. Trump had them too. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know what the classification, whether he had them legal, not legal, but he had them. Okay.
Yeah, right.
At least so. It's my understanding. I don't know firsthand. I only know secondhand from the grandson. All right, the story told to me. Okay. So then, when my friend Jim goes to the storage unit to get the papers, because he's telling you, apparently the feds had they said the federal agents came in and they took everything. But right after his father died, his father was in. They were all now he's retired from. Who knows if he retired? But okay.
Right.
So and he only had a few things that. But this is how I met the grandson because of the flying. Because I'm into flying. So that's how we all connected. That's the common connection.
Right.
So I believe this. So and it also fits in with like Kubin said. Jack, the CIA was formed because of Roswell, and there are 2 things the CIA wants to know, and also the Defense Department. One, how does consciousness work? And this is all in that book.
How the hippies say physics.
Yeah. MIT professor, Harvard PhD. He's a big full professor man, in charge of the science technology stuff at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Go talk to him. David Kaiser, he's here, sitting here just like you. And
how old is he now?
What?
How old is David Kaiser?
I don't know. He's in his 40s. Well, he's older than you. Maybe he's 50.
Oh, okay.
Because this was like 10 years. He's probably late 40s, early 50s. He had young children.
Okay.
And you should go. Yeah, you should definitely interview him. And so they say we want to know how does consciousness work, and that's a whole big story. The whole book's about that. Videos about that. Oh, by the way, there's also a Nova. I'm in Nova on how they say there's a Nova thing, PBS Nova, and they show my picture twice, but they don't mention my name. Screw that. I'm not getting. Well, I'm kidding, but they should. They don't mention my name, but I'm there. You said my image is there, but without not being identified twice. So George is saying it's around Christmas time, '75, and Saul Paul Sarag was there. I thought Fred Wolf was there, but he wasn't there, apparently. But this guy, Saul Paul Sarag, is still alive. You should actually interview him. He knows a lot. And George says, yeah, CIA was created because of flying saucers, and we wanted, and there's the paranoia, there's all this weird stuff connected because they have telepathic communication, all that stuff, right? And so CIA wants to know, how does consciousness work? Physics, the physics of consciousness, right? How does it work? That's why Rockefeller is paying for us, and so is this guy named Werner Erhard, and these guys from Stanford, and how do the flying saucers work? So those are the two things. I was basically pulled out of academia to work on this, which I've been doing for 50 or 60 years. Okay?
Wow.
This is what they want to know. And now, now it all makes sense because of what's happening. You understand? Now this is real. There's no question. This is real. The skeptics, you should have me on maybe sometime with skeptics. Let's have a debate on this. There's a reality war going on.
So, how old are you when they pulled you out of the university?
Well, a little bit early. Actually, before that, I was like 1970, 1969, 1970, early 71.
69, 71. They pulled
72.
you out of what university?
Okay, well, wait. Okay, well, I have to. Okay, these are a lot of flashbacks, right? We're doing flashbacks. Let's go back a little bit. I was at Brandeis. Okay. Oh yes, and I had told you I was reading the book on quantum entanglement. Okay, which they got the Nobel Prize for in 2022. The Nobel Prize for all this stuff I was reading back in 1958. Okay, but hardly anybody knew. People at Cornell did not know really about entanglement. They didn't even know. I would start talking Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen. Even Hans Bethe really wasn't into it. These guys, it was considered some kind of fringe thing. It wasn't mainstream at all. So I was just, because David Bohm was getting a little bit eccentric too, and even Einstein, boy, even though Einstein was so great, he was a little bit, Einstein, he doesn't believe in quantum mechanics. There was all this stuff going on. So I was like carrying the torch already at 1958. I'm 18 years old, 19 years old, about API, quantum entanglement. This is really important stuff, man. What's going on? Because it sounded weird, spooky, and I could see the connections with consciousness and telepathy and all this weird stuff. Okay, so I get to Cornell. I'm sorry, I get to Brandeis from Cornell. It's like 1961. And I'm in the library, and I'm reading a journal called The Reviews of Modern Physics. And there's a paper called The Tau Theta Puzzle by a guy named David Inglis. And he starts talking about EPR, just what I had read.
What does that stand for?
Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen experiment, 1935, where they predict entanglement. This back in 1930, it was the Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen paper, entanglement. Okay. They also did another paper where they did about wormholes. See, I don't know if there's this guy, if you heard about ER equals EPR, about the big problem is quantum gravity. How do you relate quantum mechanics to gravity? That's called the quantum gravity problem. That's the big, that's Hawking. Penrose just got a Nobel Prize recently too. All stuff, black holes and operation black holes. That's the frontier of physics today. And I was already there with the entanglement part back in 1958. So it's now. So I read this paper in 1961 at Brandeis, and about the entanglement, about how in high energy physics, that with these mesons, they split, they connected with each other. And the way the paper is written, it is what a guy named Ray Chow, who's a retired physics professor, semi-retired, who I kind of worked with, Berkeley professor, and he calls a creative tension, what I call creative tension in physics. There are things we don't quite understand. We don't understand how can this quantum entanglement seems to allow faster than light communication. It seems to, it doesn't. Okay, that this somehow. You could be on Mars, and I can be on Earth, and if our minds are entangled, that we can instantly, you can sort of know what my mind is thinking, and I can know what yours is thinking. It turns out in ordinary quantum mechanics, there's a fly in that ointment because there's a noise factor, so you can't really It can't really happen in standard quantum mechanics, but when you extend quantum mechanics, it can happen. That's a tricky thing. So, but the connection between the mind, consciousness, telepathy, Einstein called entanglement spooky quantum. Einstein called it spooky telepathic action at distance. When Einstein discovered, well, Schrodinger actually discovered a little bit before Einstein. When Einstein in 1935 wrote this paper with his students Podolsky and Rosen, famous what's called EPR paper that Kaiser's book that the guys got the Nobel Prize for, basically, the Bell's theorem, all that stuff. Einstein didn't like it because it seemed to contradict relativity theory that nothing can go faster than light. You see that if the speed of light of 300,000 meters per second in vacuum, if that's the fastest you can communicate, but yet entanglement seems to be that there's an influence, faster than light. So what's going on here? Quantum, this creative tension.
Can you explain briefly what the theory of relativity is?
Theory?
General GR. Explain.
Okay, there are two theories.
People who may be listening who might not know.
Okay, this is a not easy thing to answer. Okay, the special theory of relativity. Okay, here's what it's about. I'm not going to do the math. What it's about. You're there. I'm here, and there's Steve over there. There's Steve, the technician. Hey, Steve. Now,
music camera.
Yeah. But however, we're out in space. We're in our spacesuits. We're all in space. This has to be done in a vacuum. The whole theory of relativity only really works in vacuum. When you're inside matter, there are problems. So, but here's the thing. And we're floating around in our spacesuits. And we have rockets. We can use our rockets. We can free float. Okay. When we're floating out in space, we are what are called inertial observers. Inertial frame. That's very important. We're weightless. There's no gravity. We're just floating around in space, right? And Steve over there, he's doing something in the space station. We're looking at him. We're watching. We have telescopes, whatever. We're getting light signals from Steve, right?
Okay.
And we're measuring. We're seeing what he's doing. We're sort of measuring. We're measuring his finger, whatever. We're like getting data. I'm getting my data. You're getting your data. Okay. But then we're moving relative to each other. We're free floating. We're both called inertial observers, but there's a relative velocity between us. Okay. We'll assume that relative velocity between us is no acceleration. So we'll assume there's a uniform velocity difference between us. But we're both, with our light, through light signals, we're both measuring what he's doing, what Steve is doing. And by the way, light has a finite speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I see him doing is coming from his past, right? Because the light has to of course very fast.
Yeah, what is the speed of light again?
It's 300,000 meters per second, which is 186,000 miles per second in vacuum. This is only in vacuum. Got to remember. Okay. So now here's the thing. The first principle of relativity, of special relativity, is suppose we're what are called inertial observers. That's very important. We're inertial observers. We're free floating in space on spacesuits. But suppose I want to somehow have a device. I measure the speed of light in vacuum, and I get a number. And you also measure the speed of light in vacuum, and you get a number. But we're moving relative to each other. So normally you would think of cars, think the two people in cars moving at different speeds, the ground, and you would subtract the velocity to get the relative velocities. What's called the Galilean velocity addition law. That we shouldn't all, if we're both at a light signal, and you're moving relative to me, we should see different velocities of light. We should see different light speeds. If you think of light like a car, okay. See, if you think, if there's a car and you're moving parallel to the car but at a different speed, and you measure the relative speed of the car to you, and I'm moving at a different relative speed, we're going to get different relative speeds of that car.
Right.
But guess what? When you do light and vacuum, you get the same number.
Interesting. Okay.
That's the special principle of relativity.
Okay.
Okay. Now that's what Einstein in 1905 made everybody understand. Actually, other people. Actually, there was this guy Lorentz even before him, who actually had it, but didn't have quite the right idea. And it turns out that there were two things in physics at the time. There's what's called classical mechanics,
Mm-hmm.
the mechanics, motion, automobiles, stuff like that, rockets,
Mm-hmm.
steam engines. Well, that's also thermodynamics, and that's the Newtonian theory of gravity. This 17th century to 19th century physics and mechanics, the mechanical universe, clockwork, clocks, clockwork universe, and then, but then at Maxwell around the time of the Civil War, well, beginning of the 19th century, early 1800s, you had all these, so Humphrey Davy and Michael Faraday and all these guys, Thomas Young, and they're doing electricity and magnetism and light, and all this stuff, optics. Well, Newton already was doing optics, but what happened around the time of the Civil War, James Maxwell, who was a Scottish guy up in, he may have been in London by then, but maybe in Scotland, and he was a mathematician. He took all this stuff before Maxwell, which was before the American Civil War. Physicists, they knew there was electricity, they knew there was magnetism and optics, but they were all separate branches of physics.
Right.
Okay. The different. They didn't knew the connection, but what Maxwell got this great idea that he related the speed of light in vacuum to what's called the magnetic permeability of the vacuum and the electrical permittivity. So Maxwell's able to. This is Maxwell. This is light speed. This is electricity. This is magnetic. So, So this is only one of the things that Maxwell did. So Maxwell had this is the first unified field theory. First of all, mechanics had to do with like particles, little hard, messy billiard balls moving around through space and time, colliding. Right? That's mechanics, basically. You're playing billiards. At the bar.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing Newtonian classical mechanics.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Conservation momentum, and angular momentum, and energy, and all that.
That makes sense.
Okay. All right.
But how does quantum compete with that?
Well, this is pre-quantum. There's no quantum yet. This is all quantum kind of 100 years later. This is before quantum. Nobody had an inkling about quantum at this point. What Maxwell did was what are called Maxwell field equations, which unify electricity, magnetism, and light as one unified phenomenon. And the field equations, there are four field equations. One is called Gauss's law. Gauss's law relates the electric charge to the electric field. And then there's what's called Ampere's law. Ampere's law relates the current, the electrical current, to the generation of a magnetic field.
Okay.
And then there's what's called, there's a thing that says that there are no magnetic monopoles. That's sort of technical. And then there's what's called Faraday's induction law, which is how a time-changing magnetic field creates an electric field. Okay. But then Maxwell also did something very important. Going back to Ampere's law, which you knew about, in which a steady current creates like a solenoid, the magnetic field around a coil. He also showed that a changing electric field also generates a magnetic field. This is called the Maxwell displacement current. And you put all these things together, you get a wave equation where things, which they predict electromagnetic waves, which is television, radio, everything. This is Marconi, and then later Edison. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we predict the electromagnetic waves, Hertz, and that's the beginning of the modern technological revolution. But the whole point in 1905, you see, the Maxwell, there was like a contradiction between classical mechanics and Maxwell's electromagnetic field theory, which is sort of analogous to today, where there's like a creative between gravity theory and quantum mechanics. This was a problem.
Got it.
So what Einstein did in 1905, he reconciled. He showed that if you now just realize that in vacuum, the speed of light is invariant. It's called invariant. It's the same number, 300,000 meters per second for you, for Dan, as it is for Jackie. We're out in space, but we're weightless. It's only once if you're weightless. Okay? You got to be what I call inertial frames. Okay. It works approximately on the Earth because we're, even though we're not really inertial frames, the correction is very small and the speed of light is so big. So people kind of like a sloppy. They forget about this. Okay? And then, but they make mistakes. You have to do with flying saucers. But that's getting ahead of us. So okay. So that's the special theory of relativity. Got it. Speed of light is the same for all different people as long as they're moving uniformly relative to each other. They all measure the same speed of light. But as a result of that, certain things happen in terms of something called time dilation. Okay, that if things are, so for example, we have what are called cosmic rays, and cosmic rays have what are called mu mesons, certain particles that if you take a mu meson sitting in the laboratory. It takes a certain it's like radioactivity, a certain half-life, a certain amount of time for half of the mu mesons to decay into electrons, and I guess neutrinos or something. But these cosmic rays coming in very fast, okay? Cosmic rays coming very fast, and you look at their decay rate is much longer. They live longer. It's called time dilation. Okay, and this is a result of the fact that the speed of light is the same for all inertial observers. So there's that, and it also led to E equals mc squared. Also, Einstein, that's where it's the energy is equal to mass, and that's the atomic bomb, right? The nuclear physics. So just that one realization that the speed of light is the same for all inertial observers. But now we have to do general relativity. Okay, general relativity. Oh, and also just before I go, so to summarize, special relativity unifies classical mechanics of Newton, realizes it, so that it's considered Maxwell's electrodynamics. Everything is now a consistent picture. That the mechanics he modified, but now what's called special relativistic mechanics fits in very nicely with Maxwell's electromagnetic field. Because Maxwell's electromagnetic field equation, it turns out, already demand that the speed of light be the same for you and me if we're moving uniform relative to each other. So Maxwell's theory, but people didn't realize that it was Einstein, and I guess to some extent maybe Lorentz, a little bit before Einstein, to realize that in order for Maxwell's theory to make sense, the speed of light cannot be different for two different inertial levels. All right, but what happens if you accelerate? What happens if you switch on your rocket engine? You're out in space, and now you accelerate. Now you'll get a different speed of light. This is the beginning of general relativity. General relativity has to do with several things. It has to you can do accelerating frame, what are called non-inertial frames. That's where you're out in space and you're rocking and you feel G-force, really G-force. Okay. See, we're getting that to UFOs. Remember the UFOs? We're seeing these UFOs that go off 5,000 G's. A human cannot do more than like 8 or 9 G's for a limited period of time. These are hundreds of G's, 5,000 G's.
Right.
Okay? They still do guy is. I mean, even did you watch the thing? The Senate, the Congressional Intelligence
Look at
Committee
this
subcommittee.
athleticism.
Okay, then you see when Commander Frame, the Navy pilot, said, "Well, we don't understand the physics."
Yep. I even talked to Ryan Graves on my podcast.
All right. Now, well, you should try to get now in the future. You should get Ryan talk to me together, and then I'll explain it to him what he's because they don't
Ryan
understand.
was only seeing it on his radar. He never actually saw it.
No, but I'm not. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to. So he's confused. He doesn't know how it can work. I can explain to him how it works. Simple, elementary physics of general relativity, Einstein. That's all. They don't understand enough physics, so to them, they don't understand it. And the point is, nobody understands it in the military. They don't understand it. Elizondo doesn't understand it. Because none of these guys understand it, but they could understand it. They listen to me and a few other. It's very easy to understand. We understand it perfectly. It's elementary. Idea watching.
We understand it theoretically, but we don't necessarily know. We don't know if anybody has been able to actually back engineer that.
Well, that's a different story. Back engineering. That's a whole different story.
Right. We don't know if we can actually create that. We know how theoretically we know how anti-gravity works, right? Like Bob Lazar explains this.
No, okay. No, Bob Lazar doesn't explain. That's a whole other thing. Bob Lazar is not a physicist. Bob Lazar is what's called a useful idiot of the military-industrial complex, who's been given a certain amount of information, actually, that comes from stuff I was working on in the 70s about Slavin. Some of what they took are gravity A and gravity B. That's called the Salam theory, the S gravity, strong, short range gravity, part of the nuclear physics. That part has some truth in it, although he doesn't explain it properly. He's not a physicist. Okay?
Let me regurgitate my layman's view of how he explained it. He explained that there was a reactor inside of this sport model UFO saucer, that when the saucer went from horizontal to vertical, it flew belly first. And what it did was it sort of displaced matter in front of it so that when the thing moved from left to right, it sort of falls.
Okay, number one, I don't think that's probably your error. I don't think you said that. You said it displaces the vacuum, displaces the space itself.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Okay, yeah, not matter. That's different. But yeah, and that's warp drive. That's what I'm talking about. It's warp drive. So he had part of what he says is true, but it's sloppy. It's not done properly. But when he gets to the nuclear, the 115, you don't need any of that. 115 element 115. Yeah, it's stupid. Doesn't it? And he never explains it. Suppose I have a stable isotope of element 115. What's the equations that show me how that affects the gravity? How does that warp space? Show me how to do that. You don't have to do that.
Dude, sing your song. Midnight
It's
at the Oasis.
That's
That's my jam.
That's a story for idiots. But that's a story he's been given. He's like Benowitz. You know the Benowitz story. He's been, I can see. I was Lazar. He's like an all-American kid. He's intelligent. He's a good salesman. He's articulate. He presents himself well, especially back in the 80s. And actually, he was a warp drive before I was. So somebody had told him. I mean, it's only later that I really realized it was warp drive. Only actually last 20 years ago. So that's made because this is time travel. So I think what's happening is that
you can be my sheep.
Now.
I love this fucking
stuff
song.
that we're going to build.
Is there still a sheep?
Safari Space
No one knows.
It's going to make
Right,
that some of that stuff was sent back in time to the 80s.
You got to do a practice run, folks.
Where Lazar comes into
Midnight at the Oasis. Send your camel to bed.
Maybe one of the guys are in the story. Maybe
Shows brother on
maybe the time travelers, they go back to.
What did she say?
I'm spending. This is speculative. I'm not saying this really happened, but it would make sense. This is
Midnight at the Oasis.
and so the guy from the future came back and told
Send
us
your
off,
camel to bed.
or told some of the guys there, the future scientists there, who then told us off.
Pink
But they watered it down.
on
They gave
faces.
it what's called disinformation.
Faces.
What did you call limited hangout? Limited hangout.
Romance
They
in
gave,
our head.
so what it
Something
is?
a little bit of a sliver of something that's true.
Yeah. And what it,
But not the whole pie.
yeah, but yeah, right.
Shining just for
And also that may be
us.
done deliberately so that
Let's start off
straight physicists like me might would dismiss us, which is part of the stigma, the whole stigma. Is they don't want the Russians to know, whatever. All that kind of crazy stuff.
Cactuses
So
are
that could be.
friends.
So I was actually surprised. I actually first listened to him talking about Rabbi, because that's kind of what I'm doing.
Till the evening
So he had a piece of it
till
without
the
me
evening
understanding. And again, as I said yesterday, there are different
you
levels of
only
physics.
have to
There's
answer.
community college,
There's no
associate
need
degree.
to speak.
there is 4-year college
I'll
undergraduate,
be your
bachelor
belly
degree,
dancer,
there's a master's level, and
prancer,
then a university level.
and you can be
Bizarre
my
is a
sheep.
smart associate degree level.
I fucking love this song.
Why? Technician,
Yeah.
It's fucking.
That's what his job was. What he was.
It's like lounge music. I like
And
lounge
he
music. I like
lied.
pop art and lounge
The
music.
problem is that
Bitch.
he lied about his academic background. He said he went to MIT and Caltech. He did.
Right, there's no evidence of it. But there's an argument to the MIT thing. There's an argument that if
Midnight at the
someone like Los Alamos
Oasis.
wanted him to
Send your
acquire
camel
some
to
sort of specific
bed.
knowledge, they could have sent him to MIT covertly
Shadows
to sort of
painted
learn
on
something as part of some
faces.
dark problem.
That's possible.
Rain
That's possible. But it's clear to
It's a
me
romance in our head.
Bizarre doesn't know anything.
Heaven
He doesn't know
all
physics.
that
He doesn't know physics. It's not pure.
matters.
See, he would have liked down
That's very-
equations.
Shining
And I can
just
tell right
for
away. But
us.
he's just given a script. He's reading off a script.
Let's
He didn't create this. It's not his creation. Right. And he's reading off a script that somebody gave him.
Up a
That
little
people that gave
girl.
him that script. They may know
Come
what I'm saying.
on.
But it wasn't
Cactuses
bizarre.
are
Who was I spoke
friends.
to back
He'll
then?
point out the way.
I want to get back to the point when the CIA actually reached out to you and wanted you to work on some of this consciousness stuff.
Yeah, well, that's George Cooper. Well, that's also.
How did that? Like, walk me through how that works.
Okay, all right.
How did they show up at your doorstep? Did they send you?
Well, something. I
I'll
don't
be your belly
First of all,
dancer,
You're just you're how old?
dancer.
and
You can
they're
be
about
my
35.
sheep.
You're about 35.
No, but half the way before. That's already. That's a.
I want to know what it's like to be a guy like you in your 30s to be contacted by the CIA and pulled out of academia and start working
So
on stuff
sick.
like conscious, like what is consciousness?
All right. Okay.
Telepathic
Let's go back. We have to back track a little bit.
Okay.
So where do I start? Okay. First of all, I'm back. I have to start now where I
Don't
guess
even
I'm
watch
at
it. Just let it go.
UCSD La Jolla.
Okay.
This
Perfect.
is like mid-60s.
Perfectly imperfect, baby.
Mid-60s.
That shit was sick.
And
All right, what other
I'm
songs
a
like
graduate
that do you
student
like?
at physics department
All of them.
in La Jolla.
Are you tired?
And I'm part of what called Keith Bruckner's group. Keith Bruckner. You have to check him out. He's dead now, but he was this thing called the Jasons.
Yes, I've heard of that. The Jason. Yeah, I actually just finished reading Annie Jacobson's book called
Do that one song.
The Pentagon's
That
Brain,
chick
all about
did.
the creation of
Okay, so
DARPA.
really hot.
the guy I was working for at UCSD was the head of the Jasons,
Oh wow.
and at least part of they would have meetings of the Jasons. And I would go to some of them at UCSD.
They created like the first computer, right? And the internet.
No, I think that was
What was
before.
that song?
No, first computer was back in the 50s.
I think it's
That's
the
what I
Keith, bro.
phone calls for the first computer back
Okay.
then. That's a Princeton. That's the ENIAC.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
Maniac.
No, I don't think there were no Jasons. That's before. That's
Okay.
That's right after, close after Roswell. All right. So
The Jason are around the time of Vietnam, I think.
yes, and
Okay.
this is 60s. I'm there, 65,
Right.
66, 67, and I would go to, but I would sit in on some of the Jason meetings on various things, and Keith Bruckner was like chairing it, and also La Jolla was beautiful. Everybody wanted to come to La Jolla. Eddie Teller was there a lot. John
What was
Wheeler,
that song
John Osborne
called?
Wheeler, Fred Hoyle from England, a lot of people from England. for Heroic It was, everyone. It was a beautiful place. La Jolla, the beach. What's it called? The oceanographic scripts. Oceanographic was part of Kansas. Yeah. So, in fact, okay. There's a very good book you should read actually, by the Benford twins, Gregory Benford, one of them called Timescape, science fiction novel. I'm actually in the book. There's a composite. I was part of the Benford twins. We were all graduate students together.
Okay.
And he writes his story. It's all about what's really happening. He writes a story about the future creating the past. That influence the past.
Get
so
wasted,
Timescape.
Shit-faced.
Hoyle. See, Fred Hoyle. Okay, Fred Hoyle. Fred Hoyle used to come there a lot. This is Fred. What I'm working on is Fred Hoyle's theory. Fred Hoyle wrote a book, The Intelligent Universe. Okay, Fred Hoyle. Let's see now. Let's see. Dennis Young. Fred Hoyle was the Isaac Newton Professor of Astronomy at Cambridge University. I think when Fred Hoyle retired, Stephen Hawking took Fred Hoyle's job. And Fred Hoyle used to come all the time. You see Stephen Hoyle from Cambridge.
Okay.
You read Fred Hoyle's book. He has everything Jack Sarfati talks about was already in Fred Hoyle's book, The Intelligent Conscious Universe, in which the future is influencing the past. Okay? This is now part of quantum theory, what's called the Yakia Aharana. There's a whole thing, weak measurement theory. All of quantum entanglement, spooky telepathic action, distance can be neatly explained, consistent with Einstein's theory of relativity, that there's no signals in the speed of light, but things can go on. Everything is now explained. We have a unified conceptual picture connecting relativity, resolving the creative tension between relativity and quantum entanglement, or non-locality, spooky action. We understand it all. It's too much to really explain, but just you have to take my word for it. If you want to do other things later, you can. So we understand, and that was partly from Fred Hoyle. From Fred Hoyle coming to La Jolla, influencing me and Benford. The Benford twins wrote a science fiction novel based on Fred Hoyle's theory. So everything I'm telling you now, you want to get into it, it's Timescape by Benford and Jim Benford. It's set in La Jolla in the 70s, and it's very much like what it's art
Bezos.
imitating reality. Everything that's happening
now
is kind of like what's in
you can get
the
Timescape.
So read Timescape. And
That's
the same.
fucking
That's what I'm
invite.
talking about. But it's a fictional story that's more like it's more reality than reality. Yeah, okay. All right. All right. So where are we at?
So I was trying to get to the point where the CIA actually contacted you and
All
wanted
right.
you.
Okay. So wait. Okay. So first,
I want you to walk me through that. I think we've gotten kind of
okay.
off topic.
So it's the mid '60s. So I'm involved with Keith Booker, and it's full of CIA military. You
got to do it.
The Jasons, right?
The Jasons, yeah.
So they're hanging out there too. Hell, you're even. The Booker, I guess Booker was probably part of the Manhattan Project too. Now, come to think of it, he did something out there. He's a nuclear physicist, nuclear matter. Okay, so and then I was also hanging out, going up to Caltech with Richard Feynman. I first met
you
in
got
1963.
Yeah,
And I.
You got
So it's in the summer of '66. Okay, so I invited. I go to NATO summer school. We run linear physics at Werner Heisenberg's Export Institute unit. And I was also invited. To Her Majesty's Atomic Energy Research Establishment at Harvard. That's like the whole sort of nuclear weapons. I was invited there too. So at the beginning of the summer, I met with Heisenberg
Yeah.
Okay, let's try it now.
Every day,
Like a pimp.
having tea with guys, cookies and ice. I then even I went to beer halls and had some beer, afterward. Every day, 5 days a week. I've been schwabbing, which is kind of like North Beach, schwabbing in Munich. It's a bohemian, like sort of North Beach. But in this big park, I would get up in the morning, walk up, take the trolley car, and probably go to the end of the line. That's the Max Planck Institute. And John Wheeler, Archibald Wheeler.
Yeah, you got satin shoes.
And these
Yeah, you got fancy boots.
That's cool. In any case, a lot of these famous guys, nuclear weapons and stuff like that. It's a NATO.
You got
Right.
Thank you,
And then after that, I actually left the week or two earlier because I had to get to Harlem.
Get the human knocking on your door.
Then I was also married to my wife.
Get the human knocking.
Several weeks in Harlem.
Sweet.
At
Get the human.
Ridgeway House.
Get me, baby. Ain't no stranger.
And there were a bunch of U.S. Air Force still had. Actually, still does. A bunch of U.S. Air Force facilities right there. That's where the Spitfires and Battle and some of these guys from the RAF are
so
sick.
Don't even watch it. Just fucking send it, baby. That's what makes them sick. Like, people proofread their shit. They edit. No edits. Raw. This motherfucker is raw.
Okay.
Yeah, I love this motherfucker. It's raw.
Okay.
And while there, also it was a very nice place. I was in the theoretical physics division at Harwell.
Dude, now you need to get low by Lil Jon in the East Side.
I would go to Oxford. I would go down to the University of London. And,
this song
when going down to Imperial
was one of the biggest hits of the night.
And
really?
Stone.
Dude, you could put this
so
song
all
on.
these guys and
the whole fucking dance floor go crazy.
They were all like developing.
What was the biggest song?
And
they were like
go back to Harwell and talk about what they were doing at Imperial College. And there's this young guy, about my age, a little older, named Marcia Stoneham. He's a solid state guy. So he was, as a result of my going down to Imperial, Marshall and I wrote this paper called The Goldstone Theorem and the Jan-Teller Effect.
Those are all really good songs.
Which was published, this is 1966, it was published in the Proceedings of Physical Society.
You gotta do a test run.
And what it does, it shows how the stuff that they're doing at Imperial is sort of related to the Higgs mechanism in high energy physics, how it relates to condensed matter physics.
Just do it raw.
In this case,
Kid, do it raw.
A distortion of a lattice, just a crystal lattice. A distortion kind of creates, in a way, it's kind of room temperature superconductor. I'm exaggerating a little bit. The connection to all this content is room temperature superconductor is L99, even though it doesn't work. But they're claiming those are anyway, it sounds to me like maybe they're talking about the Jan-Teller effect. So this, even though that particular theory didn't work, this is not we may be
get low, to the window, to the wall, to the wall.
I think
to the spectacle. These bitches cross, these motherfuckers.
That may be applicable.
Along
the lines of
this bitch is fine. Can I play with your hand in love?
In the 1980 American Journal papers on geophysics recommended so I go back to big old
Take it to
So the back of this book,
just
The Great
send it.
Race, Physics, Paranormal,
Going raw,
Time Travel,
kids.
and UFOs. It says the thrilling true story
That was so sick.
that
Right.
was left out of David Kaiser's book, How the Hippie Saved Physics, how Jack Sarfati, asked by the CIA, with the Russians watching, solved the hard problem of consciousness, remote viewing, psychokinesis, and how the time-traveling warp-drive UFOs the U.S. Navy is defenseless against really work. So I guess what I'm getting, how did the CIA ask you to do this?
Well, this happened over a long time. It wasn't just one
So
thing.
it wasn't one thing that happened.
No, it was a bunch of things.
So you were basically just surrounded by military intelligence
And my
people.
uncle knew this
And
song.
so the CIA never actually said, "Hey, can you do this for us?"
Oh, no, but they did. I was just telling you, this guy George Kubin.
Yeah.
He was, he's army. I mean, by the CIA, the whole
I fucking love this
industrial
song.
community.
Crazy
There's
Dress,
and but there's more. I was actually, later on. I mean, many. There's this guy Harold Chipman. This is now the mid 1980s. Harold Chipman was.
I like it when it
chief of
fucking
station
crashed.
of the
Hey
CIA
Bezos, how about you stop? Like, what are you, fucking 50? Like,
Say
making a big deal of your fucking wedding, dog?
But he had previously
And it's not even your first.
head of Berlin station.
Nobody
CIA
makes a big
during
deal of their second or third or fourth way, whatever the
the
fuck one
60s
you're on.
and 70s.
Anyway,
Okay,
fuck
look
you
him up. He's,
for what you
people write
did
about
to
him. Right. And he was
Mackenzie,
funding it, and
Scott.
he was involved with MK Ultra back in San Francisco whenever they did it in the late
dog,
50s.
look at this athleticism, though. Have you
Yeah,
ever seen
I was
it?
looking up yesterday. We were walking down the street. I saw the Haight
Show
Ashbury Clinic wasn't that far away from me.
Well, yeah,
Dude,
that's
this
fine.
thing uploads so quickly.
Haight Ashbury Clinic's like 5 minutes down the road from me,
Don't
right?
think that.
No,
I think
that's
you're
not
good.
No, Haight Ashbury's far. It's not 5 minutes.
Oh, really?
Don't
No,
send it
no.
to regular friends.
So,
I have no
Haight
friends.
Ashbury, it's about
Not on
15,
this
20, 30
bitch.
minutes. It depends on.
Oh, okay.
It's over
So
at the
is
It's a different part of town.
crazy.
It's not that far.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty close. Tell me again, who
Come on, somebody's
specifically
gotta have
pulled
talked
you out
about
of the
me.
university?
Yo, dog.
Well, wait. That's what we have to get to. Okay, we'll get to that.
Just real quick. We let's just.
Well, no, because that's the put off. That's how it put off.
That's how put off.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's all. That's that into it. Okay, so right, I'm teaching at San Diego State.
Somebody
I'm
talk about
assistant
me.
professor.
Make my fucking
This guy Fred Wolf, and
bullshit.
I'm also doing.
You're talking about that fucking
I'm
book.
split between.
Boring.
I was singing in the San Diego Civic Opera and also the local San Diego State Gilbert and Sullivan Society again, doing a bunch of shows, and also trying to be an assistant professor.
How
And
aren't people
my
like dog?
wife at the time, Roberta,
I
she
gotta
was
check out this.
a professor of English at San Diego
We
State.
never
In any
disappeared.
case, I had a pretty full schedule, and she didn't like. She thought I was having an affair.
Calm down.
So my wife got pissed,
Tension.
got a little paranoid. And so I wind up getting a divorce like in 69, 70, around 1970.
May I have your attention, please?
And this guy,
Now,
this
the
other
real
crazy
thing stand
physics
up.
guy,
We're gonna have a
who's
problem here.
a bit older
Hi.
than me. He's an associate professor. I'm assistant
Okay,
professor.
what's going on with
He
this
winds up getting a
bitch?
divorce at the same time. So
Show
we
it
move in together, at the edge of campus, like the odd couple. You saw that movie with Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau. I got on the slob, Walter Matthau. And Fred Wolf is like Jack Lemmon. And you're at the edge of the campus. And it's like the Christmas time of 70. No, it's Christmas time of 72. Yeah, Christmas time of 72. And Fred gets a phone call from his friend Bob Tobin from Chicago, where Fred went to high school. And Bob and Fred were on the football team together. And Bob has made a lot of money in the meat market in Chicago. And he's kind of a zany artist guy. So Bob says he wants to come to San Diego. So come on. He's pretty loose. So Bob shows up, and that's a strange thing. He said the reason he came is that he got a book contract and a television contract about this guy is the Mossad, not the Israeli psychic Uri Geller. Does the name Uri Geller ring a bell?
No.
Uri Geller.
No clue. Israeli psychic?
Yes. Turns out he's a Mossad agent.
Okay.
This is the Mossad that you're so interested in.
Yeah.
We didn't know at the time. Oh, God, you don't know about Uri Geller. So, Uri Geller today is back in Israel. He's a close confidant of Bibi Netanyahu.
Okay.
They were in the 67 war together. That paratroop unit.
Right.
So Netanyahu's one brother got killed later in Tebi and all that stuff. This is all part of that. But we didn't know at the time. This is now 1972. And we didn't know what he was. We were like, we know who Uri Geller was. I don't know. So, okay, so he says he's coming to he's coming to he's got a lot of money. Take time off to teach. So this is a CIA operation.
Verify email the corner
So you don't have to teach. I got plenty of money.
Are you sure? Baby,
I'll cut
3.
a bunch of details. Who said
Seven,
this?
baby.
Bob
4.
Tobin.
Bob Tobin.
Bob Tobin comes from Chicago.
Got it.
You know, and wants and he wanted Fred. He didn't know about me at that point. He wanted Fred to explain using quantum mechanics how consciousness works and how the paranormal, how Uri Geller is able to bend metal with his mind, psychokinesis.
Control V, son.
Okay, spin spoons.
Verify
He
email.
actually bent spoons with his mind?
Well, that was the claim. A lot of guys like Amazing Randy said it was a magic trick, but it's simple as that.
Is there
Magicians
footage
can do
doing
it.
that?
Magicians can do what Uri.
Verify
Magicians
email.
can do some of what Uri Geller does. They can't do everything. Uri
Excel
Geller does.
copy up
And
to
Uri
profile.
Geller is a magician,
Verify
and
email
at
to
times
corner link.
he did cheat and do the tricks that the magicians was caught him on. But he didn't always do it that way because you can't always control his power. All right.
I can dig it.
So in any case, we didn't know anything. We pretty naive.
Oh, let's dig
So
it.
Fred, and then
Push.
and Bob is he's a nice, zany guy. And so Bob says, yeah, he includes me in it too. So
I can dig it.
okay.
She can dig it. Oh,
So
let's dig it.
Bob leaves,
And
and then a couple of weeks later, Fred Wolf gets a call from Paris from a friend of his, French University Physics Department, who Fred had worked with on a time. Remember, Fred was doing a nuclear explosion physics, Lawrence Livermore, stuff like that. And his French friend says, "Listen, this guy's leaving for a couple of months. Why don't you come to Paris, teach a course just one day a week? You know, you can teach in English if you want." And Fred said, "Okay, that sounds good. Especially since we have this extra money from Bob Tobin. Says, when you need money, don't work with that money. I want you to work on something." And then Fred also then gets a call from John Heston, who's head of physics department at the University of London, what's called Birkbeck College. Similar office says, "Look, we want you to come, and you could also teach. You could go back and forth between Paris and London."
I can dig it.
And then I get a call from London, from Abdus Salam, who's the head of Imperial College. I remember I mentioned him. He went up to Harwell. And he says an institute in Trieste, Italy, called the International Center for Theoretical Physics in Trieste, which is where the Russian physicists, the African, Indian, Chinese, American, all over South America, international, UNESCO.
Look at this athleticism for serious.
And this is where I'm working on what Lazar calls gravity A, gravity B. Oh, that's how we call it. Okay? But I have been working on that already. And Abdus Salam, who later got a Nobel Prize, by the way, he was also working on it. So I come to Trieste. I give you. All right. So suddenly, a few weeks after Bob leaves, saying, "Listen, you don't have to stay here. I got plenty of money. I want you guys to work on this Uri Geller. How does physics explain consciousness?"
Yeah.
There's no mention of flying saucers.
It's in a lyric.
It's just consciousness, paranormal, bending metal, how could the mind bend metal?
Are you
Things
tired?
like that. Telepathy.
Shouldn't you be tired?
And so here we are. So we're getting ready. So okay, so I'm living. I have a girlfriend at the time. I met her, but she had previously worked in the Office of Naval Intelligence at the
all them
American
females
Embassy in
crawl.
London.
All them bitches crawl.
And so she's with me, and she it's now 1973. It's 20 years after my
Look at
phone
this.
calls.
Folks,
Okay. And I
look
hadn't
how
been
sick
thinking about
this
the phone.
athleticism is.
They were
I've
not
never
much.
seen a motherfucker
And,
so athletic.
And so I will fly to London and then on to Trieste. And it's now the weekend before my flight is leaving San Francisco on a Wednesday. It's now the Sunday morning before I'm flying out, and I'm with my girlfriend is staying at her mother's house in Carmel Valley.
It's called I Know It's Only Rock and Roll by Alexa.
And I'm in bed. It's Sunday morning. So this is now time travel. Sunday morning. Sharon's mother brings in the San Francisco Chronicle Sunday paper. Okay. I'm in bed looking at the paper. I open up the San Francisco Chronicle magazine section, and there's a big multicolor major spread on Stanford Research Institute testing Uri Geller for his paranormal powers. I said, hey, this is just what Bob Tobin wants to give us money to work on.
They are so sick. They're the best band ever in concert. I really like them in concert. They're good.
That's Uri Geller.
Oh, no, what's that?
Yes, you saw. They're listening.
All right, so I say, hi, this is weird, And so Monday morning comes, and I say, I gotta call these guys.
Spill it all over the stage.
Call the Stanford Research
Would it satisfy you? Would it slide on by you? Would you think the boys sang? Ain't it strange? If I could sing a love so divine, would it be enough for your cheating heart?
Who can arrange that I'm going to... First of all, I'm going to pick up the damn newspaper. Read the article. It's only rock and roll, but I like it. It's Twilight Zone. So we were hoping you would call.
It's only rock and roll, but I like it. Yes, I do. I really like it.
Okay. So.
I like it.
So they said, could you just drive up? They do whatever.
I like it.
Yeah, not far from
Can't you see? This so bored and been lonely. If I can say, I understand. So beside my
and
stage.
first thing, I meet Brendan.
Would it
takes
be
me
enough
across
for your
that's all right.
cheating
That's
heart?
called the wedding
Would
system.
it help to ease the pain?
And who do I meet? I meet to
Yeah, that was so sick when you're
Edward Mitchell.
Oh, yeah.
What is
He's
going
the head
on
of the
here?
party. The guy who walked on the moon.
Right.
Sucks.
Right.
I meet Brendan
You just
Reagan.
send it.
Takes me
Send
to
it.
meet-
Don't even watch it. You're crazy.
Then
I like how you don't know the
Jacques
words and
Vallée
you just
comes
go.
Jacques
Send
Vallée
it.
involved in the CCTV. And I didn't know. I had no idea.
Cool
Jacques
in the
Vallée.
future.
Then I'm
But
told, Jacques Vallée has
Psych
arranged
bitch.
a meeting.
why isn't
This
anybody
guy,
talking
Dean
about
Brown.
me? Talking about
Dean Brown's
invisibility
house,
codes
in Menlo Park,
and Santa Claus machines
Dean
and
Brown's one
milks.
of the original
Everybody's like,
Silicon Valley venture
Everybody
capitalists.
sucks. This is the worst platform ever.
Well, this is all intelligence. Right?
Yes,
If you look back now, it's all. There's a book. You see that book, Third Eye Spies? It's all about that. It's like the CIA. That's Russell Todd. Have you ever?
This athleticism, folks.
He's still alive.
Folks.
He's 90, so you better talk him fast.
Look at this.
Russell Togg.
So
Targ.
athletic.
Targ.
Todd, did you ever see the
All
film
right.
Ghostbusters?
That's
course.
enough.
Well, that Ghostbusters. That's Russell Todd.
It's
He's
only
the
wrong
guy.
echo.
Yeah, the gawky guy.
Oh, wow.
That's Russell Todd.
Really?
Yeah. Of course. God.
I don't know anything.
Right. Okay.
That's why I do this.
So, in any case, so Russell's still alive. He's 90 years old. So I'll give you his contact. You call
Okay.
because he was there. And so they're supposed to. Jacques Vallée has arranged a meeting for Jack, me, and Hal Puthoff and a bunch of guys, some psychologists, and all some of them CIA. I didn't know who they were. And so we go there, but Jacques never showed up for some reason. So I don't know, which is interesting. You could have, hey Jacques, you arranged this meeting for Jack Sarfati and Brenda Lee. That's all right, 1917. How come he never came?
Well, when I leave here, I'm going straight to his apartment, so I'll ask him when I get there.
Are you really?
No.
Well, you should have. All right. So now,
They were going to record.
Okay, now the important point. This is a CIA operation now publicly. Everybody, the books written about it. Okay? It's in the Harvard Hippie Safe Vision. But the point is, part of that meeting, you can listen to it because the CIA they tape recorded the entire meeting.
It was okay. I've seen better.
And somebody said, I saw it. I had like an hour of it, hour and a half, not the whole thing. But you can hear me. It's online. It's on SoundCloud. You can actually hear me. 1973.
Really?
Oh yeah.
How do you search for this and find this?
It's my just Jack Sarfati SoundCloud, CIA.
Jack Sarfati CIA meeting SoundCloud.
Yeah, whatever. I'll get it. It's on me. I'll send you. Okay. Yeah, you can find it easily. It's on Google.
Okay.
And in there you can hear Russell Todd, the subject of this rabbi. This is all Mossad too. It's all coming in. This rabbi, I forget his name. This crazy rabbi. I forget his name. He's still alive. Jim Hertek. He's a UFO rabbi. Flying saucers.
UFO rabbi.
Kabbalah. New Age. Okay. I think he's still alive. Russell knew him. So Russell saw that Jim Hertek and the UFOs, his time machine.
She was hot. I think I know about her. I was like,
so Russell Todd talks about it. Yeah, you'll hear it. And then it's, I remember that. Hey, listen what happened to me. And I tell the story. They told you. I tell the story.
Mueller.
And Brendan Reagan says, oh, yeah, we have data several hundred
actually
cases
really
of kids.
cool.
We have data on that. We know about this.
What?
Okay, so there you go. So what's going on then? You can hear it yourself. You don't take my word for it. And you can talk to Hal Puthoff. Now, you should definitely get Hal Puthoff and Russell Todd before they die. They're almost 90. Hal Puthoff is not going to last that much longer. He's 5 years old. He's going to be 89, 87.
What is his story? Because he's interesting to me because he was a Scientologist.
No, that's bullshit. That makes sense.
No, he admitted he was. There was a
no.
video.
That's exactly. You don't understand the context of that.
Well, here's the interesting thing about the Scientology stuff is because
that's a different girl.
We talked about this last night. Jack Parsons.
Yeah, there's all these.
He was like the father of rocketry or whatever.
L. Ron Hubbard. I know
with L. Ron Hubbard and Aleister Crowley.
Yes, I know all about that because I had one step removed from
you hot?
I'm connected.
That's that fucking.
It's all connected. There's no accidents here. Okay?
How about this bitch?
Wait, let's first Hal Puthoff. Let me explain Hal Puthoff. Hal Puthoff, and he never told me the details, indicated that what happened to me with the phone call happened to him. He may not have got on the phone call, but he didn't. Yeah, he's that. Hal Puthoff. I was told by Christopher Green that Hal Puthoff at times has held the highest possible security clearance.
Would you fuck
He
her?
was
Yeah,
in intelligence before. He got his PhD, electrical
Oh,
engineering,
yeah, definitely.
and from Stanford.
Just didn't have a
And
good
he,
picture.
And
So
it was.
yeah,
You have to talk to Russell
Midnight
Todd and
at
Hal Puthoff.
the
They have to tell you the
Oasis
history how the
City.
CIA got involved. Okay.
Send
But
your
Puthoff himself was
camera
already
to
in
bed.
that.
Dude, I gotta
Puthoff
sing
told
that. I gotta
me
get that Brandy song.
That
And
he
Brandy
explored
does
because part of the project
to
to explore
understand.
psychic power.
What's it called? The glass.
He went to Scientology meetings. Doesn't mean he was a Scientologist. He may have joined officially just
Brandy,
because he wanted to see
Brandy,
what they
the
had.
song.
L. Ron Hubbard. We know all about Jack Parsons.
Randy, what's up?
If you read about Jack, if you read what's it, Strange Angel, you've seen the book.
It's
Jack
so
Parsons
funny. I don't know.
There's a book, biography.
Strange Angel.
Strange Angel. It's all about all this stuff.
Roseanne. There's no direct contact
Jack
between Brandy.
Parsons
Oh, there
worked
fucking is.
with
They make a fucking
Frank
hilarious joke in that show.
Molina back in the 1930s. On all this rocket stuff. JATO. They started. What is it? Aerojet? General the JATO.
Aerojet, yeah.
Aerojet.
Yeah, there's actually a big Aerojet base that's abandoned now in South Florida.
Yeah. This is all Frank Molina and Jack Parsons. And Jack Parsons was financing Aleister Crowley. And L. Ron Hubbard was there. I think they knew L. Ron Hubbard. I knew people. Some of the people supported me worked with L. Ron Hubbard. And all plus it's a science fiction. You know, Walter Green. All these guys knew each other. Small world.
Dude, why are all these guys so? Why are they
They're
so
all intelligence. They're all part of the OSS. That sort of stuff.
But why are they so into the?
I'm a 69-year-old black dude. Love this song so much. Since 1983, I named my daughter Brandon. Cool job.
Okay. So answer because angels in the Bible are real.
Every time I hear this song, I
concept.
could almost cry.
Okay,
My
that's
best friend
why.
and I would ride,
all the things in the
drinking
Bible
some
are
wine
real.
and
The base on them.
smoking some of God's finest breed. And listen, I told him if I ever had a daughter, I would give his name.
Paradise
He
Lost,
passed
John Milton,
away
Lisa
before
Hart,
ever meeting
Satan's
her.
real. They're all
She's
real.
39 now. I fucking love
These
to
are
make me cry.
the Greek gods
She's
are
39
real.
now,
The
and I
Egyptian
love
gods, they're all
the both
Stargate.
of
They're
them
all coming
more
back. It's all true.
than
These are all
he
time.
do,
Okay,
and
let me
she
explain
will
this.
ever
Let me
know.
skip this.
It's
This
12/4/24 from Hagerstown, Maryland. Continue to rest easy and forever, my friend. Dude, shout out to
CIA retired.
this
He knows
69-year-old
He's
black
one of my
dude
supporters.
from 1983. I didn't say that. I would have just said 69-year-old dude,
What's
but he said I'm a
happening is
69-year-old black dude.
The
You wanna
physics of
emphasize that.
UFOs.
Black house.
Everything that the Congress with their idiots, they should be talking to me. They're so stupid, okay? You listen to Jack, you talk to me, okay? You talk to me.
Some of these make me
You're
cry.
You talk to-
These
you talk to
YouTube
the
comments are so sad sometimes on these songs.
Right. So, but no, seriously. All the physics and stuff is
There's a
very
boy on a western
the
bay,
physicists who are
and
not
it
stupid
shields
and we're not afraid.
100 ships
You
a
don't
day,
understand what's going
and
on.
your sailors
It's not hard.
pass the time away.
Easy.
They sail about their homes, and there's a girl
That means
in this harbor town.
we
when
know
he
that
works,
there's plenty of we know there's life
laying
on
whiskey down. He said, Brandy,
We know that.
Of
fetch
course we know.
another
How do we know that?
round.
We know that.
There's
I
no
realize
whiskey
I know
and
that
wine.
almost 100. You know what?
Sailors say,
How I know
Brandy,
Because I know
you're
the laws of
fine,
chemistry. I know
you're
the
fine,
laws of
was
physics. I know the laws of
good,
DNA.
why
And
you
this is universal. It
such a
doesn't
fine,
just
but
the Copernican principle. But they're not special.
from the
This is all,
sea.
we're not some special thing. It happens all over the place. It's just chemistry. It's quantum mechanics. It's Schrodinger's equation.
Where the sun
Yeah.
is
And things that's just
from
going
the
to evolve.
north
You
of
pump energy in,
Spain.
and
A lot
molecules form, and the DNA
that
codes
wears
form.
the name
We're here.
of a
We're not so
brand
special.
lander.
We don't have any evidence.
Yes, we do. See, you don't understand how physics works. I know from the laws of nature that
Far
but of course
away,
we know because I
they made it
You know,
clear
right?
they
Because
couldn't stay.
you know physics.
No
and claim all
harbor
stuff, but we don't know
for
physics.
But you
The
then you have to
sailors
take my
say,
word for it. I know
Brandy,
more than you.
You're fine,
Okay.
you're
You're
fine,
a dumb little
you're
fucker. So I'm
fine.
38 years old and I'm
Such a
84 years old.
fine
I know things that you don't know. So learn.
Right?
Yes, I
Explain to me. Explain to
Haven't
me.
that is what I
Like
got
I'm a third grader. How?
Because there was something called the Copernican principle. People used to think that the Earth was special. Their whole revolution in astronomy.
She's
Copernicus is we're at the center of the universe. So you're just like the evil peasant who still thinks we're the center of the universe. The physics of life is now in crystal. We have a genetic engineering. We know exactly how it works.
Right.
So it's universal. It's gonna
That
happen.
doesn't prove that there's life on other that there's life there. That there's interdimensional life or interplanetary life.
Yes, it proves it because of course it proves it. If you believe in physics, even this is not even Earth. Even people who disagree with the aliens the flying saucer at the time.
She seems to say, Brandy,
This
you're
is what I'm talking about.
fine.
Anyone who, see, you're not
I went to college for 6 months and I dropped out.
okay, so you don't know anything. You don't know science. You don't know.
Well, that's your job to explain.
Yes, yeah, okay, so you got
That's
my
the
kid.
fun of my life,
Yes,
my love and my lady.
Right. But what's the point of spending 50 years learning stuff if you can't explain
well,
it
I'm
to a
explaining,
layman?
but what
What
I'm
a
explaining to you is you have to
great
take my
song.
word for certain things because we can't do everything. We can't do a 4-year thing in 30 minutes.
Right.
But the thing is,
But I need to understand.
what I'm claiming to you is, and this is not just me. This is now almost it's called
Who the fuck is
every
this guy?
even the mainstream guys will say we believe there's life out there. There's no, and we contradict everything we know about science if there wasn't. In other words, when there were these Goldilocks, when there were Earth-like planets, they may not look exactly like us, but then there's going to be DNA forming because if we know how it's inevitable.
Chase, baby.
So here's my point. Let me make a point.
Okay.
I'm just going to make the point. I don't want to argue with you because you don't want to waste.
No, this is great. This is fun. I love
it.
it.
All right. The point
it's
is
an
this.
interesting song.
What we know is here's the story.
In the film Midnight
The physics of
Express.
this stuff is so easy, and what's universal? The DNA code. It's just quantum physics. So it's relativity. It's chemistry. It's just simple chemistry. And the stars, because all the stars are the same. And, we understand structure. We got the stars from the elements that lead to life.
Chase,
We don't have the physical proof.
We do. That's what Commander showing you. That's what these Ryan Graves are showing you.
Yeah, but there's information.
No. I forget that. Okay. No. Well, yes, there's some, but Sarfati, take it from me. I know what's real.
How do you know? How do you know?
I know because I'm a genius. That's how I know. I know because I've been in direct contact with the aliens, with the time travelers, whatever. I know. Okay. But that's how I know. I know. And I know because it's exactly what they said it was happening. It's all happening. And I know because what I'm telling you is how I met these guys. How do you explain that? Okay. Oh, we were hoping you would call. You knew where I was going. These guys from the CIA themselves, they're not in charge. They're useful idiots. Like we're all puppets. They're not the puppet masters. They're the puppets. They're maybe a little hard. They're at different levels. Yeah, there's some pulling strings of other puppets. You know what I mean? So that's how they. So I meet Hal Putoff. Let's get back to this. You'll see here the tape where I'm meeting him.
Everything in my life revolves around if you like Bob Lazar.
From the future.
Fuck your religion. What are you? It's a Bob Lazar.
So there we are. So how did I'm claiming smoking gun evidence for time travel. In other words, what happened to me in 53, the computer science was going to begin to meet these guys. It happened exactly on cue, and there's no other way to explain it. And it turns out the CIA was involved.
Trans, non-binary. Stop.
So you're saying that as far as like a hierarchy
You do you. What are your opinions on Bob Lazar?
Hierarchy of
because if they suck, there's the door.
The top level is the aliens. Next level is intelligence.
I don't know if it depends on no.
Hey,
there's a higher
everybody.
intelligence. They're more advanced than we are, and they've mastered time travel. I'm working on the equations of time travel. That's what I'm doing. That's what all this stuff is. That's what they're doing at Lawrence Livermore now. They're testing my time travel.
You look like a bloke, though. I'm not gonna lie.
It's elementary physics.
Not that I
you just got to take my
you.
Yell and scream, but you got to take my word for it.
I just want to understand it. That's all.
You won't be able to understand. You want too much to fix. It's not easy to understand. This was 60 years. The smartest people still don't understand it.
Right.
But I understand more than they do. So the point is this. That's what the destiny matrix is.
I wonder if
the Tic Tacs, all these things the Navy is seeing and the Russians are seeing, they're neutralizing our nuclear missiles, right? This is all.
Yeah. There's lots of documented cases.
So this is superior technology. I am developing the basic equations for this technology, for time travel, to utilize nuclear weapons, to go to warp drive, to go to Mars. In 10 minutes we get to Mars.
So, okay, going to the Tic Tacs. Who is controlling those Tic Tacs?
The same people who contacted me in 1953. They're in control.
Who are those people? Are those people?
I don't know exactly who they are. I just know they're there. I don't know everything, but I know enough.
Are they people from the future?
Well, yes. From the future. I don't know if they're people. What do you mean by people?
Maybe they're on.
Are they
sick of it.
It said it was a conscious.
Are they from
waves?
Yeah, so they're like Terminator.
You don't hear the sense.
They're from the well, in one case, one guy. There's a whole side story where it said it was.
That's
it was 100 years in the future.
Branded.
And that was back.
There's a branded chain. Made of
about 40
finest
years ago.
silver from the
So like
north
50,
of
60
Spain.
years. Maybe by the end of the century.
Okay.
That wears the
Which
lane.
makes sense, actually, because I think that's about when, when all this stuff probably happened.
The sailors
So,
said, Brandy, you're
assuming we don't knock us out. So, but this back to
I
your
hope Brandy
Bob
got married
Lazar
someday.
story.
You think she made that
I
sailor guy?
say
Fuck no, he or
that
she
the
kinda-
alien
I can just
had
tell
a
you that
solar
now.
smell.
Roseanne
That's
taught
not
me
Bob.
that.
So yes, yeah, so
Oh, that's into yours. Okay.
my friend James Fox, he made a
Brandy, I got
documentary
news
Oh,
for
in
you.
fact,
called
James
Knock,
Fox
and made a
talks about this
documentary.
guy with the clothes, the satanic, the demon. When
No. So
They
James
say
Fox
in
made a
the song that
documentary
it's like-
called it's called The Roswell of Brazil, and it was about in the
He
90s,
was
the
like a
early
trustworthy
90s,
man.
these two creatures that were discovered by these
I bet he
girls
got
that were
those
walking
fucking
through a field
Lockets
They
on
saw this
Amazon,
creature
and he's just giving
that
away
reeked of
reports around the world.
sulfur, and it was sitting there and it was like hurting, and it like was like telepathically
Sailor
communicating with
said,
one of them saying it needed help.
Brandy, you're
And later there was another one captured, I think the same day, maybe later in the day, by the military or by the police. Captured it alive, brought it to a hospital in Virginia, Brazil, and James interviewed the X-ray technician, a bunch of people worked in the hospital. They all said that there's pictures, illustrations of what they saw, and they said people were in there taking photos and videos, although none of that's been released. And they said that the hospital, the being reeked of, and the hospital smelled like sulfur for like weeks afterwards, even after the U.S. military came and took it out.
Yeah, this is exactly where John Milton got Paradise Lost and all these poetic things from Elizabeth. This is all true. All these stories have truth in them.
No,
Because-
it's far away.
Let me get the
Okay, so
life is everywhere. All different
Lock it.
kinds of life.
from the north
The
of
physics is
Spain,
elementary.
a locket
Okay, so as soon as
that
any
bears the
civilization
name
anywhere that
of
doesn't
a
kill
man that
itself with nuclear
Brandon loves.
bombs, they'll develop
He
this technology.
came
So
to
this
this
is exactly Star Trek.
Harvard
This is Star
town,
Trek is
land
real. And Gene Roddenberry was part of my.
Wait, no,
I didn't know
he
the person.
came
Gene
from far
Roddenberry was
away,
influenced by the
bringing
same
gifts.
people
He
that I was
came-
involved with. This guy Andrea Pahara, Jerry
He
Geller.
came
All
there
these people
somehow. He
connected.
brought gifts from
I-
far away.
I knew
From
Francis
far
Ford
away,
Coppola,
but he
you know,
made it
connected with
clear
Spielberg,
he
Close
couldn't
Encounters of the
stay.
Third Eye. I'm the
The
guy that
harbor
Jacques Vallée
was his town.
They-
It
the
was
to
his
me,
home.
connected with
sailor
Spielberg.
said,
Encounters of the Third
You're
Eye.
fine, you're
And so
fine,
everything is
like
connected.
a
All these
rock.
science fiction
You
things
would
and
be
L. Ron
such
Hubbard,
a
they're all
fabulous divine.
conditioning
My love
the
is my
public for the actual
lady.
contact. So
Is
there is no more
she
science
gonna
fiction.
do
Timothy
it?
Leary said it's science faction.
Yeah, Brandy
Okay,
used
everything,
to
all these
watch
movies,
his eyes,
Timothy Leary
and
said
he
that.
told
Yeah,
her
Timothy
say
Timothy
the
was part of
story.
it.
Oh, really?
Did
Okay,
you
absolutely.
hear the
You
ocean?
gotta actually some of them,
cry?
you gotta look, we'll keep it down. It's a complex story, so you can't tell it in like 2 hours.
But he
Yeah,
had
Timothy
always
Leary said I was
knows the
just
truth.
there.
Lord, it
Timothy
was
Leary,
honest
the
man.
Did you ever try LSD?
Yeah, a
And
couple
Brandy
of
done her best to
Was that part
understand.
of the studies?
Well, that's a whole other story. I mean, I think this actually does that involves strategic defensive, but
That involves what?
the strategic defense tradition.
How so?
What is
We
it?
got time?
What's Nepal doing?
Well,
That's my
because
fucking
at
country.
that point, this is
I'm part
1980s.
Nepalese. Are
You're
you?
working with the Reagan people,
Maybe.
and
Maybe.
I was with this guy. One of
Ashkenazi
my
Nepalese.
mentors, so to speak, was this guy named Marshall Nate.
Nepalese or Napolese? Isn't one from
Billionaire.
Naples?
Yeah, what crazy
And Brandy
movie
does her
theaters,
best.
cable television. Yeah, what he
understand. I got
created
this, like,
Comcast.
fat tag.
Comcast is all everybody
I want to. It's like
Liberty
my tummy clip.
Media.
Anyway, and Brandy
Doug
does
Trumbull
her best.
worked for him.
To
The movie
understand
industry, movies. He and his brothers. His father was his father, grandfather? I guess his father. Yeah, no, must be his father. His father, the 1890s, in San Francisco, Barbary Coast, the Nickelodeons, the first movie, Nickelodeon, the movies, the first movies like this, okay? And his father's friend was Giannini, Bank of America. It was then called the Italy. Became Bank of America.
Okay.
So this is back like before around World War One. Okay, and so Giannini to Marshall Nafee's dad, and they formed the studios. Back, it's just the silent movies. It's Fairbanks, Charlie Chaplin, all these guys, if you know the history of these. And so this is so there's one of the primary families of the Hollywood.
Okay.
Okay. And okay, when Marshall was around 20 years old, like right before the war, 1938 or so, his buddy, you know who Gary Cooper was?
No.
You don't know who Gary Cooper was? God, Darkness at Noon.
Was he?
Gary Cooper was he's like you know Cary Grant. Oh God, you guys! Oh my God, I feel like he's on the famous 1930s.
Yeah.
God, it's just amazing. What am I doing? I'm on this planet. I'm in the other. I'm not. This is not my planet, guys. It's not my planet. Okay, Cary. Okay. Oh, I know Gary Cooper's daughter is a friend of mine. If she heard this, she'd be shocked.
Sorry.
These are all famous Hollywood movie stars in 1930s and 40s.
Okay.
Marilyn Monroe. You know Marilyn Monroe? No, you're kidding, Dale, right? Maggio. I mean, yeah, she was here. So, in any case, so Gary Cooper and Marshall kids, they go on a tour of Europe, and they're invited to meet the Queen of England and the King of Denmark. I mean, these are like when Franklin Delano Roosevelt came to San Francisco, he stayed at the Navy's house.
Okay.
Pacific Heights, you know, now with Nancy Pelosi and Feinstein, you know, the fancy mansions there. And so, in any case, so it's now the early 1980s, and Marshall is, he's kind of like, he's like a shaman. He really is kind of like a puppet master. Very psychic. Now he's a billionaire. Already back then, he had $1 billion, more than $1 billion. And so, and I did and he did LSD. So I did LSD with Marshall about 2 or 3 times. And we had time. We went back to ancient Egypt. Time, all kinds of like interesting trips. I was back in ancient Egypt with Marshall.
Really?
In an emerald temple. You know, it was like that. You know, that was the experience. And then I was a knight in the Templars in the Crusades. It's all real. So it's like time travel. The sort of stuff you read, what he's talking about in there, in that book. But David Gladstone, give me the book for a minute. But David Gladstone, yeah, can you see it? Gladstone talks about in this book. I actually had those experiences.
Raise it up a little bit higher.
I had some of those experiences. It's on Amazon. I had some of those same kind of experiences that Gladstone talks about that sound crazy with Marshall Navy, billionaire, friend of Ronald Reagan. Okay? So what happened was, this is the backstory of the Strategic Defense Initiative. And Kim Burfato can confirm. Kim was there with me. Kim, you know, the guy you met, the Marshall, you know, confirm everything I'm telling you, witness. Okay? So, and this guy who wrote the book, he was part of it too. So there's many witnesses to all this stuff. I mean, you know, mano among us. Okay. So that's an open challenge.
Okay.
You want to duel with Sarfati? I'll duel with you. No. Reagan. Okay, let's get to Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is the governor of California in late 70s. This guy named Laurie Chickering, he just died a week ago. And Laurie Chickering comes from the Chickering family, an old Wasp family, like Mayflower type, you know, they were all in New England, but they're here in San Francisco. And Laurie's brother is high up, one of his is already high up in the Central Intelligence Agency. Laurie goes to Yale, he's Skull and Bones and stuff, you know, and he's a close friend of William F. Lee Jr. I don't know if you know who that is.
I've heard of him.
Yeah, National Review, you know. And Laurie comes back to San Francisco, and he is involved with Caspar Weinberger, who became the Reagan Secretary of Defense, Brent Scowcroft, General, who became head of, I think, Reagan's National Security Agency, And who else? Milton Friedman, economist, Chicago. Actually, that's maybe one who wants to be Chicago. Milton Friedman. Yeah. And who's the guy? Oh yeah. Who's the guy? Donald Rumsfeld. Donald Rumsfeld. Okay,
Right guy.
Oh yeah. And he's a good-looking guy, but you know. Okay, Don Rumsfeld, and who's the other one? I'm leaving somebody important now. Let's see. I'm a little company, and they set up a think tank when Reagan's still the governor, like 78, 79, called the Institute for Contemporary Studies down here on Kearney Street, right near where Francis Coppola has his building. And they're the main thing. They're connected with the Hoover at Stanford, the Hoover Institution. And I was kind of like their informal science guy. Yeah. And in any case, they had the main thing that they engineered, one of the main think tanks that engineered Reagan getting into the White House. So Reagan is the president now, 1980. I think before he shot, was he already shot or after, before that guy shot him? It was like around 1980, 1981. And Reagan's a close friend of Marshall. Just called the White House and he wants to start. Ronnie, hey, Ronnie, it's Marshall. And all these guys hang the Patriot. That's what I showed you. Everybody's hanging out there.
The finest.
Wow.
Coppola, Francis Coppola. When Reshnikov came here, Julie Christie, when anybody from Hollywood comes in, that's the hangout. And another place called Enrico Benducci's down the street.
What if the sailor was Prince and Brandy was wearing a
so? Any case, at one point,
what if Brandy was wearing the raspberry beret?
Now, Marshall, for example, if a guy named
Prince gave her her locket.
Coppola wanted to make a movie. Marshall's like the the finance. You want to make a big movie, Hollywood movie.
What if the sailor was Popeye?
First. Okay,
James Bond.
What
if Popeye is Prince?
Okay.
Stranger things have happened in this world.
Did you ever see with Sean Connery? Okay, well, Marshall was Al Broccoli made those movies. Marshall was his silent partner because he was by law for taxes or something that
Midnight at the
movie theaters. That's supposed to do movies. Production. Yeah, they split it from Monopoly, whatever. In any case, Marshall had one of the old movies he had, Aston Martin, that convertible that he drives.
Yeah.
There were four of them made for the movies. Four of those. We had one of them. Marshall had one of those.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Do they have cacti?
So Marshall's a powerful man. It's like by this is 1980. I'm smoking dope. Driving around his job. We go to Mount Tam, get stoned, and he's an evangelical Christian. He's trying to get ready to
Right.
Evangelical Christian. Listen, and the dope-filled Jaguar. Around listening to Jesus can help. And that's what we tried LSD a couple of times. All right. Anyways, Laurie Chickering is now running the Institute for Contemporary Studies, and for some reason he wants to have lunch with Marshall. It's some project. He wanted to meet Marshall. So Laurie says, "Can you arrange a lunch at Enrico's?" It was a close friend of Marshall. We just rolled the movie stars with hang out on Broadway back then. Woody Allen, and Mort Saul. And so I arranged a lunch, and we were sitting around this round table. Rico plays the violin, and he's cooking pasta for everybody. It's like right out of a Godfather movie. And so it was stoned at the time. I was stoned too. I don't know because we probably went to lunch. But Laurie didn't. He doesn't know any of this stuff. He doesn't know about. He's a very, running, neocon. But we didn't know. Marshall just made a movie with Al Broccoli and Sean Connery called Meteor. You'd see it, 1980 or so. 1981. So Marshall's talking, and they're telling, Happy Cow saying Marshall, and he's kind of like a reverie, and he says, you know, what if the extraterrestrials were going to attack us in a plane? It's like he's thinking of this movie. There was a meteor going to come to him. But Margot says, what if there was just the Cold War is on, 1980, Soviet Union. He says, what if we had to get together with Russia to fight the ETs? You know, and we got the laser missiles, and we shoot down the flying saucers with the missile, with the lasers and all that stuff. But he was talking. He had just made a movie, but kind of stuff was in the movie. It was science fiction bit. But he was just talking. So, see, this is all being arranged in the future. This could, So Laurie, okay, so we have the lunch. Marshall leaves, and Laurie, and I'm like working. Laurie's giving me a little bit of money.
Yo, dog, why isn't anybody talking about it?
You'll see. He talks
There's
about
a billion cloaks, bitch.
Roy says, hey, Jack, that was pretty interesting. Can you write up what Marshall was talking about? So I have a little thing. And I was working on stuff, too, about neutralizing nuclear weapons. So I was working on that myself. So I put in some of my stuff. Also in there, I say, and with this new technology, Safari Space, I didn't have it the way I have it now. But this new technology, we can render nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete, which is what the Tic Tacs are doing already. You see it already. I already had that back in 1980. It's in this memorandum that I wrote. Okay, so it's a short thing. I give it to Laura. A few weeks go by. I'm walking into the Cafe Trieste where I took you, where we met Kim last night. Mm-hmm. Laurie comes up to me excited. She says, hey, Jack. Well, he's talking like that. He's an aristocrat. And he says, I gave that report to Paul Nita. You look at Paul Nita, Nitze, was the main arms control, security guy for Reagan, advising him on how to deal with the Russians and stuff like that. Okay. And Nitze really liked it. Okay, so went right to Reagan. Okay. This report, and then when Reagan found out that Marshall Davey, who was his buddy from Hollywood,
damn girl.
I say, in fact, okay, now Edward Teller.
You can get
Edward Teller was pushing for this stuff, missile defense and lasers. Right. Okay, and here Marshall's talking about it too. So Marshall may have known about Teller. Yeah, he may have known a little bit about it.
Didn't they have some sort of program they were working on with DARPA where they wanted to create some sort of like dome around the United States?
No, wait. Don't jump in. Just stay on this thing. That's what we're doing now. That's what I'm doing. Wait, that's what Safari Space Corps is all.
I read about this DARPA book. They worked on this back.
But they didn't have, because that was me. That was my people. I mean, I know they didn't have it.
Sometimes
thought about it. It was like psychological warfare. We're thinking about it. Yeah. Okay, but it never happened. Well, the Iron Dome. That's it. The Iron Dome. The missiles. That's something.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I was talking about sort of like force field. Yeah, exactly.
Wait a second. Okay, let me finish this.
Okay.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
I'm
the guy for that. Okay, I'm the guy who's had to do that.
Okay.
All right. All right. So now, and anybody wants to challenge me, you come. I don't care who the hell you are. You come.
You heard it here, folks.
Yeah, you come and we'll talk about it.
Get in the octagon with
We'll talk about it in front of 1 million people. And then we'll see who wins. Okay. All right. So but let's get back to this. So at the same time, Paul Nitze is taking this memorandum I wrote, and then Edward Teller has a biography, his autobiography called Dark Matters. And Teller's talking about how he was trying to get Reagan to go for a strategic defense initiative. And Reagan, so I found out later, Reagan did not trust Teller. Reagan thought, because Reagan always was wondering, I don't, maybe he's a double agent or whatever. He was a little paranoid about Teller. And Teller says in his book, he was out of the loop. He doesn't know. He was totally shocked when Reagan finally went executive order or whatever it was for Strategic Defense Initiative. That's because of the Sarfati memo with Marshall Navy's name on it. That as Reagan spoke to Marshall, Marshall's his buddy, trusts Marshall.
Right.
They would drink, they would socialize together. Right. And so, but also at that time, Cap Weinberger, who was then the Secretary of Defense, I already had a following. And Cap Weinberger's son, Cap Jr., was, like part of my fan club. Okay. So all this, I was writing a bunch of crazy stuff up, and all this stuff, and UFOs, and EPR, and communication with submarines and untappable. It's all in the book. How Hippie Study Physics, and so all of my writings was also going directly to the Secretary of Defense, Cap Weinberger, through his son, Cap Jr. would take, Cap Jr. was, well, I want to make it too much. It was like Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, except they weren't French. Okay, but it was like Hunter Biden was Cap Jr., but he wasn't a dope addict. He was a straight guy. Okay? And in fact, he's still alive. Should try to find him. I don't know what happened to him because Cap Jr. can confirm. He actually confirmed this guy Bill Burns, the History Channel. UFOs. Bill Burns. Okay.
William Burns, the director of the CIA.
No, it's a different Bill Burns.
Okay.
That's sort of a different. But see if you can find. See if Jim Angleton will know how to find Cap Weinberger Jr. He's probably still alive. I could actually find. I could find him. Okay. But we should try to find it, because he can confirm all this stuff. And Cap Jr. was telling us that he would fly to Camp David with his dad, Cap, and the president, and they would spend weekends at Camp David, and they would go over some of my stuff. Okay, this writings, they would discuss it, and then in Reagan's, I think it's his 1984, maybe his 1986 State of the Union, he talks about me. He doesn't. He says, we know the physicists. They have touched the face of God. They show how God exists in their ability. I was talking all that stuff, all that stuff, and about Star Wars and all this stuff that he gets very inspiring talk based on Jack Sarfati's information that he was getting. And I even have a letter from Cap Weinberger thanking me for my work, superluminary and all this stuff. All right. So of course the Russians were following all this. This is the Russians. See, the Russians were involved in all this.
How so?
Because we had back channels, we would be talking to Russians. The Russians were already at Esalen. See, the Russians already knew about me back in this. The Russians already, the Russians first contacted us in 1975, at around the same time that Kuban's telling me, we want you to work on this, because we did a book about Uri Geller called Space, Time, and Beyond. It sold a couple 100,000 copies and influenced Hollywood. That's how I met Ellie Coppola, because it's a book, Coppola. That's how Jacques Vallée got involved and everything. See, it's all being orchestrated by this higher power. Okay. Yeah, because this can't happen. It's not a random thing. All these strange, what Jung called synchronicities. One strange coincidences happening. It's all kind of connected. Like I know Frank Molina, who was Jack Parsons' partner, and I stayed with Frank Molina in Paris at his place, at his beautiful place. So I mean, it's all, everybody's connected to everybody. And it's L. Ron Hubbard and everybody were like 1, 2, or 3 connections away. So if you look through a web of who knows who, you see it's a tight web, like a tight spider web. Destiny, I call that the Destiny Matrix. It's not them, it's being orchestrated.
Why did you told me that the Russians came here to interview you about some stuff?
Yeah, well that's more recently. Wait, let's go back. The first Russian thing is we have this book, which is basically a CIA engineered book, right? Which I didn't know at the time. Obviously, it was called Useful Idiot, not really, sort of suspecting, but not knowing for sure. All right. because it didn't come out publicly that what they were doing at Geller was CIA and Mossad until much later. Now it's in that book. It's in their books. These are books. That Third Eye Spy. Uri Geller has books. So now it's all public information. Then it wasn't, and I wasn't even sure. I suspected, but I wasn't sure. So the book comes out, Space LBL, which we wrote in Paris, and E.P. Dutton. And in there we have this thing about biogravity. I don't know, it's some crazy thing that Bob told us into. I kind of went along with it. Yeah, Fred went along with it. I wasn't that. But then we get a call of Bob. Oh yeah, the what's this guy? Dan Whitehead. Dan Whitehead was the editor at Dutton Books. And Dan Whitehead gets a call from the, I guess, the Russian embassy in New York. So concerned that Tobin and Fadi, they wrote this book, Biofields, but they didn't give us credit when we have this Russian scientist. That's his theory. That's our first referred contact. Why did we give them credit? This one, so we're sorry, give them credit. We didn't know. That's right. So that's the first of them. And then already now let's see. So how do we know? Well, okay. So then in the 1980s, okay, then like this is now after the stuff with Reagan around just when Reagan gave that State of the Union speech, 1986 or so. Okay, so now at that point there was no internet. There was Xerox machines. And I was the way to emails. I was doing like Xerox. I had like a network with this guy, Einhorn, whatever. And so I was down at Washington Square. There was a Xerox store there, where there's now the Victoria Bakery. And I was like Xeroxing stuff to mail out. It was crazy. And I get a guy taps me on the shoulder. It's a guy, Harold Chipman. Now, you look him up and look at Howard Chipman. Howard Chipman was chief of station of the Central Intelligence Agency office in San Francisco. Okay, now this is like over. It couldn't be more right back, right? So I look out there. There he is. He says who he is. So we go to the cafe, and he says he wants to. This is like now, it's official. It's the CIA. I even went to the CIA office with him a couple. In fact, I wanted to date. There was a pretty CIA agent, a woman, blonde. We went to Gold's Cafe. Yeah, I was hitting on her. This was a relationship going on.
Good old honey trap.
Well, no, but she was already. She didn't. We were just friends. Nothing had happened. But I would have liked something to happen. We went drinking at bars a couple of times. And she's actually went pretty high up. I think she still may be alive. She still may be probably retired. And so in any case, so I was involved with, I used to hang out, I was involved with all these CIA guys in San Francisco. So, and at that point, and I even have documents on this. And at that point, they wanted to set up, just like now, the Sarfati Institute to work on all this stuff. All this communication with submarines, with the entanglement, like what's now called quantum information theory, or quantum computing. We had all the quantum computing. We all had the idea of quantum computing already.
Right.
And he wanted to set up. So he took me. Okay, so Chipman is Catholic, open Catholic faith with coat of arms, and he was a member of Opus Dei, which is like the Catholic, the Pope, back in it's good with the Vatican. That's right. And also the Knights of Malta. Mm-hmm. All right. And he was a member, with the club, the Explorers Club in Washington, D.C. It's like the Bohemian Grove sort of thing, type thing in Washington, D.C. He was a member of the Explorers Club. And now it turns out he was also involved in the MK Ultra CIA experiments, LSC in San Francisco.
How was he involved with that?
He was running it or something when he was at early CIA. He was one of the guys in charge of it.
What?
Yeah, yes. and then he also was the guy behind the CIA operation at the Stanford with help all these guys. Okay, he was behind this
What's
guy
his name again?
Harold Chipman.
Harold Chipman.
Harold Chipman. Called him Chip.
Harold Chipman.
Harold Chipman. You look him up. He was early. He was a real James Bond. He was like a guy. When he was young,
Somebody
he was
say something about me.
Yeah, he was Usher.
There's some sex.
Gets hacked in the Ural Mountains. This is before I met him. They went in and they did an operation trying to get secrets on some bioweapon that they were working on in the Ural Mountains. Something went wrong, and hundreds of Russians were killed inadvertently. The team that got screwed up, and he felt very guilty about that because it was not meant to happen. It was like to go in, get the information, get out without anybody even knowing. Something went wrong, and it's people, maybe thousands of people died in this secret Soviet bioweapons lab back. I don't know.
Right.
Okay. That ultimately led. Hal was assassinated to KGB before what I was doing. Because it was payback, and they said, and he kind of they poisoned him like the polonium poison, what they did like this guy. He was poisoned that way, and as he was dying, he got a call from the Soviet counselor here. Was here back then, saying, "How are you doing?" They couldn't prove, but he at that point he felt so he was really affected because.
How do you know about all this stuff?
What?
How do you know about all this?
Because he told me.
She told you all this?
Yeah, of course. I'm not making it up.
So, like, when he was dying from this poison, he called you up and told you?
Well, we already know. Well, yeah. Well, there's another guy. There's a this guy, Rabbi, who was part of our group, who was close to him. And this involves Iran-Contra and weapons deals, and I know all kinds of stuff about what's going on back then. Like the Iran-Contras, this is all, everything's involved in us on the edge of all that stuff. And this is guy Stephen. You have to interview Stephen. Which was something. But in any case, so what was happening? He wanted to try to set up. He took me to University of San Francisco. Father Joseph Pezio, who was the head of the, I guess, the Jesuit order.
It's athleticism.
At University of San Francisco, I met Father Pezio, Joseph Pezio.
It's really unprecedented.
And they were going to set up this institute, think tank, for me to work on all the stuff that we're doing now, actually, back then in the 1980s. And if you look, I could show you who he's had. Roosevelt, one of the Roosevelt guys, one of the sons of FDR was involved. I actually have the stuff. And all these guys from Ray Klein, all these top guys from Wall Street, we're all going to be on the board of directors. We're all set up, this whole thing set up. And it would have happened, but then he got polonium, whatever, and he died. So that's it. It's happening again now. It's happening now, right? But this is back then. It was always supposed to happen. It didn't happen. All right. So now it's happening now.
Wow.
All right. So so in fact, let me. Is this the matrix? You see the book? Oh yeah, that one. Let me just see if I can find it.
There it is. Yeah.
Everything I'm telling you is in this. You get this on Amazon.
Okay.
It's actually being redone. There's a new edition it'll be expanded. This stops at 2002.
So look at that.
Yeah, it stops at 2002.
What does that look like on the front of it?
That's just
Time traveling.
So this is my Chipman here, and this is a saying. Hey, let me just say, the Sarfati Institute. This institute proposed to be located at the University of San Francisco, be funded by the Sarfati Corporation. They're bringing it away. Goals of the institute. The goals of the institute to conduct basic research in the quantum physics of non-local phenomena discovered by Albert Einstein in 1935, Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen-Bohm effect, and to develop applications of the basic mathematics and physics research into patents for untappable command control communications, 6th generation quantum spin correlation supercomputers. This is 1985. Okay, wait. Get this. Quantum zero-point energy release for interstellar rocket engines. Super technology for the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, to reduce the possibility of nuclear war. Pi orbital electron spin control of recombinant genetic engineering.
Mm-hmm.
It's like CRISPR now. Then this is 40 years ago. Manipulation of Hoyle-Girdle loops in time. That's the warp drive stuff. And, that's flying saucer stuff.
I want to talk to you about that real quick.
Okay, but wait, let's finish this.
Okay.
Otherwise, you get too scattered. The other fundamental applications as they emerge from the basic research program are now the Style Institute. This is the highest levels of people involved in this thing. Okay, top minds, both established and up and coming, should be paid to come and conduct research in an environment where they are unafraid to speculate. Now, I didn't write this stuff. This is written by the CIA.
Unafraid to speculate.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, okay, this is important. This is ahead of its time. Seminars, both formal and informal, shall take place. Entertaining educational media shall be developed for the public. Sounds like To the Stars Academy now, right? Scientists, poets, artists, political theorists, philosophers, military and intelligence officers, politicians, captains of industry, theologians shall be gathered together for workshops on the cultural impact of breakthroughs in the new physics. This is exactly like the Bohemian Grove.
That's what happens at Bohemian Grove?
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens at Bohemian Grove. That's what Oppenheimer, this is public now. The way the Manhattan Project started, I don't know if they have this in the movie, Oppenheimer gave a speech up in this chalet. I've been there. The chalet, all these top generals and politicians in 1941-42 saying with the Slide paper that we have to build the atomic bomb. It was all done through the Bohemian Grove, through Bohemian Club, which is a club down here. Okay. So, all right, now, just let me, okay, I'm not going to, but let me say some of the people, and this is important, some of the people, okay, banking. Senior partner, Paul Berry Associates. These are, you got to look these guys up. You can.
Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Okay, this also okay. This is his background. You see all the CIA stuff on. Wait, but just some of the other people who he was involved. Okay, science. Arthur Shallow, Nobel Prize, one of the lasers. Shallow. I don't know. Military. E.B. Roberts, Johnson Corbett. These are religious father, Joseph Petzius. This is all the religion is already here, right? It's everything the guy studies. There it is. It's right here. This is the Vatican. Okay. Political. Dr. Ray Klein. You look up who Ray Klein is. Senior Associate, Center for Strategic and International Studies, Georgetown University. Look at who Ray Klein is. This is a big shot. Okay. These are friends. These Chipman's buddies.
Oh wow.
Okay. The economic. Donald Heineken. Economic. Yeah. Archibald B. Roosevelt Jr. Archibald B. Roosevelt, a son of the FDR, as part of this project. Chester Bunnell, this is John G. Altenberg. Altenberg's a famous guy. Okay, so this is here. This is the actual document that I reprinted in this book that shows you what the CIA was into, and it was actually ahead of it. It would have been great had it happened. It sort of happened, but haphazard, and it's now happening again. They're trying to do it again.
It's now happening right now.
It's now happening, and that is the.
You were trying to explain to me last night when I was asking you about the Grush testimonies and all the stuff that he was saying, and I was explaining to you that I was highly skeptical of the whole thing. The fact that they made it this big dog and pony show on national television. Yeah. And, I always question it. When the government starts to get behind it, I always question motives and what's going on.
Okay, first, when you say the government, there is no such thing anymore. There's no government. We're in a state of chaos.
All right, guys, that brings us to the end of part 1 of my conversation with Jack Sarfati. That's right, we have an entire second part of this conversation dropping next week. Jack and I get deep into the new UFO whistleblower disclosures, some black budget DARPA programs, and Jack is going to illustrate exactly how his UFO warp drive equation works. You're not going to want to miss it. Please hit the subscribe button as well as the bell so you can get notified as soon as the episode drops. I'll see you next week. Thank you so much for joining me today. My pleasure. Your book, The Worm at the Core, is fascinating, thought-provoking. It really got me excited because it's something that I've always thought about, the worm at the core. What is the fundamental, most foundational driver for human consciousness? And like I just showed you that clip from Westworld, I always thought it was sex. But it seems like from what you've studied, it's more likely the fear of death.
Yes, so we don't have to be simple-minded. I think sexuality, it is a rather large determinant of human activity. But yeah, if we're looking for just an overarching explanatory concept about what is it that drives us, yeah, then I'm going to cast my vote for the idea that, as a Scottish dude said, I think it's Alexander Smith, 1860s, it is our knowledge that we have to die that makes us human. And so I babble in my classes. I'm like, okay, we're going to study psychology. And then I break it up. It's psyche and ology. And of course, everyone knows ology is the study of. And then I'm like, well, what's psyche? And most students, like I would have, they say, oh, that's mind. And that is how we think of it today. But Aristotle coined the psyche. And in the original ancient Greek, it's soul. And he defined soul as the essence of a body that is infused with life. All right, now that, I don't know about you, but I'm like, shit, I don't know what you're talking about.
I need English.
Yeah, I need English, por favor. And then he says, okay, let me give you some examples. If an axe were alive, the soul of an axe would be to chop. And if you could pluck your eyeball out of your head and it was still functioning, well, he says, okay, the soul of an eyeball is to see. Right? The soul of a grasshopper is to hop. Right? So that raises the question, what's the soul of a human being? And the answer depends on who you ask. And so Aristotle, he was all about that we're rational creatures. Right? We call ourselves Homo sapiens, where sapiens means wise. And while I wouldn't want to be on the side of the debating team to defend that proposition, because I think while we are capable of rational thought, it is not our default mental state. But that's one way of thinking about the essence of humanity. But there's others. There's another dude, he called us Homo ludens. Ludens is Latin for play. That we're fundamentally playful creatures. We're the only critters that have leagues and uniforms and games with rules. And that's one way of viewing us. Another person calls us Homo faber. We're tool-making creatures. Somebody else calls us Homo aestheticus, that we like to think about the surrounding ourselves with beauty. Somebody else calls us Homo narratans, that we're storytelling creatures. And my thing, Danny, is I like all of those as interesting ways, interesting vantage points from which to step back and view ourselves as forms of life. But back to my point, when I ran into this guy who said, it is our knowledge that we have to die that makes us human, in my gut, I was like, yeah, at least that squares with my experience. I've been disinclined to die since I was like 8, the day that my grandmother died, which made me realize that I too would someday die. And so that was a long-winded response to your question. But from our vantage point, the work that we do is very much based on the assumption that a defining characteristic of our humanity that differentiates us from all other forms of life that we are currently aware of is that we know that we're going to die from a rather early age, and the average individual is not particularly comforted by that realization.
So when you were around 8 years old when your grandmother died, is this like an idea or a thought that sort of never left you?
Well, in retrospect, yeah.
Well, I mean, consciously?
Consciously, no. So there you go, okay, Danny. And this is what very important point that I'm sure we're going to be coming back to. That is when we talk about the notion that concerns about and fear of death are the primary motivational impetus for a substantial proportion of human behavior. We need not stipulate that we are the least bit aware of this. And for some people, that is an understandable grounds for skepticism. Because basically what Freud used to say is, oh, we're all driven by sex and aggression. And you could agree with him and say, yeah, dude, you're right. Or you could say, no, that's nonsense. In which case Freud would have said, well, you're just repressing your sexuality and aggression. So am I right or am I right? And it's the same thing with death anxiety. There are some people who say, I am not afraid of death, and therefore I'm going to stop listening to anything that you say on those grounds. But this would be unfortunate, because we do know empirically that people say that they are completely unafraid of death. Either they have attained a Buddha-like serenity in the wake of the awareness of their mortality, or they're actually riddled with death anxiety that they repress quite unconsciously.
Now, do you think there's I mean, obviously there has to be a spectrum of people who on how afraid they are of death and how that affects their life. How did you begin to start studying and conducting these studies on terror management theory?
Yeah, great question, Danny. So we're minding our own business. My buddies Jeff Greenberg and Tom Pazinski and I, we were fellow graduate students at the University of Kansas. We all finished and got jobs, and in 1980, I bumped into a book by a recently deceased cultural anthropologist, Ernest Becker, called The Denial of Death, that received the Pulitzer Prize a few weeks after he died, ironically, of cancer at age 49 and around 1973 or so. And what Becker said, I just found disarmingly simple and poignantly profound. He just said, look, in many ways, we're not that much different from all other forms of life. Here he's channeling Darwin. We're biologically predisposed towards self-preservation, to stay alive and to reproduce. All right, but then Darwin's like, but there's a lot of ways to stay alive, right? Got the giraffe with the big neck, got the turtle with the shell. You know, you got
Look at this
birds
movie.
with good eyesight and so on.
Lettuces.
All right, well, what about
Yeah.
people? And
Look at this
here we are, an
Look at this move.
interestingly paradoxical species, because on the one
Look
hand,
at this move.
we're actually kind of an
Look at this
abomination
move.
physically, right? We do have some good stuff going for us. Upright bipedalism, opposable thumbs, stereoscopic binocular vision, all really good. Other than that, we're kind of pathetic as isolated individuals. We're not very big, we're not very strong, we're not very fast, our senses are not very keen, our teeth are not very sharp. And basically, I kid my students in college. I'm like, hey, talking shit about how you can function autonomously. Give me your phone, give me your credit card. I'm going to helicopter you on top of a mountain on a fine day and tell you to have a good day, because it'll probably be your last one. And so, well, why is it that we're not here, but really kind of dominate and permeate Earth? And there's reasons. One is that we're uber social creatures. Thankfully, we don't have to get by ourselves. We are, in a lot of ways, unique in being hyper cooperative individuals who together are able to construct and maintain a host of elaborate institutions that facilitate our collective survival. That's like awesome. But that's not enough. Bees and termites are social creatures. So now Becker shifts to the big brain. And he's like, all right, let's not be too arrogantly homocentric, but let us note that we have an enlarged forebrain that enables us to think abstractly and symbolically to the point where we can imagine things that don't even exist and then have the audacity to create them. And I just find that astonishing. Every other form of life has to accept the world in the form in which they encounter it. All right, now again, all right, I get it. You know, bees build hives, beavers make dams, spiders spin webs. They've been doing it for billions of years, and they haven't changed one bit. All right, but we have Leonardo da Vinci drawing a picture of a helicopter, and people are like, you're crazy, dude. And 500 years later, we've got Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk flying to the moon. I like Otto Rank, one of Becker's favorite guys, who just says, only humans make the unreal real. I just find that extraordinarily uplifting, as well as explanatory, because most of the things that we enjoy as humans, like chairs, and tacos, and music, and even us being able to talk to each other today, are by virtue of the hyper creativity that emerges from an uber social cooperative animal. Right? All good. And then back on, he says, you know what? And here he's following the philosopher Kierkegaard when he says that people are so smart that we actually realize that we exist. And it's like, okay, wait a minute, because a lot of us are like, well, of course I know I exist. But Kierkegaard's point is that other forms of life are not necessarily in possession of that awareness. In Psychobabble, excuse me, he said that it takes a ridiculously sophisticated cognitive to render yourself the object of your own subject inquiry. All right, English translation, a raccoon is here but doesn't know it. Rosebush is here but doesn't know it. Not going to argue today about whether the dog knows that he or she is here. We just need people to admit that they know that they're here. And so the point that Kierkegaard made is that if you're smart enough to know that you're here, you're going to experience two uniquely human emotions that he called awe and dread.
December
And again,
26th,
I'm a teacher, so I like
1985,
words
bitch.
that
A
actually
day that be
people
sick
have
as
heard
fuck.
of. Like awe is awesome. It is awesome to be alive and to know it. And I say this to remind myself that in our finest moments,
Look at this
it's
athleticism.
fantastic.
Look at this
To
athleticism.
be a respiring, sentient
One
entity.
giant leap.
When you wake up some days, it's so
Yeah, that's
beautiful
fucking
on the
good.
plane.
Shit.
Oh, God.
Magnificent day.
Hold on.
People are friendly.
Hold on.
And it's just like, it is
Hold on.
great to be alive. I didn't need to win a Nobel Prize,
Where's my boy?
$1 million.
When he told
just
his
be
sailor
infused,
story,
with a joyous sense of
falling
awe
right.
and gratitude by virtue of merely existing. Right? Hold that thought. It's great to be alive. And then Kierkegaard turns right around and says, yeah, but it's dreadful. At the same time, because unless you're a child or an idiot, you realize that you're here, and that necessarily entails the collateral recognition that, like all living things, your life is of finite duration, and you too someday will expire. So that's thing number one. And this is the big Ernest Becker point, and that is that the uniquely human awareness of death. And when I say that, Danny, I'm not saying that if you're an antelope and you're about to be eaten by a hungry lion that has its jaws around your head, my guess is that you know that things are not going well. But only humans are aware of death at a rather early age, in some cases as young as 2, in situations where our life is not threatened. So that's what makes us unique, is the awareness of death and the absence of conditions that would typically be associated with it.
Look at this.
So that's an unwelcome realization. Number one, that's an unintended byproduct of our vast intelligence. Nobody planned it that way. It just happened. You got smart enough to know that we're. And then when we extend our capacity to think about things over time, both past and future, we realize that the meter's running, and our lives will also be abated. But that realization is compounded when we also recognize that not only will we someday die, but we could die at any time for reasons we could never anticipate or control. And so this is what puts us, Ernest Becker argues, in a persistent state of chronic dis-ease. Put a hyphen between dis and ease. Every time that you get on an airplane that it could end up flying into a mountain or an ocean. Unfortunately, right now, that there's more guns in America than there are people, and on a hot day, a disgruntled motorist may blow your head off just because you've annoyed them. You know that the next time you get a headache, it might be a headache, and again, it might be a golf-sized malignant tumor on the way of exterminating you. And so it's not only that we're going to die that causes these existential anxieties, it's that it can happen at any time. And then finally, Becker, just to knee us in the psychological groin, he says, okay, you're going to die. You could die at any time, and you're a fucking animal, if you'll pardon the language. You're a breathing piece of defecating meat that is no more significant or enduring than a lizard or a potato. And what Becker claims is that if that's what we thought about while we were conscious all the time, I'm going to die. I could walk outside and get hit by a comet or a pandemic, just a cold cut with an attitude. that we wouldn't be able to stand up in the morning. He just says we would be so debilitated by waves of existential terror that we would be functionally incapacitated. And so what he argued is that we had to do something, consciously or not, as a species, to come to terms with the reality of the human condition, and that what our ancestors did quite unconsciously and quite creatively was to develop what the anthropologists today call culture. Right, humanly constructed beliefs about reality that we share with other people in our group that helps reduce death anxiety by giving us each a sense that life has meaning and that we have value. And these are, for Becker, this is the mother lode of psychological motivation. Underneath all of it is that we're trying to diminish death anxiety, but the way that we experience it in our lives, it is a persistent quest for a sense of meaning and value. And so let's talk about meaning and value just for a bit, because he's like, okay, what do I mean by meaning? He's like, well, look at all the cultures in the world. They all have an account of the origin of the universe. They all have prescriptions for how we're supposed to behave while we're here. They all have the promise of immortality, either literally through the world's great religions, the heavens, the afterlives, and the souls, or the ancient Greeks said, maybe you don't believe in immortality. They had another flavor that they called symbolic immortality, where you're like, I know I'm not going to be here forever, but a piece of me is going to live on. I'm going to have kids. I'm going to make a ton of money and buy a building and put my name on it. I'm going to write a book. We're going to do a podcast that'll be here when we are no longer here. And all that Becker points out is that, in order to stand up in the morning, we need to think that life has meaning. And when we don't, that's his definition of depression. He's like, sometimes it's hard to think that life is meaningful. And in his language, that makes us disillusioned. Our culturally depicted account of the world is no longer compelling. And when we get disillusioned, that makes us demoralized. We don't have any symbolic blueprint for how it is that we ought to behave. So anyway, his big point is that we need to think that life is meaningful. But that's necessary but not sufficient. We also need to think that we're valuable contributors to the meaningful cultural drama to which we subscribe. And the way the culture tells us to do that is through the provision of social roles, right? So if I'm a baseball player, my job is to hit home runs. If I'm a nurse, my job is to save lives. If I'm a banker, my job is to accumulate money. And if you meet or exceed the standards associated with the social role that you inhabit, well, now you're solid, psychodynamic. You feel like you have value and life has meaning. And that's what Becker calls self-esteem. And then I'll shut up in a moment, just to finish the psychological account. Becker's point is, as I said earlier, whether we're aware of it or not, most are striving all the time to maintain we have value in a world of meaning. And what underlies that ultimately is a disinclination to die.
Back to the show. There's many directions we can go right now.
Yeah.
I think I'm interested in the cultural and religious, and how, for example, like even the most hardcore atheists, if they get on a plane and they hit turbulence, they're going to pray to God.
There you go. So that's right. And not to be like an egghead, but That's been demonstrated empirically. And so Ernest Becker has all of these ideas, and a lot of people dismiss them on the grounds that there was no evidence for them. And that's where Tom and I come in, because we are experimental psychologists by trade, and we developed some very simple laboratory paradigms to just see if these ideas have any scientific merit. And so one of the paradigms is where we just remind people that they're going to die someday. You know, sometimes they're in the lab and we're like, write down your thoughts and feelings about your own death. Sometimes we do this outside of the lab, and we stop people either in front of a funeral parlor or 100 meters to either side. And our thought is if you're standing in front of a funeral parlor, death is on your mind, whether you know it or not. And then we do other studies. When you're at Skidmore, where I work next, you'll come to my office and you'll read stuff on my computer. And while you're doing that, I'll flash the word death for 28 milliseconds, so fast that you don't even see it. Right? And the point is that you do not need to know that death is on your mind for it to have striking attitudinal and behavioral effects. All right, so for example, back to religion, Danny. If we remind devout Christians that they're going to die, and then we ask them, how much do you believe in God? And how much do you think that prayer is effective? Death reminders make religious believers, not only Christians, but Buddhists and Muslims also, I believe, they make them more confident in the existence of God and the efficacy of prayer. All right, here's where it gets interesting. If you ask an atheist how much they believe in God, of course they're going to say not at all. If you remind an atheist that they're going to die, and you say, how much do you believe in God? They actually say that they believe in God even less. All right, so just hold that thought. Because basically when we remind people that they're going to die, they double down on their prevailing worldview, right? So if you believe in God, you're going to believe in God more. If you don't believe in God, you're going to believe in God less. If you're conservative and we remind you you're going to die, you're more conservative. If you're liberal, you become more liberal. But back to the atheists for a minute. If we measure fear of death unconsciously, then the atheists as well as the Christians become more engaged with the supernatural when they're reminded of death. Right, so on the one hand, the unconsciously. Right, so that's where you get the phrase, there's no atheists in the foxholes. Yeah, when push comes to shove, we all have the proverbial rabbit's foot that we're clutching in the fervent hope that we're not summarily obliterated.
There's something Ernest Becker said about after he had kids, he thought more about death. It's something that I can relate to. Right? I thought a lot about death and like what the world would be like if I just disappeared after I had kids. It was very weird, very dark thoughts I would have for no apparent reason, subconsciously.
Yeah.
Is it true that he became religious after he had children?
That's by his account. I never met him, although I have met Marie Becker, who's still alive. And yes, he grew up in a somewhat religious household, evidently a Jewish household. When he became religious after his kids were born, he embraced Christianity. And ultimately, he embraced religiosity broadly. And at the end of his life, he, without insisting or that any of us adhere to, what he argued in general, a religious worldview may be more effective for helping us cope with existential anxieties than more secular ones.
When it comes to children, is there is there, how much time did you spend studying children being aware of death, subconsciously or consciously? And like, how can you describe their differences based on the realization of death and before they're aware of it?
No, okay, so these are awesome questions, Danny, and I like your style because what you've just done is to point out how complex it will be to inquire in a rigorously in a rigorous fashion to answer those questions. So to back up a bit, it's unclear if small kids are aware of death prior to them being able to talk about it. So that's always going to be important. Basically, it seems like a fairly good supposition that we enter the world oblivious to ourselves as well as to our ultimate fate. But we do come into the world prone to anxiety, and it is that anxiety when we're in uncertain situations that stimulates the development of the attachments to our ancestral forebears. And what we do know, and this is not from our work, we have not studied kids directly, but there's a fair list of clinical literature that started with a woman, I believe her name is Sylvia Anthony, in the 1950s. And she was a British clinician, and she studied children and their parents. And her interest was, when do kids become aware of death? And the answer is it depends. It's as early as 2. And the claim is that by 9 or 10, almost all kids, or at least vaguely, will someday die. We don't know all of the factors that would allow us to predict it. Some are aware of it earlier than others. And we also don't know if some kids come into the world more concerned about it. It's probably, at the risk of being simple-minded, it's probably a complicated interaction between inherited characteristics. We know that there are folks that are more innately prone to anxiety than others at birth, and we also know that that generational trauma causes epigenetic changes in the womb. So there's another thing that might be relevant, and then just the life circumstances that we find ourselves in, the impoverished and that tend to be on the downside of being discriminated against. So impoverished outgroups, not surprisingly, tend to be more prone to existential malaise.
Because I think there is a connection between the children. The younger they are, the less aware they are of death. When you compare it to religion, typically when people get older, it's more likely for them to become and embrace religion or a god or any sort of afterlife, something like that. That typically, at least in my case, and everyone I know as a kid, we're just like heavy metal, fuck the religion, that shit's for losers, nerds. And then when you get older and you have kids, you kind of embrace it more and you kind of understand it more. And I don't know if that's because you're getting older and you're realizing that, your meat sack is going to fail you. It's failing you now. It's going to keep getting worse. It's just kind of comfortable, right? Getting back to what you were saying, like the dread and the awe. When you're in those states of awe and you realize, like, we have the ability to understand when we're experiencing these amazing life experiences, understand there's an equal opposite to that, right?
Yes. Or, I don't know if we did. I think that maybe as odd as it sounds, Danny, I think that's a wonderful point. Yeah, I think the key to psychological well-being is ultimately based on the capacity to recognize that there's no such thing as the upside, right, without the downside. I like how you put it better than me mumbling at this point. And I don't want to, again, go all academic-y, but the philosopher Heidegger, Martin Heidegger, he talks about coming to terms with death. He makes that point. He says, look, at our best, we are really capable of coming to a place where we accept that we're going to die, and we are joyous as a result. He literally says that if we can pull it off, that our lives get to the point where it feels like we're on some ongoing adventure that's perfused with unshakable joy. Yeah, but then he says, yeah, but this is not to imply that you have obliterated anxiety or psychological dis-ease. In fact, quite the contrary. What you have done, they call it, the existentialists call it living authentically, is you are able to ultimately wallow in spontaneous exuberance precisely because you're not simultaneously denying that life will always be sad and there will always be suffering. And yeah, part of our well-being is to acknowledge and accept that.
Right. Now, Jordan Peterson is somebody who's talked a lot about you. Yeah, he's talked a lot about Ernest Becker. And one of the points, the counterpoints he makes to it is that there are a lot worse things than death. The suffering of your children, the suffering of your loved ones. Yeah. Isn't that way worse than your own death? Have you ever had this talk with Jordan about this?
No, we haven't. And so here's where it gets interesting. So Jordan and I go way back. He used to, 35 or so years ago, declare that we were full of shit at academic conferences. And by the way, that's the way science works. This was personal. Science does not advance by agreement. If everybody agrees, science is dead, right? What we need is civil disagreement. Anyway, I lost track of Jordan for a couple of decades. He became a highly regarded and rightfully so professor at Harvard before he ended up at the University of Toronto. I'm familiar with a lot of his academic work, and he is familiar with what we have done. Although, again, if we were sitting next to each other, I would encourage him to take a peek at what we've done over the last 20 years or so. Having said that, though, I spent a day with Jordan in Canada right before his book about the 12 Rules of Life came out. And we had a great day together. We were both talking heads at a Shakespeare festival. I think they were reading or watching Macbeth, and we were both asked to give our psychodynamic interpretation of what was going on. And it was an awesome day, reminding me of how much I enjoyed his company, how provocative are his ideas. And then Jordan, as you know, got very famous. I don't have shoes, and he does. And in part, that's a personal decision. This is not a pissing match, but we're together, and Jordan said, anytime I give a talk, hold my phone up and I tape myself and then I post it, and I have several 100,000 YouTube followers, and you should do the same. You're also an eloquent bullshitter who uses words with more than one syllable. And my point, and this is not, I do not intend to sound judgmental here. Jordan, I believe at the time, was interested in becoming known for the ideas that he advocated for. I'd rather not be known. I want the ideas to be known. And again, I don't have shoes. It's probably because of that. But anyway, no matter. Jordan, since I've seen him last, he has spoken often about points of disagreement between his ideas and ours. I like to go the other way and start with what we agree about, which is almost everything in general. All right, we argue based on Ernest Becker that we are fundamentally meaning-making entities. All right, we're not the first to say that. Victor Frankl said it, Ernest Becker said it, and so too does Jordan Peterson. That's the main point of the Maps of Meaning book. Where we disagree is how that is best accomplished and the range of possible manifestations of meaning and value. All right, back to English translation. Jordan is a staunch advocate for a neoliberal Christian worldview. In other words, he's like, we're meaning-making entities, and the best cultural worldview is the European Judeo-Christian tradition. So religiously, it would tend to be Christianity. Politically and economically, it would tend to be neoliberal economics. And so Jordan is, if I understand him correctly, saying, look, this is the way that we should be, and that all of these other ways are inferior, malignant, degenerate manifestations that deviate from what he would claim to be what's best for humanity, or at least what's best for people in our cultural milieu at this particular historical moment. But I would respectfully take issue with that claim. And so there's a book called The Dawn of Everything by a recently dead guy called David Graeber. And I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He has some cool books, Bullshit Jobs, The History of Debt. And this is a book that he wrote with another psychologist, David Wengrow. And the Graeber's point, and if Jordan were with us today, I would ask him if he had read this book, because Graeber's point is that we are very parochial and arrogantly Eurocentric when we look at anthropology and religion and archaeology, and we're ignoring boatloads of other cultural traditions that are, at least in principle, perhaps better psychologically and materially than the institutions and the social organizations that Jordan is an ardent proponent of. In other words, he's saying, look, these are the best ways to be Christian and capitalist. Is the best, if not the only way to proceed. And I would object to that both in principle as well as practice. It's an empirical issue ultimately. So I would guess that's where, and Jordan makes some claims about the research, where when he says, "Oh, death is not that terrible. These other things are more terrible." Well, that's empirically not the case. All right, we've asked people how you feel if so and so was dying. How would you feel if this happens? And the fact is that in our studies, what really compels people to respond in a defensive fashion is an intimation of their own personal mortality. So once again, this is where sometimes we have to be able to momentarily suspend our belief in common sense, because I too was riddled with thoughts of death and anxiety when my kids were born, and I too thought that was worse than me dying. But there's not been any empirical demonstration of that claim, at least that I'm aware of. So anyway, that would be my point.
Okay.
And moreover, and to be silly, and again, I wish that Jordan were sitting right next to me so we could have lunch together, because this is, I'll come back to what I already said, and that I believe needs to start every one of these discussions. Is we don't disagree about the subordinate psychodynamic principle that we are meaning-making creatures. I believe, though, that there is a wider variety of cultural possibilities, and moreover, I would argue that capitalism and Christianity are arguably rather unfortunate. And again, here it's almost tough to have these conversations without the capacity to respond, because on the one hand, there are folks who point out that science and technology as we know it are unique products of Western civilization.
Yeah.
And I believe that to be correct. So now I'm going to piss off everybody that might be listening. There are, like when Steve Bannon says, "I'm proud to be white," I think he's proud for the wrong reasons, but it is, I think, a defensible claim that there are aspects of the Judeo-Christian tradition in the West that are responsible for the development of the scientific method, the technological advances that for a lot of people on Earth have made life rather pleasant. Yeah, I think that's true, and no reason to deny that. Yeah, on the other hand, my quarrel with the Judeo-Christian tradition is that it is arrogantly homocentric. We are one of the few groups of people who tear ourselves to be created in God's image, who then puts all of the animals here on Earth, and we get to name them. And I tell my students, read Genesis, because God then says, I give Adam and Eve, I give human beings dominion over all that walks, over all that flies, over all that swims. And so here's a view of life that separates humans from nature, declares us to be superior to it, and ultimately creates a situation where life is just a giant buffet table that we partake of in our gluttonous leisure, piss on the table on our way out. All right. Moreover, there's a British philosopher, a guy named John Gray, and his point is that capitalism is just this, it's Christianity without God. Because now instead of eternal life, what you're groping for is infinite wealth. And it is similarly, and this is ultimately even more highly problematic than an arrogantly homocentric religious worldview for two reasons. One is that, and these are familiar arguments, but one is that capital based. Now that's not the same as a market economy, by the way, but a capital based economy requires infinite growth in order to sustain itself. If people in America only bought what they actually needed, the American economy would collapse by lunchtime. And moreover, there is no point at which individuals can ever consider themselves to be satiated or satisfied. Enough is never enough. So Mary Poppins said, enough is as good as a feast, but I've never seen an American behave like that. Elon Musk is the richest guy in the world. What's he doing today? Well, trying to make more money. Ditto for Bezos. And what Ernest Becker said is, beware of insatiable desires. Everything in nature, enough is enough. I like pizza, but after 12 slices, I've had enough. I like chocolate, 55-gallon drum of M&Ms, had enough. Fill in the blank. Beer, sex, movies, music. There's an upper limit. But there is no upper limit to people's desire for material wealth. And this has made folks like John Gray point out that we're pursuing the same thing on heaven and on earth, which is not dying. Yes, that's heavy. It is heavy. No, and I say these things, Danny, to be sure we understand each other. I'm not claiming that I have any privileged, detached position. Right. I'm saying that I too am a respiring, meat puppet, riddled with anxieties that I'm primarily unaware of, that are manifested in these kinds of behaviors. And I'm not saying these things. Well, no, I am saying this intentionally to just insist that I'm prone to all of these affectations. I can't tell you how many times I've been lost in the middle of nowhere at night, and then I'll reach in my pocket. Ooh, I have some money. I'll reach in my pocket and I'll be comforted by a piece of paper that has no value in the forest unless you're out of toilet paper. And yet there's just something comforting about being in the presence of money. Right. Yeah. Right. And again, if you're an American, turn the dollar bill over, because on the back it says, "In God we trust," demonstrating that money has always had religious connotations. And then there's the little pyramid on the back of the left side of a dollar bill with an eyeball floating on top of it. And look at a dollar the next time you have one. And that's the ancient Egyptian symbol of immortality. So even, so when people are like, "Oh, you're full of crap," you're saying it's just a symbol that we use to exchange goods and services. Yeah, it's that, but so much more.
Going back to Jordan, I think one of the big points that he makes, that he likes to make, is the difference between equality of opportunity versus equality of outcome. Yeah. Right. And he thinks that it's important to have equal opportunity, but sort of trying to balance the equality of outcomes is not a good way to run a functioning society. Yeah, and that ties into sort of his disdain for Marxism. I know that can become like a bumper sticker type word.
Again, I'm going to be a dick. He should read Marx, who was a crappy economist, but an amazing psychologist, in my opinion. My point, again, I'm saying this repeatedly just to emphasize that more comfortable discussion with Jordan to us. He doesn't you know, if we could get in touch with him, they'll come
That'd be
by.
a fast.
Yeah. Well, my point, and here I would ask if he's read a book called The Tyranny of Merit. And what Jordan and folks to share his views, they're big fans of meritocracy.
Yeah.
And which is superficially attractive. The idea is that we all are on the starting line together, and then we each have an opportunity to excel. And so let's go ahead and do that.
The best stuff rises to the top.
There you go. All right. Well, two things. One is that if we're going to do that, then he doesn't have any kids, but there's other white people who have these views. And I was like, hey, let your kid play on your driveway, and I'm going to kidnap them and bring them to some place and enslave them for 100 years, so that we can totally decimate an entire culture. And here we're getting into fuzzy territory, because I'm going with the critical race theory idea, which is simply truth with a piece of jargon, and that is that there are systemic ways of creating inequitable outcomes, either by design or otherwise. So there's a reason why the average white family has 10 times more wealth than the average black family. Until 50 years, you couldn't own property if you were black. You couldn't get a mortgage or a GI Bill for education. And so we have systematically, it's like putting cement necklaces on people and then letting them stand next to other people on the starting line of a race and saying, oh, you're slow. So thing number one, and I'm not saying that I have a way to remedy this. So these are two different questions. Acknowledging that there are fundamental inequalities as a result of systemic injustice. That's just a statement of fact. But it doesn't follow from that as to what to do about it. Right? I'm not advocating for any particular program of amelioration. I don't know if reparations are a good idea. I see both the upside and the downside of affirmative action. But so that's one problem. Is I'm not seeing equality of opportunity. So Jordan's saying, "Oh, I'm a big fan of equality of opportunity." If there really was equal opportunity, then I don't think we should dictate particular outcomes. In other words, in a world that doesn't any longer exist, when I was in the 1970s, when I graduated from college, if you were a white guy and you wanted a job, you could read a newspaper. I tell my students, these are pieces of paper that has shit in it, and at the back of the newspaper were lists of jobs. And if you wanted a job, it would take less than a day to get one, and minimum wage was enough to rent an apartment and get a crappy used car. And if you got an entry-level position, I started as a dishwasher in college, and by the time I finished working at the Sheraton, a hotel, they were offering me entry to their management training program. In other words, to me, that's the American dream. Everyone who wants to work can work. If you do work, it is possible to be compensated adequately to have a life, which is now what I'm talking about is the average white guy in the 1970s and 80s. And so my point is, if that's the way the world is, then I agree with Gordon and most conservative folks who just say, You get in proportion to the effort that you exert. Let's let that happen. But as John Locke pointed out many years ago, the dead Scottish philosopher, that claim is based on a world of infinite resources. In other words, what Locke said is that if I want to own 1,000 apple trees, that's fine. If you want 1,000 apple trees, then you can just go someplace else. And he's writing in the 1860s, and he's saying, oh yeah, England's kind of all filled up. So if you want to have a lot of stuff, just go to America. There's nobody there. And the people that are there are miserable savages. Well, the fact is that they weren't miserable. But back to reality, what the meritocracy says, Michael Sandel, is, but that's not the way things actually are. In other words, we live in a world of limited resources. Like it doesn't, you can have perfect grades and perfect SAT scores and still get rejected from Harvard and Stanford. And the point that he makes is that we have gotten to the point as a society where we don't even value people unless they're the absolute best at what they do, right? So basically, if you're rich, who cares? You got to be the richest person. If you're pretty, you have to be the prettiest person. If you're an Olympic runner, you have to win a gold medal. Or else, you know, nobody knows who comes in second, according to this argument. Well, what Sandel said is, well, when we live in this kind of society where we tell our kids, if you tried hard, you can be just as rich as Bill Gates or Oprah, or if you wanted to, you could be just as pretty as the female models on the cover of Cosmopolitan that are actually 20% thinner than it is possible for a human being to be. Then we create a situation where every person in America, if they're not the best at what they do, is either miserable or enraged. And think about it. That is the culture we now live in. The rate of depression in America is 10 times higher than it was in the aftermath of World War II. Our life expectancy is lower. We're having like literally aggressive confrontations in parking lots ending with guns over things that used to be considered relatively minor indiscretions. So to get back to your overall question, yeah, I would take respectful issue with this idea of that people have equal opportunity first and foremost, and that we're actually, I think they are overstating the case about insisting on identical outcomes. That's never been the progressive point of view so much as a state of affairs that's everybody the relatively equivalent latitude to best develop themselves.
Yeah, I think Jordan, he all talks from more of a personal perspective too, being at the university he was at. I think he talks a lot about like children getting, their kids getting enrolled in colleges, and like the scale sort of going the right, like taking a white kid straight A's or a black or brown kid B's, and they would take the kid who had a different skin color to sort of balance those scales. But I guess his claim is that they go too far.
Again, perhaps this is where I think we've got to be.
Right.
nuance.
Right. Yes.
But,
Absolutely.
honestly, and that's why. Yeah, I'm being annoying, but I'm gonna blast Jordan a message and say hi. Sees if he's up for a casual conversation about these matters. Yeah.
And John Locke is fascinating too. Some of the stuff you talked about John Locke really blew my mind. Especially when it comes to how you integrate some of the capitalism into politics and how money kind of controls everything from corporations influencing the policies that are implemented on us, and it all comes back to consumerism.
Yeah. So now Locke wouldn't have framed it that way, even though I agree with what you're saying. Locke would be mortified by what is happening, because he really was, well, in my opinion, a genius, and ultimately was trying to produce a radical transformation that gave all of us who are here today most of the basic individual rights that we collectively enjoy. In other words, he was responding to the prevailing mentality at the time, which is that top-down leadership by divinely ordained autocrats. And he was like, that's backwards. That the unit of analysis is the individual. And what he was trying to do was, in my opinion, to create a situation that shifted power and autonomy to each of us as individuals, noting that we are individuals who exist collectively in a civil society. And it's a little long-winded, but I still I find it a compelling tale, because he says, well, in a state of nature, there were no societies. There were just individuals, and we were just all trying to stay alive. And so basically, he was like, well, all right, and there's no private property in nature.
Right. This is the whole creation of the state.
Yeah, and I love it. I love this stuff. And he's like, okay, so then, well, what are my rights? And he's like, well, I certainly have a right to stay alive. God would agree, and so would Darwin. And in order to stay alive, I have to consume. There's the consumer thing, which is not intrinsically bad. And then he says, look, nature is here for all of us. It's common property. It's not private property. But it becomes private property the minute I exert effort in pursuit of my well-being. Right? So I see an apple tree. I walk over. I grab an apple. When I grab it, it's not everybody's apple. It's my apple. And Locke goes on and he says, hey, I can have as many apples as I want, as long as I don't steal them from other people or let them rot. All right. And then he's like, okay, but think about it. You're hungry. There's an apple tree a mile away. And then there's just a guy 10 meters away with a bunch of apples. What's easier, walking a mile in the heat or grabbing a rock and cracking his fucking head? And Locke said, it is just human nature that we will transgress. But if I go over and crack a guy's head, well, then his family will get some oil maybe and dump it on my village and incinerate the whole neighborhood. His point is that we are incapable of rationally adjudicating conflicts, and that puts human beings in a state of nature in a constant state of war. And so what Locke argued is that we reluctantly relinquish the absolute freedom of nature in order to become members of a civil society.
Yes.
we give up the freedom to crack somebody's head if they've cracked our head. We defer to the government to keep us safe and to adjudicate disputes.
Right.
And in Locke's view, that's the only function of government, to protect my property, including my family, and from domestic turmoil or foreign invasion. And anything else is inappropriate. And that's why conservatives are big fans of small government. Back to the money thing, though, because he's like, hey, property is good. I can have as much as I want. And everything was great until the invention of money. Because before money, there'd come a point where you had enough apples, you had enough trees, you had enough cows. But for Locke, once there was money, then here you had this thing that doesn't rot, right? That's what makes gold unique. Everything in nature, Locke says, is transient and decay. Gold is perpetual. And what he argued is that this allows us to accumulate money. And he says, I can have as much as I want without harming anybody else. Moreover, he says people are different. He uses the word industry. And all that means is some of us are smarter, some of us are not lazy. And he says, well, if people vary, then it makes sense that over time, some of us are going to be richer than others. And that's a good thing. So for Locke, inequality is natural and it's good because we need the achievements of the occasional unique individual in order to make life better for everybody. And now again, there are lots of aspects of that argument that are quite compelling. And yet there are an equal number of them that I regard as problematic. And I suspect John Locke would too if he were here today. Because again, all of his ideas about the appropriateness of unlimited access to private property is based on the assumption of infinite resources.
So how does that translate in your that concept to where we are today in our society?
Yeah, well, I see us as literally demented hamsters on the exercise wheel of life, because let me back up and just say that our argument is that what motivates people to buy infinite amounts of stuff and have ever larger piles of money is death denial. All right, so there's this old-timer dude who was at Tennessee Williams in a play called Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, where the head guy, he just says the human animal is a beast that dies. And if he's got money, he buys and he buys and he buys. And I think one of the reasons why he buys everything that he could buy is that in the back of his mind, he has the crazy idea that one of his purchases will be life everlasting. Right? So the idea here is that the reason why I need more and always better is that it has something to do with existential concerns. Now, again, you might say, well, I don't believe that. That's where the research comes in.
Yes.
So when people are reminded that they're going to die, and you ask them, how much money would you need to be rich? They say that they need more. Right? When you ask them what they would spend their money on, it's mainly luxury items that confer status, like expensive cars and watches. When people are reminded that they're going to die, they're willing to pay more money to have like a star named after them in the sky. When people are reminded that they're going to die and you ask them to draw a picture of a coin, it's bigger. They draw it bigger as if money's bigger when death is on your mind. Right? And then Danny, the one that I find, and we didn't do this work, my buddy Tom and his colleagues in Poland did, but they gave some people a stack of money and asked them to count it. And then they gave other people just a stack of pieces of paper and asked them to count it. And then they took the money and the paper away, and then they measured death anxiety. And what they found was just having money in your hand reduced death anxiety. Wow. That is how potent. So when we say money talks and bullshit walks, money is power. It is in part because, yeah, when you have money, you can eat, you can go to the doctor. But when you have money, it's like this magic thing shining in your pocket, protecting you from the vagaries of life.
Now, these studies, were these only Americans, or did you do it across multiple cultures?
These have been done across cultures.
Really? Was there any disparity between different cultures or different?
Good question. That has not been assessed. So that would require that we look at people from different cultures in the same study. Yeah, we do need to do that.
Because it seems like Americans value money more than anyone, any other country or any other place in the world, right? Like, I think you've spoken to this before.
This is correct.
Yeah, we our values are based on that, on money and status, and not on values or integrity.
Is what has happened, unfortunately. So again, to be fair, there was a time where we could have money and ethics, but not right now. I mean, as the Michael Sandel guy points out in his book, The Tyranny of Merit, we're in a world right now where the average young person thinks that it's fine to cheat, like on exams in school, thinks that fraud in corporate settings is a legitimate way of getting ahead. We are in a world right now that I do believe to be somewhat sociopathically individualistic, in that we really do tend to value the achievements of individuals without adequately recognizing that even the most distinguished individuals are products of the social and cultural milieu that produce them. And moreover, being great is great, but how about just being decent? Yeah, I think we have gotten to the point where we now undervalue some of the characteristics that I used to be more proud of as an American. Because we could be all for individual development at the same time that we recognize our dependence on other individuals. We can also do a much better job at making people realize that it is okay to be average. The average person is, after all, average. Now, again, I'm sounding like Father Time, but when I was a kid, everybody got to play Little League Baseball. You know, even if you were terrible. That's no longer the case. When I was in college and I got a B in organic chemistry, I was so happy that we got inebriated in my dorm room, and we went to the football field and ripped down the goalposts and brought them into the room. But now if a student gets a B, they disembowel themselves in the parking lot. I think we have created a situation, frankly, where our values are not generally attainable for the average individual, which is a recipe for psychological despair.
You know, it's interesting too. I was just a week ago. I was in New York City with my friend Julian Dory. He's got a podcast up there, and he, you know, we were both walking around noticing like just the wide variety of people that exist in New York City. Like, right? It's like it's known for being the first major city of America, right? When you think of America, the first place people think of is New York City, the Eiffel, or the Statue of Liberty, the Empire State Building. But it's like when you look around, there's no like, if you, what does it mean to be an American? The distance between Israelis or people that are Jewish or people that are African or whatever it may be from any part of the world compared to here is here there are more individuals. It's more
Absolutely. So
that was a terrible way of
it was, I think, a really critically important point. We are a more heterogeneous society because, yeah, we're a potpourri of all of these different groups.
and that we're only like 200 something years old.
That's correct. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I like how you put it. I mean, this is just an anecdote, but I was in New York City on September 11th, 2001, when the World Trade Center got knocked down. And I was at the time a professor at Brooklyn College. And Brooklyn College is rather unique because white people, at least when I was there around 2001, it was a very diverse school. So you had your white people and so let's say Italians. There were Jewish people. I'm not going to call them white because they would just begrudgingly declared white in the middle of the last century. The definition of white has shifted over time. But anyway, forget about that. But in the lunchroom at Brooklyn College, before 2001, yeah, there'd be the corner with the Jewish kids, the corner with the black kids, the corner with the Russian kids.
Interesting.
And you're right, they would be like micro tribes.
Yeah.
However, for a few days after September 11th, they opened up the auditorium just to allow people who wanted to come in and sit. It's hard to describe what it was like to watch the building melt while my students were telling me that their relatives were in it, calling them, saying they were hearing on the loudspeaker the thing was fine. So we're watching the thing on fire and we're like, it's not fine. But anyway, it was clearly people were nice, but I'll never forget what it was like for a few days where the tribes were shattered and we just became Americans. I know it sounds a little corny.
No, it doesn't sound corny.
But it was amazing to momentarily be able to overcome the understandable cultural foundations and embrace our common identity as Americans. And moreover, in the French newspaper Le Monde, the headline the next day was, "We are all Americans." Now, this wasn't to suggest that we should all become Americans and start playing baseball. It was just the point of let's momentarily unite and let's overcome what are ultimately secondary differences. And this is what's hard about being an American, because the whole idea of America at its best is that I can be a Chinese American. I am Chinese, proud of it, if I was. But I'm first and foremost an American. African American, Asian American, Italian, American. I'm drifting a little bit, Danny, but I think one of the current difficulties right now, the divisiveness and polarization, is that we can't even acknowledge that people we disagree with are fellow Americans. It's a vulnerable position for us to be in.
Do you think it's that existential dread and threat of death that what happened on 9/11 is what brought us all together and created? And is that because if you think of other cultures that had to deal with crazy existential threats, Israel, a great example, we never had that. And 9/11 kind of was the first time that we got to experience that.
Yeah. So that probably is well put, yes.
And it's interesting also you talk about George Bush and his approval ratings before and after September 11th, which was fascinating.
Yeah, just again, and what I like about, I'm kind of an egghead, but yeah, these are just, quote, facts. That's another thing about America. 2 + 2 is 4. Some things there's no alternative facts, but George W. Bush had the lowest approval rating in the history of presidential politics 2 days before September 11th. 3 weeks later, after he said, "We will rid the world of evil, and I believe God has chosen me to lead the country during this perilous time," he had the highest approval rating. And we did dozens of studies where we showed that people, Americans, they didn't like George Bush in a benign state of mind. But if we reminded them that they were going to die, they liked him a lot more. So in 2004, John Kerry ran against George Bush for president. And in control conditions, the participants liked John Kerry more than George Bush. But if we reminded them that they were going to die, they liked Bush more than Kerry. And again, a lot of young people weren't around then, but 4 days before the 2004 presidential election, John Kerry was actually winning in the polls. And then Osama bin Laden put out a video saying he was going to attack us again. And some people argued that created the death reminder that enhanced people's opinions of Bush. Fast forward to more recently, same thing with Donald Trump. In 2015, we demonstrated that Americans did not care for Donald Trump. This is before he became the Republican candidate for president. Except if you reminded them they were going to die first. They liked them more and said they were more likely to vote for them. And when Hillary Clinton became the Democratic opponent, we found that Americans liked Clinton more than Trump, except if we reminded them they were going to die. Then they liked Trump a lot more. I fast forward to 2020. In our studies, white Americans in a control condition, they liked Joe Biden more than Donald Trump. But if they were reminded they were going to die first, then they liked Trump more than Biden. Let's be clear. This is not to suggest that your political preferences are determined solely by existential anxieties. On the other hand, these are amazing studies that momentary alterations, psychological conditions are able to nudge you in one direction or another. And so back to politics just for a moment. But there's a reason why Steve Bannon, who is Donald Trump's one of his closest advisors, they make no pretense of arguing about political principles. Right? Steve Bannon says our enemy is not the Democrats. Our enemy is the media. So we're going to flood the zone with shit. That's a quote. And says what gets people to the polls is fear and anger. Right? And so the way I see it, what's happening right now, Now, part of this, the pandemic has certainly aroused existential anxieties. So it's the prospect of the Earth melting and the global economy imploding on itself. So the point that we make these days is that Americans are saturated with death reminders, whether they're aware of it or not. And this in turn increases their support for ideological demagogues. I call Trump Orange Hitler, and I call him that because it's the same underlying psychodynamic. It was Hitler who said, "Make Germany great again."
Did he actually say that?
Yes, he did. It was Hitler who used a lie about the Jews being responsible for Germany losing World War I. 20 years later, he used that same big lie, and it was Hitler who said, if you're going to lie, go big. If you tell a big lie often enough, people will believe you. Right, well, here we are in America in the same situation. Perhaps the world's greatest liar, Donald Trump, perpetuating an obvious falsehood. And by the way, people of goodwill could disagree. Some people might say, oh, I do think it was rigged, but we should agree, at least in principle, that the folks who are running for election are not the ones who should arbitrate that. In other words, there's a reason why they use in sport. You don't get to call it, you're not able to play on a team and call things the way that you see them. But anyway, back to the point, we're in the same situation where we've got an ideological demagogue writing a lie in order to pursue political power by keeping people in a perpetual state of existential anxiety. And studies have shown that that's exactly what's happening. And so a few years ago, there was a study showing that support for Donald Trump in America is correlated with death rates in different communities. And so, basically Trump is lying and people's dying. And what's ironic, he's killing his own people in some ways. And that's increasing death anxiety that in turn fortifies support for his candidacy. And that is, by the way, what some people argue are the psychodynamic underpinnings of fascism. It is you have powerful autocratic leaders teaming up with corporate interests to take advantage of a population by keeping them in a constant state of fear and rage. And this isn't by to just make an important point, this is not a condemnation of the intelligence or character of the average person who supports Donald. As I think we were saying earlier, I think most folks are kind and decent, and in the average setting, we have more in common than otherwise.
I think so too. Do you think it's accurate and or a good idea to say that Donald Trump is the same thing as Hitler? Because I don't think he was quite the same thing.
Yeah, he's actually working faster and getting shit done better. No, it is the same thing. They are both malignantly narcissistic sociopaths with delusions of paranoia and grandeur. They are both singularly devoted to maintaining power. I think that, it's unfair to compare anybody to Hitler. I get that. It's equally unfair, however, to not notice the staggering commonalities. Hitler was elected without Russian interference, and it took him several years in the 1930s to undermine the judiciary, to completely overwhelm the press, to replace able civil servants with sycophantous cronies. Trump has done all of that. So let's just look at the various indictments. My point also, I don't mind being annoying or political. If you're an American and you're a fan of democracy and you don't vote, fuck you. If you do vote and you do so with a grotesque ignorance of the issues in question, fuck you. And if you're unfamiliar with American history, give another fuck you, because it was George Washington as well as the founding fathers that they were against political parties. That they said that once we have parties, then we're not going to be on the same team anymore, and we're going to get into domestic conflicts, and that's going to be a ripe opportunity for an ideological demagogue to be elected and to ransack democracy. Well, that's precisely what we are now witnessing, in my estimation. Moreover, anyone who has an opinion about President Trump and who hasn't read the Mueller report, fuck you. Because and even if you don't have time to read the report, how about the 3-page executive summary? If you don't have time to read that, read the entire sentence that Bill Barr mangled when he protected Trump by leaving out the part where Mueller said that he was indeed guilty of obstructing justice and proposed that there be a civil trial thereafter. All right, anyway, on top of that, if you've not read any of the indictments, then how are you in a position to be a responsible citizen?
What is this? The DOJ under Barr wrongly withheld parts of Russia probe memo.
Thank you. Because he took a sentence that was extraordinarily damning, and he only read half of it. And that was before the report was released. Mm-hmm. But anyway, ditto for the recent indictments. Maybe people of goodwill agree, but shouldn't we disagree after being informed? Less than 5% of Americans have actually read the indictments. And so anyway, my point is that we as Americans have been grotesquely irresponsible. Let's stop blaming the leaders and let's step up. It's not only our right to vote, responsibility, but again, it's our responsibility to do so in an educated fashion.
I wonder about this, and I wonder what the thinking is behind them. Especially when it comes to like what they're doing with these indictments is they're making him an underdog. And I think these indictments and making him more of an underdog, and he gets a fucking mugshot. They're just handing him the presidency.
Yeah, they're not actually. They're handing him the nomination. The presidency, in the absence of voter suppression, is highly unlikely. And I just say that based on electoral college politics and recent polls. He is unlikely to win a general election, especially in Georgia right now. You know, it comes down, right, and again, we're getting political, but yeah, we're not a democracy. We already know that the next election's going to be decided by 3 or 4 states. They even know the particular neighborhoods. If it were just the popular vote, there's no doubt that Trump would lose by 10 to 20 million votes, no matter who he ran against. So that's
really.
He lost the first one by 3 million. He lost the next one by 7 million. The amount of effort that's now being devoted in states like Texas, Tennessee, Florida, to ensure that the people are restricted from voting is extraordinarily comparable to what happened after the Civil War during the Reconstruction. So in South Carolina, for example, right after the Civil War, there were African Americans elected to Congress. There were like 80,000 people that voted. Like 10 years later, there were like 800 black people who voted in South Carolina. I guess when you start hanging people and burning.
Republican too, right?
Yeah.
Lincoln.
That's right. But the point is that, no, I don't think that what's happening now will ensure a victory in the general election. Also, it's Donald Trump who is portraying himself as a victim. You know, he is he is an evil genius in my estimation. He's a moron. First of all, intellectually, and no, that's a declarative statement. His professor at the Wharton School of Business, where he said he finished first in his class, so it said 30 years ago he's the stupidest student that he ever had, but he's a genius appealing to brainstem.
Yes, exactly.
And so
he knows how to schmooze. He knows how to get people to like him.
And he is like,
if you got in a room with him, he could get you to like him.
Absolutely. Right? I like him. I come from the Bronx. He comes from Queens.
Right,
he's a likable asshole. But he's also an extraordinarily dangerous one. And he's the one. Remember, he declared that he was running for president in anticipation of indicted. Most presidential races don't start this way. So basically, he's got it backwards. He's saying, "Oh, you're indicting me every time you think I'm gonna win. That's when you break out another." But the indictments, maybe they should have happened sooner. Some people, and they speculate
the timing of them.
Yeah, they probably could have, but I blame all that on Kevin McCarthy and what's his face, Mitch McConnell. They're the ones. Listen to them the day after January 6th when they said Trump is responsible, right? And he should have been impeached and convicted at that time. And if that had happened, we wouldn't be in the mess that we are.
And to your point about the overwhelmingly narcissistic sociopathic traits, I also believe that is very much a thing with a lot of people in politics, especially high level of politics
and business.
Yes.
CEOs of Fortune 500 companies are way up there on narcissism and sociopathy. Again,
Dick Cheney
suggesting that a touch of those, right? Remember you said earlier, Danny, and it was a great point. We're on a continuum. And it could be, and some evolutionary types have pointed out, that there may be times where we're well served by a somewhat narcissistic, maybe a tad sociopathic kind of leader. It's when we get to the extremes, because there's no moral compass that underlies any of that.
Everything we've just been talking about, is that sort of encompassing your, I don't know if you started writing it, but you talked about something called left or right is beside the point.
Yeah, I never did that. So I would like to write a book called Why Left and Right Are Both Beside the Point. And I haven't done it yet, although I've been blubbering about it at times. And my point, Danny, is that just like political parties, we've reduced this to like a worldwide wrestling federation thing, where like, oh, you're a liberal, so if I lean left, that means I'm leaning away from the right, and it's like a tug of war, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, you're the all-encompassing repository of evil. No, you're like anal cranial fusion. And my point is that's an extraordinarily absurd way to look at this. Right. First of all, political orientation is in large measure genetically acquired. Right. So if you take identical twins and you separate them at birth and raise them in different parts of Earth, if one twin is conservative, so will the other be. Really, it's not identical, but the heritability quotient goes from 0 to 1, and the heritability quotient for political orientation is somewhere around 0.4 or 0.5. And all that means is that if we had a room full of people, that about half of the variation in the group of politics can be accounted for genetically. Right. So let's just think about that for a moment. If some people are conservative and others are liberal, and it's in our genes, I'm not saying there's a conservative gene, it could be a combination of them, doesn't it suggest that they are both adaptive, perhaps in different ways? Does that make sense? In other words, why would there still be variations on both sides of the spectrum that if they didn't perhaps serve some kind of evolutionary function? So there's a guy in Israel, his name's Gilad Hirschberger, and he's at the Interdisciplinary Center in Herzliya, and he wrote a paper with his colleagues that are very compelling, and it's like, why can't we look at it as if we need everybody? In other words, and we may have been talking about this earlier, but if we were all conservative, we'd be sitting on the floor of a cave. Because by definition, conservatives claim tradition. If we were all liberal, we would be doing stupid shit. I'd be like, oh, I have an idea. Let's put an ass on my forehead. Or what about the electric spoon? And we'd be summarily just running around doing stuff, ignoring past experiences. And so I like people who wouldn't kind of society be some kind of sweet spot where we had both liberal and conservative folks. And what Gilad has pointed out, and this is based on research, is that in general, when we look at intergroup conflict, so conservatives are better than liberals at detecting external threats. Because liberals are like, fuck, everything's fine. Kumbaya. Kumbaya. Let's do 5K raise. T-shirts. And conservatives at the high end are paranoid and afraid of everything. Right, but it's functional to be afraid sometimes. So conservatives are better at detecting threat. Liberals are better at negotiating peaceful conflicts or peaceful resolutions of conflicts. And so in a functioning society, wouldn't we want to have both?
Yes.
Don't we need some people that are saying we're going to be fucked? Pay attention.
Right.
And don't we need others that can step in and do a Gandhi or Mother Teresa? And my point, and the older I get, the more convinced I am of this, is that, we're thinking about it too individualistically when we're like, oh, I'm a liberal, that's good. You're conservative, that's bad. I think we're better off accepting that we exist on a continuum.
And we need each other.
That's my current preoccupation.
That's fascinating. I love that.
Yeah, I do love it, Danny. I really do, because right now all I see is on both sides, how are we going to get rid of the damn progressives? Or what am I going to do with these trailer park people with their ass? And it's like, no, because basically we need each other.
Right.
And at our best, as you put it earlier, when I see it in many public settings, just folks cheerfully engaged with each other. I'm like, again, it is corny and simple-minded.
I think a lot of it has to do with communication.
Absolutely.
Technology.
Communication and connection. And literally a direct connection between humans.
Not through Twitter.
Yeah, honestly.
And this brings us to another uplifting point about, we talked about this before we started, but who was the guy who predicted our civilization would collapse by 2025?
Yeah, this is Peter Turchin.
Peter Turchin.
Yeah, so he wrote a book called End Times, and he was a professor at the University of Connecticut and is now at Oxford in England. And I'm just becoming familiar with his work. He is an ecologist by trade, and he studies how societies collapse and what we might do to forestall or at least deflect a bit. Yeah, awesome.
There you go.
Yeah, and so it's all based on math models of a study of over 100 societies.
Wow.
Yeah, and well, I like that he starts out by saying, it's not a political argument. What he's insisting is that we can predict mathematically when a society is going to collapse. And he argued 20 years ago that the collapse of American society is inevitable. And the argument is based on a couple of things going on. But the main thing is he talks, first of all, about an overabundance of cultural elites. So he's like, look, one thing is, he's like, all societies are hierarchical. Stop being like Wozni and knocking people for being organized in a bureaucratic fashion. And there are going to be people that are richer than others. And he's basically, well, that's the way it has always been. But then he says, yeah, but there are certain historically where, and he describes it metaphorically as like a game of musical chairs. He's like, look, there's only one president still. There's only 50 senators, but there's a whole lot more. And so in the old days, there weren't that. Most of the admissions to these schools were all legacy. You had to be white, you had to be Protestant. Well, now there's all kinds of folks clamoring for admission, but there's still the same amount of elite positions. And what Turchin said is, what that does is to create a host of disaffected wannabes. And so that's where a lot of populist movements start. And so he points out, if you look at what's going on right now, you've got Donald Trump, proclaiming himself, one of the people. No, but he's not one of the people. His dad gave him $1 million when he was still in diapers. He went to Penn. Ted Cruz, do you know where he went to school?
I have no idea.
Princeton. All right. What's his face? Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri. He went to Stanford. DeSantis, Ron DeSantis. He went to Yale and Harvard. The guy who's the senator in Louisiana, I think his name is Kennedy. Anyway, he went to Oxford. In other words, these people that are pretending that they're, spraying cheese whiz on a crack on a 12-pack of beer in the trailer park that are leading these populist revolts, they're not really working class people. They just want to take over the power.
It's all optics.
It's all optics. Right, so that's one thing that Turchin says often starts the decomposition of societies, is when there's too many people vying for positions of power. But more understandable, and then he says at the same time that that's happening, so he's like, you got a lot of elites that are disappointed. But then he's like, yeah, but then what's really happening are rich corporate interests sucking the lifeblood out of the poor. All right, so America peaked around 1970 something. Because the New Deal, which wouldn't have happened if rich oligarchs didn't accept a higher tax rate. All of that changed the day that Ronald Reagan was elected president. He ripped the solar panels off the White House. Ivan Boesky, convicted felon, said greed is good. What good is the moon if you can't buy or sell it? And until then, as wealth rose in America, so did minimum wage, and so did the income of the average American, the average white American. The rising tide lifts all boats. But that changed in 1980. Since Reagan's presidency, adjusted for inflation, the average working class wage has declined, whereas the average CEO in America now makes in a day what their employees make in a year. And the last time that the richest 50 people on Earth owned half of Earth or more was in the Gilded Age, just before the Depression. So anyway, what Turchin says is what happens when the rich get too greedy is that the poor get miserable. Like, they get to the point where there's not enough hours in the day to work at Walmart, which, by the way, has more part-time workers than anyone on Earth, so that they don't have to pay them benefits. Anyway, you're at a point where it is physically possible to survive on minimum wage, and people then get angry, they get depressed, their life expectancy goes down, and this is the point where the Hitlers and the Trumps and the Mussolinis and the guy in Brazil and the guy in Hungary, this is where the fascists wannabes tend to arise, because they into power in order to deflect the anger and despair of the masses in pursuit of maintaining the financial interests of the rich. And he calls that a wealth pump. And again, without any politics or judgment, he's just saying this is the way it is.
But how specifically did it collapse?
He says that, there you go, you are awesome, Danny. No, because what he says is, I want to be really mathematical, and what I can tell you is that when the discrepancy between wealth gets to a certain level, that collapse is inevitable. What I can't tell you is how long it will take, what form it will take, and whether or not people in power at the time will notice what's happening and consider doing something to address the underlying concerns. And so he gives historical examples in England hundreds of years ago, and I'm not a historian, where he's like, oh, well, here in one century, the shit hit the fan, and then there was a civil war for 200 years. But then he's like, oh yeah, but in this other time, the king realized that maybe it'd be better if everybody got fed. And so they tweak the way that resources are distributed to address the anger and fear and material deprivation in a way that restores some kind of social equilibrium. Now, again, this is not a Marxist diatribe, because what Turchin is saying is that societies come and go. They all collapse eventually.
Right.
And so what we need to do is to think about what we're going to do or not. But what it looks like we're doing now is, if anything, accelerating the rate of disintegration by increasing the transfer of wealth from the public to the few.
Right.
And again, that's not a political statement. You know, no one disputes that that's from the Trump administration were largely devoted to the richest Americans,
Right.
and that is responsible for about a quarter of the current debt.
But a lot of the problems that I think of when we're talking about this is, I don't think of necessarily like policies like tax cuts for the rich. I think of for example, what's going on. What are we just? The government just gave like $1 bazillion to fight the war in Ukraine.
Yep.
We have homeless people in every major city, all over the place. Like whose fault is that? Like, what is that? What is responsible for that being able to happen in the country?
I look, my rap to be annoying is, let's all look in the mirror. We are responsible. So I can't. There's a literature about this, and we'll talk, and I may have to send you some stuff. But basically, that argument, which is it's a traditionally conservative one, we're pissing away our money in Ukraine. The argument is that if we weren't sending Ukraine $1 trillion, we'd be feeding poor Americans. And in psychobabble, that's what's called a zero-sum argument, that anything that you're giving to somebody, you're taking away from something else. Right? And this is a very strong belief of conservative Americans. So one of the reasons why they are so hostile to any effort to foster equality is that they perceive that anything that black people get is being taken away from them. It's factually incorrect. In other words, white Americans receive much more in the way of welfare than do African Americans.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. So we need to, and moreover, rich Americans, they get much more in tax breaks than poor Americans get in what are declared as handouts. See, one thing that is important that I've learned from political scientists is that there's a difference when somebody gives you something. Yeah, it's a handout, right? So food stamps, you poor bastard, you're grabbing that. But it's no less of a handout when I get a shit ton of money as a deduction for the interest that I pay on a mortgage.
Right.
Well, that's a prop for the rich. Tax deferred retirement accounts. That's a prop for the rich. People that have minimum wage. So
I agree.
The point, though, is that it's not that if you give something to one person, taking it away from another. It's Heather McPhee.
Right. It's not taking, like, just because we give trillions of dollars to another country for a war doesn't mean that if we didn't do that, all the poor people would get that money. They
Yeah.
still probably get that money.
But why not treat them as separate problems and address them accordingly? We still pay farmers to not grow food in America.
It's just hypocritical, I guess.
It is. So that, but yes, but we can. That's where I'm of democracy. No, Lyndon Johnson, and he has this idea of great society. And this is where we get all these efforts, Head Start, food stamps. And the effort was to give everybody a bit of a boost. And I think we've lost a lot of those efforts along the way. I kind of forgot what I was ranting about there, though.
Yeah, so we were talking about the collapse of society. Yeah.
Okay, so back to collapsing.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, you got too many people wanting to be president, and all of the elite wannabes, Ted Cruz, they then become your little mini fascists, trying to rouse the people. Meanwhile, the people are getting miserable because the rich are getting rich. Sure. Look what's happening now. Have you noticed that? Do you know what right to work laws are?
I don't think so.
Okay, so they're in all the Republican states, and those are laws designed to destroy unions and eradicate minimum wage. So saying we want to give you the freedom to work. So no more minimum wage. Right now, there's like 12-year-olds working at McDonald's and stuff. So the point, though, is that we got there's basically things are just miserable. So you got the people getting more miserable, the rich are getting richer, and the anger and resentment is being directed at your scapegoat du jour. So the Germans blame the Gypsies and the Jews. The Americans blame whatever, the Negronous horde storming the border, the Islamic terrorists, the Chinese raping us, and so on. And so basically, if I understood Turchin, his point is that what makes things very difficult in the moment is it's very hard to see what's going on, except, like you say, well, what might we do? Yeah, in my opinion, what we might do is to step back and think about what might help. So, again, to be particular and at the risk of sounding somewhat political, we're the only industrialized country on earth where healthcare is not, it's a commodity. It's not a right. So we're the only ones who say, hey, if you want insurance, it's like a car. You just buy it. Every other country actually provides it. And we're an anomaly here because basically, historically, every European country, right after women get to vote, it doesn't take more than a few decades before there's universal health care, free education, much more care throughout the life course, and then in retirement. So I guess my point would be, we used to vote about that stuff. And there was a moment when people voted in ways that were with what their interests appeared to be. Right, in other words, when I was your age in the 1960s and 70s, let's say, or whatever, most working class white people, and black people for that matter, they would vote for Democrats because it was Lyndon Johnson saying Social Security good, and food stamps good, Head Start good. And right now, as we were talking about earlier, I think we're in the ironic situation of people being galvanized to support leaders who are on record as proposing to make matters worse for them. So I'd rather be wrong about all of it.
Yeah, I hope you are.
Yeah, but at the very least, if we are in a state of societal decomposition, I hope that these kinds of, not to be naive, but hopefully these kinds of conversations are at least, even if it's a preliminary stimulant to think about some of this stuff.
Yeah, and another one of these polarizing topics that these politicians like to cling on to is the climate change thing. Yeah. And there's no nuance in the conversation. It's just based on camp. I think there was an empirical poll done or study done on people who believe that humans are contributing to climate change, people who don't. Yep. And you could figure it out on what their political party is. You can figure out what their belief is solely based on their political party.
Yeah, but that's only since the 1970s. So we have national parks because of Teddy Roosevelt, who's a Republican. He put them aside on the ground that we needed to conserve. The Environmental Protection Agency was in the Nixon administration, another Republican. It was only around 1980 or so. In the 1980s or so, you could not predict by political party. And now you can. And my point is that what that suggests is that it has become an ideological position, void of rational cogitation, as you proposed.
Right. There's so much nuance when it comes to that. Like I've had many people on the podcast who study ancient civilizations and like ancient Egypt and the pyramids and stuff like that. And these people that have done these ice core samples where they drill down miles into the ice cores and they figure out like the flux. Are you familiar with like the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis?
Yeah.
How there's been these crazy fluctuations in heating and cooling, but that's true. Hotter climates and much colder. But at the same time, you can't say that humans don't affect the climate. Like we do affect the climate.
So
but they're both true.
Yeah. So yeah.
People don't like that.
Important. Yes, we don't like nuance, especially when we're in a state of distress.
Right.
And yet, that's when we most need it. Yes, there you go. And there's a book called The Ministry for the Future. I don't know if you've ever heard of that one, but it's a science fiction book. And it was basically, anyway, it's a guy named Kim Stanley Hutchinson, I think. Yeah, and his view, it's kind of like you said, is can't we step back and just acknowledge that things are rather complicated? Right. I like your point. I've been learning from some folks about these just indigenous histories where they used to have like these apocalyptic narratives, and archaeologists or anthropologists would say, wow, the Native Americans, they must have been doing too much peyote. And then we realized, no, these were narratives that arose during times of extraordinary climactic stress. So it's clearly true that we've almost been wiped out before.
Right.
There's no doubt about that. Yeah, what makes this different, as I understand it, is that the last time the Earth got 10 degrees hotter, it wiped out 90% of the life on Earth, and it took 50 million years to recover. This was like 270 million years ago.
Right.
Although I probably botched every detail, but that's and someone will let us know. But that's the point is that things come and go, and the coming and going is now I think, almost impossible to understand without accepting that we're complicit.
Right.
Moreover, I like some of the arguments, Danny, where very, very nuanced people just point out that there's kind of an asymmetry, because you could say, let's just do nothing. Or you could say, we better do something, because the odds are, it may be that if we do nothing, we're, quote, fine. But the danger of obliterating ourselves is much higher than if we err in the other direction.
Now is an interesting time too when it comes to this topic, because right now it's like we're the closest we've ever been to the Cold War, where we got this threat between Russia and the United States, the two biggest nuclear powers in the world. We don't know when a nuke's going to go off, or what country is going to set off a tactical nuke, and where we've come technologically today. I'm optimistic that we've kind of evolved past that. But then, I'm also interested in the technology side of it. I know you talked to Lex. I don't know what he said to you specifically about that, but with the development of artificial intelligence and machine learning and chat GPT and stuff like that, when we start to create consciousness, what happens when we create something similar to ourselves that doesn't have this mortality to it, or this fear of immortality to it?
Yeah, so great point, Danny. And I say this sometimes, and it sounds silly, but I can't think of a more important question. If we could answer that, we'd be chugging rum out of a coconut with our Nobel Prizes on the beach. But I work with some folks now that are concerned with those issues, and they literally, the way that they're thinking about them is in terms of AI ethics. They're saying, and some of the questions are, to have an ethical AI, does it have to be an embodied and mortal entity? So I work with some folks that did a podcast. It's a direct podcast. It's called the Spark Hunter File. And it is about, it's set in 2030 or so. And it's about the most sophisticated artificial intelligence. It's a female, and it's an embodied, robotic form. And the AI entity finds out from the guy that created her that he made her mortal. So it's basically a science fiction show about the first existential crisis of an artificial intelligence.
Wow, what is it called again?
It's called the Spark Hunter File.
The Spark Hunter File.
Yeah, I'll send you these things because, but again, it's very fascinating because you brought it's like, wow, would it require some kind of existential apprehensions in order to ensure that AIs are not ultimately devoid of consciousness?
What do you think would happen if AIs were devoid of that consciousness of immortality?
I don't know. Yeah, what do you think?
I don't know either. I wonder what would happen if we weren't. I don't even know what would happen if we didn't know about, or if we weren't aware, or a better way of putting it, I don't understand, I can't comprehend what life would be like. You could live 500,000 million years.
Right.
I like what you talk about in your book as we were aware we could live 500,000 to 1 million years. Suddenly, we wouldn't be able to have the definition of a hero, right? Wouldn't exist, or a coward wouldn't exist, because that's all defined by the finitude of our life and the risks that we're willing to take in life for different reasons.
Yeah, I find those ideas compelling, Danny. I am, in all truth, still disinclined to die, and yet I find those arguments convincing. In other words, if you were reading a book and it never ended, it would be tiresome. I think it was Lucretius, some ancient dude, who just said, life's like a banquet. But isn't what makes a banquet great that there comes a point where you have enough and you're done? And he just says that to lead a full life requires that it be bounded. There was a time that we're not here, and now we are. And it's a cliche, but all good things do have an end. And that in no way suggests that we should avoid making our lives richer or even longer. And yet a lot of folks that are like having their heads chopped off when they die and frozen in Arizona.
Oh my God, I had a guy on here that paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that.
Yeah.
He had a thing around his neck. He has like a dog tag.
Yeah.
In case he gets in a car accident, they know to like call the company to freeze him.
And to me, and again, with all due respect, that's rather sad and also rather silly, because you're going to pay a shit ton of money. And Arizona's going to be uninhabitable in the next decade. And when the grid goes down, do you think the owners of those cryogenics places are going to be all too worried about the frost in the middle of the...
Hell no, they're not.
No, they're not. So anyway,
who's gonna be? They got to make sure their lawyer lives forever, right?
No, there you go. So anyway, yeah. So I see most of those efforts to be thinly veiled attempts to forestall death permanently. And again, I see that as much as I like being alive and hope that I've got a couple more rotations. I feel,
but like, don't you wish you could like be there, or, like to watch your kids get old,
of course,
and your grandkids?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
It's such a conundrum, isn't it?
There you go.
Do you think there's a connection between the fear of death, religion, and the UFO phenomenon? Because what I noticed talking to people, I had a lady in here who was a professor of religious studies in North Carolina, and she was approached by somebody who had recently become familiar with the history of like the UFO phenomenon in the United States, Roswell, everywhere else. And she found like a stark connection between some of the ancient biblical texts with some of these nuns and these ladies that writing in their journals from the ancient times that are identical to some of like the modern day depictions of UFOs. And I've noticed there is a huge community of people in the U.S. that treat the UFO phenomenon like a religion. Yeah. Do you ever think about that?
I do, but only peripherally, because I don't know enough about it. So I've heard what you said about the historical commonalities. It's like, wow. Yeah, I don't know. I do know that, or I do suspect, rather, that existential anxieties are profuse throughout. In times of upheaval, there's increased belief in conspiracies and UFOs. So I'm not suggesting that there's nothing to observe, just noting that there appears to be some coordination.
And schizophrenia you talk about in the book.
Yeah.
What is the relation with fear of death and schizophrenia?
Our argument in the book is that death anxiety undoes or amplifies all psychological disorders.
Right.
That's a rather strong claim. We're not saying that it is the sole cause of psychological disorders. It certainly cannot explain the differences between them. And we're following a guy, Erwin Yalom, who in a book, Existential Psychotherapy, he just said that he called psychological disorders clumsy mismanagement of existential. Now, I don't like that because it suggests that we have more discretion over our kings than we might want to, than we actually do. Right? But so we have done experiments with clinical populations where we showed, for example, that when people who are afraid of spiders are reminded that they're going to die, they become more afraid of spiders. When people that are OCD, obsessive compulsive, when we remind them that they're going to die and then send them into the bathroom to wash their hands, they use more soap and water. When we remind socially anxious people that they're going to die, they go hide in the closet for longer. People that are prone to PTSD become more psychologically dissociated. So everything that we have studied so far, we've demonstrated that death anxiety magnifies those symptoms. When it comes to schizophrenia, thankfully, there's no ethics board that will allow us to remind schizophrenic people that they're going to die. In principle, if we did do that, though, what we would predict is that death reminders would increase delusions of grandeur and paranoia. And this is based on just transcripts of schizophrenic people talking about their own concerns. And so the argument is that the schizophrenic individual in the wake of existential anxiety inflates themselves to superhuman proportions while declaring themselves omniscient and aware of everything that's happening at all times.
Yeah, that makes sense. Getting back to the UFO phenomenon thing, I just see whether it be more paranoia or more anxiety, I think it's like the hope that there's something else out there that's going to save us from ourselves, right?
Nice.
And there's also many books and many testimonies from Army generals talking about these things hovering around nuclear bases and just disarming nukes.
Yeah.
These things are going to save us. They're going to save us from ourselves.
That's magnificent. And again, very existential. Because in Greek tragedy, the word and death is to be no one, surrounded by no thing. And I think that's correct. So here you have the UFOs filling this existential void. There is something out there. And the Yalom dude, he calls it a magic helper, that we're always hoping. That behind the next cloud or the next bush, is someone or something paying attention.
And it's also interesting because it's a phenomenon that it sort of hangs out on the fringe of evidence to convince the skeptic, but there's not evidence to convince somebody who's willing to believe.
That's correct.
And I think if things were to come, if a UFO was to land on in the middle of Pennsylvania Avenue and come out and say peace, greetings, earthlings, I think that we would replace UFO with something else, probably. Yeah, because we yearn for something, something we don't understand.
In fact, that there's a guy Becker writes about who wrote a book called Immortality. I can't remember his name, it doesn't matter. But he just said that if necessary, what would replace God is like a giant slot machine. It's like because we just have to think that there's a jackpot somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the other things I talked to you about was people that are near death or like suffering from diseases or cancer, experimenting with psychedelics and the phenomena of ego death. Like I told you, I had that guy Andrew Gallimore in here who has that like extended state DMT study where he keeps people on DMT for an extended period of time so they can sort of map out what's going on in that sort of quote unquote world that they're experiencing. What sort of science or studies are you aware of in regard to this research?
Yeah, no, this is awesome. So we did some research in the near-death area. Nothing new. We just we looked at people who had near-death experiences, and we replicated a common finding, which is that it reduces death anxiety. And what we found is that having a near-death experience reduces death anxiety because people's notion of what death means changes. So like some people see death as I'm just totally obliterated and annihilated. Other people, they see it as more of a continuous transition. It need not be to immortality, but they're like, no, I'm not. I am in a different state, and I'm not me anymore. But all of the molecules that make up me, well, they've been around forever, and they're going to go and mingle with the rest of the cosmos. And so what the near-death experience appears to be doing is to alter our conception of death, to render it not an immediate and total obliteration. And that appears to be what the psychedelics are doing. First of all, there's one line of work with the terminally ill people. And these findings are magnificent. Sometimes a single dose of psilocybin reduces anxiety and depression in people that have had no prior drug experience. And the same folks that are doing research are now extending the range of people that are receiving psychedelic treatment. It's no longer just terminally ill. It's now being used for folks with PTSD, for example. And it really does appear to have remarkably palliative effects. Some of the folks that I'm familiar with, they talk about it in terms of that the word cosmic connection comes up. Whereas people who have positive psychedelic experiences, whether they're traumatized or not, what they often say is, I saw a completely different world. The culturally constructed world that I learned about, and then, that morally dissolved. And I got to see a world where I recognize that everything is connected. Everyone is related. And even though in the overall scheme of things, I'm an inconsequential speck of transient dust, I am still involved and always have been. In other words, if you're alive today, well, then you're descendant from the first living thing, right? And you're related to everything that's ever been alive, right? You're more related to me than a fig or a turtle.
Right.
Well, and that means we're going to be related to everything that's ever been alive. And well, anyway, that's the kind of stuff I remember from my hallucinogenic days of yesteryear. That's the kind of stuff that's now being reported in psychedelic therapy. Just this really radical sense of total contentment, kind of based on this tripod of psychological well-being. It's awe, humility, and gratitude. Yeah, because basically there's this sense of awe, just like, wow, the world is infinitely large and beyond my comprehension, and yet here I am getting a peek. That's like awesome.
Right.
And then, again, the irony is that one result of awe is humility, which Americans need to look in a dictionary, because we see humility as something bad, like self-deprecation. But humility is just really recognizing your proper position in the universe. And in the overall scheme of things, we really are radically inconsequential, right? You're born in a body not of your choice, in a time and place not of your choosing. You're here for a tiny amount of time, and then off to the next generation. And the point is that when you get that feeling, it doesn't make you, it doesn't undermine your self-esteem. It actually at times makes you feel better, because what that does is to say, well, maybe I'm not going to be an Einstein. Maybe I'm not going to be Mother Teresa or Jesus or fill in the blank. I'm going to be me, and I'm going to do things, and I can't know ahead of time.
So does that mean it sort of renders the whole notion that us needing self-esteem sort of less meaningful? Like it makes...
Yes.
Okay.
In my opinion, or rather, how about it broadens the scope of what is meaningful and valuable. So there's this guy, Oliver Berkman, and he calls it cosmic insignificance therapy. And he's not knocking self-esteem. He's like, yeah, you could be proud of yourself. You wrote a book, you made a shit ton of money. On the other hand, that obscures other aspects of our existence that might be psychologically debilitating. In other words, I might have been so busy worrying about whether I'm going to sell enough of these warm up the core books so that I could be on some Amazon list that, I didn't notice that the old woman who lives next door to me is struggling. Let's say it snows at our house, and I just didn't notice that there was a lot of snow. I'm saying this because we had neighbors who were elderly back in the day, and I noticed once, I'm like, God, I'm an asshole. I'm racing off to write a sentence. Why don't I pick up a snow shovel and help the person next to me? All right, well, so you're like walking on the street, you see somebody, you've never seen them before. And for some reason, you just kind of look up and give them one of these, hi, how you doing? You're never going to see them again. You just like acknowledge the existence of a fellow human. Well, how do you know that person wasn't walking to the nearest bridge to kill themselves? And what you just did by your momentary connection with an at the moment struggling human is to not only save their lives, but what if they're the next Gandhi who's going to go on to lead Earth to a radical transformation that saves all of humanity? Well, the point that these folks are trying to make that there's a whole lot of ways to have a meaningful life, and that we should be more aware of them and take greater advantage of those possibilities. And I like about that, Danny, is like this is not a more conventional culturally constructed pursuits.
Right. You can have both.
You can have both. So this is, let's get back to, we don't need to be either liberal or conservative. We could be both. We don't need to, sometimes I talk in terms of heroism, and I'm like, well, you got heroes with a capital H, there's Jesus and Buddha and Einstein, and then you could be heroic with a lowercase h, people that just literally make the best of the lives that the world has dealt with.
Right.
And yeah, I'm of my current view for me. I haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, but I like, like anybody, if somebody says, oh, I like your ideas, I think they're interesting. Yeah, I like that. I get great joy from that. And I get great joy from walking my little dog around the block. And I want to get to the point where they are not necessarily any different in terms of their potential value, psychologically or otherwise.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers of the onion to peel back. And I think it would be beneficial if a lot of people in power were forced to take psychedelics.
Yes. Now, again, you're too young. A guy named Aldous Huxley. He wrote a book, Brave New World. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
All right. He, in a magazine, so he also wrote a book called Doors of Perception. Do you know that book?
I don't know that one.
So in his phase, he took psilocybin for the first time. And he wrote a book about it called Doors of Perception. Magnificent book. It's in the 1950s. And then in the 60s, the most popular magazine in the United States, it was either Life or Look magazine. It'd be like Newsweek or Time magazine today. Yeah, he wrote an article saying that in the future, every world leader will have had psychedelics, and every child will have had psychedelics in grade school as part of their
initiation into the world.
Yeah. Wow. All right, back to the day with Jordan Peterson. We actually spent a few of those hours talking about the virtues of psychedelic experiences. I can't remember the exact details, but he was saying, let's go to South America and do that ayahuasca together. He was aware that I had like the hippie background, but he was quite serious about those experiences being extraordinary potential value.
What is your personal belief on what happens when you die?
I don't have. And I know I'm waffling, Danny, but I've already admitted, for better or worse, that I'm not a big fan of dying. At the same time, I believe it to be the proper culmination of a life well lived. That's just natural. I'm going with the ancients on this one. Just as I was, to my knowledge, completely unaware of the billions of years that the world was here, but I wasn't. My guess is that a nanosecond or so after I expire, that it will be no different
than before you were born.
Yeah. But I have it both ways because I love this Epicurean persuasion. They're the ones that talk about that we are just a bunch of atoms. And before they came together to make us, they've been bouncing around the universe since the Big Bang. And
that's not a comforting view.
I know, but I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to make it so. That's correct.
I've thought about that before. I
Yeah.
remember being very young thinking about this.
Yeah.
And thinking about, like, before I was born, it was just black, nothing.
Yeah.
That's what it is after we die. That's
that's so with my buddy Jeff Green Berg were here, he would make, he wouldn't, oh, Jeff's point would be, we can dance around all of this all we want, and there's no way to put a good spin on what turns out to be almost of necessity a state of ambivalence of sort. I guess where I keep coming back to, it's hard to love life at the same time that one proclaims that you're just totally fine with being devoid of it. Right? So, yeah.
So, in a sense, you love life more, being aware of nothing, there being nothing at the end of it.
I don't know that I do. I'm just saying that it's hard. Yeah. If I hear your point, you're like, none of these things are particularly soothing. And I'm with you on that. And that's
so you don't find it soothing.
No, that's my buddy Jeff's point. It is, yeah, we can be hippie, like maybe do a few gummies and you're like, oh, I'm down, I'm fine with death. No, we're not. And yeah, I don't know if that's, I don't know if that's idiosyncratic or if that's just a fundamental property of life, which is a resistance to premature termination at all costs.
Well, hey, Sheldon, I really appreciate you talking to me. We just did 3 hours. Tell people where they can find more of your information in your book. I love your book. I'm a huge fan of not only the contents of it, but I love the title, The One at the Core. It's a very metal title.
Yeah, it is metal. And that's actually a line from who's the guy, William James. Anyway, no, thank you, Danny. We wrote a book called The Worm at the Core on the role of death in life. That's around. I do podcast stuff. I work at Skidmore College in Saratoga Springs, New York, and people that had no trouble finding my email address, and feel free to be in touch. I said this before we started talking live, but I think what you and fellow podcasters are doing is of inestimable value. If you're having trouble sleeping, send me an email. I'll send you one of our technical papers. But to me, most strikingly important is the hope that these ideas are interesting enough for people to jump in that don't mindlessly believe anything that you've heard us say. So much as to be open to the possibility that it might be relevant to your own life and those of the people around you. And that's kind of how to find me. I don't have a website and I don't know how to use any social media stuff, which is probably for the better. But yeah, that's it. I'm a little surprised. Said we were talking for 3 hours. It's like 30 minutes. And
is there anything that we didn't cover that you think we should?
No, just the. I hope that the folks that are accustomed to listening to you and other people, if I said something wrong, let's get it right. If I said something that is disagreeable, yeah, fine. But let's engage in disagreement. And that's it. I'm being a little duplicitous, but I hope in a couple of years we get a chance to reconnect, perhaps. I'd be interested in seeing where your world drifts, and just to keep you posted on what's happening on my end of Earth. So much.
Likewise, Sheldon, and I hope you continue to do more of these podcasts. I really think that we need to amplify your signal as much as possible. With that said, sleep tight, folks.
And it's so obvious. It's slow motion. So let's look at that again. Here it is right here. Okay. But then we double the speed, which is right here. So this is the speed double. You can see that we're just in Earth's gravity. See that? Pretty clear, isn't it? Yeah. It definitely looks like he's in Earth's gravity. Now, you should be able to leap. The bottom of their feet should be at least 6 feet above the surface, if not more. But they weren't able to fake that. They used slow motion. It looked pretty good. It looks pretty convincing to me. I'm a filmmaker, right? Looking for big footage. But then when you double the speed, you realize, they're getting off the ground half an inch, and it's just slow motion. So there's no footage of them leaving the ground. But there's a couple in the later missions, but they had cables.
When I originally called
when an astronaut is all the way over like this, and suddenly he's pulled back up. Oh wow! So
Jim Eugenio, I asked him, is there anyone that you can think of that has more information on this than anyone else? If there was one person you can pinpoint that is the encyclopedia on what happened on November 22nd, 1963, who would that be? He said, you are the person, probably the only person, that has been through the millions and millions of documents, classified and unclassified. I wanted to start this thing off by bluntly asking you, after the years that you've spent researching this, to date, what is your opinion on what happened on November 22nd, 1963? Who was involved? Why was the president assassinated? And why is it still being covered up?
That's going to be a subject of my last volume on the JFK series, but I won't give you the same answer I give everybody else when they ask me that. Go ahead and solve it and save me some time. I'm actually going to go to Duquesne University this fall in November, and I'm going to actually talk about my current view on what happened on 11/22/63. So it's a coup d'etat, and the thing that people get messed up with, there's a tendency to hate the CIA and to think that organization is acted alone or did almost everything. It's not like that. First of all, you have to understand how the hierarchies are put together. And we're talking about political should be at the apex of a democracy, and the military is right there at the top with them. In a Cold War, which is what was happening in the Kennedy administration, was right in the middle of the Cold War, is the fighting. Okay, it's not done by the political military hierarchies because they're not shooting bombs and bullets at each other. The spy services are the ones who do that. So a d'état within superpower is not by the spy service. The spy services can help do coups in other countries, but in the United States and in Great Britain, France, and the Soviet Union, a coup within overturning the political hierarchy. That is what happened in 1963. Now, the CIA has a role to play, but it is not institutional. You have to understand that by that time we had a new director of Central Intelligence who really had no idea about a lot of things that were happening, things that were held from him, McCone. So what you're talking about is a series of people that were in on the Kennedy problem way back when Kennedy was first became the president of the United States. And so I'll do my best to try and take us through how that started and how that finished.
When did you first become interested in the assassination of John F. Kennedy? How long ago was this? When did you start researching all this?
When I was still in school. I was doing my PhD, and I had been
promoted from the NCO Corps as an officer, and I ended up going up pretty fast and ended up working at the top of the NSA as the military assistant to the director, General William Odom. And I had decided that I wanted to do my dissertation on Chinese affairs, knowledge of and things that I knew a lot about. One day when we were flying down to the Carolinas, I had his pictures and all of his slides and everything. He put his newspaper down, his New York Times, and he said, "John, what's your dissertation going to be?" And I told him what it was going to be about China. And he said, "Oh, come on, you can do better than that. Show some mettle, do overturn an orthodoxy which is actually what is expected of dissertation, but 9 times out of 10 that doesn't happen." Anyway, so I was taken aback by that, and I said to General Odom, "What if I told you that President Kennedy was going to pull out of Vietnam at the time he was murdered?" He thought for a while. He said, "You know what, John? If you could actually make a good case for that, that would be a terrific dissertation topic." Then he put his paper back and went back to reading his New York Times. So we got home, back to Fort Meade that night, and I called my mentor, Dr. Richard Thornton at George Washington, and I told him I was going to change my topic. He said, "To what?" I said, "JFK in Vietnam." And he said, "I thought you'd never ask." That's when that started. It took me years, many years, I took the max time allowed for study, which is 5 years. And then eventually I submitted my thesis. It was approved by a board at George Washington. And eventually I defended it with honors. But at the same time, I got involved with Oliver Stone's movie. He found out that what my thesis was, and it was something he...
What year was this?
We're talking about 1991. It was 92 when the film came out, but he got a hold of me a couple of years before that due to a meeting between somebody. I don't want to go into all the details, but his chief of research found out in a bar in Dallas, Texas, that what I was doing my dissertation on, and said, "Oh my gosh, Oliver Stone, that's what he wants to put in his movie." So I got a call from Oliver Stone, and we got hooked up doing that. But the point is here, to not waste time, that what happens is my dissertation comes out at the time of the movie, and very quickly, what had happened within weeks before that actually happened, my book was suppressed, or attempted to be suppressed. There were actually two episodes of this suppression. First of all, I have to say that by law, in the statutes that govern pre-publication review, as an Army officer, my stuff has to be reviewed by Army, not by NSA or anybody else, and I did, and it passed with flying colors, no problems. I gave a copy to the CIA, and to the NSA. Excuse me. I gave a copy to NSA, and they said, "Okay, fine, we'll keep it." But they acknowledged that it was okay because the Army had okayed it. And that was the way it was from about 1989 to the time the movie came out. And then all of a sudden, as the days approached for the movie to come out, I was told that I got a call from the General Counsel's office at the NSA, and they said, your book, you can't publish your book. It's classified. And so I said, "Well, what's classified about it? I'd be happy to look at that for you." And the answer was, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, And the answer was, "We don't know that either." So anyway, there I was stuck with less than a year to go to get my pension in a lifetime of medical care for my family, facing possibly losing my clearances, being thrown out of the Corps, and losing everything. And so it was a tough time with my parents and my wife. But eventually I decided to stand my ground, because I thought that, look, there's a lot of good people in the military. Not everybody's bad. And so I felt like this was part of my duty to stand up and tell the truth. And so I stood my ground. Anyway, it all turned out okay in this instance because there was a big press corps briefing that was going to take place the day after the movie came out. And I was going to be there, interviewed by the press from all over the world. And NSA called me out of bed that morning, early that morning, about 5 a.m. my time, 7 a.m. their time back in Washington. And is this Major Newman? And I said, yeah. Who's this? And they said, this is the National Security Agency. Your book is good to go. Have a great day. Click. And so I did. But it wasn't over. Early on in the next year, 93, towards the end, my book disappeared. And I couldn't get out. My calls were not answered at Warner Books. In the end, it turned that they had illegally actually decided to suppress my book instead of doing it legally, which would be to option my book and take it off the market for, a year or two or whatever, and pay me something, and then I would get it back. But anyway, they had another book they were helping bring out, actually 2 or 3, but the one in particular was going to be arguing the opposite of my thesis to try and take away all the effect that this was going to have, the effect of my book and the film had. And so the Galbraith family got involved because Jamie Galbraith, one of John Kenneth Galbraith's 3 sons, who was at the University of Texas he was in political science, and his students he actually wanted to use my book. And by that time, they couldn't find it. And they told him, and he said, "What's going on?" They said, "It's been suppressed." So he called me up and asked me if I didn't mind the family looking into it. They did. They got a hold of Hale Boggs. He was the Time Warner Inc. CEO at the time. He was also in Congress. So people will know that name. He looked into it, and he called back and said it's a scandal. And he called the head of Warner Books and said, "You need to fix this," And so I did. They called me. It was the president of Warner. He said, "What do you want? Are you going to sue? How do you want to handle this?" And after some thinking, I said, "Give me my rights back." And that's the end. I didn't want to spend a lot of time in litigation. So that's how I got it back. But by that time, it had been remaindered, so I lost out on a lot of money. But the book sold, and 25 years later, I wrote the sequel to it in 2017, which you have here on the table. That's how things got started. Okay. Now I didn't go into the assassination, but what I did say, and what I was very obvious, was that after Kennedy died, we went into Vietnam, and he didn't want to do that. He fought hard about it. Sometimes he lied about it a little bit. He didn't want people to know he was pulling out because he wanted to let them know that after he was reelected. But things came along that changed all that, and we can talk about that if you want to go back to the story from the time Kennedy was elected till he was assassinated. But my dissertation convinced me, and eventually it was no longer a hypothesis. We got tapes, White House tapes, and things like that showed that it wasn't a thesis, it was true. Kennedy was pulling out of Vietnam. And there was nothing you could do to stop that. And eventually, of course, nowadays, new books that come out agree that Kennedy was pulling out of Vietnam. So, but that's one of the reasons that they didn't like him. A lot of the powerful people in powerful places didn't like him.
Right. So that's interesting. So when Oliver Stone called you up and wanted you to work on the movie, in what capacity did you help him with that first movie? Did you advised on some of the facts that were involved? Or?
Well, he flew me out to California, and I said I have some restrictions. He said, "What are they?"
Were you still NSA?
Yeah, I was still an Army officer. Yeah. So I told him that. Number one, you will not use my Army rank or anything like that to hype them. And he thought about that, and he said, "Okay, all right, I get that." And I said, "The other thing is, I will not talk to you about anything except the Vietnam part. This was the movie JFK wasn't just Vietnam, but that was an important part of it. And so I said, I will not talk about anything else. He said, well, why not? I said, because I worked for 10,000 pound gorillas, and I know what happens when you start talking about stuff that you are not an expert in. And I'm never going to say anything to you that I don't know is true. And after he thought about that, he said, okay, and we signed. And I was one of the senior, was a very senior advisor, and one of the only ones that got participated in that press junket, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. So that's what I did. And he called me back again for the movie he did on Nixon and other things too. So I didn't just work with he liked my work, and so I worked with all the periodic projects.
So your newest book is Uncovering Popov's Mole. Can you explain to me the evolution of how you first did this with JFK in Vietnam, you got to where we are now with Popov's Mole?
I decided after doing a book on religion to get away from this whole Kennedy thing back in about 2003 or so. And I spent 6 years working on a book called Quest for the Kingdom, The Secret Teachings of Jesus in the Light of Yogic Mysticism. Then I came back to the Kennedy case based upon my wife and somebody who came, a producer from Pennsylvania, and she stayed with us for a couple of days. And my wife had not liked that I spent so much time working on things, and all of a sudden they wanted me to come back to the case, and I said, okay, look, here's the deal. I'm not going to come back and write a book. I'm either coming back or I'm not coming back, and coming back means doing the whole thing, whatever it takes, however long it takes. Are you okay with that? Yes, we are. So I did. So the first thing was this one here, Where Angels Tread Lightly.
Hold it up next to you.
Okay, this is this book here. Goes all the way back into the 40s and stuff, and has appendices to tell people how to my readers how to deal with pseudonyms and cryptonyms, and a lot of them I broke in this book. And later on, I wrote this one here, Countdown to Darkness. This really was my coming to grips with General Lemitzer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Cuban Missile Crisis. Many chapters in there on all of that, and its role. Eventually, I came into the storm. This I spent three whole chapters dealing with a guy by the name of Sam Halpern, who was a CIA guy who was lying about Robert Kennedy being behind all these things, and I became a very close friend on Bobby Jr. And Bobby Jr. Endorsed this thing with a very, very nice blurb, as we call them. But this was a book that took me all the way into 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the really interesting thing is that. But what happened was I came towards the end of the book. I noticed things that I didn't understand, and the next thing that was coming up was what book I called Army. I've been working on it for a long time. I've done many big shows on radio programs and on Zooms, and at James Madison University where I work. I've done presentations there. But what happened was I never had a conclusion into the storm, as I do in all my other books. I didn't do it because I knew I didn't have a conclusion. So I just pulled down the curtain and I said, intermission. This is an intermission. So this book, Into the Storm, did as an intermission. And working hard, I have my own inner sanctum of 4 or 5 people that are very good and very solid and just want to be part of this whole program. And so we ended up looking at things and trying to figure out these. I don't want to go into details, but there were 3 or 4 things that didn't make sense. And so when we looked at those in particular, it ended up that it looked like we all made, and I'd made a huge mistake going all the way back to Countdown to Darkness and even before, about the mole hunt. All defected in 1959, the mole hunt afterwards. We all thought, I did and everybody did, and I wrote about it, that the mole hunt was designed by the counterintelligence chief of the CIA named James Anderson. That was the guy in charge. I'd done interviews with people in the security office that told me things that I didn't understand, and they were screaming at me at this time when we were deciding what to do with Armageddon. And so it turned out that it looked like we were able to uncover Popov's mole. Now, Popov's mole, we talked about Popov himself. He was a Soviet intelligence guy, which is their GRU, Soviet military intelligence, and told the CIA.
Defected to the CIA.
Yes, what he had been, but eventually, towards the end, not the beginning, he defected in '52, early '52, and it wasn't until, yeah, that's right. So it wasn't until much later, like in 1958, April, that he told George Kiesfalter, his case officer, that there was a high echelon mole in the CIA that had access to the technical details of the U-2 program, the secret U.S. spy plane that flies up at 52,000 feet. And so that mole had never been discovered. Popov's mole had never been discovered, 70 years out. And so we started looking at it, and all my guys that work with me and gals, I got another Fear. She was a great SO2, Ellen Dale, Jay Harvey. There was a number of people. They were actually telling me, you need to stop running for a minute. You need to take a time out, and you need a separate book for this. I resisted for a while, but then I realized they were right. And so that's how Popov's mole came about. I identified who the mole was after 70 years, who had never been caught, never been found.
How certain are you that you're correct about who the mole was?
Okay. At the end of the book in Popov is a chapter called, this is the book. At the end of the book, there's a whole chapter called Providence, Authenticity, and multiple attestation. And I took every piece of an evidentiary hierarchy that I used for a hypothesis that the mole was Bruce Sully and vetted it in terms of that methodology. And so every piece of that evidentiary hierarchy has not one, not two, but usually 3, 4, or 5 independent sources. And so at the end of the day, the thing that was most powerful, that it came late, I did not know until 4 or 5 months ago, I'd already to Ancestry and done a workup on Sully. But I hadn't really known that until that point in time that travel records were going to have to be reported, because a high echelon mole has to travel. They can't talk face to face in the open. They have to talk face to face in a secret place. And if they do anything else, like try and send a message or see, encryption is broken both ways. The CIA and the FBI can read each other's stuff periodically here or there. And the same thing with secret will be intercepted. The only way that somebody who's at the top of a spy service who's gone to the other side is they got to travel. And either he's got to travel to Moscow or Moscow's got to send people to him. And I found the travel records, and they were astounding because the high echelon mole in the CIA is not even going to be activated unless the top person in the KGB decides to do it, because you might lose your eyes and ears at the top of the enemy service. And so it was a big decision to use him, and he was used in at a very important time. It was a crisis, a war had started in the Middle East with both French and British troops in the Suez Canal, and that was when Eisenhower decided to send the U-2s over the Soviet Union, not just Eastern Europe. Anyway, that's how those travel, because we could talk about that. That's another subject. But to finish your question, that was the icing on the cake. When he put his boots on the ground in the middle of these operations, and he personally had to travel over to the Soviet Union, not to the Soviet Union, excuse me, but close to it in Eastern Europe, where Popov had been stationed in Berlin and in Vienna, to dig up dirt on him, because Khrushchev wanted the technical details. We'll get to that. Anyway, I'll stop there. Those were, I had 5 or 6 or 7 very powerful pieces of evidence from independent sources that gave me this answer. And so there was no doubt in my mind. I called it a hypothesis, but so I like to leave the people. You can read and you can but you're going to have to look at the evidence. And some people don't want to read the book because they know that it's going to be convincing, and they missed it. A lot of people who love reading books to me for years, sometimes as you go along, they don't like me so much because I admitted I was wrong about Angleton, and they don't want to be wrong about Angleton. So the problem is that good investigative work, whether it's crime or astrophysics or chemistry, goes through all these mistakes that have to be made till you finally get a solution. And you just have to, it's a part of what you do, is to say, this was wrong. And it's not a cause for being concerned. You break out some, scotch and say, it's time to celebrate. We're that much closer to where we want to be. But a lot of people that are on this case don't like it. They've got their Colonel Mustard with a wrench in the library thing, and that's it. They're gone, and they don't want to hear. So progressively over the years, I've lost people that like what I was doing, but it's what I do. And so, but I'm absolutely certain that Popov's mole was in fact Sully. But in the all the trouble we were to write that book, we knew that there was a lot more. There were so many leads. We were in a place nobody's ever been before, by the way. It changes everything. That the top of the CIA and the CIA, MI6, the British version of their and also the French intelligence services was just
Soviet spies.
That all the Western spy services were owned by Moscow Center. It changes everything. You've got to go back and look at all the stuff I was writing before, and I'm still looking. But what we're finding, there were more moles, and the fact that you have slowly by the the short and curlies. That means we can now find out somebody else, like the guy Sully's boss. You can get to him later.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was a big deal. This book was a big deal. And let's just say one thing. I didn't do the digital version yet. Usually I do digital versions, but I waited on purpose because I'm going to do a revision of the book with the digital version later in the year.
Didn't you tell me that something happened with Amazon publishing to Kindle? They gave you some problems.
Yes. Well, this is the second time in my life that they tried to support. Now, the first one was successful for 2 years. This one here, within 24 hours of the publication of this book, I had crashed the computer. The Dell people were on it, and I had to go back to factory records instantly. Lost a lot of data and things, but it wasn't fatal. And at the same time that happened, there was on some posting about it was taken down, and we were told, and no one's out, but they told me they didn't like they thought they accused me of
Misinformation or something.
no. They said that you're using surreptitious means to get all these likes, all these people liking you. I usually had a couple hundred likes about the stuff I was writing, and it was stupid to say something like that. Anyway, I didn't pay any attention to that. The third thing was in the same 24-hour period that Kindle Amazon got a hold of me and said, "Your book, we're not publishing your book." And they said what the reason was. It was the travel records of Bruce Sully that were Appendix 1 were illegible. And that's not true. Many of them, most of them are very legible. And you can look at them. You can look at them. Now, I took them out of the book and put something in there that said, this is what happened. And in fact, we started putting them all over the internet, at the Mary Farrell Foundation and others. And we even threatened to start making up posters or bookmarks and stuff with pictures of all this stuff. So it didn't take long. Within a week, my book was published.
Did you include all the flight logs and travel details in the book?
I did it first, but I removed them from the appendix. But then I put something in there that explained why it's gone because Kindle Amazon says they're illegible. And then we start. It was much more. How can I say, embarrassing for me to take it out. Said so.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't scream and yell. I just said, okay. They took this stuff out because it's illegible. Well, here's some pictures that you can look at and you can decide. And it was very embarrassing.
Who in the U.S. currently, how many people and who are they, the ones that are involved in suppressing this thing that happened 70 years ago?
Certainly nowhere near as educated in the ways of espionage, counterespionage as the old CIA folks were. Okay, they're dead and gone, most of them. There's one or two still alive.
Right.
They ended up liking me pretty much over the years because they wanted to know what happened too. Most of them didn't know everything because inside the CIA and the KGB, you need to know. Not everybody knows what's going on. And I was figuring stuff out and giving presentations. And so I had an incident where they pickpocketed me once at one of the things down in Dallas, and my phone was gone for a while. We were able to trace where it was using a service back in Washington, close to Washington where I was, and actually in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And we would tell that my phone was like up 5 or 6 floors upstairs. And anyway, and they secreted it back into my carry bag when there was a lot of people rushing out of a door. And then I went into another. So they put it back in. They couldn't break it. They couldn't get into it. It was an Apple phone. So at the end of that presentation, a guy walks up to me in a nice jacket, no tie. He's waiting in line. He's first there. And people are still coming up in line to ask me questions. And he says, "John, you're okay. You're fine. You're going to be fine. We just want to know what you know."
Sorry to interrupt, but this episode...
I didn't know what that meant first, But after we thought about the whole craziness of my phone just appearing and then reappearing at the end of that conference.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it was a message that they wanted to see. They wanted to know. It was a very important one. It was on a guy by the name of Essiana. But one of these misdirections I was knocking down. But anyway, so your question was?
I was basically asking who in the CIA or any of these agencies.
So this new suppression of the book, there are people that are now coming out of the CIA in their 60s.
Yeah.
And they're all over social media. And in fact, it's even on the internet. One of them was a woman who actually outed all the rest of them, saying this is terrible. We shouldn't be doing this. But they're all over the place in social media, and they have influence.
Well, they also have the investment from the Q Intel investment company that invests in a lot of these big companies, which is it's mind-boggling that they can have that much control over some of these companies when they're able to invest in all these big tech.
Exactly. There's something even scarier because I started thinking what I ended up doing was going to a security program that international finance banks use and all the international multinational corporations use, because they can't, their stuff has to be secure. And you can get a program as just as an individual. And so, but I started thinking about, what if they've entered, what if they, security companies too, it's just there's no end to it. So anyway, you have to know that they can watch. And so I always assume that that's happening. And so my relationship with the people that work with me, we're careful how we handle everything. And so, because it's two ways, when you're surveilled and you're smart enough, counter surveillance teaches you a lot of specific things that I know. And so I'm not afraid to continue what I'm doing. In fact, there's a lot. Look, I'm going to say something, because we're going to get probably to the Kennedy assassination and Terry's involvement in things, that and other things, and the same thing with the CIA. I know lots of good people in who wear the uniform, and I'm very careful when I give these big Zoom presentations at the end to show pictures of some of the generals who were fantastic, and they would never lie. And because of that, like under Westmoreland, General Christian had to be sent home. He was the head of intelligence, and every time he sent anything back to Washington, he said that the strength of the Viet Cong is getting worse, and their determination. He sent that back with every single one. And of course, what was going on at that time in that part of Vietnam was the 600,000 troops had been cut in half and things like that. So when I tell us a version of what I think has happened here or there, and it involves bad things, lies, or things especially that are defrauding the American people to get them to go into a war, I'm going to stand up and talk about it. But it doesn't mean that we don't have a lot of good people in government.
Right.
Okay?
These are specific bad people.
Exactly.
You're not saying the institutions themselves are corrupt. It's the bad apples that are inside there that make things go awry.
There's a photograph of me testifying in front of a committee, and it took the Pentagon by surprise. And for a long time, and then we talked about it. And then my punishment was, please let them know the next time I'm going to be in uniform. But what happened was when I came out, these officers, I know, they said that they were so proud of you, John, for what you've done for the Army, because we did do bad things. The Army intelligence surveilled all the students, and it went way. They're not supposed to be doing domestic operations anyway. There were a lot of things that were give us a black eye, and so when armed people, and that's one of the reasons that I stood my ground with JFK in Vietnam. Because we all have to do that sooner or later. You got to make up your mind whether or not you're going to just be a weasel and bow to power, or whether you're going to stand up to it.
Right. Let me ask you this: if you're in the shoes of the CIA or the American government, do you think it's a good thing for the United States for some of this information to come out? Like, if you were to expose everything at JFK and all the corruption and everything about this high echelon mole, do you think that helps or hurts the U.S. that the truth comes out?
Well, it can only help, because without, you see, our republic is founded on the idea that you have to have the people have information in order to decide who our leaders should be. And if you don't know what they're doing or what they're up to, the whole concept of our democracy fails right there. So we have to deal with it very soon. The problem is, every 4 years it could be a new president, and are we saying that we can't find out when the next election comes up, like what they did? Is that what you want?
Right, but that's different than something that happened 70 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, what the implications would be.
Well,
it came out. If the truth came out.
Truth is out. It's been there all along, and a lot of the what has happened are misdirections You know what a mystery is, where you're confusing somebody, leading them the wrong way. And so a lot of the investigations were compromised, even though they were much better. That the Senate Select Committee and the House Select on Assassinations did real investigations, unlike the Warren Commission, which laid down for this to go ahead and do the public thing because they told Laura Warren that 40 million Americans are going to die if we didn't do the Oswald did it alone thing. Later on, there are serious ones, but they get infiltrated before it starts to try and control the narrative. So it's a constant battle with this stuff. And it's not just what we're talking about. The same thing happens with big corporations and stealing each other's stuff. It's not something we're talking about here, spy services and Cold War and that kind of stuff. But there's just as much spying and all this stuff is done for reasons for money too. So, in most cases, both houses of Congress are compromised because the money goes to both the Republicans and the Democrats. They can't live without it.
Corporations and politics there's a very blurry line between them.
That's right.
So in terms of the Cold War, who do you think, what spy do you think won the Cold War?
Well, the KGB won for a long time, but in the end, they fell. That doesn't mean that some of the people that were doing that, like Putin, whose job was deception, are still doing the same sorts of things, but there's no KGB. There's a different. It was the SB, and now it's SB. And these acronyms we don't need to talk about today. But here's the thing I want to say about battles of the spy service. And again, remember that happens when there's not a war going on. Okay, once we got involved in Vietnam, things were heating up. That was a real war that fortunately didn't get out of hand to the point of blowing the planet up. Look, Solly defected to the KGB. Popov defected to the CIA. And I can tell you right now that there were, I'm not going to say hundreds, but many people our side of the street defected to the Russians, and the same thing happened in Russia because it was even harder to live there. So the point is that in this world that we grow up in and these superpowers, people working in the spy services of those superpowers, many of them didn't like what they were doing. And so they end up, people are being defecting in both directions. So what does that mean? What does that tell us? Well, it tells us that it's not black and white, and so you have the same problem in all these powerful countries which are not democracies, and our democracy is being compromised as we sit here today. There are people who want to tear up our Constitution right now. So it's not us against them. We find out it's us against us in the end, and so we have to be careful not to say that everything we did was great and fine and dandy. Not to mention your name, Dandy. I meant to say, not Dandy.
Yes.
But look, I'll give you one example. A lot of people still don't know about Operation Gladio. Now, Operation Gladio was put into play at the end of World War II. There was a fear that Stalin was going to just go march all the way across Europe and take everything all the way to the Atlantic. He wasn't stupid enough to do that. There was no way they were going to be able to hold that kind of territory. But that was the war scare of 1948. And so what they did was they buried caches of weapons and communication equipment all over Europe. And so that once the Warsaw Pact armies had gone by, they would have these people come out of nowhere and behind enemy line. They were assassins, providers and people that were blowing stuff up, which is what you would do if you were working behind enemy lines. Well, that never happened, and so all that stuff got used another different way. The CIA and MI6 were the most at fault here, but they what they did was to use that equipment to sabotage, blow up buildings, assassinate people, and tell the public that it was done by socialists and communists. When it wasn't, it was done by the Gladio units that were being run out of we had two particular committees in NATO that almost no one knew about. You had to be, the head of NATO was always an American general, by the way, for a long, long time. So anyway, for 14 years, this went on. Murders and stuff blowing up. And eventually, it came out. A guy named Frankovich went over there and filmed it. Everybody, including all the CIA people that were involved too, and many of them, senior ones, went on camera to tell us what happened. He had 3 reels of stuff, about 6 hours worth of stuff that was all filmed. It was in different languages, but there were it was almost illegible writing what they were saying in English at there, and my friend Heather Fear transcribed that all of it. It took her weeks to do it. So I have actually a Microsoft Word version at every one of the interviews of all the people that were involved in all those countries. And there's several books on Gladio that have been written that are good books. And I use some of these things. I use them at James Madison where I teach. I teach counterterrorism there, and sometimes I tell them, you know what if I told you that the term counterterrorism might not even have counter in it? And that's when you're controlled. You're not. You think you're countering terrorism, but you're not. You're just falling for it.
In the context of this whole thing, what role did Bruce Sully play in this whole story, and how important was he in regards to what was going on with Lee Harvey Oswald?
He was the one who put the plan together for the Oswald defection and all that, and that the hunt would be looking for the mole somewhere else, not him. So he is the one who knows that there's going to have to be a mole hunt, and he can design it. He's got about 1.5 years to go. When he finds out, just before Popov tells us. So that goes to Sully. So Sully knows now that the West knows.
Right.
So there's going to have to be a mole, and Oswald doesn't arrive until the end of '59. So it gives Sully enough time to jigger around so that all the stuff comes to his desk, all the other government documents and everything. So he has full control of everything. So, but that's just the first part of it. He has to. So here, I think it's time to talk about when Sully is actually activated.
Yes.
Okay, because let me say, the lead that they cropped up in the book shows that James McCord of Watergate fame ends up being involved as well as a mole.
They were in World War II together.
And this is not something that I finished. That story is littered through 3 or 4 chapters in there. And recently, in the past several weeks, I've been getting ready for the new digital version. And this is a big deal. It's going to be a chapter or 2 all on its own, the McCord story. McCord was actually Sully's boss. So to understand where they are, let's just go over this again. This is the Office of Security. It's a high echelon thing all into itself. There are 6 staffs. I won't name them all. The most important one is the security research. And within the research staff, there's several branches, but there's one called the branch research, and that is where at that all information on moles, on false, on defectors, on falters, and the personnel files of everybody in the CIA. All that one desk.
The perfect place.
That is where Sully is. That's where he is. And it turns out that McCord is the deputy chief of SRS, of that staff. So he's lost Sully. They're sitting at a desk close to each other, and they're keeping their mouths shut because Sully, especially if he says one thing, he'd be out with, that's what he was doing. So he's sitting there as a sleeper the whole time. These two guys, McCord and Sully, were fired in World War II over Germany. They were bombers or bombardiers, and so were the Russian guys there too. And then, you get banged up and holes in your your airplane. You got to land somewhere. So there was a lot of interaction between Russian and American pilots. In fact, we gave them most of their planes. Some of them came across the Pacific and so on. There's a lot of interesting stories about all of that. But so Bruce Sully was the guy who knew, because the security office was also providing security for the U2 program, knew the technical details of the actual pamphlet, and not a pamphlet, it's a pretty thick roll item that has the history of the U2. And it has the security part of it too, and it's not classified anymore. It's there. The Office of Security provided security for the U2. So he knew the technical details. Now we have to go to the Cold War, and the Cold War, when the Cold War becomes a hot war, which was in 1956. There had been over the previous year a sort of explosion or implosion going on there. There was suddenly a lot of the countries there was a lot of Soviet influence. It cropped up real fast. And so there were a lot of concerns about this in the Western powers, and they made the decision to do something about it. They wanted to make sure Egypt would be in the West, and that the Suez Canal would be in Western hands. And so they invaded. At that time, Eisenhower was our president. He's got spy service, and Khrushchev is in charge over there on the other side, and in Moscow, he's got the spy service. Eisenhower had continued the decommissioning of American forces at the end of World War II. We had a huge army, the biggest thing on the earth at the time, and it was just way too big to be used for anything. So he continued decommission and to try and put emphasis on the economy. And so, his reasoning was that he could do the same thing with nuclear weapons. They were cheap. Outfitting, divisions and armies and training them is hundreds and thousands of times more expensive. So that's what he had done and was doing. And so it was at this time that the CIA had come up with the U-2. And at first, in June of 1956, he allowed that plane to go over East Germany and Poland. That's it. Well, by the time we get to July, things are heating up. He makes a decision to let the U-2 fly over Soviet territory. Because what is he looking for? He wants to know, he's probing Khrushchev to see whether or not they're going to send troops in. Now, people that we found forever got caught and executed instantly. So the only thing that he could do was to use this spy plane. So he could look for troop movements and things on rails and that kind of stuff to see if there was any indication that the Russian forces were going to actually themselves intervene against the British and the French army in there.
What was so special about the U-2? Besides the
2,000 feet above what Soviet radars could even see at. So the P2 or whatever, I forget the nomenclature, P something or other, was something that Oswald would have known about. He was the guy using with the grease pencil or the three plays. It was in Great Britain they had one. In Israel, Turkey, they had another U2 base, and then at Suki, Japan. The one in Japan was important because the U2s could fly over the impact area of the Soviet IBM program, which Khrushchev had boasted about, so they had tons of them. And the fact of the matter is they weren't hitting their targets.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the real truth was that Khrushchev decided not to that particular version, that particular missile, to produce it because it was so bad. He was going for second generation, so he was lying about the stuff he had, and that truth came out literally when Kennedy got elected president. So a lot of things he said, boasting he was going to do to get Castro, he had promises he had to keep. That's another whole story. But going back to 1956, this is when Khrushchev finds out that these U-2s are flying over his territory. There's nothing he can do about it. Now, Khrushchev, it took him 4 years to win the leadership struggle after Stalin died.
Right.
And he's on very shaky ground. There are people in the wings waiting for him to stumble just once and get rid of him and take his job. So when he finds out about the U-2s and they can't shoot him down, he knows that they have a high echelon motor that they haven't activated. Who knows the specs of the U-2s? He says, I want to shoot them down. So he tells some of the senior KGB guys, you guys get on your hobby horse and you're going to Washington. And bring me back the details of the way.
So he said, go activate this guy.
You got to go meet him. He comes here, but he also wanted.
How do you activate this guy?
Well, somebody has to tell him. There has to be another mole somewhere.
Right. That's got to be so difficult.
But that mole has had access to the Soviet Union. Now, who would that be? There's only one guy in the security office, and no Americans are allowed to go into East Europe and Soviet denied territory. But I have McCord's travel records in that very month. He was cleared by the security office for travel through WE, Western Europe, through EE, Eastern Europe, and for travel in Soviet denied territory.
McCord, Soviet boss.
Yeah. He's been over there for years. That's what part of his job was, to go over there all the time and go to visit our stations in Berlin and Vienna and so on and so forth. And so he was able to have contact. I said, what do you think happens in Berlin? People go across the borders and spies talk to spies and all this kind of stuff. The same thing in Vienna. So that's how Sully was able to have contact with probably the GRU, which is where they found out about it. This is the Soviet military intelligence, and GRU units over there. But it has to be somebody because they knew Sully had this material in '56, not just before Popov.
Right.
He told his case officer in 1958. Back in '56, that was the whole raison d'etre for this trip. I want you to imagine that you are one of these KGB guys in Moscow, and you were told you and two of your buddies are going to go to Washington, D.C., the United States of America, incognito, and you're going to meet this guy who's been sleeping the whole time, and you're going to ask him questions. You're going to be face to face with this guy. You got to go over there and do that. But that?
Hell no.
You're married, and it's going to happen. I mean, you could get assassinated. You can be PNG'd. But persona non grata. You can be thrown out of the country. And there is a little bit of trouble because they're using false names. Komarov was what the top guy used. His name was Vladislav Kovchuk. There's a couple of very, very good KGB guys. Kondrachev is the number one guy. Bagley on our side is the number one guy. Anyway, this other one.
So you're the first person to ever find out these minute details about these officers flying from Moscow to Washington when they did it.
Bagley how do you
find this stuff?
Bagley wrote about it, about the trip. He doesn't quite as much as I know about it because I've got Sully's travel records. He didn't have that. He didn't know Sully. He didn't. Okay, what he knew was that Kovshok and two other people went over to find the mole, whoever the mole was.
Got it.
This book here, called Uncovering Popov's Mole. Okay, but it's a dangerous thing that's going on here, and so the problem is, how do they talk to the mole? How are they going to find Sully? How are they? Somebody has to tell Sully, right? But, you know, if they just go back there and start looking for safe houses, they're going to look like three Russians looking for safe houses. You know, the KGB, Hoover's Bucket Brigade will be all over those guys, right? So you got to have somebody you can rely on, an American who's going to go search for places to meet. Now, that's what Edward Ellis Smith had been doing in Moscow. He was the first real CIA plant in the embassy in Moscow. He had been an economist guy, but the State Department had rules against any KGB guys in being in the embassy. So the CIA decided, let's not tell the ambassador. Instead of having two or three or four guys, he chose one guy, Edward Ellis Smith, who was married, and his wife was back in the United States, so he didn't have any carnal relations with his wife going on. Anyway, so he's chosen, and
by who?
By Vladislav Kovshok. You know why?
Okay.
Why he was chosen? Because he was the chief of KGB operations against. That's where Edward was in the embassy, working in the embassy.
Right.
So this one guy knew all the Americans in the embassy. That was his job for years, was to know every American that was in there. Okay, he's right. So where are you going to find an American if you can actually turn them to your side? Where are you going to find an American to do this in Washington that you are sure is going to work for you? An American that's going to work for you.
Right.
Okay.
You got to compromise somehow, right?
Yes, but you have to have a good candidate. And you don't know who's an American over there that they can't just go on airplanes and go over there and go recruit somebody.
Right.
They got somebody, because it turns out that months before July 1956, Kovshok recruits Edward Ellis Smith. He uses his maid, who's actually a KGB major, pretty girl, and Ellis Smith falls into the trap instantly, and they break in with the cameras in the middle of this, what do they call it, delecto something or other. It's a word for sex. They
break in
during the act, yes, and take pictures of him there, and he's scared to death. Anyway, I'll save a little time by giving too many details, but what happens is he's recruited by Kovshok, and he's told a story right away. You're okay. Don't worry. You're gonna live fabulously for the rest of your life, and you won't have to keep doing stuff. We just need you to do a couple of things for us, and it's all going to be over. You're gonna be paid for life with with money, and you're going to have a great job in California. McCord's the one that tells them all the details of this by the time they get him back. But anyway, McCord is the guy who brings Ellis Smith from Moscow all the way to Washington.
McCord knows that Ellis Smith has been compromised.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
He's got to take him. He's got to take him over there.
Okay.
And then he has to be tried. It has to be interrogation. McCord tells Ellis Smith not to worry. In fact, Kovshuk told him exactly how to handle the ambassador. You're going to wait for a couple of weeks. Almost, this was we're talking April, so we're talking almost July. We're in June. You go to the ambassador and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I messed up. I made a mistake, and I didn't know what to do. I thought that if I didn't do what they wanted me to do, that they would give me drugs or kidnap me or something like that. And I really am so sorry that I made this mistake." And so the ambassador, Bolin was his name, he goes back to tell Eisenhower about it. They meet on the golf course, and we have the conversation. They didn't tell me they had a CIA guy working in my embassy, and the pictures of him, anyway,
Oh my!
he has this talk with Ike on the golf course about that. But anyway, so let's get back to the situation. So we have this show of contrition in front of the ambassador, which is fame. It's on purpose. So he's going to have to go back. They can't leave him there. So that's what they want. They want him in Washington. And so by the time they arrive, he's told what he's got to do. Now he had been looking for safe houses for Popov to get reassigned to Moscow. Ellis Smith had been already learning how to scout for safe houses in Moscow, but he did a terrible job. Popov said they all sucked. The things that he did. So when he gets back there,
How do you find out? What kind of
face to face.
But what is a safe house got to be? What does it got to?
Doesn't matter so long as nobody knows where it is, and the two people that are going to go there know where it is.
Public places usually, or
well, so it depends when you say public. Right in the middle of a park, probably not.
Okay.
Why is a movie house a great place?
A movie theater.
It's dark.
Yeah.
Can't see anything in there.
Right.
So that's what he's told he's going to do. That's what McCord tells him to do, right? And McCord can give him some skinny because McCord's grown up there in Washington. So McCord can take, okay, these areas of the city are probably the best, because there's going to be more whatever, So that's what he does. And it takes quite a while for him to come up with a set of places that fits the bill. In the meantime, he's been thrown out of the CIA, and while he's walking around looking for these things, he looks like a hobo who's down on his luck. He's jobless. He's been thrown out of the CIA. This is what the FBI knows. They're not interested. The Hoover's Bucket Brigade thinks this guy knows nothing now. He's a nobody. So they pay no attention to him. That was part of the way to make sure that he would look penniless.
You would think after he came to them and told them that story about how they caught him in that honey trap that they would be keeping an eye on him.
No, that's early. That's early on. Okay, so in other words, they know that he said, okay, I did it, and I'm sorry. Right. So what are you going to do? You're going to keep him in the CIA?
Hell no.
You're going to throw him out.
But you're still going to keep an eye on him.
No, you don't keep an eye on him because that's Hoover's job is to keep an eye on him. Okay. So now they did keep an eye on him, but not the good part of the CIA, not the people that do, people that were working with Kovshuk were the Americans in the CIA who were in on this operation. Right. So nobody got in their way. Mm-hmm. Everybody in the CIA thought they're in charge.
Right.
McCord's in charge of this. He's a highfalutin guy, had been. So that nobody questioned anything in the CIA about this. And so, but you only had the FBI. Now the FBI never did catch him the whole time. It was several months. We're talking about by the time he started scouting out the places, there's no way that the Kovshuk and the guys are going to go buy their tickets and get their false passports until those safe houses are in place. Right. And so they didn't ask for their credentials until November. And then it takes a few weeks. By the time they were ready to go, it's in December. But anyway, so Ellis Smith has been going around doing this. for months. And so he's told by McCord, even at the very beginning, while he's going through the interrogation, don't worry, we money on side every single month. And it was, I have the name of it here, it's just one organizations that was CIA that could get money. And so, but there was the big money to be later on when it was all over. You could go to California. And he was told what his job was going to be. He was going to have a high position, a very nice office in the Hoover Institute of the University of Stanford. Now, the guy had already divorced his wife after all this stuff, and so he married a Russian woman. I'm still have to investigate. I want to investigate the dates for all that. But anyway, he was asked to stay around after the meeting. The meetings took place in the first week of January. They went off like no glitches.
Meetings with these two KGB and Soli.
Three of them, yeah.
Three of them and Soli.
That's right.
They met in the movie theaters.
That's right. And so, but the next thing was,
and Soli gave them the technical details for the U-2.
He did. It wasn't done yet. There was one other thing that Khrushchev wanted, which was the enough information on Popov to hang him without betraying McCord and Sully's participation in this whole affair. And that was not hard. They knew about Popov way back, and he was so insecure that they were just waiting for him to make mistakes. So what happens is,
explain to me again, like I'm a third grader, why Khrushchev wanted to get rid of Popov this early. Because this is before Popov told
was giving nuclear secrets and all kinds of stuff. This guy was high up in the GRU.
And how did he know about that?
How did who know?
How did Khrushchev know about Popov giving all the secrets to the CIA?
Because he was making mistakes. He was making mistakes, and he was going across the borders in Berlin, and his what do we call it? His technique wasn't good. His tradecraft was not good. He was seen in a lot of places. He
was drunk, wasn't he?
Well, he was drunk, and he was married, and he was having affairs with Neely all along, and she ended up turning on him later on because of a political thing in one of the countries in which he was from. But anyway, the point is that there were 2 or 3 different areas that were looked very good, that were connected with where he had been. His remit had been 2 places. He spent time. The GRU was one of the people that were well represented in Russian presidencies. In Russian people that are working jobs in Berlin and in Vienna. Those were the 2 biggest things. They're in East Europe, really, if you think about Vienna, but it was neutral. It was one of the first ones to go neutral. And then when you talk about Berlin, in the middle of East Germany, it's not like you're in Germany or something. There's no Germany. It's been cut up and so on. It's a very dangerous place to be. But that's where Popov had worked. And so what you want to get somebody who can go, an American who can go to those places and ask questions about Popov. No better person to do that than Sully, right? Nobody can ask him why he's asking questions. He's a senior officer from the Office of Security, and besides which, Popov's the guy who's created all this mess that's endangering Sully himself. He's got to protect himself in all of this, so he's got some skin in the game to make sure that they get rid of this guy and not unmask him. And he's pretty bright. Unlike other guys who are drunk, Sully, like Philby, drunk. Sully was not drunk. He didn't drink.
At this point in time, was he aware that Popov knew about Sully?
First man to walk on the moon.
I doubt it. And why would you know that?
I don't know.
No. So Popov just knows about.
But Popov eventually found out about Soli somehow.
Yes, but not his name.
He just he knew there was a. I just knew there was a mole. But
Yeah, because he had overheard in a GRU meeting that there was a mole at the highest who had the technical details.
Right.
Khrushchev knew about the mole. He may have known the name. There was really no need for him to know the name. He probably did know the name, but you wouldn't want that name to get around because both sides were penetrated. And so there's very few people that understand what's happening here. Where were we before you asked that question?
So Khrushchev wanted these guys, these three GRU guys that went to the U.S. to not only get
No, they weren't GRU. Those were KGB.
The three KGB guys that went to the U.S. He wanted them to not only get the technical details for the U-2, but also wanted them to figure out how to get Popov.
Well, they weren't going to participate in that. They are KGB guys, so they can't walk into a CIA station in Berlin or Vienna and ask questions.
Right.
What we're looking for is the footprint that Popov made when he went and across the line in Berlin and so on and talked to CIA guys.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to go to CIA stations to ask these questions to hang Popov with.
Right.
So you can't have Russians going in there and doing that. You have to have an American. And you have to have an American who, when you ask a question, nobody says, "Excuse me, sir, why are you asking that question?"
Mm-hmm.
So Sully goes on his first trip over there. After the meeting between Kovshak and Guk and Kislov with Sully, that's January. In February and March, Sully goes over, and you've got the map.
Yep.
Of where when he sits down in Zurich for a couple of weeks, and which is about 30 to 40 minutes away from those two Vienna and Berlin, and that's what he's doing. Mm-hmm. Now, when you look at that map, the thing that always bothered me about it that I couldn't explain, all this stuff I understood.
Hold it up next time.
Sure. Yeah, all
a little bit higher. There you go, right there, perfect.
There's France, Poland, here's Prague, here's Switzerland, right in the middle of everything, and there's CIA stations there in Zurich and in Geneva. But anyway, a lot of the times later on when Sully would go, he would always do it in Paris because he would meet KGB guys in Paris, which was full of KGB guys. That's other story. Let's leave that alone. 1962, and so this is back in 1950, 56, 57, and 57. And so here is where he spends almost all his time. All these other things are just legs that within 24 hours you're on your way, except for Paris, you'll stay 2 days. See, why did he come in? He comes in down here in Rome. And actually, before Rome, he started in Beirut. So he went from Beirut to Rome, from Rome to Zurich, and that's where he stayed most of the whole time on this long trip. It was about 2.5, 3 weeks or so he's here because he can go and do these things. So this is his home base.
Okay.
In Zurich.
Sorry, point it towards the camera a little bit more.
Okay. So later on, when I was writing that book covering Popov's mole, I figured out why he went to Beirut first. You see, because Kim Philby had always been the guy that the KGB used to get all the information out of Angleton, the head of CIA counterintelligence. Right. They had worked together in Great Britain, and they got drunk together and Angleton thing. Then they went to Washington, and Philby became the liaison between MI6 and CIA. So
Philby was one of the most
secrets of the United States, of CIA and MI6. Until there was a problem with a couple of guys. Burgess and McLean had to run to Russia, and the stink wore off on him because they were his friends. So they They couldn't prove it. They suspected him. And so what happened was he resigned, and that was the way they resolved it. He resigned in '51 when the CIA was started. Okay, so now we're talking about Sully and going there in '51, but not being in this operation until much later. McCord was able to be here all the time because that was his job. He could travel over there. He was the only guy who did it.
Right.
So that's why he's so interesting and important to us, because we have to have these communication things. But anyway, so what happens is after 5 years of Philby not having any work at all, they reactivate him to go over to Beirut and look at, because that's where the crisis is. Okay. In the Middle East. It's very close to Beirut. It's right in the middle of the crisis.
Okay.
So they send Sully there first, and what happens is, excuse me, I've got ahead of myself. That's where Philby is sent to, and his job there is going to be just open source information, and he's going to give that to the CIA. Guy that is running the CIA station in Beirut. So he's over there now. And Philby has a father who's well known all over the place.
Yes.
And he had a mountaintop right over Beirut. And so when at the time that Philby comes there, and at the very time, believe it or not, the very time that Sully shows up in Beirut, Philby's father vacates the house, takes all his kids on a vacation, and it's empty. And so you have the KGB who needs a replacement for Philby that has had since '51. And you have Philby alone on top of the mountain right over Beirut, who knows all about how to use Angleton. And that's why the first leg of this trip, Sully was sent to Beirut. Finally, I got my answer. It took me a long time. I never realized. I thought, what the hell is Beirut doing in this trip? Because I know that it has.
How did you finally find this?
Because I started working on the Philby case, and I got deep in. I own every book on the stuff you can imagine on the MI6 guys. So that's. So it was easy once, as they say in China, very easy if you know how.
But not quick. Holy crap, man! You had to do a lot of research to put all these pieces.
Well, it was the last 4 months that we started working the whole MI6 stuff in, and it was fantastic. People should watch this series on TV. It was six episodes called "A Traitor Amongst Friends." And they messed up the angles and stuff a little bit, but it was really accurate in a lot of ways. And it was more about Elliot, who was Philby's case officer, if I could say that at the time. And he let him get on the boat. He could have stopped it, the rest of it. But they let in 1960 is when he was so drunk all the time with his wife because he knew that the end was coming. And he got on a Russian boat and went over to Moscow. And thank goodness he wrote a book about himself, so we don't have to prove it with documents.
And Philby actually admitted in his book everything that he did.
Yeah, he said to Angleton. He said Angleton was so embarrassed. He told about all that stuff. So, the Sully, I had to, Sully didn't write a book. Okay? Philby did. So I had to do a little bit of work to put together who it was that the KGB finally used whose place Philby with.
Wow. What were the implications of him spilling the beans and all that? Did he get in any trouble? Did he give a fuck? Was he on his bed anyways? Or
who's who?
Philby. Philby writing and talking about everything that he did. I imagine that.
No, he was already. He was safe. He was given the Heroes Award, in Moscow for all the years he spent. Oh, way back. This guy, back in the 40s, was already working for him. And so, But they didn't really. They just wanted to leave the country. Never happened. They let his wife come over for a while, for once to visit with him for a while, but she didn't stay for very long.
Right.
And he continued to drink, but not as hard. But he did. I'm sure he died of liver cirrhosis of the liver eventually.
Okay. So what happened after Khrushchev got these details of these spies? He finally got the details of the U-2s. Finally, he got what he needed, all the info he needed on Popov, right?
That's right. And they arrested him.
They arrested Popov without compromising Soley
or McCord or anything. It was all stuff that happened in places that Popov went. So there was no. They could use it
because the reason they had to be very careful for people who are listening who may not be keeping up. Basically, the reason they needed to arrest Popov they needed to find other reasons completely disconnected from Soley. So because
events in his life,
right? Events in his life. Because if they did arrest him that had anything with any sort of connection to Soley, it would have.
How do you know stuff? Is the reason. How do you know? And the reason is because he was insecure and he did this, and this, and wasn't that hard. But Soley put the nail in the coffin there. But you know what? When you look at it now, there was something more important than that, and that's the Beirut trip. So, Khrushchev got the things he wanted out of it, but the other thing that they're getting out of it, that his spy service is getting out of it, is the new guy. And this is a bonus that Khrushchev will. He stays in power for quite some time until after Kennedy's death, when he's purged. So he ends up getting a new mold even better than Philby. This guy doesn't. This guy is pretty safe. But the thing he didn't really understand was that one day. And he did change the tags on his suitcases. The reason we know this is the last chapter in the book is about a defector, a Navy defector from Russia that we got a hold of, and he was thrown back and used up, and Sully had to escort him there, and Sully basically helped turn him over to the Russians who killed him, and his wife was with him. He was supposed to be a trip, and it's a sad chapter because on the way home, Sully was in the plane with her and never said anything. But anyway, it was a big feather in the hat for Khrushchev. They solved everything. They got Kitty Hawk, which we haven't had time to talk about. It's another operation the KGB had to save Masenko. We haven't talked about him either. The Masenko defection, things like that. But what happens is that the people in the SAES, Soviet Russia Division, a battle erupts over KGB guys came over supposedly bona fide, but they weren't for provocations. All of them were. And
what does that mean, bona fide?
It means, in other words, if they came over, they really were a defector. They really affected to us. That's bona fide.
Okay.
But if they're not, they're a provocation. Okay, they're not bona fide. They're malified. Okay, and so they were all none of them were bona fide. But what happens was Sully and his guys began to acquire power in 1955 and 56, and especially with Hoover. Hoover did not want anything to be bona fide because that meant he missed it. So he went along with the KGB's wishes that these guys were bona fide. They really were. So what I meant to say is if they were missed that would be bad for him. Right. The short version of the story is that there was a battle that raged inside of the CIA for 3 or 4 years. and Sully won. And he had Central Intelligence, which gave him charge of everything to decide what had happened and who should be, And so Bagley was put out to the best guy. A lot of things happened, but new guys and a guy by the name of Snuff who was there as part of this operation to finish the job of the KGB's takeover. Kitty Hawk was last death net of anything authentic going on in the Soviet Russian division and the CIA. And so Molly, who kept his mouth shut the whole time, finally felt that he could come out in the open. And so he openly went along with Sanko being bona fide, Golitsyn, who gave us good stuff, saying he was not bona fide, and this guy Artemonov, we should use him in an operation or something. This was the KGB agenda. Sully, along with publicly, and eventually he sent a memo to Helms asking him to sign it to make sure that he could prove that. And so later on, an House Select Committee saw that document that Helms had signed about what was going on, this big argument. They asked him, "Why did you sign Sully's thing?" And he said, "Well, because I had to. We weren't getting any work done. I had to take the bone out of my throat." He admitted in front of the House Select Committee that he didn't believe the document he had signed, and they were just flummoxed at that. And that was his answer, that he had somebody had to win in order to do any work. Everything had stopped because of this. The two sides were, and Bagley was he couldn't refute his arguments, and so they had to just muscle their way through it. And so they didn't fire Bagley. They gave him a job, overseas in Brussels, and that's where Malcolm Blunt met him. And Malcolm Blunt and I were close and had been since I wrote Oswald the CIA. So I have that one on the table here. Anyway, it's a messy, complicated story, and black and white you can find on both sides.
Right.
Of the divide, in the Cold War and in the world.
As far as Oswald goes, where did we left off with Oswald? The last time we spoke about him a little bit earlier. He falsely defected to Moscow. And this information, the documents regarding this came out publicly. How long ago? Did the U.S. release these documents? That
most of them, the millions pieces of paper, were released in 2017, 2018.
2018, right. And this is publicly known that he defected to Moscow, false defection to Moscow. He was there in Minsk for a while, staying there, didn't want to come out, and that's where a lot of the Ukrainian KGBs were training at a high school.
Okay, he didn't want to come out until he got the heads up. It's time to come home. He was having a blast. He married a pretty woman. There's pictures of him sitting there in Minsk. It's where the KGB Higher School of Education is, and those the people, some of the teachers in that the KGB school were the ones who were interrogating him, and he knew it, and they said he knew he was being interrogated. Anyway, he was having a great time with his friends, and some of them were at that institute, and some of them weren't. They were just from around town. His place where he lived was right downtown on the main street, where the entire cadet corps of that KGB school ran by his building every day, every morning. And so there came a point where it was time to come home, right? There was nothing else for him to do over there, and one thing that they were interested in would be interrogating him to see what the KGB had done, to get his story. They don't get on the phone call and call up Oswald and how's it going over there, Lee? he had to come home to tell his story. And boy, when he gets off the boat, there's a traffic jam in the world, man. It's called the Cuban Missile Crisis. You name it, it's going on in the middle of 62. You know, this is when Lemnitzer, failing to get what he wanted out of Kennedy in the Bay of Pigs, failing what he wanted to get out of Kennedy in Berlin 2 times, which would have been Armageddon for us, that we got out of that. And then comes the Cuban Missile Crisis. And Lemnitzer says to himself, well, you know, Kennedy didn't go for it, you know, and
Can you explain that meeting that they had? There was a meeting, I forget the actual name of the meeting, where Kennedy had to go to with Lemnitzer and all these guys.
I was getting up to that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So Lemnitzer's idea, why he does this, why he says this to Kennedy, is because he's thinking maybe, you know, going into the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy didn't want to do because it looked like what it was we were beating up on a little country that hadn't really done anything. So maybe him a pretext. He'll be interested. And so the pretext was, well, we shoot a couple of Cubans that are making out in dinghies trying to go to Miami. And in Miami, we're going to shoot down a plane, by the way, over the Gulf.
That's Operation Northwoods.
Yes, this is all part of Northwoods, and we're going to kill some people in Miami, and then we're going to blow some stuff up, and probably killing people in Washington. And we're going to tell the American people that that Castro did this. Okay, we're going to tell the American people Castro did it, so that people will want to go to war with Cuba. And that is what I say, you know, and I say it in the book, in Into the Storm. I already have that part of it in the book. You know, that was, he violated his oath of office and sullied the uniform in war. And I said, that's in my book. That's the way, and I'm going to say it and said it out loud, and I'll keep saying it out loud. But you don't go do things like that to trick the American people into going to war. We don't do that. And when you do that kind of stuff, what do we got here? It's not a republic. It's like a tyranny. And it does, you know, eventually become one. But it's a very sad situation. Now, fortunately, in some ways, unfortunate, but the fortunate thing that what happened is in that meeting between Kennedy and Lemnitzer, Kennedy told him to, you know, get out. I'm not going to do this. His precise words are, I put in the book, he doesn't swear or cuss or anything, but he makes it clear we're not going to do what he wants. And so Lemnitzer is turned down. Lemnitzer is coming up to his end of service and his end of tour in the summer. And with a flick of a pen, and John Kennedy could have had it extended as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff with an act of Congress, which is easy to do. He didn't do that. He let that go, and he sent him over to Europe and re-extended his term of service, which ended in the spring of '63. Anyway, Lemnitzer ended up staying as the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe for eons, and it kept getting extended. You know, by other Kennedy gets dead, you know, within a year. So Lemnitzer goes on and on, but what Lemnitzer didn't know is about Operation Gladio. I mentioned it briefly in this conversation here that we're having. And you see, Lemnitzer knew about Operation Gladio because he was actually working as a one-star general with a bunch of generals that were together the whole thing to protect Europe from a Russian invasion, Soviet invasion. And he was actually the guy who had a lot to do with what weapons were going to be taken from weapon stocks of World War II, whatever, to send them over there. And so he knew he would, and he also knew, because the SACEUR is one of the 2 or 3 the head of NATO, basically, and he knows about those 2 committees. But he also knows a lot about them because he supplied those weapons way back in 1948. Kennedy has no idea about Operation Gladiator. He has no idea that they have these committees full of thugs and assassins and all those kinds of people, right? So he delivered into the hands of Lemnitzer a bunch of guys that could be sent back to the United States. They look like, they're assassins, and you can have some of those guys running around Dealey Plaza. And it just flood the zone with stuff. There's all kinds of things. And people are turned up in Dealey Plaza that were from over there. And these bad guys, that had records of doing stuff like that. If you get into Dealey Plaza stuff, you'll see it. You'll see, depending on which books you read, this guy was used, the guy who was doing a lot of stuff in Spain, or this guy, the ex-Nazi guys that were in Germany and so on and so forth, end up being running around. And all they are is they're just, what do you call when you flood the zone so you can't find what you're looking for?
Right. Throw more needles in the haystack.
Yeah, that's right. So anyway, Lemnitzer is over there, but here's the problem. We replaced him. Maxwell Taylor did. Now, at the beginning of this conversation, we started talking about like the Kennedy assassination, and I was going to draw a line between the beginning of his presidency, he said no to the Bay of Pigs, all the way up to when he got assassinated. And I called it a coup. I called it basically a military coup supported by elements of the CIA, those that view that were privy to it. So Taylor, I call him in my books the Trojan horse inside the gates, not just of President Kennedy, but the Kennedy family itself. So what happens? How does this happen? Lemnitzer was working for Taylor in the Eisenhower administration. Taylor was the chief of staff of the Army, and Lemnitzer was the deputy chief of staff of the Army. And Taylor decided that we should change our policies, militaries, from just these spasmodic nuclear weapons. If we got into war, that we should be able to, if we get into a war, be able to have one without using nuclear weapons. It was called flexible response. And he wrote it, and he was, all the generals don't like it. And so he realized that he was of no use, and there was no way he decided to leave. And he wrote a book, Uncertain Trouble, on it, and his whole thing about flexible response. And so when Kennedy decides that he wants to do an investigation of the Bay of Pigs failure, his brother Bobby all of a sudden is put in charge of a lot of stuff, because whereas he was just the Attorney General, after the Bay of Pigs, guess what happens to Bobby Kennedy? He's still the Attorney General, but he sits in every meeting from that day on. Not at the table, but in the corner, in a chair, empowered to pipe up anytime he wants and tell somebody, no, you're wrong about that. Now, we have all these senior guys, military and civilian, that Bobby pops off to, right? And so they don't like him. Nobody likes Bobby. He's like a rat terrier, protecting his brother after what happened. And so all of a sudden, here comes Taylor. He's brought in to this committee, charge of it along with Bobby. Now it's amazing. Everybody else hates Bobby Kennedy, but not Taylor. He loves him. He likes the president's brother. And so what he knows is what he wants. Is he wants to get control. He is not a Kennedy supporter. He is, in fact, there's a fear that having Taylor in the White House, fear in the military that we've got a guy over there. How can we do our job with the new Joint Chiefs of Staff, whatever they were? If the guy who's got the president's ear can go against us, right? But they fixed that. Taylor made a deal with Lemitzer that, listen, you tell me what you want to do first, and I'll vet ways in which I can get Kennedy to go along with it. So they were working together from the very. Now the next thing is we get to the end of '61, and Kennedy decides that he wants. Everybody wants combat troops in Vietnam, even at this time. By the way, Lemitzer wants war in Cuba, Laos, Vietnam, all at the same time. How can you do that? You don't even have enough ground forces to fight one war.
Right.
There's one answer. How are you going to do that? Nuclear weapons. You don't have to use ground force. You're going to blow the pogies out of everybody. Anyway, it's on the ranch here. So here comes Taylor. And he becomes, so right after this investigation is over, the Bay of Pigs, he learns from Bobby that John Kennedy is by the president, wants him to take over the CIA because he's going to fire Dulles. And
Wants Bobby to take over the CIA?
No, Bobby tells Taylor that that his brother wants him to take over the CIA.
Okay.
He's going to take over the CIA, and Taylor says, "No, I don't think so. My wife and I, we've had too much travel overseas, and I'd rather stay here." Now, look, if you have something for me, dealing with military things, I'd be happy to try and help out. Right? So, okay, he makes him his military assistant, and he sends him over in December. He sends him over to have a look around in Cuba. No, excuse me, not in Cuba, in Vietnam. He sends him to look at Vietnam, which is starting to bubble up. Pretty bad, actually. A lot of things going on in terms of attacks, Viet Cong attacks. But bottom line is, he was sent there with a direct order from the president to come home with a recommendation not to send combat troops. It was phony. He was that was his job. That was his job. His job was to go over there, look around, and come home and say, we don't need combat troops.
Right.
He comes home and puts a proposal on the table to send combat troops under a flood relief task force cover. Kennedy gets absurdly angry with him for doing that. He tries to recall all of it, and then he plants a false story in the New York Times saying that he came back and recommended against combat.
Kennedy did this.
Mm-hmm. He does that to get even with you. He plants stories, and they don't know what they're about it because they know that he's behind it. Anyway, and then think that Kennedy would just fire him right there on the spot. But the problem was that not only did he worm his way into the administration, he wormed his way into the Kennedy family. And so they loved him. And Bobby Kennedy named his second son or his third. Bobby Kennedy named one of his sons Maxwell.
After him.
Yeah. And that guy named his son Maxwell. So Kennedy lets him stay on, but not. He can't deal with Vietnam. He loses his ability to recommend things on Vietnam. But he's a weasel. Manages what happens by the time we go into 62, it's bad that things are going to change. And so we have a new command element, the military. What was there was the military advisory group. The advisory group is going to be replaced by MACV, Military Assistance Command Vietnam, not just an advisory position. So MACV and the guy, I forget the name of the guy who is assigned. Oh my God. Maybe I'll think of his name in a minute. So whoever it was that he sent as the MACV commander was actually Taylor's choice, and he was Taylor's protege. So in effect, Taylor is still running Vietnam because the new MACV commander is his guy. So after all the trouble we went through with the trip there and getting them smacked down by JFK, he's still pretty much in control of what's going on in Vietnam. So we go through 62. There's a huge order of battle thing going on that I described in JFK and Vietnam, where all the forces of the Viet Cong forces are cut in not just in half, but 60% are eliminated after a big study is done. And the true story of what's going on in Vietnam is not given to Kennedy. The false story he's given is that there's not that many troops. And the truth is that there's a lot of them. Now, what Kennedy had decided to do, there's three options in Vietnam. We get out completely. We invade with troops. Those are off the table. What's on the table for Kennedy is an advisory effort. But when those numbers were discovered, how many Viet Cong were there, the advisory effort was dead on arrival. So they had to hide it from Kennedy. But guess who knew all about it? The vice president got all the true reporting, and the president got all the false reporting. And I know about it because the guy who was actually managing Lyndon Johnson, he was vice president at the time. Howard Burris was his name, and he took me to several places. I met with him 20 times over the course of years, and he told me the whole story. He told me the whole story. He didn't tell me some stories that I figured out later, but he knew that he had to give me something, and that was a big deal. Nobody had heard about the order of battle deceptions that had taken place in the spring of 62. Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time there, but that's a big deal. It had never been put out before, and it is. And in Army books on the war, they have to use that now because it's true. And they interview all the people that were involved in it. So things continue to worsen all through the year. Kennedy's busy with Cuban Missile Crisis things on the planet. You know that it's not all about Vietnam at that time. And so by the end of the year, Kennedy starts sending people over there and sees that he's being lied to. And so what's happening is that Kennedy starts making a plan to get out of Vietnam. And at the time, Kennedy is allowing somebody else, not Taylor, to be advisor, and that's going to be McNamara. He got so sick and tired of being asked to send troops that he blew up at the end of 1961 or 62 when they put MACV together, and he brought in a lot of people he fired, including Bliss and others, fired, and they replaced in one room. And he walks in and wait. He said, "Look here, You either get with my program or you get out. And I want, who is it? Who's going to carry out my policy in Vietnam? Who's it going to be? And McNamara, the defense secretary, puts up his hand and said, I will, boss. Me and L, that means London. But anyway, so there were Secretary of Defense conferences for the rest of the 2 years, regularly. McNamara would go out and back, and he would go at different times. But anyway, they fed him all the information so that Kennedy would know. So they used McNamara as the vehicle, while Burris made sure that Johnson got all the true order of battle stuff in Vietnam. Anyway, I've got to hurry up here because what happens is Kennedy figures it out, and they know he's figured it out, and he knows that they know he's figured it out. So they're kind of like in a game of chicken as we move into 63. Now, at this time, we move into a situation where something is got to give, and in these SICDEF conferences that take place in the spring, there's a lot. By the way, there's a lot of big Viet Cong strikes and stuff that are just getting in the news and things like that. But as we move into the spring of 1963, at one of these SICDEF conferences, there's a general there by the name of Krulak. He ends up being he's a Marine general. He ends up being there with I forgot to mention, I guess, when I think I did. You tell me if I didn't. That when Lemonster was sent to Sac-Yor, Taylor gets the job as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Yeah, you said that.
Okay, so Taylor's now in charge of Vietnam. All right, and the guy he works with is General Krulak. Now they made a plan called Commander-in-Chief Operational Plan 34 Alpha. What that was a plan to invade Vietnam, and everything from pinpricks all the way up to invasion and all kinds, nuclear warfare. Everything it was a total plan to take to win a war in Vietnam. And this is
when also around the time DARPA was created, and they created a bunch of different things, the chemical warfare. They were
well. That's going to come. That's going to come after Kennedy's death.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's when we sent $500,000 troops. No, all we had was advisors. We weren't trying to do points and stuff. And now there were some aircraft that were being flown. They were supposed to be flown by Vietnamese, and they weren't. They just had some cooks in the back. And so it was technically breaking some of Kennedy's rules. So there were some things that were over the line, but nothing like what you saw in Vietnam.
So we just kind of got into the weeds of everything that was going on with the DEF meetings, the Secretary of Defense.
Around 1963.
1963.
In the spring. And that's when they started to come up with a plan to invade Vietnam and to be ready to do that. It was called out Plan 34A, the short version, and it's also a Commander-in-Chief specific designator on that, but we don't need to talk about that. It's just that that's what they were doing. And what happened was Taylor and Krulak didn't want, what they did was they suppressed it. They didn't let that go back. The contents and conclusions of the SECDEF conference was supposed to go to McNamara and Kennedy.
Right.
Well, they suppressed this because it's war in Vietnam. And at the same time, the first one of these Buddhists sits in the middle of a street intersection, douses himself in gasoline and lights himself and kills himself. He's only the first of many, and Kennedy just gets completely happening. How come we didn't do this? anyway, it was symptomatic of the whole political bottom falling out in Vietnam. There was no support for the regime, what was going on. The GM and his brother were very corrupt, and kept mostly they wanted troops and even American forces there just to protect them, not to defeat the communists. They were just trying to stay in power themselves. So it was a mess. And so Kennedy realized that his plan was going to be to pull out after he was reelected. And that's basically all of the troops wouldn't be pulled out till 65. And he could say things like, it's their war, they have to win it. He did that, but then he would say stuff like, we have to help them. So he said things that misled people into thinking, and was used after his death by some books saying that he would have done what LBJ did. And there was no way that was true. He just didn't come straight with the American people because he was afraid, as he was on other things, African American civil rights and things like that. They helped him get elected, and he didn't want to do anything until after he was reelected because he thought he would lose the Southern Democrats, which was the base of the South. So you have this situation now in '63 where everything's going wrong. And he realizes, and we need to talk about this, he will actually go on and say things once they're tongue. He wants to really do civil rights, and he wants to pull out of Vietnam.
Didn't he have a direct line with Khrushchev at this point? Didn't he have like a phone in his house and in the Oval Office?
I think the Cuban Missile Crisis was before that happened. But the point is that what is he going to do? He realizes that it's over. It's not, and he can't wait until another whole year and a half or something to do anything about this, because by that time it'll be too late to withdraw. There'll be no public support for it, and so what he decides to do is to accelerate the withdrawal plan. So the new plan is that he's going to pull out 100 advisors before the end of the year, and he draws his line in the sand. He says, I want real troops. I don't just want, onesies and twosies coming out and being replaced. I want to see, and helicopters too, So he wants a real withdrawal to start in 1963. And then after he gets reelected, then all will come out. Now, this was kept secret for a while because he didn't know what his opponents were going to do to him about it, and what the American public would do, what the newspapers would do, all that kind of stuff. So he kept it to himself. But he sent McNamara and Taylor out together at the end of September 1963. And their job was to do the same thing as back in 61. They were supposed to go over there and go visit all the hamlets and stuff and count their chickens and hens and whatnot, and come home and recommend that we begin the withdrawal from Vietnam. And they did. Now, on the way back home, the stopover in Honolulu, the two guy in the State Department, his name was Sullivan. There's a couple of Sullivans that running around, but he was one of them. Anyway, he said he got a hold of Taylor, and he said, we can't do this. We're not pulling troops out of Vietnam. We got to put them in. He's in the report. He says, I'm going to write a counter report. And so they said, okay, no problem. We'll take it out. So you don't see it in the draft of the report as it stood at Honolulu when they were on their way home. So they come home. It's for a couple of days of October, and the helicopter lands in the garden there, and Taylor and McNamara walk into the White House and into the Oval Office, and sit down with a report. And the report looks like it was, and there's all these press people in there. It's a press op and everything. And so after the pressure's out, before the conversation starts, McNamara and Taylor get up and say, just a minute. And they leave the room, they go into the next room, and they put the withdrawal plan in the folder. And they come out, and it's just fucking pandemonium. Excuse my French. For the rest of the day, there's people down in the basement that are saying, "This is crazy. Why are we doing this? This can't happen." And so it ends up being a fairly rigorous meeting that the council and tells people that the decision, and you can get out of here if you don't like it, but it's over. There's no argument anymore. This is what we're doing. Now, this isn't in the newspapers, but this is what happened, and all the people that were involved in this have written their stories, and it's in the books everywhere. What happened that day when they found out that Kennedy was proposing to start the withdrawal from Vietnam? He didn't want to put it in a national security action memorandum, which is what happens, when a new policy is going to be made. But of course, Taylor was on the wrong side. He told all his buddies what was going on, so the buzz got all around. And so it got into the newspapers. That Kennedy was proposing a withdrawal from Vietnam. And so George Bush, his national security advisor, who was a hawk, but was, I contend, loyal to Kennedy. I can explain why. But anyway, he says, look, Bush, if it's in newspapers, we might as well put it in an ANSAM. And they did. So even though the decision was made and discussed on the 2nd of October, it wasn't until the 6th or the 7th of October that they actually cut NSAM 263, which was the withdrawal from Vietnam, and another part of it, which was an instruction to the station in Vietnam, and it didn't say what it was, but it was a coup against the Diem brothers. That was also in the ANSAM that day. And so this is October. So Kennedy is coming into the open, but he doesn't. What he does is he sends Taylor out. No, McNamara. He sends McNamara out onto the steps of the White House to explain his NSAM. And he explains, so the reason he does that is to make it look like it's a recommendation of McNamara, but Kennedy hasn't decided yet. That way, if something goes this way or that way, he's not on the hook. Okay. That's the way things are going. But everybody on the inside knows what the hell's going on here. Now, so now we have the M brothers are going to get murdered. Kennedy has, you see this picture of his hand over his forehead. Oh my God! And so, actually, that was another. He had to do it a couple of times, but in any event, they were at the point where it was going to happen. And so after what the Diem assassination really requires is another SecDef conference in order to come up with a new policy, because there's a regime change, right, in South Vietnam, right? So the Secretary of Defense to go talk to everybody, and everybody goes out to Honolulu for this one. And everybody, all the top guys send their Navy guys, they're not reporters. They're person. Everybody who was anything in the hierarchy of the establishment. And so there's a lot of press there as well. And it turns out that what happened that day was suppressed, except for the briefing book. You see, the date that it happened was 20 November 1963. This is 48 hours before the bullets are going to kill Kennedy. 48 hours before they're all out there in Honolulu. And there's McNamara, and Taylor's doing the briefing. It's the military briefing. And the briefing says you know what? We've been wrong this whole time about winning the war. Actually, we're losing it. It's the first time that the optimistic interlude that began in the beginning of '62 with the OB reporting is now over. It starts back then and it ends 2 days before the president's murder. They tell the truth at this place. McGeorge Bundy, the national security budget, he was there too. And there was a second NSAM that was made, not 263. This is in November now. This is at the very end. A new NSAM was created before that conference and for it by McGeorge Bundy. And what it said was, we need to intensify the war effort, but we will use South Vietnamese forces to do so. And McGeorge Bundy drafted that up. And that's the reason I believe was loyal to Kennedy. Because if he thought Kennedy was going to die, he wouldn't have done that. He thought Kennedy would be awake to see that, because Kennedy could have proved that NSAM. Well, guess what happened? It got changed right after, hours after the assassination. And McGeorge Bundy had to take that and walk around Washington to get the input into it. And there were a lot of happy to glads changes, but there was one draft which had restricted, the paragraph that restricted new intensification of the war to South Vietnamese forces was changed. And there were two big lines through it. It wasn't a happy to glads. There were two just slashes in that whole paragraph.
Right.
So I got a hold of McGeorge Bundy and I said, I needed, to ask you about, the stuff you did out there. He said, I don't remember being there. No. I said, oh, sir, I'm sorry, but your name's on a lot of the papers and things. And he said, look, do me a favor, would you send me? And I said, sure, and I did. And he got a hold of me right away. He said, oh, yes, you're right. I remember now. A lot of people were very upset psychologically when the president was killed. Okay, especially in the ones in his administration. It was kind of like, being in a planet somewhere. It wasn't, they weren't ready for this. And I think a lot of them did suppress what they heard that day. But anyway, McGeorge Bundy was totally straight with me. He said, that was me. That was me walking that NSAM around to see if there were any changes. And I said, okay, well, let's go to page 3. Who? Are those your slash marks? Through there? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, who told you to do that? And he said, LBJ. LBJ told me to do that. And the new language in the new NSAM 273 version 2, it was published that weekend. Well, Kennedy's court laying a statement in Rotunda said there was no cap on it. It didn't rule. It didn't say Vietnamese forces. It was any forces you could want. So if you're a war planner looking at that stuff, everything's on the table now. It's a reversal of Kennedy's from the very beginning, from Cuba in the beginning all the way to Vietnam. No damn combat troops. And so that's the last chapters here in my book, JFK in Vietnam, where we write about how this happened. Now, so here's the bad news. I told you about Krulak and Plan 34A. What happened during the last 6 weeks of Kennedy's life? NSAM 63, the withdrawal plan, from that month up to the time that he was assassinated. General Taylor was actually working against Kennedy to gut the withdrawal plan. Behind McNamara's back, didn't tell McNamara what he was doing, gutting the withdrawal plan, and at the same time standing up Plan 34A at the same time. Also, of course, behind McNamara's back and Kennedy's back.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to ask yourself a serious question then, why would he be doing that? Why did he tell the truth only 24 hours before the president's dead? So what I'm trying to tell you is that is the pièce de résistance of what I saw him do when he came back and gave Kennedy the thing he didn't want to hear back in '61, with his comment that troops under a flood relief task force, all this stuff. He had to know. He had to know what he was doing. And everything was ready. Everything was finally ready. Now, I didn't mention that I now need to mention that what is happening here in this week is going to happen after the Bay of Pigs, and actually just around the time that Taylor was brought in to the investigation group. The Bay of Pigs. Okay? There is a summit of the National Security Council called the NES, it's the Net Evaluation Subcommittee of the National Security Council, and it's all military guys, and including but one, the head of the CIA, Alan Dulles. And they do something called a PSYOP. I think I told you at dinner last night. I can say what that is: Strategic Integrated Operations for Nuclear Warfare.
Not operation, the other kind of PSYOP.
Yeah.
Okay. So what?
It's a plan for nuclear warfare that is briefed to the president every year for the next fiscal year. It's a prediction.
Okay.
And Eisenhower was the first one to get one. And this is when, he's increasing nuclear weapons to save money. But he sees, they tell him what's going to happen. Even though we have a lot of weapons and all that, he was absolutely stunned. Eisenhower was, President, when he saw how many American casualties and casualties around the world were going to be.
Right.
And so he did not want to do that. And he would never have done that. But in any event, that was the first PSYOP. And then Kennedy becomes president. And so in the beginning, or the end, or not the middle of the first year, it was in '61. And instead of PSYOP for '62, they did something different. And of course, the background is what happened at the Bay of Pigs thing. And Kennedy had to go on TV and say it was my mistake, and he did. He took responsibility. He was kind of at his nadir because Khrushchev was kicking his ass in Vienna, saying terrible things about war. And so the Vienna Conference didn't go good, and the Bay of Pigs hadn't gone good. This was at kind of a low point for Kennedy. And so they sit down and they brief him on not the '62 PSYOP, but a PSYOP for the fall of 1963. And so what they do is they tell the president that that's a special time, that we could, and they were recommending a surprise total nuclear attack against Russia, China, all that stuff in the fall of 1963, because that was the opportune moment. The Soviet Union would have to start, and we would be at our maximum power and the maximum advantage on both sides when you compare the nuclear power. That's what they briefed him on. So he gets up and he says, I don't want to hear any of this kind of talk again. And he's walking through the door on his way. You hear him say, and we call ourselves the human race. That was his reaction to the PSYOP that they were talking about. There were other PSYOPs along the way, but that was here's the importance of that. And what I'm interested in is knowing who all was there.
When did this meeting take place again?
July 1961.
Okay. The plan was for 63 in the fall.
Yeah, the fall of 63 to do this surprise, spasmodic, throw everything in the kitchen sink all at once. Now, the point I want to make here is that idea wasn't dead in the fall of 63. We have what I just told you shows you it was alive and well in 1963.
Right.
Okay? NSAM 263 and the first version of 273 were being replaced, by a psyop. Now, the question is, how many people in the CIA knew about this? Because we've got a whole new Oswald thing unfolding at this time, all through the summer of 63, and in the fall when he ends up out there in Mexico City, and we have other records,
Can we jump to him real quick and explain what was going down with Oswald in 63?
Well, Oswald is on his way. He's got you don't actually need a visa to get into Mexico, but you get in line and you get a piece of paper.
How long had he been back in the U.S. from Russia?
He got off the boat in the 2nd of June 1962 when everything was a mess.
Okay.
In the missile crisis. Now we are in 1963. He's been there the whole year establishing his Castro legend. It starts in January when he puts a placard around his neck. It says Viva Fidel.
Right.
That's when you know it's game on, because he's already been a commie in the Soviet Union, and now he's just going to wear the Castro badge. Well, remember Castro, KGB, and Oswald.
Yep.
Okay, so he here we have him now, Mexico City. Now his story when he gets there, and I have a reason to believe he was there, but he was also impersonated. That's another whole story that people want to talk about. I don't know. I think it's very simple. Anyway, what he is doing is he goes his first day to the Cuban consulate. It says, I need a visa from you to go because I want to go through Cuba and go back to Moscow again. I want to go back there. I'm redefected. This is the Cubans, but he wanted to redefect again to the communist side. He wanted to go over to now. And you have to understand that this is about the time of, this is not even, this is October. This is the first week of October.
Right.
Actually, the day that he went to the Cuban consulate, I think it was probably technically something like 30 September. And so,
didn't he meet with like the head of assassinations there?
Well, that's those rushes. I'm getting there. But he starts with the Cuban consulate. No, what she says to him is, look, where's your Russian visa? We can't give you a transit visa if you don't have a Russian one.
Mm-hmm.
And besides which, you don't even have any pictures with you. So he had a booth and take pictures of himself. And then he goes over to the Russian embassy. One of the consular officials, one of the two consular officials, is Valery Kostakov. They're all consular officials. Just so happens to be the KGB head of assassinations in the Western Hemisphere division, and that was what he was supposed to be doing. They wanted to make sure that he has contact with Kostakov.
Who told him to do this?
Who told him to do the stuff in the first place to go over to Moscow? His handlers. He had handlers who told you need to get the story first, and then we can maybe draw straws as to who and how many people. Very few people are in on this. And this is not Sully. This is not. No, this is the same thing. They learned about it. They understood what happened. Whoever was behind them. So what happens is the Cuban, excuse me, the Russian Soviets tell them, you're an American. We can't give you a visa here. The only place you can get a visa from is your embassy in the United States in Washington. So I'm sorry. So then he goes back to Duran, Sylvia Duran, and the Cuban consulate, and says, yeah, they agreed to give me my visa. Right? She said, really? She talks to Kostikov every day because she picks up the phone, calls Kostikov, and says, I got this guy here, says you did. And he's, no, that didn't happen. He's a kooky guy, you know. And so she said, nah, you're busted. We're not doing that.
Okay.
And so he's out of bullets for that Friday. So he goes back on Saturday and tries again with the Russians. And all this is reality, this part. So he really has no business going there because the embassies and consulates are closed on Saturday. Well, just Saturday morning, the Russian consulate guys have a volleyball game. So they're all there showing up in their stuff. And here's the guard says, you know, buzzes them and says, there's this guy out here who wants to talk to you. And said, well, they let him in. And so they go through it again. And he puts a revolver on the table and says, "Send the FBI does to me. You know, they won't help me." So he's saying he wants to go back to Russia so bad, and he can't get from Americans. And he, you know, what was me? What can I do? So they said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to send a message to Washington that you need to fill out to request a visa. And then they can send it to you here from Washington. How about that? He just pushes the paperwork. That is the end of reality. Now it becomes Hollywood, what I want to say, fun and games. Phone calls start to be made. And somebody calls up and starts asking for documentation and says, how has the reply come back yet from Washington for me? Now, the problem with that is there was nothing sent to Washington in the first place. I didn't fill it out, didn't care.
Right.
So you have to understand how that's possible. And so there's a lot of people who just swear that there was an imposter there, not Oswald.
Calling and asking about it.
Yeah, just basically Oswald didn't go there. There was an imposter that went down there.
Oh, okay.
So no, I have something better because I had, when I wrote whatever book we're talking about here, the CIA was able to actually interview the Russians and the Cubans that were there. They agreed to go to do a deposition of everything they remembered that happened in their consulate, if it was Cuba, the embassy, if it was Russian. And the fact of the matter is that it was obvious, whoever was on the phone, there was more phone calls that were made. There were 3 of them. But at every point, it didn't jive with what we know happened inside the consulate and the embassy. So that gave me the clue and actually the answer. Oswald failed in his job to get the visas. He wasn't really going to go anywhere, but the CIA had a lot of Havana airline pilots that were on the take that as long as he got the visa, they could say he would have been in Cuba. And there was already stuff in the mail coming from a guy in Cuba saying, "Hi, Lee, it was great seeing you here," and all that. So all this stuff was in motion, right? And of course, he never got the visa, so he was in trouble. They sent him there to tie himself to Castro, and again to remind everybody that he was KGB too, right? Now I have to tell you, here we have, we're just weeks away from the motorcade, and the first thing that the FBI has to do for a motorcade is to know everybody who works on that trip, on the route exactly, and anybody is removed physically from that route, or the route is changed. And so that's why Oswald wasn't taken off the parade route. Everything was suppressed. Everything he did down there was put in a different place until after the shots were
Everything that he did in Mexico, meeting at the consulate and the embassy, all those documents.
Here, the whole shebang of, what he did, Dallas and in New Orleans, and then in New Orleans, then back in Dallas again. All that stuff made it into his 201 file. Why? Because he would have been moved from the parade route.
Who made it so that those files were not available to anybody to see?
Good question. We know where they were filed. I think I don't know. I have these cover sheets where it shows that who read this file or that file, and it's very clear that they were not. He already had a 201 file. It was opened in 1962. Too late for a lot of reasons, but that's not the point here. His 201 file had been open a long time, and all the stuff he did in 1963 didn't go into it. It was hidden in another place. It's just like Sully having all the documents coming from all the other government agencies being hidden in his desk, so nobody could know what happened except for him. So the same thing was going on. Only this time, the documents were sent to a place called the SAS. And it's basically that's the Cuban affairs staff. It's a huge staff now because of the Cuban problem. And there's a guy by the name of Desmond Fitzgerald who has to know. He's the head of SAS and probably his deputy, but nobody else really knows that all these Hoover letterhead memorandums about everything Oswald was doing in New Orleans and stuff were not put into a 201 file. So then you have a situation while he's down there, while Oswald is down there in Mexico City, Win Scott, who is the head of the CIA station, has to ask a question because they don't know who he is. So they send a cable to headquarters. Harvey Oswald walking all around here. Who is he? What do you know about him? Now, the guy who was in charge of the Mexico City desk, his name was John Whitten. And the only thing they gave him to answer when Scott was down there in Mexico City was the 201 file. They said, oh, well, hell, the latest information we have is May 62. Oswald was still in the Soviet Union then. All his entire life had been expunged for the purposes of the communication going between headquarters in Mexico City. So the lights didn't blink red in the CIA. Now, over at the FBI, at the same time, somebody took Oswald off the espionage list. Which started when he went to Moscow back in 1959.
Right.
Nobody could put anything in the Oswald file or read anything in the Oswald file without getting permission from the espionage section of the FBI the whole time. Until, while all the lights are turned off in the CIA, the same thing happens in the FBI. He's taken off the espionage list. So he's not on there for the cruise is supposed to remove people on the route for the motorcade.
Who could have done something like that?
Somebody who is very powerful, who's basically saying, you're going to do this. Now, how powerful? Well, you have to have somebody pretty high in the CIA to do it. This is a CIA.
It has to be CIA.
Well, the 201 file part, not the FBI part.
Right.
There's a lot of people that I could guess at, but it's not important right now. I'm working on this, and this is why I don't write my book yet, because I have plenty of time. But I'm very close to answering these exact questions now, and it's not just the CIA; it's the military who are actually taking Kennedy's plan and shit-canning it and replacing it with an invasion plan. You have to understand that's going on at the same time as this files paper, okay?
Right.
So there's military people involved. There's got to be somebody in the CIA who is a fireman. So what they're doing is they've created the true story of everything Oswald did is going to blow up like a virus that's going to balloon big time as soon as the shots ring out. Now, for me, rather than try and identify every scene, I want to know the nexus of the people in this operation. And then we can work it down from there. Without understanding who's running the show, it's pretty difficult to say, okay, well, it has to be this guy or this guy. Clearly, John Whitten at the Mexico desk, that element was not involved. Okay, they hadn't seen it. Now we have the records now, by the way. Those same sheets, routing the record sheets, when you assign another government agency document in the CIA, comes in with the document. They have a routing sheet on the front, and everybody who reads it has to sign, put their initials and the date that they saw. And so down at the bottom, it shows the file where it was filed. And everything should have been filed in this 201, but it isn't. It's 100-300-11. That's the FPCC file over in SAS. And then later, there's a line through it that was put through it after the Kennedy assassination. A line through it and put his 201 number in there. You can see the two numbers on all these. Now, this House Select Committee asked for those routing and record sheets. They wanted to see them. And you know what happened? The CIA said, no, you can't have them. And this is our elected official. So it was in 2017, 2018. And I even had another chance. There was another few boxes that my friend Jay Hardy and I found some years before that, when there was 5 brown boxes of stuff that was put up before the big release in 2017, 2018. It was during the ARRB. It was a small 5 boxes of stuff. There were some of those routing sheets there, a lot of blackouts. But anyway, I got a hold of them later on, and it's devastating stuff.
I don't know how the CIA works, but I hope that
so what you have here is stuff going on involving, again, like I said, you've got a military, I think, a military coup, and they have their things that they have to do. But then you have, before the assassination itself happening, what you have to do is have a plan to cover up. And that can't be made. You can't decide what your cover is going to be after the shooting. It doesn't work that way. It requires careful coordination and control of who knows it. So we're talking about military and civilian CIA people, some people. So where am I starting my investigation of this? I'm going to go back to where the idea started. The idea started in July 1961, where the perfect time to do this big attack would be the fall of 1963. And Kennedy had said no over and over and over again. So who was there? Who was there? And I got the list of names of the people who were sitting there. And the name that popped out right away is a guy who just came on board. Kennedy's name was Maxwell Taylor. He sat there and watched. And he was the chairman of staff in the fall of 1963, putting in the plan that Kennedy didn't want and the one that the chiefs had wanted back in 1961. I want to not go too much farther in some of these things. You're right about one thing. There's a few things I'm still on that I don't actually want to put on the table, but that's where I'm going. I'm looking very carefully at who could have been in both places or could have had access to somebody in the CIA or the military who was then involved or in a position to do these types of things and hide things.
There was another defector who said that there was former U.S. presidents that were aware of the plan to assassinate Kennedy.
This is the story about the true Oswald story in Minsk. So we had a lot of investigation commission, and then the Senate, and then the House of Representatives. That was all over by the 70s, but defections were still going on, and a KGB defector came over to the CIA in 1981. Okay, his name was Sergei Papushkin. It took me a while to figure that out. It was the CIA tried to make it hard because they were told not to reveal the guy's name, but I have my ways of figuring things out, and a newspaper article and a few other things allowed me to put together. So he told us the story. Actually, there was a story about him from another guy. Girolev was his name, I guess. And he said that there were two conspirators with Oswald, two American presidents that had conspired with Oswald to kill President Kennedy. Now, the problem with that was that, the previous presidents, there was only Truman and Eisenhower because Kennedy was dead and everybody else before him was dead. So whatever two presidents was, those were the only two presidents they could be. Right. And that's crazy. And so, and it was almost just throw it in the trash can, except for there was another couple of lines in this thing that mentioned, but there was a guy who defected who was bona fide, and his name was Sergei Papushkin. So then this crazy memo of this guy who walked in, maybe in Canada, to get a CIA guy to tell the story to. There was a throwaway sentence at the bottom, and the ARB got it and looked at it, and it was a little guy who really was nondescript. I don't even remember his name. He wasn't in the hierarchy of it, and so it went all the way up to the top, and then they asked the CIA about it. Well, the CIA actually, and you have to understand, by this point, it's 1998. Okay, that's when the ARB is the last weeks, 1998, when they put the story together. They figure out they get a CIA cryptonym, IJ decanter, and they get the FBI pseudonym, flash run, and I get all this stuff, all those things, and they're the same guy. I can see that. And so you can put this guy's personality together, and there's the ball game. There were a lot of episodes in his history before he died, allegedly suicide by 1/5 of liquor, and under bed. He dies after doing that, and that's not very convincing.
That was right after his handlers came to visit him, right?
Yep, that's right. But in any event, the CIA forked over the stuff, asked for the review board to not to mention the name and not to do this or that, but they sent the whole sort of big bunch of stuff that I used. Interviews, tapes that you could hear talking, all this stuff they sent. So we have plenty of stuff to work with, even the stuff that was released in the newspaper article was very helpful because it had the story. Somebody had the story about the name. I put the story together with the other stuff I had, and it was easy to figure out his whole history. So, but anyway, what he also told us led to the Oswald story in Minsk, because this guy had personal contact and knew those he visited the KGB school there later, and some of those teachers were still around, and they told him what they had talked to Oswald and everything. So this came out. His defection was 81, but it wasn't until much later that all these pieces came together just before the ARRB closed shop. So there were a lot of FBI files that were not collated with the CIA files and so on. So it took a number of years for all this to happen. But it was easy. It was just so easy because I had all the information, and you can look at it for yourself. Decide whether you like it or not. And if you don't like it, that's your prerogative. But it is one of these things that has multiple independent attestation. There's nothing to do about it. The FBI files, the CIA files, everything fits together. This guy was for real. He was bona fide, but eventually something happened. They didn't like something he was doing, and we have precious time now. We don't have to worry about that. But that's how I put that chapter together, and how it was the last act of the ARB that was sitting wide in the open all this time, and I finally decided to use it. I hadn't used it in any of my books, and I decided, because we were talking about Oswald over in Russia, I thought, well, it's time to put that in the book. So chapter 3 is Oswald in Minsk. Now, the interesting thing is the guy who's written the most about this, his name is Titovitz. The people read his book. He was there. He knew Oswald. He was a friend of Oswald's. He didn't say anything about any of this. We're not really sure why. That he wouldn't know any.
Is this the guy who was with him?
No, he wasn't a roommate, a friend.
Okay. What was the significance of the 2 letters that he wrote back to CIA when he was trying to get back? There was one that apparently never got there.
Yeah. So it's important for a couple of reasons. What it does, what happened with the 2 letters, actually allows us to see that there was a CIA penetration that was trying to be covered up. And the House Select Committee actually cooperated. So I wrote a letter in 1960. At the time, one file was being opened. Anyway, and that's what triggered the 201 opening. That he had he didn't come home. The letter asked the American consulate to give him his passport back so that he could go back to the United States. And what happens is, there's another letter in January that says, hello, this is Oswald again. You didn't answer my first letter that I sent asking to go back, whatever. So that's the first line, and is, I sent you the first letter. And so when the House Select Committee gets this, they go to the CIA to say there was no first letter. And they say everything that's in the letter, but they leave the first line where Oswald says, my first letter. The HSCA doesn't include that sentence. So that tells me that somebody asked them to help protect the sensitive source, which would be how in the hell what happened to that letter, that first letter.
Right.
And it was pinched by the KGB. And the problem is that later on, they didn't want anybody to know, because that's when the 201 file was opened. And there was another guy, other people behind that. But anyway, I was able to put that story together, and without knowing, but it was just something I found late enough to get it into, I believe, the Oswald and CIA book, which was 1995. And if not, then in another one of my books, I think by then I'd already figured it out. Because this is 95. Okay, so yeah, the CIA, the KGB falls apart by 91. It's all over. Not just the KGB, but the whole Soviet Union is gone. And so there was a period, a honeymoon period, where both sides were talking to each other. We gave them a lot of money to get rid of, weapons of, toxins and things, and suitcase nukes and things like that. There was a lot of cooperation trying to get our arms around all the things that could be sold on the black market and things like that. But also for the media had a field day. They were sending people over there and interviewing people. It was all okay for a while. Later on, Putin took care of everything. But anyway, the point is that ABC News got in there. And it was Ted Koppel at 11 o'clock p.m. I remember watching those shows back then. Anyway, they were given access to the Oswald files, and the letter was in there. There it was. This is Biggest Day. The letter was there. And so there was no doubting about that first letter, Oswald. And so here's the other thing it told us, though, because his diary have it. And there's no way he wouldn't have put it in his diary. So there are a lot of things wrong with that diary that we think. That diary was made after his death. We think they had a version. They had a version, but they made another version because there were other things they wanted to cover up. Some of the sources they may have had, sensitive sources. Who knows what all was behind it? But anyway, yeah, I told that story about the two letters. Right. And the first letter was sent at the time of the 201 opening in 1960. And they didn't want anybody to know about that. And so they used this for some help and so on. Anyway, there's a lot more details to it, but it's a fun story to tell because we know that somebody actually found the letter, the first letter.
What did the first letter say? Was there anything?
Yeah, I would like to come back to Moscow and get my passport from you.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm planning to, and I need help. I need money. He asked for money too,
right,
to take his family back to the United States. Anyway, it took a couple of years, not 2 years, but like a whole time, 20 months before he actually got on the boat.
We were talking last night. You said there was basically three main reasons that we're so far behind. We're so far behind in analyzing everything that happened during the Cold War and everything that you're finding with Kennedy. And one of the big points was about Martin Luther King.
It is 2023 now, and still, I'm writing books like this that have these big stories. And I get to the King story in a second, but that's just one of them. And all of this stuff available back in 2017, and some of it even before then. But certainly by 2017, 2018, there are 6 million pieces of paper. Now, there are so many people who call themselves researchers who don't do research, but they do read other people's books. Now, it doesn't take very much research before we have a book that is going around the table from one guy to the next guy to the next guy to the next guy, and it never goes anyplace else. So we never make very much progress if the vast majority of people who are getting into the Kennedy assassination are just reading other people's books and regurgitating the same stuff. So these are examples that, like for example, this Oswald told about in Minsk, that was there the whole time. The MLK story is a big one. And I broke that story in Memphis this year on the 50th anniversary of his assassination down there. And we had a meeting down there. We got put in a basement. they took away a good from us and gave us another one. I guess it was, I don't know why it happened. Anyway, it was very hot there. But anyway, I gave that presentation, and then it was brand new. And I mentioned some things that had never been mentioned before. The only thing I give up was the name of the person that was working with the CIA for the CIA, so Mueller and Martin Luther King's inner circle. And I didn't mention the name of his case officer in the CIA. Originally, it had gone back all the way to basically in the 1930s, even before World War II. Initially, there were a lot of communist parties in the West that were basically communist parties only because they were anti-fascists. So the communists were part of that. They were against fascism. And before World War, along the run-up to World War II, there was a pact that Stalin and Hitler made to get a Nazi-Soviet pact. This allowed the Russians to go off to the thing in the Far East with the nationalists and versus the communists over there. Hitler, plenty of room to go take Europe. But the moment that the thing was public, the people were, the communist parties in the West were running for cover. They're all the communist parties because of the Nazi-Soviet pact. Hitler. And so there was this one guy who was an opportunist, he was a high school dropout, and he had joined the Communist Party too. And he was, he liked money, and he liked to get his hands on it. Anyway, he ended up being high up in the whole monetary structure of the Communist Party and the American Communist Party, and also, specifically, he was head of the Chicago funding of the Communist Party up there. So when the Nazi-Soviet pact occurred, he takes off. He steals all the money for the Chicago CCP, American Communist Party, and takes off to Mexico with it. Now the CIA doesn't exist back then. It's all FBI, and the FBI has a place down there. And the FBI catches him with all this stolen money. And so he basically, short story here is he's given a choice: jail, or you spy for us in civil liberties groups, civilian and civil rights. And so very soon after that, you end up with World War II, and there's a lot of things going on where the CIA eventually becomes the CIA, but there's even, there's stuff going on during World War II, Wild Bill Donovan and all these groups that are sent in to the war, British and Americans, not just Americans. So where we end up is that this guy that I'm talking about now ends up working for the FBI in Washington. Okay. And he's had, by this time, he's looking for people that are in King's inner circle. One guy's named Stanley Levison. And Levison had been a communist who was no longer a communist and joined Martin Luther King shortly after the bus boycott began. And he was a very capable lawyer, very big help to King. And then there was another guy who helped him. His name's Harry Belafonte. And he brought not just money, but a lot of prestige to it. And he was another guy who helped King out a lot. Now, this mole ended up wiggling his way into both of their lives. And he made a company with Levison, and he kept all the money. And then there ended up being a fight between them. And Levison got his money back from this guy, this con artist, but under the condition that he never talk about it to anybody if they made the deal. So pretty soon, Levison's wife, ex-wife, ends up marrying the con artist. She's a psychotherapy. What she does, she has the degrees and everything. She's for she does mind stuff.
Yeah.
And so he has some needs for some help with that. And so he picks her. They find a way to get him during one of his presentations, and because he's a very famous entertainer, and so they show up at some events, and pretty soon he worms his way in, and then she becomes his psychotherapist. Mary Belafonte does. Now, it's usually at the end of the day, and then there's drinks afterwards and all this kind of stuff, and then I don't really know whether he was under hypnosis, and if he was, he can't remember. But what he does remember is that they were pumping him for names and stuff on African American civil rights people, lots of them, and he beat the hell out of them. And so he eventually decided, he told one of his lawyers, because what had happened was he wanted some money. He had a lot of money. He wanted there was a black effort somewhere in Harlem. He wanted some money back to use for that. And the con guy said, no, it's invested in soybeans and stuff, and it's making a good profit. No, you can't do that. So he told his lawyer to confront. He wanted to confront this guy, and his lawyer said, "No, don't do that. Let me do an investigation." Now, this guy was you don't argue with this guy. He was a longshoreman lawyer, a longshoreman, and those guys are not to be crossed. And he came back with a story. The whole story I just told it came from this guy. His name is Katz. And they'd given him a nose job and everything to change his and he this guy is his heritage, and so they turned him into an Irish Catholic. High school dropout. And so, yeah, he's involved, and so when he comes back, he tells Harry Belafonte this story. Belafonte says, "Okay, he said, let me handle this." So Kat shows up in the office, and the secretary's there, and he says, "Hello, Mr. X." His real name. And that name hasn't been used in years. And he tells the secretary to leave the room. And then Katz tells him what's going to happen. He's going to get all the money back or else. So they do this, and like the con artist manages to get the same deal. The Levison had. Can't tell anybody about it. They got all his money back and then some. So here you have, and they become, Levison and Belafonte become some of the most important people in King's thing after, during, and after the bus boycott, which lasted almost 2 years. Wow. So we fast forward here now to a time which is very important actually for students of the Kennedy assassination who know that John Kennedy, as I said, didn't want to pull out of Vietnam until after his old, so he hadn't done very much. But then he did. He faced the music in the summer of 1963 because the bottom was falling out. He needed to do it before. He needed to cast it in concrete before the whole possibility would be gone. And he did the same thing on two other things. On the 10th of June, he went to American University in Washington and delivered the commencement address. And he made this one of the most famous speeches ever.
It's the speech about secret societies.
No, detente.
Okay.
He told Khrushchev that he wanted men fences completely. Would open up the space program for those guys to, and all this stuff. You know how the generals felt about that. So it was all about detente and stopping this war, this Cold War and everything. And he said, if we have to fight, we're prepared, but we don't want to do that. And it was such a great speech. Mm-hmm. And people were kind of freaked out. The students didn't know what to think about it because nobody had a speech beforehand. But it was televised, and you can watch it. It was on 10 June.
Can you pull it up?
1963.
1963. What's the name of the speech? The detente?
Well, that's what it was about. But it's the American University commencement speech. But then the very next night on television, on live television, it's a long speech he gives on civil rights. And it's a real ring dinger. And he goes back, there's nothing since Lincoln. And so he's confessing his own, he's getting the courage of his convictions. These are things he was going to do after he was elected. Civil rights bill and detente. Why does he do it then? He has to do the Vietnam thing because he's got to get it in concrete before it's too late. And he thinks he knows that they're going to assassinate him somewhere. We've had the Chicago plot, we've had a Miami.
There was one in Tampa, right here.
Yeah. So
how? Yeah, that real quick.
So what I'm telling you is, Kennedy they were always afraid. That's why they didn't clean the house when they got in. They were afraid of the military. And so, my last book, when I get to it, when I eventually do what I've been asked to do by so many people, which is go ahead and just finish the damn thing,
Just give us the answer, would you?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's going to have a title. I like this first one, Where Angels Tread Lightly. That was like from a poet, a little bit different. But that was June Cobb, who was a CIA in Cuba, lucky to get out alive. She used that. So I thought it was cool. And the rest of these things, Up in the Dark, Into the Storm, the more, tell you a little bit more about what's going on. But the title for my last book is going to be The Watchman Waketh in Vain. Now, and the reason for that is because on the day Kennedy was assassinated, he was going to give a speech at the trademark. And the trademark, basically, a couple hundred yards past the overpass. They were almost there. And his opening to that speech was from the Old Testament, Psalm 127. Lest the Lord keepeth the city, the watchman waketh in vain. Why would President Kennedy say that?
What does that even mean?
Okay, lest the Lord keepeth the city, lest God is protecting the city.
Yeah,
the watchman can go up there all he wants, but he's not going to do any good. The city is going to go. There is no use of watching or doing anything if you don't have God's protection. It's a prediction of his death, like the things that he did that summer, the things that he did with the withdrawal plan, the things that he did for civil rights, the things that he did for detente. He wanted to get it out there before he died. So all the things the good things that he did, a lot of them would go down in history, and they would know that that's what he wanted to do. That's Psalm 120 up. You can read it, and you can also find out that what I'm saying, sure, I probably have put a citation. I put that at the end of Into the Storm, by the way. It's at the very, very end, because I thought it was such a weird thing for him to do. And then finally it got to me. I figured out what it was. And he was he was assassinated right before he got a chance to read that song. And so the Watchmen did watch in vain for John Kennedy. So that's going to be the title of Volume 7.
What was the speech? What did you make of the speech that he gave on secret societies?
When is this?
Can you search this one real quick? It's pretty easy to find. Just type in Kennedy speech on secret societies. Okay, let it roll.
Official secrecy.
Here we go.
Very much is repugnant in a free and open, and we are as a people inherently and historically
You can stop.
used to secret societies.
Yeah, but that's all he's saying is that since the rise of the national security state, we have all this secrecy. Nobody knows what's going on anymore. We are not a society. We're not supposed to be, but that's what we're turning into.
Right.
That's what he's saying.
Right.
It's so simple. It's not like.
But that's what we are now. Like, it's literally what we've become.
Yeah, but it's not like these.
You need to come closer.
It's not like these guys that are like doing seances and all that kind of stuff at all. This is just what happened to us once we had to keep all these secrets.
Right.
And the press has a hard time because they don't know who to trust, right?
Right.
So that's why you say you got a difficult job. You have all these secrets all the time.
It's crazy though that's where we've come to today. He wasn't.
Oh my gosh, it's even worse today than it was back then.
You made the great point that we wouldn't be sitting here today if it wasn't for Kennedy. When it comes to the nuclear arms race and us wanting to bomb everybody off the face of the earth. But when it comes to this stuff, it's clearly gone off the rails to where we are today compared to back then, and where are we headed? Because
democratic society is based upon free access to everything that we are doing. That was what our founding fathers expected it to be. And they would turn in their graves if they could find out what, to.
How do you think? What's your opinion on how did this get so out of control with the media being so corrupted by government?
Well, that's another part of the same story. First of all, it's just the problem of secrecy itself.
Right.
And, there's a famous quote, who will guard the guardians? And the answer in the CIA is the Office of Security, because nobody can investigate them, And so when secrets are above anybody else, then you don't have a democracy. That's for sure. And that's the problem. And so if you actually decide that you want to manipulate public opinion, it's easy to do. All you got to do is put a few of your stringers inside of the media. So it's easy. And there's actually a long of books and things that are done on this whole practice of actually using plants, CIA plants, inside
media. Right. What are the names of those books? Off the top of your head?
Oh,
maybe the books.
There's no.
Okay.
But it's there are many books on that, and what you want to do isn't so much books as you just need to go on to Google. You start Googling.
That's another thing. Google is completely compromised.
It is, but you can still find all these, allegations of what's going on. There's lots of articles, lots of, books, and not just books, but what do you call them? Things that the pamphlets and things like that, and other, maybe they're not even articles, maybe they're podcasts, or maybe they're, speeches and things that talk about this all the time.
What do you think about? Do you ever have this with Oliver Stone? Because I know he's had to deal with a lot of backlash. I know he's had to deal with censorship. He's had to deal with story people trying to smear him, anti-American, conspiracy theorist. Have you ever had that conversation with him?
No. I actually he wants something for somebody who's been out of the field, has experience. He'll call on me and ask me for some help. But we don't correspond a lot. He's going down another path, and he's not really doing a whole lot on the Cold War anymore. Although some things he's done recently, I've seen one things on television about it. But, I don't have a. Basically, I guess for information.
What was your role on that late of JFK Revisited?
Oh, there were two different versions of it. I was used. Actually, I was interviewed twice. They came to Washington and did their interviews for me. And then after they went back to California, he flew me out there to do some more takes on it. And I told him what I knew. Is there any particular question you have on what we talked about? It was New Orleans, all these things we talked about today, all these things, and this is something that still Stone likes to talk about. It's big Jim Garrison. Is very nostalgic about that still to this day. And it helped his film, and my book helped open the door, but he never walked through it. For years and years, I sent him a lot of my scenes. He wasn't interested in that. He was JFK'd out.
Who was? Stone?
Yeah, he had other movies he wanted to make and do other things. And he did. I mean, he wanted to show that he's not he has breadth, and he does. But he'll tell you a lot of things about Russia that he likes. And
he did those Putin interviews where he interviewed Putin.
Yeah, unfortunately, some of that doesn't look so good, right? With Ukraine.
Well, thank you so much for your time. And
well, I appreciate the opportunity to come here, come out of my closet and talk publicly.
It's an honor to have you. Tell people that are listening or watching where they find your books. Do you have a website? How can people get in touch with you?
Sure. Actually, it's the other way around. JFK, JMN. That's John Fitzgerald Kennedy, JohnMichaelNewman.com. JFKJMN.com.
And all your books are on Amazon as well?
Oh, yes. All the books are on Amazon.
I'll make sure I link all that below. Thanks again, John.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So all he did to orbit for 8 days is what he was there. So he basically admitted twice that I was correct. And when he realized that, he tried to sue me if I showed those remarks to anybody. So that's the first time. The second time we met was actually at the Playboy Mansion, where there was, I think it was one of the anniversaries of 2001: A Space Odyssey. And we were on the guest list, and he was on the guest list, and we had some talks there. We had other talks that were private. It made it clear to me that I am correct, and good luck trying to prove it. I have a friend who was at a party with Buzz Aldrin when he was insanely drunk, and he confided in him that he did not go to the moon, just like with the girl. On this particular occasion, this was after those 2 or 3 encounters. I had gone to Japan where they did a short film of like a checkout counter book. They do these short books in Japan. And it was the guest of a Japanese TV program who I had worked with before. And I was there to surprise guests and get her reaction to see how we were back. So I started tracking down the astronauts and asking them to swear on the Bible.
How the hell does a New York City narcotics prosecutor become this writer and write books like this about the war on drugs? I don't know. Hold your book up, Bizarro, so people can see what it is. The surreal saga of American war on synthetic drugs and Florida's king.
I don't know, just woke up here. You told me that 10 years ago. I wouldn't have believed you or thought maybe I was kidnapped or something, but it's really just an adventure that I'm still feeling out. I loved being a prosecutor, doing that for about 5 years. It wasn't that I was disillusioned or anything, but wound up going on a bit of a nutrient media, and that's how I wound up.
You're only in your mid. How does one become a New York City narcotics prosecutor?
So I started at the Manhattan DA's office, and most people there are coming right out of law school, so you can be in your mid-20s when you're starting that. Some people are older, but it really depends how you come to it. So not everyone starts in the narcotics unit, and I think that's where I was going to be either. Sort of a smaller office that's loosely connected to the Manhattan DA's office, the Special Narcotics Prosecutor. Sort of a little-known office, but it has jurisdiction for narcotics-related felonies throughout the whole city of New York, so not just Manhattan, even though most of the people there are Manhattan prosecutors. So you really get a window into the drug world, and it's not just drugs, but anything that's connected to it. So obviously you wind up getting into guns, identity theft, all sorts of things that crime and cartels are involved in.
So what sort of things were you seeing like day to day being a prosecutor?
It varied. So obviously the things that people were most interested in doing were long-term investigations, wiretaps. It was really wild being able to do that as a young lawyer, not long out of law school, like the stuff you see on TV. It really is like that in terms of being able to do those sort of investigations. I want to be clear, though, not was like that. There was really the lower level sort of street buy and bust, lower level case that was somewhat of the bread and butter of what you'll do when you start out, like any other job, right? You start doing the thing that's at the lowest level, but there was an opportunity to do really interesting investigative type of work that had an international component to it, too.
Like what?
So it wouldn't be unusual to be doing wiretaps and people being extradited from Colombia or another country, and maybe it's surprising to hear for what's technically a local prosecutor's office, but it really did have a international reach, so you got to get involved in some really heavy stuff pretty early on.
So you guys were like wiretapping people involved in cartels that were moving lots of drugs in different countries and getting them extradited to the United States.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't someone being extradited every day, and the people you're wiretapping, there had to be a connection to the jurisdiction that you're in, right? So this was in New York, so it's like anything, you build an investigation up. It's pretty well known, I think, for people who are involved in it. I don't think I'm revealing any thing that's super secret here, but it might start off with something very mundane, a street level sale that winds up building a huge case where you do wind up extraditing somebody from Colombia or some other source country of where the narcotics are coming from.
Interesting. And how many of these types of cases did you work on throughout? How long were you a prosecutor for in total?
So from 2012 to 2017, so about 5 years.
Okay. And so how many different cases did you work on as a prosecutor, or did you prosecute?
Yeah, so it was both. So it started off in the trial division, wound up going to the investigation division, but things are sort of a misnomer because even in the trial division, I did some investigative work, and in the investigation division, I did some trial work as well. So it was always a mix of both going on. So it did maybe a dozen or so trials, some of which was me as the first chair leading them. You get a prosecutor, you get an amount of experience as a young lawyer. I think regardless of what your ideology is or however you want to call it, people like it. One of the reasons is that you just get so much trial experience, regardless of whichever side you're on, whether you're a prosecutor or a public defender. You get thrown into court way sooner than if you go and work at a big law firm right out of law school. You might not be doing anything like that kind of thing for 10 years that a person who's going into a prosecutor's office or public defender's office is doing. So you're really thrown right into the fire as a young lawyer.
It's so interesting. I've always been really curious about the perspective of people like you as a prosecutor that work on prosecuting all these people all around the world who are involved in distributing drugs. But like, they must know that it's not moving the needle one bit as far as like getting drugs off the street or saving lives or doing that stuff. Like, I have a lawyer who comes in here all the time. He's a good friend of mine. He one of his first cases he ever took as a public defender was a ship captain who was captaining a cargo ship from Colombia to, I think it was to Tampa, and basically his ship got taken over by the cartel. They basically held a gun to his head and said, if you don't take all this coke to Florida, we're going to kill you and your whole family. We know where everyone lives. And so he did it. And they basically were trying to give him life, give him like the worst possible
life plus cancer.
Exactly, right, yeah. And he ended up getting it. This guy ended up helping him beat the case. But it's like an example of all the work that goes into prosecuting these people who are just essentially pawns in this giant network bureaucratic business that doesn't stop. And it's like you're not doing anything to move the needle, no matter how much work and money and time and effort is put into this and how many people are put behind bars, So I was like, anyways, that was long-winded, but like my point was I was always interested in like the point of view of the prosecutors and the people that are involved in like putting these people behind bars.
Sure. So there's a lot in there, and I could talk about that for hours. I have a lot of thoughts about that. Right. I think what's kind of underpinning what you're saying here is the question of why, right? Yeah. What's the point of why are we doing this? How does someone who's in law enforcement for decades, right? Not, as a prosecutor for 5 years, I'm no longer there. I think I can speak to a lot of the mentality that was there, but to the extent you're kind of thinking about why are they doing this? Why are they still waging this war if it hasn't been won, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at here. And I think that part of it is that that's just not the question that they're asking themselves, right? It's not, if that was the question they asked themselves every day, there would be no way to survive in any job, right? No matter what your job is, whether it's drugs, whether you're a fisherman, whatever, pick any normal thing. If you're asking yourself every day by acknowledging, accomplishing the thing accomplished yesterday, what we set out to accomplish, and we're never going to accomplish it. You just wouldn't be able to move on. I think you're looking at a smaller piece of it or just a totally different mentality, meaning you're going after bad guys, right? If at the end of the day you're making an arrest, whether you're taking drugs off the street, something you can point to, right? Something that's tangible. Even if that's not winning the war on drugs, it's something, and there will always be another case, right? Because you're not going to win the war on drugs. So that's not, I'm not saying that was mentality, but just to kind of offer a way of thinking about it. If how could someone do this every day, right? I think we're just not asking themselves the question of how are we going to win the war on drugs today? I think it's much more mundane. Like, I have this case in front of me. What do I need to do to complete this investigation, to get this particular load of drugs off the street, to prosecute this case? And so they're just not grappling with those bigger questions. Certainly not the people, I think, who are line prosecutors who are there. It's not that you don't think about it, but it's just not going to be your animating principle, I don't think, because it can't be, right? Because you're not actually winning that war, if that's the way that you conceive of it.
Yeah, I mean, it must just be some sort of, at some level, there's got to be some sort of like this diffusion of responsibility, I guess, right? When everyone else you're working around with is doing the same thing, it's a good business, you guys, I guess they can justify it in their own way, like putting away bad guys, even though these bad guys are, they may not be the ones in charge calling all the shots. There's still some sort of even if you can prosecute somebody who is essentially just trying to feed their family by moving drugs, it looks good if you paint it the right way.
Sure, but to take it even a step further, sometimes we were getting the person who was calling the shots, right? And so that's a different story on the kind of bad guy level, right? Or, the example you mentioned of someone who's kind of put in a tough position and is not a kingpin, they're not making a lot of money. That's easy to look at and say there's something wrong there, right? It should be handled differently, whether it means a person doesn't have any sort of culpability, but, someone shouldn't be spending the rest of their life in prison for the situation you described, as I understand it. But we did sometimes get the people who were the kind of person you allude to, who was maybe the person who was effectively putting that lower level person in that situation, right? And so that raises a different sort of question. Now, I don't think that still answers the question. It doesn't justify the war, right? It's just a different consideration. I think it makes it easier to keep going every day. At least the goal is to get that real bad guy. And there's a possibility of doing it. I think that answers the question of what is the motivation behind the people doing it, aside from the motivation being, okay, this is going to end the drug war.
Right. I'm sure you're familiar with the guy El Mayo.
I know the name. Yeah,
He's like the biggest guy who started the Sinaloa cartel. It's just like fascinating to me how people like that are just like living in luxury in Mexico, like secluded. They stay off the papers, they got the media, and all you hear about is like people like El Chapo's kids.
Right.
It's just like the media frenzy around them. But you have like the big old rich guy who's basically like started everything, who's essentially immune to. I don't know how much DEA presence is in Mexico, or like how much of like American undercover officers or agents are down there working on this stuff still, but it's just always something that's really baffled me, especially when you see people like El Mayo that are just still out there living freely.
Right, but that's kind of an example of if you're in the DEA, you look at the kind of situation that described and say, okay, that's who we should be going after, right? As opposed to saying we should just get at this business because we're not solving anything, right? So it's kind of two different ways to look at it. And I'm not even saying that that's the way I look at it. It's just perspective. If you're beating your head against the wall and saying, how is this possibly going on? And that doesn't justify it, but I think it does explain it in a real way.
Mm-hmm. And then the other dimension of this is the fact that you did take out somebody like that, it would just be a power vacuum, right? Somebody would replace them instantly.
Well, right, because no matter whatever person around the world dies, that's not going to change the fact that people sitting here in the United States and throughout the world are always going to want to change their consciousness, right? And so as long as there's prohibition, the way that that's made more dangerous to accomplish. And so whether a Mexican drug war, whether it's a pharmaceutical company, whether it's anybody, these are just people who are filling that vacuum, filling that need of the fact that people will always want to change consciousness, and that's not something that could ever be defeated. It's just what do you do in the face of that reality?
And that's something that you and Hamilton talked about briefly on your podcast too. Is he brought up the fact that he brought the question, why haven't we learned our lesson from alcohol prohibition? You know what I mean? Like we regulated alcohol, we were able to get rid of all the organized crime that was surrounding it. All of that stuff, like how come we haven't learned that lesson with some of these other drugs that are out there?
Well, it's cool, right? I mean, it's not an unusual situation if you have someone in law enforcement, DEA, local or otherwise, goes out and makes a drug arrest, right? Then goes home and cracks open a Budweiser, right? And there's maybe at the time of Prohibition that would have looked at in a different light, but I think it's the culture that we're in. What are you even talking about when you say a drug, right? It's kind of a weird question. You're like, wait, what are you asking me, Jordan? But if I were to ask you, when you say drug, what are you talking about? Eventually, you would probably settle on a definition that's provided to you by the government and what's been made illegal, right? Something like that. You wouldn't think that alcohol is a drug, but these are cultural things that we have imbued within us that are handed down by the law. And so it's this sort of legal culture where you can be a cop who's making a drug arrest during the day, cracking open 15 Budweisers at night, the next day going back and doing the same thing all over again. One is a drug that's going to land that person in prison. The other is something that helps you take the edge off after a long day. The thing that's taking the edge off after a long day might well be more dangerous than whatever that drug is that you arrested someone for. But I think it's a cultural thing where someone could listen to what I just said and say, well, come on, right? Come on. There's no real argument behind it, but there is kind of a come on to it where there isn't an appetite to really change that for a lot of people, and that's why it doesn't change.
Right. So you said prosecuted for 4 years. And
4.5.
What made you decide to leave that?
Yeah, it was not something that I was expecting to leave anytime soon. It was partly my wife, at the time, we weren't married yet, but we were moving from New York to Washington. And so I was thinking about possibly still doing prosecution there, but I thought maybe take a look at a new adventure. And I wasn't giving up my law license or anything. I still have it now, but I wound up covering the Supreme Court Bloomberg, which was just as a lawyer being able to go to Supreme Court arguments and see them up close, or not even just a lawyer, but just if you're a student of history or anything like that. But that was another sort of dream job for me, and so I took a chance on that, and it was actually through that reporting that I wound up landing on the Bizarro story indirectly.
Really? How so?
So it was actually through an article I wrote about a case that had nothing to do with drugs, but a Supreme Court case that had to do with vagueness in the law. And it was a decision that was written by Justice Gorsuch, the Trump appointee, who, if you know who he is, you might have an impression of him if you don't follow the cases closely, just knowing that someone, the Republican appointee, it's more of the tough on crime, kind of going back to the culture, right? The more in line with the arrest someone for drugs during the day, crack open 15 Budweisers at night. You might think that as a judge, you're appointed by a Republican, you will necessarily have that mentality in a legal way too, right? But he was figuring that he would side with some Democratic appointed justices on criminal justice type of matters, some of them anyway. So, way to say, he wrote a decision involving vagueness in the law, which sided with more of the defense type position instead of the government type of position, because there's this basic notion in the law of due process, which I think undergirds a lot of the story of Bizarro, that laws need to be clear if we're to abide by them. And so I wound up writing just a fairly routine article about that. And in response to that article, I got an email from a lawyer for Burton Ritchie, who wound up being one of the main characters in Bizarro, so to speak, saying, hey, I saw you wrote this vagueness in the law. I have something similar going on in a case of mine with a vague drug law. The story I wrote about wasn't drugs, but he said there's this secret law where for being in prison and there's no way to comply with it, and if I was interested, I should follow up with it. And so you get an email like that out of the blue, and maybe you take it with a grain of salt, right? You get, as a journalist, as a lawyer, you get a lot of outreach like that. Sometimes it doesn't, right? So did wind up getting back in touch, and that's what wound up leading to the story of Bizarro, that law being the Analog Act that Burton Ritchie's lawyer was talking about, was that secret law.
Right. So for people out there who know what the Analog Act is, what is the Analog Act? When was it implemented?
Sure.
What was it? Sort of it wasn't started back in like the Nixon era, right? It was after that.
It was the Reagan era.
Reagan era.
And for anyone who has heard of it, you're in good company. Even people who are lawyers, even people who are drug lawyers, haven't heard of this law because it's been relatively loose over the years. And so even going back, you mentioned Nixon, it's actually helpful to start there, even though that's not when the law, because under Nixon, he's the one who kind of put in the modern drug war, right? It's sort of people associate with him drug war, but maybe you don't know everything about it. You might think of Nixon as the most evil character in that story. I don't know.
Yeah, that's when the like the scheduling.
Yeah, the Controlled
Substances Act, right?
Exactly. So that happened under Nixon in the early 70s, and it did a lot of things, but for purposes of understanding the Analog Act, one of the things it did is it listed drugs on schedules. And so there's a level of severity of this drug is more dangerous than that drug, and that part of it isn't necessary to understanding the Analog Act necessarily, but the bottom line takeaway is the way you knew a drug was illegal is if it was listed on the schedules of controlled substances.
And do you know how they determined how to schedule those drugs and how they were determined to be more dangerous than other drugs?
Sure. So it's changed a little bit over the years, but it actually involves Health and Human Services, so not necessarily the drug enforcement arm of it. And so kind of people who are more real scientists in a way, at least compared to the DEA, which is mainly drug enforcement. And so there's a multi-factor analysis that they go through, looking at the potential dangerousness of a substance, and they'll make a recommendation, and that'll be a big part of it. We think that there's potential for a certain substance to be abused, whether or not there's still some sort of medical benefit to it. And once I start saying some of the drugs that are on these schedules, you realize it makes no sense at all, because Schedule 1 is the toughest schedule, the one that has the potential for abuse and no benefit. I'm paraphrasing that there, but included among that,
Schedule 1 is the worst.
Sure, yeah, in the government's view, included among that are cannabis.
That's Schedule 1?
Yes, yeah. And so Schedule 2, and just to give another example to show how kind of squirrely this is, and also to maybe kind of curb some disinformation in the process, is fentanyl. And so, yes, and so there are a couple dynamics to that. I think it's useful in a couple ways. One, Obviously, fentanyl is much more potentially dangerous than cannabis. The fact is, cannabis doesn't have to be seen as dangerous at all.
I don't think you're going out on a limb saying that.
Yes, but another thing I want to, the reason I mentioned fentanyl is because on Schedule 2, you still have, according to the government, this potential for abuse in the same way you do for Schedule 1. The difference is, though, it also has that possible medical benefit as well. And so that might be surprising to hear for people when it comes to who only know it from lines about how people are dying from it, right? But it's used in hospitals for pain relief all the time. And so that's in a very short way explaining how absurd it is, obviously, that something like cannabis is listed more dangerous than something like fentanyl, even though fentanyl, by the way, does have more medical benefits than people might think of at first glance if they haven't in a hospital or other pain relief setting.
What are some other things Schedule 2 or Schedule even 3, like below fentanyl?
Yeah, well, once you get lower, you get into the stuff that you might find more in like cough medicines, things like that. And off my head, I'm hesitant to say incorrect, but the bottom line is not all of them make sense, to put it.
What about like meth?
Meth, that might be Schedule 2, I want to say. Because, again, you're talking about something that's an amphetamine, right?
And there's controlled amphetamines that you kids take every day.
Yes, and I really don't want to veer. I'm not a scientist. I don't want to veer out of my lane, and I don't pretend to be one. But, again, methamphetamine, I think someone who's more knowledgeable about the science of it will tell you that there can be, similar to fentanyl, somewhat of a scare issue there too when you look at what you're actually talking about at the end of the day, like, oh, this person's head or something like that. Whereas if you look at the actual thing that's in it, you might know somebody or you yourself might be taking substances that are not that different from it all the time.
Right, exactly. Okay, so we explained the scheduling and how that all got started, and how did that parlay into this analog act?
Sure, and so if you take nothing else from our discussion about scheduling and how it doesn't make sense, at least take the fact of they're at least listed as illegal. So however stupid it is that whatever drugs are on the schedules, they're there. And so if you get arrested with them, you can't say, oh, I didn't know, too bad, right? Those are illegal. So what people would do, though, underground chemists, is they would look at substances that are scheduled on these lists and say, okay, well, if I'm not doing something with something that's not on this list, then I'm in the clear. So you take a look at the chemical formula, whatever it is, something like, cocaine, hydrochloride, whatever the technical chemical term for it is, and taking up by way of example, and you get from cocaine to coke 1, cocaine -1, and that's something not going to be on the schedule. It's not a medical or scientific term, but just to say you're tweaking the substance slightly enough that you're now dealing with a substance that is not that listed drug. Okay, and so if you can tweak this molecule ever so slightly for any type of drug that's on the Nixon era Controlled Substance Act list, then okay, you're in the clear, right? The government can't touch you. So problem, because okay, so in my made-up hypothetical of cocaine plus, what does the government do when cocaine +1 start arresting people for it or trying to, but you can't charge them? So you try and get it scheduled as quickly as possible, right? The problem is this multi-factor scheduling process can take a long time, months at least, and so that's a longer time than it takes for someone to make a new drug and for that to hit the street. So what first happened in 1984, emergency scheduling, which sped up the timeline of the Nixon era Controlled Substances Act. So basically a quicker version, so you could schedule things more quickly. Again, though, so now cocaine +1 is emergency scheduled. You can't put it out on the street anymore. You could prosecute anyone who's dealing that going forward, but you can't get someone retroactively. So the person who was one step ahead of you to start will always stay one step ahead of you, even if you can get that drug scheduled and off the street. So that's where the Analog Act comes in, because so you're in.
I was going to say when you say retroactively, you mean that like if they create something and then later they create a law, you can't charge them for it.
Exactly. Right. That's a basic, and again, that kind of goes back to the due process point that I mentioned earlier. If for us to order our lives around the law as someone might want to do, we need to know what the law is if we're to have a fair shot at abiding by it. So, again, today, if you go and get a kilo of coke and you get arrested, that's your problem, right? But again, in this made-up example, say you know the guy who's got this sweet, this cocaine plus one, which isn't scheduled yet. You get a kilo of that, the cops can't touch you. But then once they go and make that, once they schedule it, they can't then go back and say, look, this guy once had something that is now illegal, because that's just not a world that we can live in. But that kind of is a world that we live in now under the analog. So I'll do a brief refresher. You have the Nixon-era Controlled Substances Act that had a list of what's illegal. Then you had in 1984 the Emergency Scheduling Law, which was a beefed-up timeline of the Controlled Substances Act. So still, it's only forward-looking. It's only stuff's illegal once it's on the list, but you could get stuff on the list more quickly.
What makes it faster?
There's just less of a bureaucracy involved. It's more power.
But people need to be involved.
Yeah, it's centering more power into something that happened more and more over time within the DEA itself. So less from the actual health authorities, more to the cops. Got it. And so, so now we're in 1984. We just got this beefed up scheduling law. The lawmakers in DEA are happier about that. They can do scheduling actions more quickly. But you still have this problem of the Danny example where this little punk still got away with that cocaine plus one because it wasn't scheduled yet at the time. Right. So what do you do to get around that? Because you can't make things illegal going backwards, right? Or else we just can't live in a society that way. So that's where the Analog Act comes in, which wound up passing in 1986, 2 years after the emergency scheduling law. And so what that law says is the main term that you want to remember is substantially similar. It says if you have a drug that's substantially similar to one that's already on the list of illegal substances, you're on the hook as if you were selling that illegal drug. So I'll explain that going with our made-up cocaine plus one example. So you have cocaine that's on the schedule. You have cocaine plus one that you're making in your garage. That's not scheduled. Now, you get busted with a kilo of cocaine plus one after the Analog Act is passed. Even if it's not on the list, if the DEA and prosecutors can prove, and by prove I mean convince a jury that doesn't have scientific expertise, that cocaine plus one is substantially similar to cocaine, then you've basically just been selling cocaine, my friend. You're on the hook as if it was cocaine, because cocaine plus one is substantially similar to cocaine under the Analog Act. But that's what the government will want to prove in order to be able to prosecute it.
Got it. So it's sort of just like a big drag net to catch all the people that are trying to use chemistry to sort of evade these scheduled substances.
It's bigger than big. It's infinite, because
It's infinite.
It's only limited the things that we can create. So it's limited, I guess, necessarily in the sense that our minds are, right, and things that we can do, but it outlaws a theoretically infinite number of substances. Anything that a prosecutor can convince a jury is substantially similar to a drug that's on the schedules. Okay, in reality, obviously, if you're holding a pencil, you would think you're probably okay. That's not going to be substantially similar to heroin, right? But once you get closer, and closer, it starts to get a little trickier. Then the phrase substantially similar is a scientific term. And I think that's probably one of the most important I could emphasize, because when the Justice Department was pushing Congress to pass the Analog Act, it gave at the very least a strong impression, something that came from the lab, so to speak, that this was this term of science. And if you don't know anything about science, as I don't know what you know, but you could be forgiven for thinking maybe that is some kind of technical term, right? And I don't know exactly where they got it from. I have some guesses, because the term has actually been used elsewhere in the law, not in criminal law, as I'm aware, but for example, in copyright law for a long time, that would be one of the tests that was used, is the substantially similar to this such that you're copying it. And it's been elsewhere in the law too, so I've had sort of a theory that I haven't confirmed one or the other, that the Justice Department lawyers at the time maybe borrowed that from either copyright law or some other part of civil law where that term had been used. So it wasn't necessarily introducing a new term into law. But as far as I know, it was introducing a new term into criminal law, and it was introducing it in a way that sort of acted scientific, but really wasn't. Because if you ask any scientist, even with the DEA, at least now, after the Analog Act has been passed, when they've testified in these cases, whatever else they'll say, they'll concede that substantially similar is not a scientific term. So it could basically mean whatever they can get it to mean.
So you said it's not being used as much now as it has, as it was used in the past.
So it really was never used as much as the quote-unquote regular drug prosecutions under the Controlled Substances Act. One of the reasons being, I think, because it's hard. When you have cocaine, okay, there's not a lot of argument about that. But again, in order to prove these cases, whatever there is to say about whether they should be brought in a given case or not, and whether you have sympathy for the government or not, it's a lot of work to bring them, because when you have the schedule, there's no argument about that. There'll be other legal issues to argue as a Fourth Amendment search issue, something like that. It won't be an argument of like, is this substance something that you can actually be prosecuted for, because it's on the list, right? Whatever else is said for it, it's on the list, and you can say there shouldn't be a list, etc., but there is. But when you're analog cases and you need to have the scientists, these expert witnesses in court, experts who can convince a jury that one substance is substantially similar to another. And I will have defense experts saying the opposite.
Sorry to interrupt. Episode of the podcast is brought to you Verso. We all know how important it is to get the right amount of nutrition, exercise, and sleep as we age. I'm really passionate about and have discussed at length with doctors and nutritional scientists on this podcast. That is why I use Verso. Verso is a company dedicated into translating scientific breakthroughs into products that hold the potential to increase longevity. I take Cell Being every day to help combat aging by increasing my NAD levels with powerful ingredients such as NMN, trans-resveratrol, and TMG. NAD Plus is arguably one of the most powerful molecules in the body, but declines with age. Keeping NAD Plus levels high helps guide longevity genes called sirtuins. Sirtuins are called longevity genes because by activating them, they support overall health and slow down aging-related effects by regulating important processes inside of cells. High NAD Plus levels can improve your metabolism, repair damaged DNA, and ramp up energy production in your brain, immune system, and muscles. Now, you can't take NAD Plus as a supplement because it's too big for the cells to absorb. But NMN directly converts to NAD Plus, while resveratrol activates your sirtuins, which increases their attraction for NAD. These two molecules act synergistically and increase your NAD Plus more than just NMN on its own. Verso also publishes third-party testing from each batch produced to absolutely guarantee you're getting what you pay for. Head on over to ver.so and use the coupon code CONCRETE at checkout to save 15% off your entire order. Or go to ver.so/KONCRETE right now. It's linked below. Now back to the show. When did this whole K2 spice thing first hit the market? Because, I mean, going back to, like, recap what you just said, it's so interesting because it's literally, it seems like the K2 and the spice stuff was a symptom of cannabis being illegal. And then creating all these other laws was, it seems like it would just be easier to regulate cannabis and it would get rid of all these underground chemists or clandestine chemists or whatever they're called. And you wouldn't have to deal with all this, all these issues with creating laws and, you know, as you're talking about, and trying to prosecute all these people. It seems like it's sort of a new feedback loop.
100% cannabis spice K2 situation. There's no question that at least some of the people who wound up smoking it, and to answer your question of when, this was coming up in the mid to late 2000s, early 2010s, I'd say it was probably the heyday of it. And yeah, there were people who were smoking it because it was seen as this kind of weed substitute. It happened to be much stronger than weed. Again, it depended on what the exact type of synthetic cannabinoid was in the product, which was another problem, because without that sort of regulation, there was no way to know exactly what would be in it if you're a consumer. And so, yeah, people are smoking because you could still pass a drug test. It happens to be with something that's much more volatile than cannabis. Obviously, if cannabis had not been illegal or at least sold in some government-approved type of way, then yeah, it's hard to say that Spicer K2 wouldn't have happened, but I don't think you could say that it would have happened in the way that it did. One of the big areas was in the military, which was having a huge issue with it. Certainly at the time, that's one example of an area where people are drug tested but still want to have fun, right? And relieve some stress, right? Take the edge off, going with the 15 Budweisers at the end of the day aren't doing it. But yeah, there's no question it's a direct consequence of cannabis prohibition.
I had a guy on here. I had a guy on the podcast over probably a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, 12 years in prison for the XL, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was importing everything from China, and he was making millions of dollars. And he eventually got raided by the FBI. If you just go on YouTube, you might know, I'm sure you probably heard of him. If you go on YouTube and just type the name of the podcast and then type in bath salts trafficker. I think that was the title of it. Because another one of the compounds that he was selling or manufacturing was, I guess, one of the street terms for it was bath salts. Yeah, just having bath salts trafficker concrete. There he is, Justin Smith.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway,
so bath salts just to orient that within the discussion. So bath salts were something different from spice that were happening at the same time as spice. So the ingredient in spice were what's called synthetic cannabinoids. Bath salts, there were these things called synthetic cathinones. So those are both popular at the same time. It's certainly possible, like if you would go into head shops, those would be two of the popular products of that era. The bath salts were ones that you would hear the stories about people eating each other's faces, and you would hear crazy stories of things that happen to people after smoking spice too. But I think the bath salts had some of even the more extreme stories. But both of the spice and bath salts, that's really the same era, I think, of the synthetic drug craze.
And so who are these two guys? The lawyer that reached out to you, who were the two guys that he was representing?
Sure. So the lawyer who reached out to me represented Ritchie. Charles Burton Ritchie is his full name. He goes by Burton. And Benjamin Galecki is the other one. Those are the two so-called kingpins that I referred to in the title, which they were just convicted as, but their cases are currently on appeal, which I can talk about a little bit once I set the stage for it. So Burton is an interesting character, probably one of the interesting people that I've come across. He's this serial entrepreneur type of figure. He actually was in recovery himself and still is today, like a lot of people in this story somehow are, amazingly. So Burton was arrested when he was 19 in an acid sale. This is in Pensacola. This was in 1990, I believe. And so after that, as part of to get a pretrial diversion deal, he had to go to Narcotics Anonymous, and he wound up sticking with that and hasn't used since. One thing he did after realizing he needed to start a job, one of the things he did, he started this chain of head shops in Pensacola called the Psychedelic Shack. He did this despite having been in recovery and all of that. He checked it with his sponsor, who said, "I'm okay with it if it doesn't want to make you want to use," and Burton said it didn't. So that wound up being one of his
Psychedelic Shack.
The Psychedelic
What did you say he was going to sell the shack?
So if you've been in a head shop, it's the typical head fair of pipes, bongs, stuff that you'll see in there. This was starting in the early 90s, really. Okay. This is one of the earlier ones of that era. And so it wound up being a chain in Pensacola. He did a bunch of other things at the time, did body piercing supply, distribution. He was a big poker player as well, doing that too. The main thing was the Psychedelic Shack. That was what he was known for. But so anyway, when he was in Narcotics Anonymous, that's actually how he wound up crossing paths in one of the earliest ways with Ben Galecki. So just to focus on that again, the people who are now sitting in prison together, convicted as synthetic cannabinoid kingpins. That's one of the ways they crossed paths as teenagers in Narcotics Anonymous. Ben didn't really see himself as an addict. He was sort of more forced into meetings, but Burton does consider himself an addict, and I think considers it probably a good thing that he was steered in that direction. But so Burton and Ben stayed close over the years, and Ben wound up working at the Psychedelic Shack on and off. That wasn't his only thing. He went to school and was sort of doing his own thing, but he had a couple stints of working there and doing tattoos and piercings. That was one of the things that the Psychedelic Shack was known for, because Ben really wound up being an engineer and going to school for that too. And so he had that sort of mindset, and Burton was the wily entrepreneur figure. Burton was kind of in your face and not somebody you could forget if you ever spoke to him. He's the sort of person who, everyone I spoke to him about him for the story, it's sort of either loved him or hated him, but you certainly memory of him one way or the other. And Ben was kind of the more mellow, cerebral. They're both cerebral in a way, but they had that sort of yin and yang to them. And Burton being he's in a million places at once, entrepreneur guy, running his business, doing a million things, and Ben was the quieter type guy, into heavy metal. They're both science and sci-fi nerds, and board games, and those sorts of things too.
And so, from the Psychedelic Shack to synthesizing these cannabinoids, importing millions of dollars from China, and doing all that, like, how did it get made?
Sure. So let's go to around the time of the financial crisis. This was around 2008, around that time. Burton's running the Psychedelic Shack. The market's crashing. He's also heavily invested in real estate. Again, he has his hand in a million different pots, and so he's almost at risk of losing the business, the Psychedelic Shack. He's something to turn it around. And what's the thing that winds up turning it around is spice. So at the same time, this is when the product happens to be becoming in the late 2000s. They're in Pensacola, mind you. This is a military area. And so you had sailors who were coming in, they're asking him for this stuff, and he took a chance and ordered a batch of it, and it wound up flying off the shelves. And wow, that wound up saving the business, and really him and being Burton at the time. Of course, it down the road wound up putting him in prison right now. But
so there was no question to the legality of selling the spice in the shop? Like, he didn't question that at all?
There was no... I think that's fair to say, because over the years, there have always been these sort of legal high type of products. Herbal ecstasy was another one earlier on. Like, they would start selling these things in head shops, the law would come down, or if someone would have some kind of health issue, then people would stop selling them, and you would sort of move on. And so I think it was... His thing was he's doing everything out in the open. If the cops tell him not to do something, he won't do it. He would have, cops security in the store. He would call the cops on his own employees for doing illegal drugs. So he was kind of a hard ass in that way from a businessman mentality. That really is what he is, I think, at the end of the day, is a businessman. He just happened to be someone who's running a chain of head shops and is in recovery himself. But he was very open about this with law enforcement. He would call them if his shop got raided.
Walter White was a businessman, too.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
The problem with businessmen is fly too close to the sun sometimes.
Exactly. And so I think he would concede probably that they flew too close, or would have done something differently, right, or he would put it. But that's how it wound up taking off, was basically cannabis prohibition combined with a real estate crash, combined with restrictions on military personnel. If people in the military were allowed to smoke weed at the end of the day, maybe this wouldn't have happened. So a million different things you could point to.
So he was sort of like it was like the perfect sort of Goldilocks zone in the era they were in and what was going on with the recession and real estate. And he did figure out a way to make money. This wasn't necessarily illegal, but it was sort of like in the gray area, and I'm sure a lot of other people were doing it. He was seeing other people making money, so he thought, better to beg for forgiveness of that.
Right, and I think, it's not just that everyone was doing it, but everyone was doing it out in the open. So it wasn't, you just wouldn't be selling coke out in a shop, and so it was, no one ever went and, there wasn't a law enforcement announcement saying, hey, we hear this new stuff's on the street, you're all good, but I don't think there was a real question as to, at least at the time, right, when it was coming out on the market. Now, when it started to get into more issues was when, okay, he's realizing he's making a lot of money. This stuff's flying off the shelves at the shack. This stuff being spice. Him being this entrepreneurial mind says, well, there are all these other head shops around the country that want to sell this stuff. I can distribute to them. Sort of cut out the middleman and become a distributor. And so that's where you get to start actually making spice, sell at the psychedelic shack, but to distribute to head shops around the country. Yeah.
Didn't he also set up like psychedelic shacks all around the country?
Those are just in the Pensacola area.
Just in Pensacola.
All around the country.
There was one in Vegas.
So Vegas is where I can take you to Vegas in a minute.
Okay.
We'll be there.
Ahead.
We'll be there soon. We're almost there.
All right.
We're almost. So that segues into, okay, he's seeing that he can make a lot of money by actually distributing spice to head shops around the country. And they do that. It's a simple process. As far as the raw ingredient, the synthetic cannabinoid, that's from China. So you can get those kilos. You can order them practically out in the open. You obviously need to, I guess it's word of mouth. You know a guy, someone else who did it. Once you get that connection, you can easily get those kilos. And that's really the main ingredient of spice is the synthetic cannabinoid. It's mixed in with acetone, and it's a fairly simple process. I lay it out in the book directly from them and how they made it. And but it really isn't a high-tech thing. You talk about Walter, you don't need a science degree or expertise to make this stuff. You just need to get your hands on the raw materials, which are readily available. And
so how do they get in touch with the people in China that were making synthetic cannabinoids?
So I don't know. Initially, that was really part of. There just kind of is a guy in China, and everyone, not one guy, but that.
What year was this again?
So this is, now we're into the early 2010s. When they're at the point of, okay, spice is
maybe Silk Road,
for a couple years.
I don't know when Silk Road came down.
I think it was just so available that it wasn't, there was never a question of, oh, how do we get in touch with China? I think it's just if you're of half of a mind to do it, then like anything else in a drug business or any business, it's word of mouth, right? You're in distribution. And so the exact moment at which they got in touch with someone, I couldn't say, but I don't think that was really a roadblock like other things were. Like it might have been harder to get one of the products, the materials that were legal than the synthetic cannabinoids, right? And so almost getting towards Vegas now, they're starting to distribute to head shops around the country, and they start the new business to do this called Zen Sense. And that was what Burton and Ben started together. Burton was the majority owner of it, and so they start hiring, workers to bag the stuff up. They have salespeople that are cold calling head shops around the country, and again, sort of in the way that Burton had the stuff flying off the shelves at the shack when he was initially selling spice and couldn't keep up with the demand, that was their problem here too. They couldn't make the spice quickly enough to get it out to people across the country. That's where Vegas comes in, because Pensacola is this swampier area. It would take too long for the spice to dry. And so Burton, again, being this poker player, his mind is trained on Vegas, where he played in the World Series there and spent some time. They set up a warehouse in Vegas where that's where they'll actually make the spice, ship it back to Pensacola, and it actually made enough business sense for them to do that. Despite the extra time and expense of doing that there, the fact that they could pump out the stuff more quickly, that was a good business decision for them.
Interesting. These guys seemed like they were the perfect combo. One guy laying back, one guy sort of like hyper-aggressive, almost autistic personality.
Well, yeah, and autistic is, Burton would describe himself too. That's another feature of his personality, and this is something that I think he discovered later in life. But that's
he actually got diagnosed with autism.
That's how he talks about himself.
It's just he talks.
I couldn't say clinically, not clinically, one way or the other, but that's a part of who he is. I would say. And I think he was always had this efficiency obsession, and something that, looking back, that's what it was all along. And so that's part of his drive too, I think. And so I'm certainly not an expert in anything like that, and so I hesitate to kind of psychoanalyze or medically diagnose anyone. It's not coming from me. That's from him. And my conversations with him now, and so that's 100% accurate for what he was.
Where is he at now?
So right now is actually kind of an interesting question. So most recently they've been in Talladega, Alabama. Recently Ben moved to a lower security facility in Louisiana, kind of further out from the city there. And Burton is probably on his way there soon to also go in that lower level facility.
And when you had all these meetings with them, they were all in person?
The only time I've been in the same room with them was for one of their trials in Las Vegas. And hours, because I've only known them since they've been locked up. That's the thing about this story is I came into it, I got that email from Lloyd Snook, Burton's lawyer, in 2018. And so they had already been tried twice. So we haven't even talked about this part yet, so we haven't gotten there. But they've gone to trial 3 times already. 2 of those trials had already happened before I even knew about them, which is what was leading Lloyd to reach out to me because he wanted me to look into and write about their appeal.
So these guys would you say they have a pretty good chance of getting out of this?
I think they have a chance, which is more than you can say for probably most people who are appealing criminal convictions, just because of the way the law is set up in general, not just the analog laws. When I say the law, I mean the capital L.
So where were we on the story? With the story? Vegas.
We're getting the distribution business off the ground, and so they're in Vegas, and so having that warehouse in Vegas and making that decision to again take it to the next level, get that extra edge, is taking them down. Again, you can point to a million things from nothing taking them down, but very proximately, that's what winds up getting raided as far as this nationwide raid in 2012 called Operation Logjam.
Operation Logjam, yes.
Yeah, so and that took down a few places around here too. It was really all over the country. It was the first nationwide raid for synthetic drugs.
Wow. Oh wow, there's a map right there that shows what is that? Where all the raids were?
Yeah.
So if you zoom in on that map, is that so? Did these raids go down like simultaneously on all these locations?
Exactly.
Whoa!
And it wasn't like it wasn't like we're taking down one cartel. It was every sort of business like this that they could get their hands on.
A couple places, actually a lot of places right around here in Tampa.
Yeah, a lot of Florida.
Fort Lauderdale. Los Angeles, Vegas, lots of like the New York area. Wow. So the southern, very tip border of Texas and Mexico. No way. So what ramped up this Operation Logjam? Like what? Like how did the DEA sort of like how did they become aware that this was a big problem, and how did it like get on their radar and to the point where they had to implement this huge nationwide operation?
Yeah, it's when it's becoming an issue in the streets, or when they see it as. Remember, we were talking about bath salts and spice. So bath salts are part of Operation Logjam too. So you have all these instances of people freaking out on the street, hitting emergency rooms because they smoked this stuff and didn't know what it is, and they're losing their minds. And so it lent itself to a pretty extreme headline, and so becoming an issue consciousness, and so it built up to something where they felt they had to take down. It was very easy in a way. There was nothing they had to really infiltrate, if you think about it, because these things were stores. These weren't, you didn't need an undercover necessarily to go in and buy stuff. Anyone could walk in and buy. You could walk in a police uniform and buy the stuff. They might look at you a little weird, but you could do it just like you could sell to anyone else. So it wasn't difficult in that sense. When you think of a law enforcement operation, it was just a lot of it. And now some of them might have been less upfront. And so just as a general description to say this was different in the way that everything under the Analog Act was different.
So they were arrested?
Not exactly. Not at all, actually. So let's go to Vegas.
Okay.
In the time of Operation Logjam. Burton and Ben weren't even actually out there. This is where we can maybe introduce a third character into this, who's Ryan Eaton. And Ryan is much younger than Burton and Ben. Ryan's closer to our age, maybe a little old. And so he was just basically a regular worker at Zen Sense. He was putting stickers on bags. He was working in Pensacola. And so, to make a long story short, which again could have been its own chapter or book itself, Ryan winds up being the guy that they have out there working the warehouse in Vegas, making the spice there. He gets instructions from them of how to do it. Ryan doesn't have any sort of science degree. You don't need one. Any of us could have been sent out and do it. It's manual labor, basically. And he's whipping up these batches. He's sending them out back east to Pensacola, to Ben. He's in touch with him. He's living in a house with random guys. They have a pool. He's kind of just living a life out there. And I think it got sort of lonely for him and even boring, which he probably would have preferred to what wound up happening. He goes to the warehouse one day, and this is happening in a very, very short time period, by the way. As I'm describing this, you might think of an operation that's getting built up over the course of months or even years, but he was out there for weeks, really. We're not talking or even years. But they're making a lot of money in that time period, these batches that are getting sent out there. So Ryan goes to the warehouse one day, and he sees flashing lights coming in behind him, and it's the DEA, and it's the day of Operation Logjam, because neighbors of the warehouse got suspicious of Ryan there. He's this big, burly guy who's going in, and he has like dust on him, and it's not clear what he's doing. They actually thought that he was growing weed. Again, going back to cannabis prohibition, and this is what made the neighbors suspicious. They wind up calling the cops, wind up doing an operation. Again, he wasn't hiding exactly, even if he didn't have a sign saying, hey, I'm making spice in here. And so they wind up getting put on the list of places that are getting taken down in Operation Logjam. So it's actually just Ryan. And he winds up being let go that day. Burton and Ben aren't arrested that day. It's actually almost the opposite of being arrested. When Burton hears that Ryan was picked up by the cops, by the DEA, and that the Vegas warehouse was raided, Burton reaches out to law enforcement in Pensacola, to a cop he knew there who would bombs from the psychedelic shack, do DARE presentations in the air. Again, file that under Burton, open with law enforcement. So Burton says, hey, I want to get in touch with whoever's in charge of the DEA here. He gets on the phone that night, Burton does, with a DEA agent, Claude Cozy, and Burton winds up inviting Cozy to the Pensacola to get a tour of it the next morning. Where Cozy goes, he sees Zen Sense workers bagging, he sees the safe where they're keeping product, and he walks in. Burton gives him samples of the product, including what's called Bizarro, which was part of, I get for the book, and Cozy goes off, and he's on his way. He doesn't arrest them, because again, if this was cocaine, Burton would not have been able to make that call. You wouldn't be able to arrest, to invite a law enforcement officer into your operation, at least not if you know that they're a cop. But because of the Analog Act, Cozy couldn't take him down that day. Cozy wanted to. It wasn't like he was liking these guys. Cozy actually hates Burton. Really? He hates him, yeah. That was one of the more memorable conversations I've had for this, was talking to Claude Cozy, who to his credit, where's the hate come from? I think they're really just opposite personalities. Cozy is the ultimate lawman. Burton's more of the freewheeling shop owner in the area. And so Cozy is the arrest the drug guy during the day, 15 Budweisers at night. It's cultural, right? Burton is, I don't know if he's the opposite of that, but he's something very different from that. And so Burton had no idea who Cozy was, but Cozy knew who Burton was, because Burton was kind of almost like a small celebrity in the area that teetles for the psychedelic act, which I haven't been able to get my hands. Still want to be able to see one of those, but I've talked to people who've seen them. They're not online anymore. No, I got in touch with the local TV person there, and they regarded me with some suspicion, but something that I crossed off my list as far as giving up on it, but something I would like to see. Interesting.
So he was getting out ahead of it, and DEA to his facility, showing him like, "Hey, this is what we're doing. We want to make sure everything's kosher here."
Yeah, and look, I don't want to editorialize it, right? Because there's a different way to look at it if you want to. You could call it getting ahead of it. You could call it making the best of it. I mean, getting ahead of it would have been calling him up before logjam, if you really, really want to go there, right? But it's just to look at that other side of it. He was doing something that, frankly, would be insane to do with obviously an illegal drug. The other thing I should say about their operation is, well, how do they know what was in it, right? You might be thinking, okay, they're ordering this stuff from China. How do they have the confidence? Even assuming the worst intentions on their part, how do you have the confidence to invite a DEA agent into your facility where you have people bagging stuff up that gets people high, that colloquially anyone would regard as a drug, whether that's a good thing, a bad thing, or
Yeah, that's like something out of the movie.
The reason they had that confidence is because they were third-party lab testing all of the chemicals they got from China multiple times during the process. First, when they got the initial shipment to see what it was, and again, actually testing samples of the specific products they were going to sell before they went out to shops. So for something that was happening in a gray market, whatever there is to say about it, morally, whatever, it's just an incredible amount of quality control that's put into that you just don't see in any other sort of business that's that way. And so that part was just really incredible because he was able to give him a lab report. He was able to show him. Burton was able to hand Cozy the product and say, I know this is XLR11. That's interesting. So I remember you mentioned that chemical specifically before. I know this is it because that's what my lab test showed, and that is what the product that Burton handed Cozy wound up showing when the DEA lab test came back too. And they were not, this is back in 2012. No one was arrested for years after this.
And so, what was the conclusion of that meeting when the DEA agent went in there, Cozy went in there, and he left eventually?
That was really it. They weren't getting arrested. They were sort of, Cozy was, well, I'll go and get the stuff tested at the lab. It takes a long time to get stuff tested at the DEA labs. That was a part of this. So, but it wasn't like Cozy had given up, because remember, Cozy still wanted to take Burton down. There was just this issue of the Analog Act. Cozy was actually come to the federal prosecutor in the area saying he didn't have the balls to use the Analog Act. Those are the words that Cozy used to me to describe the issue, because again, this just shows how much discretion is baked into this. Because in any case, a prosecutor has some level of discretion whether the case, even if someone clearly is in the law. But here is where it really magnifies that issue, because the law being so nebulous is an issue for everybody. Even if you're a prosecutor who thinks so bad, you're like, well, wait, how can I prove this beyond a reasonable doubt? And so that was clearly the issue that this prosecutor was having, at least as Cozy saw it. And so Cozy's stuck in this situation as he sees it, where, okay, I have this guy, he's a freaking dealer, but I can't arrest him because of the Analog Act. So you have him complaining about it from a law enforcement perspective, as not because it's too vague in a way that, oh no, it's a due process problem. This is too vague in that it's not letting me arrest a bad guy.
But wait, the Analog Act would let him prosecute that guy, though, no?
It would let him try. It wouldn't automatically lead to a conviction.
Right, but the Analog Act isn't the reason he could not arrest him, right?
It kind of was at the time anyway, because he would have needed a prosecutor to be on board.
So it was because of the prosecutor.
Yeah, right. So so at the time, if a prosecutor there had said, yeah, let's take him down for the Analog Act, this might have been a different story. Because they wound up getting charged in multiple districts, but none of them was Florida.
Interesting.
Excuse me. So as far as how the meeting leaves off, he goes on with the drugs, but it's not like he leaves, because he still wants to take Burton down. He winds up coming back to the facility when there was fire marshals wound up doing an inspection there a couple months later. He's basically trying to put heat on them, and they're still feeling that heat. Even though they're not being arrested, they're starting to think, we need to get out of this business, just because even if we're not being arrested, it's just not good having basically breathing down their necks. Even if they're convinced they didn't break the law, it's just not really a sustainable way of life. So they start to make moves to extract themselves from the business is looking towards other things in the summer of 2012 into the winter of 2013 and looking to sell the business.
But was there ever a conversation with Cozy or anybody at the DEA or law enforcement? Was there ever any sort of conversation to the effect of like, hey, what's your opinion on this? Are we good or are we not good?
No, and that's very interesting because I don't think that was seen as a possible thing to do. I wound up doing something like that years later after I found out about the story in 2019. I think it was I did this because it's not like the DEA, if you go to the website, has a sign that says, first of all, it's possible people don't even know what the Analog Act is. And there's the generance of the law is no excuse, right? It's something, even if you're not a lawyer, you can have that in the back of your head. It's like tough stuff. You broke the law. The Analog Act, it's not 100% true when it comes to the analog. You still need to show that a person had the criminal intent to distribute this thing that was substantially similar to a scheduled drug. So it wasn't irrelevant if someone didn't know of the Analog Act. But to put it a different way, it would be good proof in an analog case. The defendant knows about the Analog Act because that could know maybe that they were taking some sort of steps to circumvent it. But to say, no, they didn't affirmatively reach out to the DEA. They did get in touch with lawyers who advised them that, for example, and there was a printout where it comes to a chemical like XLR11. They got a legal opinion saying that it wasn't substantially similar to a scheduled drug. This was after the fact, by the way. So that, and that's important, the timing. It wasn't something, as far as I know, that they did ahead of time, because that could have put them probably in a better legal situation if they had done that going into it. But as far as the proof that I've seen, I've only seen a letter that they got after the raid from a lawyer saying that this substance is not substantially similar. Still remarkable in any event, not something you'd be able to do in cocaine enterprise. But anyway, bottom line is after Logjam, they're not getting arrested, but Cozy's breathing down their neck. They don't exactly shut it down. So if they had just shut it down, we might not be having this conversation, or at least not in this way. They aren't ready to completely walk away, because that would be a significant financial loss to them at that point. They wind up selling the business. There's a technical business term for what happened. They didn't technically sell it. They sold the assets. That's another remarkable thing about the story, because they actually had a contract that they entered into to sell this to another head shop entrepreneur, this guy named Tony Notley, who's also in recovery too. Everyone in this story is in recovery somehow, or has some sort of drug issue, or is in law enforcement, or both. Burton and Tony, they were really being at loggerheads, and basically seemed like they hate each other, but they were in too deep. And to make a long story short, they wind up selling the company to Tony towards the end of 2012, beginning of 2013, and they're out of the business. That's a very summary way of putting that part, which I detail some of the crazier back and forth in Bizarro, but busted in 2012, busted but not arrested, then get out of the business. Then they move on to totally different lives in film and entertainment, and actually start a film production company, and they wind up working with real celebrities, just in another amazing aspect of it.
Interesting. And then how long after that did they eventually get arrested?
3 years. So it's 2015 that they wound up being charged, 3 years after Logjam.
And then Cozy was behind this?
Well, that's kind of an interesting question, because they weren't actually charged in Florida, so they wind up getting charged in 3 different states.
Okay.
Virginia, Nevada, and Alabama. Alabama is the least important, but I can explain what they all are. Virginia, because that was one of the areas that they distributed their product to.
Mm-hmm.
They distributed it all across the country, so they conceivably could have been charged probably in almost every state. Nevada, site of the warehouse, and Alabama, that's where they had moved the call center to after XLR11 became illegal on the state level. That was more time where they were selling the business to Tony Notley. They've never been tried in Alabama. They've been tried twice in Virginia and once in Nevada recently.
Where are we at with all that?
Sure. So with Virginia, Virginia, the first trial, again, Analog Act was a direct issue. It was a hung jury because the jury couldn't figure out the analog. They specifically told the judge, we can't make sense of this substantial similarity standard. And so it was a hung jury. The government went right back into it, tried them again. Again, the jury was saying they were having trouble reaching a verdict, but wound up convicting them after the judge told them basically to make a decision, one way or the other. Then they won that case on appeal, the Virginia conviction. The reason they won it is something that's arguably the most insane thing about this story, which we haven't even talked about yet, which is Arthur Barrier.
Okay.
So I can talk about him now if you want.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at this, you might have the Analog Act theoretically outlaws an infinite number of substances, right? Prosecutors aren't scientists. How do they decide what is substantially similar to a scheduled drug? Well, it turns out, and I've learned a lot about this for the book, is that internally within the DEA, they have a process where they decide what they're willing to support as substantially similar or not, whether they're willing to provide testimony.
Right.
And that makes sense. If you, obviously, you can have the position that none of it should be happening at all, but if it is, it makes sense to have some kind of scientific backing instead of just random prosecutors making scientific decisions about what looks closer to a chemical or another. That would just be kind of a weird situation. They would need expert testimony anyway. So within the DEA, they would have this small group of chemists within a group called Diversion Control. They were more of the policy arm of the DEA in a way, as distinct from another part called Forensic Sciences. And that becomes important because Forensic Sciences is where Arthur Barrier worked. And so as part of the process for reviewing a potential analog, you get a chemical off the street, you have a prosecutor say, hey, can we charge this? That goes to Diversion Control. And they look at it and say, is this close enough or not? Is it substantially similar? They say yes or no. If they do think it is, then it'll go to Forensic Sciences, which are more of the scientists who are actually in the lab, so to speak. And that's where Barrier was. And Barrier, he was tasked with essentially checking Diversion Control's homework and giving his opinion on it. And he would usually agree with them, but he didn't always. And when he disagreed with them, it became a problem because now you have someone who's essentially gumming up the works of a potential prosecution. And the DEA was not forthcoming with this different opinion within the DEA, which if you're a defendant charged with selling a substance, not just think about this. You're charged with selling a certain substance as an analog. It's not a scheduled drug. And you're convicted for it. Now imagine you learn after the fact that it turns out a top DEA chemist actually agreed with you. And so then you can say, well, how am I supposed to know that this drug is illegal if one of the DEA's own chemists doesn't think it is? At the very least, you would think you should have that evidence available to you to present to a jury, right? So that did not happen in Burton and Ben's case because once word of this internal dissent by way of Arthur Barrier kind of started making way into the water, because once you're a defendant in these cases, that's a golden ticket. You have someone within the DEA saying, I don't think guilty. That's not an overstatement to say, because if it's not substantially similar, then it's not a drug. There's no case. And so obviously, if you're charged, you want to put that DEA chemist on the stand, or even have the threat of putting him on the stand, because if you have that, maybe the prosecution won't even. But for very technical legal reasons, the judge wound up blocking Arthur Barrier being able to testify at Burton and Ben's trial. So they were convicted without the jury knowing about that internal dissent, that Arthur essentially agreed that they were guilty.
Why do you think the doc
Oh, well, I explained the actual reason for it. There's something called the deliberative access privilege, and that applies throughout. And basically, the idea is that in order to have honest, robust internal discussions within the government, you don't want to be able to have those discussions being subpoenaed and being talked about in open court. So essentially, on those grounds, that the judge said that the government had the right to not offer their employee to testify in court. Now, That's the rationale.
Couldn't the judge have let that happen though, anyways?
Yes, but he didn't. And the appeals court thought that was wrong, basically for the common sense reason that anyone listening to this would reach. That's what the appeals court said. And this was an appeals court panel that was not made up of bleeding heart liberal judges. They unanimously and pretty quickly realized that it was ridiculous not to let Arthur Barrier testify. And so the Virginia conviction was reversed, and this is in 2017. So now,
Without him even testifying.
exactly, without him even testifying, reversed, but that doesn't mean it's gone for good. It just means they're then on track for a potential third trial. So it's only so much of a prize. It's you won, but you're not out of the woods yet. It's you get a new trial with the possible benefit of this testimony. So the timing of this is important because that's in 2017 now.
Okay.
And so it's around this time that Arthur Barrier winds up actually testifying in another case and getting an acquittal in an animal case for someone totally unrelated to Brittany and Ben. Yeah.
What was the substance in question in that case?
It was another spice case. It was either XLR11 or a similar one, because the thing is, so XLR11 was charged in a lot of these cases, and this kind of goes to how swirly this all is, because there was another substance called UR144, which was basically identical to XLR11. And I know it's weird to use that kind of term, virtually identical. We're talking about substantially similar, but there's no question that they're basically the same thing. Defense, government, everyone agrees with that. But I say that because, so UR144 was one of the substances that was the subject of this internal DEA review. And it was one that Arthur Barrier disagreed on. And so after he disagreed on that, then it was time for XLR11 to be reviewed. They didn't even ask Arthur Barrier his opinion, because obviously
They knew what it would be.
they knew what it would be, and this is my observation and opinion, they did not want to create a further paper trail or have a bigger issue of this information potentially getting to the defense, even though you're basically able to lay it out in a common sense way, but you can technically stand up and say, oh, he didn't review it, so we actually technically don't know what he thought about it. And they kind of tried to play that a little bit when it came up.
Now, there was something, again, I'm trying to recall like what you and Hamilton were discussing, but there was some part of this law that basically they were able to determine legality of the drug based on not necessarily, like, it could either be, they had the option of making it substantially similar chemically, or they could judge it depending on which sort of like receptors it affected in the human body, right?
I think that might have been a different law, not necessarily Log Act. I think he was talking about, there was discussion about trying to criminalize something based on its interaction with the receptors.
Right. Yeah, maybe that was another law that you guys were talking about, right? Like trying to develop a law so if there's one drug that's illegal, that effect on the body is what there could be a completely separate compound or drug or whatever it might be, even an herb probably, that affects the human body the same way or causes, whether it be psychologically or whatever, and they could classify it as that other drug just because it has the same effect on the human body. But I'm not sure if that law ever went anywhere or if it had legs.
Yeah, that was one that at least hasn't come up in the context that I've seen. I think that might have just been of something that was being discussed as a possibility, but might not have come up exactly in that way. But I think maybe that kind of gets to the problem of, we're talking about receptors that are in our body, and so it's what are you actually outlawing? Like outlawing these things are within ourselves in a way. And it gets to that kind of extreme level. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, it's like do you want to outlaw the tool, or do you want to outlaw the effect on the human body? You know,
They want to outlaw people getting high and people making money off of it. I think it's as simple as that. And once you understand that, it all makes sense. Doesn't mean it's all correct or it's all right, but I think it makes sense as far as understanding what's happening here.
Now, what sort of, as far as like the legality in the case was concerned, like what sort of evidence did they have that this XLR11 or the other chemical that was virtually identical to it, what evidence did they have that it was dangerous to humans?
So that really wasn't an issue. Like, they don't have to prove that as far as at trial. It was just a question of, is that the substance or not? It's not, there's never a question of dangerousness of the drug. Now, that's kind of maybe a separate issue when you get into scheduling of it, where you can say, okay, in order to actually schedule it as a Schedule 1 or 2 drug, certainly as a Schedule 1 drug, you need to be able to show some of that evidence, and there are probably some issues there, but the prosecution definitely did, I think, try and at least get into the fact that, oh, this stuff is dangerous, even probably to a degree that wasn't even relevant. I think that was something that was undergirding all of this and saying, this stuff is not weed. This is stuff that's actually dangerous. Of course, the other part of that is it all happened only because weed was illegal.
Right. Because there were at least a handful of cases where people had died after they had used these substances like K2 or spice. But I don't think in that, like, that was the actual reason. Like, they could have been doing many other things, or like they were certain types of people that were involved in all kinds of things, and there was other chemicals in their body, and there wasn't actually proof that the spice of K2 was the cause of death.
Right, that was a bit of an issue that came up here too, because there were a couple civil suits against certain men in the company for people after smoking their products. That was at least the allegation. But there were issues about causation. The cases wound up settling. We don't know actually what the full proof would have showed either way, but in all of the spice cases, or a lot of them anyway that I've seen, there are these issues of, it seems pretty rare that you're just going to die up from smoking it if you're just sitting in a room. It's more of like, you'll smoke it and then you'll do something, and then something will happen. In one of the cases that's talked about here, the civil case, this kid really wound up losing control and wound up getting tased and basically beat by the cops, and he died after that. So it's kind of what was the reason for the death. It gets a little gnarly when you're trying to point it directly on the drug. You had intervening circumstances, but these cases wind up settled.
Right, and that's another issue with that too, is you don't know what you're getting when you're dealing with these underground myths that are making it. You don't know potency, you don't know how much to take, there's no guidelines or anything like that. You're sort of just like shooting in the dark.
Exactly. Maybe there are some people who are more educated about it, but
I mean, that's the thing with fentanyl too, right? The thing with fentanyl is or with cocaine rather, when people buy cocaine, they don't know what's in it. It's not like they're buying it from a like legitimate licensed pharmacy who has to test it and inspect it or whatever, getting it that's cut with all kinds of crazy shit that they don't know what it is, and that is what a lot of people with this fentanyl is cocaine.
Absolutely. It's, again, we're talking about a function of prohibition. Now, someone might hear what you just said and say, oh, getting cocaine from a distributor, that's nuts, right? Well, I don't know. Is that crazier than what's happening now?
Hamilton said cocaine can be prescribed.
Right, but I'm just saying in terms of thinking of it actually widely available, like in the way that weed is becoming more so now, someone would scoff at that, maybe in the way that they scoffed at weed being that way 10 years ago. I mean, I think cocaine is seen as something different, but there is this kind of discrimination, right, against different types of drugs. You might think, oh, okay, well, okay, you guys have weed now, but you certainly can't do anything like that with coke, whereas, as you're pointing out, that's leading to the bigger problems of having an unregulated market, because when people are dying, it's not, you might think of, oh, this is someone who was an addict or something like that. Not that at all makes anything more acceptable, but really what's much more likely is it's an accident. You are going to try and do coke. You're not someone who has a tolerance for something like fentanyl. If you were an addict, you probably would be less likely to die if you're taking something unexpected, right? Mm-hmm. And so you have these accidental overdoses where you're getting a product that isn't what you wanted. And so, as crazy as it might sound to have cocaine in the store, I don't know if that's crazier than the status quo, this unregulated market where you could drop dead by taking the wrong thing that you didn't mean to.
And when did asset forfeiture come into this whole thing? And I know that became sort of like a huge like weapon in the arsenal of some of the prosecution and stuff.
Yeah, so that was in between the logjam and the charges against them in 2015. So from the start, they were civil asset forfeiture. They were fighting in those proceedings for basically the whole time after logjam. It wasn't looking like a criminal situation. But the thing there is they were actually fighting the government, which is not something that people usually do. And so there's kind of a question hanging out over this that I have anyway. I always wondered, had gone forward and aggressively tried to settle and pay off the asset forfeiture, could they have effectively paid their way out of a process? I guess we'll never know, but it's rare to actually fight this because if you don't know about asset forfeiture, it kind of flips what we might think of as this process concept that we were talking about in terms of having the right to have a government prove charges against you, right? Asset forfeiture kind of flips that on its head because to get your stuff back, you need to show that it wasn't involved in crime as opposed to being convicted. You were showing that you were committing a crime, which makes more sense in the latter situation. The issue in asset forfeiture in their case was to show they weren't breaking the law, substantial similarity issue. And so to prove that they weren't breaking the law, they wanted to get Arthur Beer's testimony. It actually looked like they were about to get it, deposition. This is before they were charged. But just as the case was looking like going forward into 2015, that's when they were charged and they were shelved because then situation, which is more serious.
Yeah, I just had a guy on here a couple weeks ago who had to deal with that. He was
asset forfeiture.
Yeah, as a real estate investor, and he owned tons of apartment buildings all over Portland, Oregon. And then on the side, like on the weekends, he was like chartering helicopters that was like shuttling cash and weed from Canada back and forth to the U.S. Eventually, they ended up seizing like $14 million in property, even though that his weed charges were the sum of his marijuana charges was like $2 million. They took $14 million in property of him. And then when he was doing the arbitration hearings, they kept trying to get more and more. They were like, hey, just give us this building, which is only, it's worth $8 million, but do this and we'll send you back to Spain. And he was like, no. He's like, I already signed the extradition agreement with Spain, and I signed it on the tarmac. Like, it's already a done deal. And I'm like, well, no, it's not. We're not going to send you back. And then he ended up giving up all of his property, like all $14 million, and they still didn't want to send him back to Spain. And I think he had a conversation with the judge in his trial, and he brought up the point. He's like, what was the number that was attached to my case for the marijuana charge? $2 million. How much of my property have you taken? He's like, $14 million. He's like, well, how does that make sense? He's like, so in the United States of America, if you mix one penny with 100 dirty pennies, all 100 of those pennies belong to the United States of America.
Exactly. And again, it goes, I think that's all part of the same culture. And he went home that night and had 15 Budweisers, as was his right to do. Yeah, the cop said that.
Yeah, it's just fucking crazy.
Yeah, then I think when people hear about that, they're flipped out even more so than when they hear about some of the criminal cases, even that land people in prison. Just the fact that your stuff can basically be taken and it's on you to try to get it back. And again, there's the potential of criminal charges for you sort of baked into that. And is there kind of a unstated that you can pay your way out of it,
right?
If you can afford it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and this guy was very fortunate to be able to afford to fight it real hard.
Oh, exactly. That's the thing here, too. In these analog cases, there's so few of them, relatively, that I think the government was caught off guard by the degree which Burton and Ben, from the start, they always wanted to go to trial, whether it was in the civil case or any of the criminal cases. That's very unusual, not just in analog cases, but in any criminal case. To really have a person charged who actually wants to go to trial. Very unusual, and that's not necessarily because they're the only people who ever had a winning argument in a case. Basically, the reality is you look at what's the likely result to happen, what's the sentence that's potentially hanging over you. At the end of the day, if you go to trial and you gamble wrong and the 12 random people who are picked who couldn't get out of jury do wind up saying that you have to go to prison now. And that's a crude way of it's going the other way, actually. If you talk to people who have done jury service, they take it pretty seriously often, even if they didn't think they would have liked it. They come at actually something that I feel like was important. But anyway, just to say, there's an element of chance to it, to say the least. Either you're risking your life on it, for the government, you're risking the case on it.
What would have happened to those guys if they would have taken like a plea deal? Were they offered a plea deal?
I think there were discussions. No, if I don't think it was public, as far as I know. I mean, I'm sure. I'll put it like this: I'm sure they could have worked something, but I don't think that was ever seriously considered, because this is kind of all or nothing thing. It's not. You can't be a little bit guilty of violating the Analog Act. It's sort of an all or nothing proposition. And again, it's very different from cocaine, heroin, any other sort of case. You can say, okay, yeah, I had this stuff, but going back to your earlier example, but I had these circumstances. I was coerced. I was a low person. Here, there's no question that these guys were selling stuff that was getting people high, and they were making a ton of money. There's no question about that. The only question was, is the stuff they were selling totally legal, or were they kingpins? There's no other situation in law where that can be the case. And that's, I think, what makes this also fascinating.
Right.
Just from the outside looking in, that's what makes it terrifying if they're on your end, so it makes it a daunting case if you're on the government's end. But this is just, the point is, no matter what you think about any of this, this is a unique situation within the law, even if it's operating within the normal systems that has all of its existing pathologies that are being glommed onto this already very weird situation.
Now, what is the chance? How long do you think this Analog Act is going to last? Do you think there's any chance of it getting brought down?
There's I have no reason to expect it to, because it's not like it costs them anything to keep it on the books, right? And so it's not like it's burning a hole in their pocket, even if they're not really using it. They've definitely moved even further away from it, I think, in recent years. Probably not having zero to do with their fight against Burton and Ben, which is still ongoing, which has been kind of a tough road for them, even though they won the most recent battle. And at some point, I can kind of set the latest scene of where they're at in their case. But I have no reason that's going away, even if they're not using it, because they can keep as many cars in that garage as they wanted to. It's an unlimited amount of space in the old law books.
Yeah, and I'm sure there'd be a big downside if that law did go away. I'm sure a lot of this stuff would sort of ramp back up, maybe. I don't know, but I don't know.
Maybe. It's hard to say. I think it's, if you're the government, it's a why not. Even if we don't use it, we could always take it out. I think it's something that its main use even be less so in the prosecutions in which it's been used, but as kind of almost a scare tactic, or like a ghost or a boogeyman that's hiding under the bed of anyone who's going to be experimenting with substances. Always in the back of your mind, you're worried that the Analog Act could be used against you, and there's no way to know ahead of time for sure until it either does or doesn't happen. So I think for the government, it's almost most useful even when it's not being used, but just given how expansive and, as we've said, theoretically unlimited it is, that's really in its value as something that maybe we'll break this thing out sometime. Maybe we'll never use it again. Maybe we'll use it against you. I don't know.
So what is the current state of their appeal?
So I mentioned the two Virginia cases, and I hope I got the timeline, the specific years right. I know the timeline was right. They were tried twice in Virginia. There was first the hung jury, then they were convicted. There were actually a couple of back and forths in their appeals from their conviction, but bottom line is they wound up getting their Virginia conviction reversed. But the reason that they're still incarcerated now is because while all of that was being litigated, they were still tried in Nevada for their third and most recent trial to date that was in 2019, where they were charged, and this was not charged in Virginia. In Nevada, they were charged under this kingpin law, which is not just an analog law. That's a charge. It's called continuing criminal enterprise.
Yeah.
It can be used for any sort of drug case. El Chapo was
Rothschild.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's another great example of it too. Probably more applicable than El Chapo, although still further removed from.
That's
here.
crazy that Rothschild got the same sentence as the Chapo.
Yeah, and it's well because it's the numbers go so high, right? It's you talk about hundreds of years, thousands of years. What difference does it make? But it's a law that has a 20-year minimum. Is the important thing, because again, in a lot of other situations in law, judges will have a lot of discretion, but they won't necessarily have a mandatory minimum. They have no choice but to apply. So in their most recent trial in Nevada, and that's one. By now, I'm now following the story in real time. I'm on board as of around 2018, 2019. So that was the one time I was ever actually in the same room. Spent hours talking to them on the phone. And email and that sort of thing. But so I was there for part of that trial in the summer of 2019. In the trial in Nevada in 2019, it actually looked like they had a shot of winning that case. They were actually feeling pretty good about it because actually to understand the full context of that, we need to bring back into the picture Arthur Barrier, the dissenting DEA chemist, because remember, he was the one who the judge in Virginia didn't let them call it their trial, but that's why their Virginia conviction wound up getting overturned on appeal. Barrier actually wound up being allowed to testify for the Nevada trial. So then, how did they wind up being convicted? In the time that Barrier was initially testifying, not Burton and Ben, but in other cases, and the time that he testified for Burton and Ben in Nevada, Barrier himself was arrested and no longer works for the DEA. Again, that's the internal DEA dissenter was arrested for a charge related to trying to solicit a minor online for sex.
Really?
Yes, that's what, again, that's one of the most remarkable things about this story. But the important thing on the timeline of that is that when the judge blocked Barrier from being able to testify in the Virginia case, that was before he was arrested.
Right.
At that time, he's still this pristine DEA witness. He works for the DEA. He doesn't think the defendants are guilty. That seems like a golden ticket, right? Now, in Nevada, after he's no longer works for the DEA, he's this pariah there. He's been convicted for a charge. He's now testifying not as the esteemed DEA witness, but as a felon. So, okay, if you're a juror in this case, you're seeing not Arthur Barrier testifying opposite DEA, which is in reasonable doubt. I mean, if there's a definition of reasonable doubt, it would be two people from the same government agency. I mean, it's even more. It's just doubt, right? But so by the time they actually got Barrier stand, he's now the bizarro version of Barrier, you could say. He's testifying as a felon. They wind up getting convicted. You can't pinpoint it necessarily to that, but all it is he's testified at least one other case, not having to do with helped leading to an analog acquittal. Every case has their own things going on to it, so it's hard to isolate one factor. But the fact remains, he testified for the defense in another case before he was arrested, led to an acquittal, and in Burton and Ben's case, he wound up not saving. They wound up being convicted despite having someone say, yes, I worked for the DEA, and I don't think that these guys broke the law. Wow. And so now they had to be sentenced in Vegas. That was in 2020. The judge there, actually at the sentencing, this was happening over Zoom. So this was in COVID time. And I tuned into that. But that was very memorable. Judge, he seemed like a fair kind of guy. The Virginia judge hated these guys, by the way. That's its own. The Virginia judge did not like these guys. So the Virginia judge, actually, before his sentences wound up getting overturned. He sentenced Burton and Ben to about 30 years each. And so those were the convictions that wound up getting overturned. That was even without any mandatory minimum. And so now in Vegas, they don't have to deal with 30-year each convictions, but now they're looking at, okay, what's this judge going to give us now that we've been convicted under the Kingpin law with its 20-year minimum, life maximum, possibly sentence for life, and a bunch of other charges that don't have mandatory minimums besides. They wind up getting sentenced to the 20-year minimum. As he's doing it, I could tell anyway, that the judge did not even want to sentence him to that much time. He wound up, and again, I want to emphasize, this was not an extreme type of judge, one way or the other. He did not rule for Burton and Ben every way that they wanted him to during the trial. And they're appealing some other rulings that he made, but nonetheless, that I think makes it even more remarkable that he called out not just the analog act, but also mandatory minimums in general. He said something, and I'm paraphrasing, that a meth or coke dealer, they know what they're doing, and if you're selling an analog when it's more up in the air, he said he was troubled by that and called on Congress to do something about mandatory minimums in general. So nonetheless, his hands were tied because of the 20 minimum, so they were sentenced to 20 years and lower sentences on other charges which ran, which means not exceeding 20 years. But if hypothetically that 20-year sentence were to be overturned, they would still have to deal with those lower sentences. But as it stands now, they've served that time, essentially. They have that time in because they've been in for several years. They've been in the whole time, basically, since they were convicted in Virginia and in around, I want to say, 2017 or so. So they basically served the time that they would have on the non-Kingpin law. So now they have an appeal that's pending in the Ninth Circuit, which is the federal appeals court, covers Nevada and other states, including California, where they're mounting basically sink of arguments, one of them which could topple the Kingpin charge itself, which would free them, and it would get sent back to the judge to figure out maybe exactly what the calculation would be. But if they got that conviction overturned, they'd be getting out, if not right now, in very short order. Wow. Whereas if you have still that Kingpin, still looking at another chunk.
So how are they charged under Kingpin laws, but not like in Supermax things like Rothschild or El Chapo?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, I guess the answer is that being convicted as a Kingpin, I think the answer, I guess, is that you need something more than, right? The prisons aspect is a whole nother animal. Like, even the judges don't really have control over that. So the prisons are their own cycle of the case that lawyers and judges don't even really know that much about and don't really need to and don't have that much control over. They've been in, no, the answer to your question, no, there's no violence at all that's associated with them. I think they've been in some different facilities over the years. I think the Talladega facility they're in, I want to say it was maybe medium security, but it was never, they were never in any sort of place because of them seeming violence or anything like that. I guess in the Ulbricht case, there was that situation that, again, that was more complicated, but theoretically involved violence or that sting operation. Yeah, I have a vague impression of it. I don't want to misremember what that was, but there was the undercover operation
that baited him into like talking him into like, hey man, you got to take care of this guy, and it was all a setup.
Right, exactly. So whatever there is to be said about that, there was nothing like that in Burton and Ben's case. So whatever factors going into the prison stuff is very complicated for how the time actually gets factored and where you go, and it's its own insane bureaucracy, even aside from the judiciary, and not something that's easy to shine a light on because it's a very insular system of its own. But no, they've always been in relatively lower level type of facilities.
Yeah. So you mentioned like when you first got interested in this book and reporting on this law, these vague laws, there was another law that was being tried or being questioned. What was that other law?
Maybe it was the fentanyl law. I don't know. Okay. There's been a more recent law. Maybe that's what it is. I'm not sure.
Yeah. What is the fentanyl law?
Yeah, so in the last few years, it's become more of a thing. Obviously, as fentanyl has become more of a national topic of conversation. It's a law for fentanyl-related substances. So basically, there's now on the books what I think of anyway as a charged version of the Analog Act that does what's called class-wide scheduling. So, for example, we're talking about a substance like XLR11 when it comes to the Analog Act. It's an individual substance trying to be proved to be substantially similar to an already listed drug. Fentanyl-related substances law, what it does is it takes a much broader approach, and I don't want to watch the science of it, but the bottom line takeaway is it's not necessarily just outlawing whatever the chemical name XLR11, for example, version of whatever the fentanyl type molecules might be, but saying if it does a type of, then it encompasses a much broader range of chemicals. So it's much more overbearing in the sense that it outlaws much more things, but it also doesn't even have that component where the DEA proved that. It automatically is scheduled as the DEA wants it to be. And this is something that I haven't seen tested at courts to the extent as even the act has been, relatively few as it's been. So I don't know exactly how that's playing out. All I know is there's been the same political actors on each side of it, in the sense of you people who are on the more liberal side saying this is over criminalization, it's not too many substances, also affecting scientific research potentially. It's outlawing such a broad swath of things. It's outlawing not only are full, not only are unknowns you can say, but things that are potentially evil. So it's a similar issue, but kind of to an even more extreme measure, which might be Analog Act, but specifically in the fentanyl substances realm. But there's been more attention on that because of opioids being a more prominent topic of conversation these days. But the Analog Act has played a funny role in this discussion. You have, and again, I'm using this as kind of actual imprecise, but the liberal side that's against the fentanyl-related substance class-wide scheduling, they're saying you don't need to do that because we have on the books that you can use. And so they're kind of holding that up, not necessarily saying the Analog Act is good, although in doing so, the Democratic politician did in a way that I thought was very funny and probably even really understood what the Analog Act was, because there's no reason to if you don't have to. But he said something like, the analog protects against overcriminalization and protects due process rights. It's just an insane thing to say if you know anything about it. But he wasn't saying that in support of touting the Analog Act, but saying we have this, so you don't need to do this relatively more overbearing fentanyl-related substances.
Right. Okay. And there was an element of some of these things being labeled as not for human consumption.
Yeah. So under the Analog Act, it's not just that you can be prosecuted for distributing something that's substantially similar to a scheduled drug. Part of the law is that it needs to be shown that it's done for human consumption. And so I haven't really thought that that's been too much of an issue, although I think other people think about it differently, because yes, if you're a prosecutor, it's part of the case that you need to prove, how do I show that they intended this for human consumption? And so on the labels of the spice products, non-bath salts, at the time, if you saw them, they would say not for human consumption. No one believed it,
right?
But that was just something, it's like any other sort of business loophole, even for quote businesses. You do things because it's a part of government regulation,
right?
And also even in the Analog Act, because FDA regulates things, human consumption, because something that's being consumed, that you would be potentially dealing with the FDA too. So it's not only the Analog Act, but also for not having to deal with FDA regulations too. But so anyway, so it's technically something that prosecutors have to prove, but I actually think that, again, this is putting my prosecutor hat back on. You might think at first, oh no, this is another thing I have to prove. I actually would like having to have to prove that if I'm a prosecutor, because this substantial similarity thing is totally nuts and vague, right? But in this not for human consumption element, you have people who are selling a thing very clearly trying to circumvent this law on the face of it. And so, regardless of what all the scientific mumbo jumbo is, the prosecution experts saying it is substantially similar, you'll have the defense saying it's not, but you can talk to a jury in a real world way. What they can understand is trying to get something over on someone, right? So, look, these guys had this stuff, it was labeled not for your consumption. Obviously it is, because everyone's smoking it. The law says you still suffer for human consumption. That's obviously why they're doing it. So that just adds to the level of shadiness in the picture that the prosecution would try to paint if they're trying to convict someone under the Analog Act. Whereas the reason they're actually doing it is to try not to violate the law, but in doing so, they're looking like they're trying to violate the law. Right? So, and on the flip side, if I'm defending these cases, I would concede that element. I would say, look, yes, there's no question that people were consuming this stuff. You have to be an idiot to even try and pretend that they weren't. But you have this substantial similarity issue that's a vague that the prosecution and defense can't agree on, and that's where I would probably want to focus the jury's attention on if I was the defense, aside from trying to talk about this more common sense fraud type of thing. Yeah. Because once you're in a position of having to explain, like, oh, no, we're doing, you sound, if you're defending yourself. So just say, yes, people were smoking stuff that they were selling. There's no question these guys are making a ton of money, but substantially similar. Even these scientists can't agree on what this means. That's the smarter defense to focus their attention on, and conversely, where smart prosecutors have focused their attention on the not for human consumption part, whether they've realized they were doing that or not.
And I think Hamill touched a little bit on how there's actually some weird aspect of the Analog Act that helps people like him be able to study other drugs. How did he explain that?
Yeah, I'm remembering what you're saying, and I don't want to misquote him about that, but there was something that was sort of counterintuitively beneficial about it. I don't know if this was exactly it, but I think for someone like him, he's not making things for human consumption, and so that stands in contrast to someone who would potentially be violating the Analog Act. So I don't know if it's that whatever he's doing looks better by contrast, or other people who are making things that are not for human consumption. I remember
he's studying things that are very, very similar, like on the fringes and sort of this like weird chemistry.
Exactly, and I couldn't even speak to the science of that, but I remember that. Yeah, it had this sort of counterintuitive thing. So it's the Analog Act is a lot of different things to a lot of different people, but I think everyone can agree it's incredibly weird.
Yeah, for sure. What sort of feedback have you gotten on the book from people that have read it?
It's all been good, I'm happy to say. I'm definitely still trying to spread the word about it. I think more people still need to know about it. I don't tell anyone what they should think about it one way or the other, but I do think it's something that people should know about, even lawyers, I think, even prosecutors, even drug lawyers. I didn't know about the Analog Act when I was a state drug prosecutor. I think I had some vague idea about it, like sometimes if we had a bust and the lab came back that it wasn't something under, then maybe there was some chance of it being prosecuted federally. I think I had some vague notion of that in the back of my head, and maybe that was what the Analog Act was, but it wasn't something that I ever had to think about in a sort of meaningful way. And as a prosecutor, I don't think it's something that, I think prosecutors are happy not to deal with these sort of cases, especially on the federal level, where you really just want something that's a sure thing. It's not like they're looking to chase possibly. They want to win, right? And so there's reasons for everybody to hate this law. That doesn't mean it's going to go away. Again, going back to the fact of the government's not paying rent on keeping it in the right.
Exactly.
But if they had to choose some other, if there's a gun to their head and say, oh, you can't have some other thing if you keep the Analog Act, they probably would say, okay, fine.
What district of New York were you prosecutor in?
Manhattan District Attorney's Office, so New York County.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't federal?
No, it was state.
It was state.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it was in the same place. The federal district where that was the Southern District of New York, was down the street. But it was the state version of that.
And you being a prosecutor working for MSNBC, what kind of stuff do they you out on the TV to talk about?
Oh, it's a lot of former prosecutors.
Oh, really?
Yeah, actually, I mean,
I'm sure they're talking about like the Trump stuff right now. And
that's been the big thing.
all his
I was up
prosecution.
late last night. If you see bags under my eyes, we were working on that late last night with the latest, the January 6th indictment. That's a big part of it, I would say. He has his own legal docket that keeps us pretty busy, but I'm relatively new there and still feeling it out. But I think that was probably a lot of it's the Supreme Court, so not necessarily related to that because that was the main thing that I was covering.
How does that process work when they ask you to like report on the Trump indictments and all that?
Meaning what?
Like when MSNBC, they're like, "Hey, we want to talk to you about the Trump indictments." Like, what is the process as far as like, "Hey, we want your opinion. Let's start rolling at this time." Is that how it goes?
I guess it's mainly a writing job, so
Okay.
it's Deadline Legal Blog is the blog where most of my stuff will be. But if it's something on TV, it'll usually be something happen, kind of doing analysis, maybe you would say, then opinion. Although I guess whenever anyone's saying anything, there's some element of opinion baked into it, right? Or perspective, or in news in general, because I still see myself as somewhat new to the news industry because it's a new thing that I've embarked on. Coming from law, you're always making choices, right? What you do or don't cover, regardless of perspective is. There's only so many hours in the day. I guess the internet's unlimited in some way, but you have to focus on where you take your time. But I think it's more of like, I guess the value is, at least what I try to do anyway, because trying to break things down and explain legal concepts to people who are non-lawyers, because that would be incredibly confusing. So
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy trying to follow all of it in the news and see like pay attention to what people do report on or don't report on. And the thing about the Trump thing is like it's interesting that they decided to bring it 2.5 years after it happened, the January 6th thing.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on all of that?
On the timing of it?
The timing of it, the whole thing. What is your overarching 30,000-foot opinion on everything that's going down right now and like the heat of this presidential race and all of the lawsuits that are being brought down, and then simultaneously the stuff going on with Hunter Biden?
I don't know if I have an overarching 30,000-foot view of it. I mean, as far as I could probably provide more value trying to answer specifically. I mean, I think as far as the 2.5 years, I guess it's just like anything else in the sense of, and I'm not speaking in defense or against anybody, but just trying to explain it. I mean, unless you're doing like a simple kind of direct crime, right? You're stabbing someone, you're selling crack, whatever it is, it's unlikely you're going to have a case that's being brought that quickly. I mean, I think people on the other side of it who had wanted Trump to be charged did want it to happen sooner, right? So, I mean, I think there might be people who have a similar question, but for different reasons, right?
Right. Yeah, like why would they bring it down like, right in the middle of a presidential race? Like it's almost like perfect timing, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know what you're saying. I don't know if. Let me put it to you like this. I don't think there's no convenient time to be prosecuted, right?
Right.
And again, this is kind of tying back into the story that I'm writing about here. I mean, I think I have a pretty good view of what it means for the government to be using it, right? And so you never want to be on the other end of that, whether you're a regular person, whether you're one of the most powerful people in the world, right? I mean, I honestly don't think there's a lot to the timing argument, because I think if that's what someone is saying, it has something to say about happening at any time. That's the way that I would think about that. I don't know, maybe not. I don't think it's like, okay, here's the appropriate window where we think it's okay for you to charge someone who's a former president or who's running for president, right? Like, if I had to guess to find somebody who says, yes, I would be okay with this having happened a year ago, but not now, right? Like, I feel like we would have a hard time finding that person. Maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, it seems like with the 3 different indictments, it seems like the one with the Mar-a-Lago documents is more like a straight shot. Like they have way more evidence. It seems like more of a slam dunk for the prosecutors than this one does.
The January 6th
The January 6th one. Yeah.
I think that, so, I mean, this is something that just came out last night that,
Right.
Still digesting that one, but I think there's no question the classified documents one is a very severe case that I don't know I think the biggest question is whether and when it actually goes to trial. And so I think for all of these cases, the federal cases anyway, and I don't mean this glibly, really his best defense is becoming president again, and then thwarting the cases that way. The classified documents case is, no, if I was a defense attorney in that case, and it's not something you could say to literally anyone else in the world who doesn't have a shot at becoming president, but it's the best defense is making the case go away. No one else has that power in the world aside from the prosecutor themselves or the president. As far as, I think it's a good question in terms of like straight shot versus a more expansive January 6th case. And so in the classified documents case, that one was just superseded. It actually has a little bit more to it even than at the beginning. So there's the potential that could theoretically happen with the January 6th indictment too, right? I mean, the January 6th indictment could have been, I think, even more expansive than it is right now. So it is, I don't know if there really is that kind of contract.
Did you read it?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, no, that was last night. There was the whole, we're reporting on that whole live blog going right when it came out. But I think that, the classified documents case.
You're saying there's like a free speech argument he has.
So I think that he might bring that up. I think that was going to be more of a case in a more expansive charge. One thing that wasn't in there was a seditious conspiracy charge, or thing maybe some people were looking for, whether that's going to be there, like some of the Oath Keeper people getting charged with something like that, like for Trump's speech on the ellipse that was sort of, whipping people up before it went in, whether that was going to be a free speech issue there. And he still might raise that sort of argument, but I don't know if that issue is going to be as present. If this indictment is the last word on it, if there isn't additional charges, I don't know if there is going to be, at least not in that way. He might still raise it, I'm sure. And again, this just came down. So I think on all sides of it, I'm still trying to make sense of it and see what it is.
Yeah. You're kind of right to the point where there's really 2 options for him. It's either win the presidency and pardon himself, or not win the presidency and go to jail, right?
Well, a couple things about that. One is I don't think it needs to get to as drastic as pardoning. So that's certainly an option. But I mean, really, when you talk about pardoning, ideally, he would then have another Republican win the presidency, and then they would pardon him, because the self-pardoning question is a bit of an open legal question.
Oh, is it?
Let's say it hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I mean, so again, it's I'm just saying, like, we can game it. There's a bunch of different scenarios, but it's not either pardon or nothing. But look, if it's going to be a Republican, it would probably be Trump, right? Who would win? I think that what I'm trying to say is you don't need to go to the step of pardoning, because once you're the president and you control the government, you take the case go away without having to take the step of an untested self-pardon. Although he could do that too, to sort of belt and suspenders sort of thing. But to your flip side, it's not that or go to jail. A trial is asking a question, right? It's not a predetermined outcome, and so it would be guilty or not guilty. That's looking at it for really what it is. So you never know. Either that or what's the point of having a trial. And look, crazy things happen in trials. Again, we're still at the indictment phase in both of these cases. And you would think that the government is going to bring the A game that it has, especially in such a closely watched case. But stuff comes up all the time. And again, going back to what we were talking about with juries, you never know what will happen in a case. Look, both cases look very strong on paper. I think most subjective observers would agree about that, but that does not necessarily mean there's going to be a conviction, because a trial it's a question, right? It's not a statement.
It's almost like a prison to be to be a politician. It's like corruption is ubiquitous, right? It's like, and people kind of accept that, right? People are they're okay with corruption. It's a ubiquitous thing. We all know these people are corrupt. They're not just playing golf and then going to dinner, right? They're fucking, it's a pay to play game. But it's the hypocrisy that I think that really gets people. You know, when you're going after one person and then the other person doing the same thing, they're not going after the other person. I think that's where people start to get riled up with the hypocrisy side of it. And that's just something that I've noticed, paying more attention to this stuff ever since, Trump first got into office. And it's bizarre that, it's a whole nother thing that these are the only two people that we have to pick from is Trump and Biden. It's fucking crazy. Like, there's no other option. And I think he's winning by a landslide compared to the next two. I think DeSantis is the next one.
Trump, yeah. Oh yeah, there was just a new poll that came out that even with the latest, I think it might have come out before the January 6th indictment, but I wouldn't think that would change. If anything, it seems to be kind of like some kind of superpower, like needing them more, and they more powerful.
What I was alluding to with the 2.5 year thing waiting.
No, and I don't mean to dismiss that, but it's kind of like something that I think you need to unpack it, right? It's like, what are you actually saying when you're saying it? Like, I know, right. And it's more of not just what are you saying, but like, what are the other options within that? Like, are you therefore saying, yes, I'd be perfectly fine with a case being brought in this time period? That's what I'm saying. Like, my skepticism is that someone who raises that question of why now, I'm skeptical that they would be okay with it at a different time. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying?
Definitely. I definitely see what you're saying. But like, the idea, say you want to accept the fact that they decided to bring the indictment at this time because it's like leading up to the elections, right? And they want to sort of like, throw a wrench into he's got going. I think it's only going to work against them if that was their plan, because it only makes him more of an underdog, and people fucking love an underdog.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if his presidential poster was a fucking mugshot. Are you kidding me? You might as well just fucking hand him the presidency right now.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to kind of say, though, going the other way. Because if you really follow through that theory, the case is being brought now in order to take Trump out of the running. Side of that is saying that Democrats don't want Trump to be the nominee. No, that's really the case. So there's sort of, if you're going to go down that road, you have to go down all the way, right? So it's sort of, I'm sure there are plenty of Democrats who would want Trump to be the nominee because they think that they would be able to beat him, or that maybe they would feel comfortable being whoever the next person is too. I mean, I don't have all of the polling in front of me, but it's sort of like, if you actually go down the road of playing out the scenario you're saying, you can't have it both ways there. It's like, either this guy is so bad that you're trying to take him out, or it's, oh no, we actually think this guy sucks so much, it would be so easy to, right? It's like, you can't be both of them.
Right, yeah, I see what you're saying. And the other case was what, the Georgia case?
Well, that hasn't happened yet. I think that's going to happen soon. There's the New York case. That's the one that's the hush money. That's the state case. That's in my old office.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's where I was prosecuted.
So the fourth would be the Georgia case. Yeah, and that one's kind of damning too, because I think there's a lot of evidence, people that were around him.
There's overlap with the one that just came down with the federal 36 case, because if you read in that one that just came down last night, there's a lot of Georgia evidence.
Right.
Like, remember that whole thing about the call to the Georgia Secretary of State of, I need you to find a 11,000
Fine votes.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So that is actually exerted in the federal indictment, and I would think that that's going to play some role in the Georgia indictment too. There's actually kind of an interesting thing too for people who might be wondering, might start to raise a question in their minds about this. And this isn't a point; it's just kind of a general legal point when people start talking about double jeopardy, because this comes up too in the context of the fake elector scheme, where the people from all the different states submitted the false verifications saying that we are the actual electors, not the people who were actually chosen by the people. Whether you can actually be prosecuted on both the state and federal level for the same conduct. And as crazy as it sounds, you actually can be. There isn't a constitutional issue with that, even though it sounds like in a common sense way.
Right.
Jeopardy, so.
Right. I remember that period of time being so confusing. It was just like the fucking soup of different fucking news that was just
right after January.
Right after January 6th. Yeah. I remember I was somewhere and I had like one of my uncles. Where were you? Those Dominions. You hear about the motherfucking Dominion machines in Venezuela?
So he's an MSNBC viewer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's a big MSNBC CNN viewer.
Yeah.
Fan of Rachel Maddow.
Yeah.
And then I was like, what the fuck? And then now you kind of like see the stuff that's going on now, and like sort of like the evidence and find the votes, and it's just like, and then the whole fucking Fox News lawsuit with Dominion and the settlement, and then Tucker Carlson leaving Fox News.
Yeah. What did you think about that?
Fuck. I don't even know what to think about that. I mean, what did you think about it?
I mean, I don't really have a distinct thought about it. I mean, I think this is just maybe just more a personal thing about who I am, just to say, like, I covered some of that lawsuit, the Fox Dominion lawsuit, and I guess I just saw more of my role is trying to break down the legal issues of it, as far as where Tucker Carlson works or doesn't work, whether he's on Fox News or not. It's just not something that occupies a lot of my thinking.
Well, it's
one
like
way or the other.
It's like it's a weird thing where like you have these people like Tucker that
also someone else new comes up, kind of going back to, again, we're not talking about to take it from another analogy where you talk about El Mayo or whatever it is. It's another, it doesn't change the game. There's a new figure that arises, and it's the same story winds up repeating.
But it's just crazy that you have people like him, and there's a lot of other people like him on the other side of the aisle too, who are just as popular and have just as much trust, that are saying things that they know are false, which is like the evidence of him basically saying, this is bullshit, I can't believe this. Like, and then he goes on the fucking TV and basically saying that the thing was stolen. And Tucker, yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess the answer to that is someone should sue somebody if that's happening, right? I mean, do what Dominion did if you have the cards.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to think about all of it, man. It's crazy. It really is.
It's just it's a lot. I mean, even just as someone who it's my job to try and know everything that's going on, it's incredibly difficult to actually just really get your head around things. That's one of the reasons I like law in a way, and in terms of talking about court cases and things like that. Because at the very least, you have kind of a primary document to work legal opinion. There can be all sort of things that go into it that are fallacious and all sorts of weird things happen in scenes, but there's at least kind of like a place to start. And I feel like a lot of times the issue is just not even having the same conversation or speaking the same language. So when you in situations where you're at least working from the same document, you can at least be talking about the same thing, but that's not always the case. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Cool, man. Well, thanks for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tell people where they can find your book. I'll link it below, obviously. But
sure, jordanrubin.net. I'm on all the big booksellers. The audiobook actually just came out too. If you're an ear reader, that's just out now.
A lot of ear readers.
Or media, that's on all the audiobook places too, wherever books and audiobooks are sold.
Perfect, bro. Thanks again. Like I said, I'll link it all below. And good night, everybody.
Nice day.
Are saying that they have images of the landing site. right? Because isn't that one of the things that the debunkers or the detractors? No, Russia or China have never said this is the problem with people's memories. They don't remember things correctly. People think when they were a kid, they looked through a telescope and saw the flag on the moon. According to NASA, there's no Earth-based telescope that can resolve to any resolution on the moon. Russia and China have never publicly said that the moon missions are real. Their agreement is that they won't say that they're fake. Now, a lot of people say, well, we have these little pictures from allegedly a NASA satellite orbiting the moon of a tiny little shadow or a little scratch on a picture. And they say, see, that shadow is the shadow of the lunar module, even though in the picture it's like 1/8 of an inch long. And some of those scratch marks are the footprints. But wait a minute, NASA already made a full.
What did you get your degree or whatever in?
So I studied theoretical physics. I went to MIT for undergraduate studies, and then I went to UCLA for my PhD
Theoretical physics.
in theoretical physics.
Okay, cool. And then what are you studying at the, what's the name of your company again?
Quantum gravity research.
Quantum gravity research. So you spend your time researching quantum gravity.
Yeah. So we're trying to figure out ultimately how to unify fundamental physics with consciousness eventually, but maybe leading up to that, we're going to look at the fundamental forces of nature. So that's one of the things that I'm interested in. We look into extra dimensional geometry at quantum gravity.
What is extra dimensional geometry?
Okay, well, dimensions are really just numbers. So if you look space around us, there's a coordinate, and it's just 3 numbers, your x, y, z position. And then extra dimensions are just numbers. So Einstein's relativity unified space and time. So now we have this 4-dimensional space-time. And there the geometry was a little different because time is a little bit different than space, but still you can look at it as an extra dimension. But you can keep on going. I mean, you can go to extra dimensions mathematically. It's so well defined to talk about in arbitrary dimensions. And so that's something that physicists have been exploring.
And what is quantum gravity?
So quantum gravity is basically trying to figure out what is the theory of gravity. So we know that general relativity from Einstein is a pretty good theory of gravity that describes a lot of things, actually at lower energies. And when I say lower energies, I still mean very energies for human term, astrophysical process. And then there's this other theory of quantum mechanics, which typically describes how really microscopic work, say at the atomic scale. And we know that you don't really feel a gravitational force between you and me. It's really relevant for the planets because gravity is such a force. So it's been a really challenge to figure out what experiments can we do that merge the small and the big, where we can actually measure something. And so there are certain types of phenomena that you'd expect would come into play for both the gravity aspects and the quantum aspects. So there should be some theory of quantum gravity that can describe all scales.
All scales.
From the small to the large, from the atomic scale to ours.
Okay. So something that is basically the same, like relative same from each side, like from smallest possible atom to the size of the star.
Yeah,
like
essentially.
An equation that fits both things.
Exactly.
That's what you're talking about.
Exactly. So we have some equations in quantum mechanics that are really good for figuring out how computers work. And then we have astrophysics collecting all the data from how the planets rotate around the stars, how there's galaxies, all of this. Then we have general relativity for that. But there's kind of issues. You can treat general relativity and attempt to quantize it, but for whatever reason, that has been challenging.
How old are you?
I am 33 years old.
33 years old. What made you want to be a quantum physicist?
Well, let's see. It started out, I always had a skill in mathematics, and then I wasn't really that passionate about learning. I ended up doing this summer minority program at MIT in high school, and I just had a really good teacher who taught me wave mechanics. In high school, required all these differential equations and calculus, like advanced calculus. And so I was just exposed to all this difficulty, and I was surprised to realize that while I wasn't a straight A student in high school, when things got harder, I tended to not get that much worse. So I was just attracted to the complexity of physics, just because it's typically complicated. So And I just realized I was a little kind of good at it, and I started looking at the classes. I wasn't sure if I wanted to be an engineer or go into computer science, but I was just fascinated to learn about all these different physics things, from quantum mechanics, thermodynamics, general relativity, all these different things. They just looked interesting to me, so I figured, why not?
And you went and you studied this at MIT for how long?
4 years of undergraduate.
4 years of undergrad at MIT, and then you went to UCLA.
Yeah. So that was about 6 years.
Wow.
So about 10 years of study dedicated to that.
So what sort of like outside influences were there for you to get into this? Like, why were you so interested in it? Just you were interested in the complexity of it and just the difficulty of solving some of these problems, or what?
Yeah, and also eventually I just thought, well, how can I help humanity as well? And I just thought about, it just seems like the natural progression. I think really it's all about trying to maximize our freedom. And to me, I think good technology is meant to make us more free. It can have negative aspects as well. Nothing's purely good or purely bad, but there's just a natural flow between science to engineering to technology. And I think the goal is, how do we maximize our own free will? And I think that science can help with that. And so I was just trying to think about how to help the world the most and what would be enjoyable to me, and how do I balance those things, and just thought it seems like a good shot. It was something where I felt like I could get a job, yet there's a balance of being interesting, yet maybe I could job.
And so at your lab, what specific problems are you guys trying to solve?
Well, right now we're trying to figure out how to, with simulations in a computer that accurately model our world. So we're trying to essentially reproduce with code. If there's little games that we can, really simple rules that get close to what we see in our reality.
Like, can you give me an example of that?
Well, for instance, you could consider particles, like particle scattering or something like that. So, the Large Hadron Collider, the LHC, that's one of the largest experiments. They do proton-proton collisions. And so that when the protons interact with the quantum vacuum, which opens up to all of the particles in the universe, actually. So it's really bizarre. This quantum vacuum has the potential of all of the other particles. So when you do these energy collisions, it opens up different particles, and it allows for different versions. Like, you can have different particles turn into other particles, or it might get created that are short-lived and then decay, and then you see what decays after that. So one thing we're working to prepare towards is, okay, can we set up the simulations to try to see, okay, if we're modeling a particle as this type of object with the geometry that we have, is there a way that we can eventually hook it up and get those simulations to match the experimental data?
How many people like you are looking at this kind of stuff and spending their time researching this kind of stuff?
Well, quantum gravity in general?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe like 1,000 or so. There's a lot of scientists in the world.
Didn't you say that when you were applying for graduate schools, you had a lot of trouble?
Yeah, it's a very competitive environment. So first, there's kind of filters. First, you get into undergrad. So, right, like you might get into a good school, you might get into a worse school. The better school you get in, the higher chance you have of getting to the next level.
Right.
And then there's graduate school. And then you have to become a postdoc. And so you're not a professor yet. You're still making maybe a little bit better salary than a graduate student, but not a great salary. You're in your late 20s or 30s at this point. Maybe you're married, maybe you're not, right? And you have to become a postdoc. That's usually like a 2-year assignment. You have to do a couple postdocs. I was told that I had to go to Europe to get a job in academia. That's what my advisor told me.
Really?
He said it's so competitive, and because UCLA, it's a good school, but it's not like Stanford, MIT, Harvard, Princeton. He was like, chances of you getting a job at the next level, you're probably going to have to go to Europe just to stay in the game.
Really?
Yeah. So it gets competitive. And then, I have a friend or a collaborator and friend he's published like 150 papers, and he's had like 5 postdocs, and he's probably 10 years older than me, and he's still trying to figure out how to get a professor. And he's published with some of the top experts in his field and has more papers published than some professors. But things are just getting so advanced. There's so many subfields within subfields that honestly we can't keep track of all the progress. That really excites me, actually.
That seems like it's a really makes it confusing when there's so many different subfields, so many different categories where people aren't sort of like paying attention to all of it. It's all sort of like siloed or compartmentalized.
Yeah, so there's also interdisciplinary, so that does happen. So obviously, you can imagine that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit when you combine two different try to find the connection between them. So that is getting more and more popular as time goes by, and even in going out of physics, even so, there's like biophysics or even chemistry uses a lot of physics, especially when you get into quantum chemistry. So that's. Yeah, at the end of the day, all of chemistry relates to atoms and molecules, and that gets down to quantum mechanics to really describe what's happening. It's more or less described by quantum mechanics.
And quantum mechanics, correct me if I'm wrong, quantum mechanics is basically like a flower. That's quantum mechanics, right?
Maybe that's one way.
That's how Michio Kaku described it. That's how basically I understand it. He's like, for flowers and plants, is like those things are all quantum mechanical.
Okay, sure. I mean, I wouldn't describe quantum mechanics as a flower, but yeah, he can get a little poetic at times.
Yeah. So how would you describe it, like in its most basic form?
Well, it's actually embracing this notion of probability and possibility. So in classical physics, we think of kind of this static reality, like you and me, we're definitely here 100%. And, the system might evolve over time, but it's always well-defined. And quantum mechanics allows for this bizarre thing called superposition. And so you can be in a superposition of two different states or an infinite number of states. And so you can have, in a single moment, multiple states coexisting at the same time. And so that's why you have things like the Schrödinger cat paradox, where you put a cat in a box and let's say you have some poison that's connected to a timer, and you don't know when the timer is going to go off and release the poison. The quantum theory predicts that the cat could be 50% alive or dead. There could be a probability, but we're not sure if quantum mechanics is actually stating the true state of reality, or if it's just a tool to model reality based on the information we have. So, right, like you can imagine there's this cat in this box. You don't know. Let's say there's a 50% chance that the poison gets released in an hour. Okay. And you wait an hour. In your mind, is the cat alive or dead? You don't know. You haven't opened the box to look, assuming you can't hear if it's meowing, right?
Right.
So logically, if you know how that poison is released, I mean, just from a logical perspective, you could say that you could just create a tool and say, what's my best chances of getting this right? It's 50% of the time, the cat's alive, 50% dead. So, the cat could just actually be alive or dead in reality inside that box, but it could just be this mathematical tool that helps us evaluate how to assess different probabilities. That's one way to look at it. Other people are saying, well, maybe quantum mechanics is the final theory. Maybe reality is actually like this. Maybe the cat literally is and dead at the same time. So that's when it gets into all these paradoxical things, and people are like, oh, quantum mechanics makes no sense. I tend to just look at it as a tool. This is always improving, so I'm not going to assume that quantum is the final theory. I have no idea what reality is actually like, but I mean, it seems that for the experiments we do, quantum mechanics does a good job of describing those experiments, such as flower, maybe. I mean, but then again, no one's actually calculating the exact solution of how a flower operates in quantum mechanics. It's way too complicated. So really, you'll learn things, hydrogen atom, like one electron going around a single proton. And even using quantum mechanics to accurately describe large atoms is very challenging. So then eventually you have approximation methods. So it's, we have this theory that can describe how things work, but reality is so complex, we can never find all of the exact solutions to these theories. So, yes, we could say quantum mechanics is describing a flower, but it's actually not that useful for us to describe a flower, because it's to actually solve how a flower works in the theory of quantum mechanics is way too complicated to do it exactly. But it's still a framework, and it is influencing how we perceive the world. And I think it is a step in the right direction, but maybe it's not the final theory.
How much like internal strife is there in science and academia with people that are like developing theories or like analyzing new theories, people that are stuck to them and think like, I got it, I got the goal, I got the silver bullet?
Yeah, I would say it's very much just like human culture. You like to think that science is separate.
Like egos and competition.
At the end of the day, there's always politics, there's always humans involved.
Yeah.
However, when you compare academia to the business world, one difference is in business, everyone agrees that you care about making money, right? So you can kind of put your ego aside a little bit more in business, because you might do a business deal, you're compromising. Okay, you don't like how that partner is making you feel, but he's giving you some money, and that's okay. Like, that's your end goal. Now with the science, right, it gets a little, it's like the currency, the money are the ideas themselves, right? Because your reputation is all about the work you put out. And if you become a professor and you have tenure, you have job security for the rest of your life. So you're not worried about, I mean, there's still politics involved because you want to get money so you can get graduate students and all of that. But your ego of your own work is definitely more involved. So that it does make it a little, especially now because there's such everyone's after trying to figure out what is this final theory of everything. And then it's basically everyone's trying to say who's going to be the next Einstein, right? And so that puts a lot of entire community, and then it turns into this thing where a lot of scientists are so humble that they won't even go and try extremely ambitious things, because it's like, how can I be better than Einstein? He was a genius, right? So the types of people that into the most advanced stuff, you end up getting a lot of these oddball characters, right? Because you kind of have to you have to kind of go to the grain to some degree to be ambitious enough to really dive into the most difficult problems. But at the same time, I should just say there's also just tons of scientists out there who are the right thing and are hard workers and are doing a great job and are making progress and are very helpful.
Well, I mean, you should have ambition in this kind of stuff, right? You got to sort of like inspire competition. I think it's healthy to like create innovation, and I think that was one of the things DARPA did. When I was reading that book, I was talking about that DARPA book by Annie Jacobson. She was saying that they basically hired 2 different labs simultaneously. Instead of hiring only one lab specifically, they hired 2, so they'd have to compete against each other to make better shit.
Yeah.
And that was interesting because that's a great example of science being mixed with business for specifically for profit or for financial gain. In the military specifically. And, you know, I think a lot of, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of people that are in this field of study, whether it be physics or whatever, a lot of them just get complacent when they get tenure and they become professors and they just have like this job for life and they don't have to worry about a paycheck, they don't have to worry about money, they just kind of like show up and do what they have to do.
Yeah, I would say most professors are doing the right thing and are trying their best. They feel a sense of responsibility, but obviously they're humans at the end of the day, so there's a spectrum. Some, and it depends on the university as well. I would say at the top universities, to get at that level, I mean, everyone's looking at you, so they're going to be top performing all the time, 100%. And it depends too. There's also, when you're a professor, there's teaching and then there's the research. And so some professors, they care only about the research, so they might neglect the teaching a little bit more. That's kind of a common trend. But yeah, and then so there's everyone's a little different. But I would say for the most part, it's not like a huge problem. I wouldn't try to advertise that there's too many professors being lazy, but I think it is a curious model in today's world where it is a little bizarre where you have this job where essentially it's a high risk opportunity to either become a professor or fail, right? You either make it or you don't. And so it's this weird dichotomy of you either get a job for life or you're on the streets. And it's a little strange because there are a lot of really smart people who just barely don't make that cut and then go in industry. And it's hard because a lot of people who stay in academia don't, I feel, in my opinion, I feel like a lot of them are just trying to figure out what do I want to get as a job? And they're like, I don't know, but I'm good at school, so I'll just stay in school. And they get stuck. They're actually very conservative. It's pretty risky to try to become a professor. Even when I was at MIT, I had an advisor that told me, do not try to become a professor because it's like trying to MBA. Really? It's more or less that competitive. Maybe not that competitive, but it's definitely close to that. Getting a top job at a university.
Does the professor make good money?
Yeah, they make good money. I mean, it depends as well. It depends how you're getting grant money as well, but there's a base salary. Usually a lot of times, if it's a public university, the salaries might be public. You can make $150,000, $250,000 a year, maybe even a little more if you're like really at the top of your field.
One of the things Eric Weinstein was talking about recently was that he was talking about this crazy stagnation that's been going on in physics for the last, 30, 40 years?
Right.
Since like the Hadron Collider, they started colliding particles, and then like nothing's really been done since.
I think that's a gross oversimplification of the situation. I would like to ask Eric Weinstein, I mean, how many papers has he read in the past 10 years? If he's saying there's been no progress, then clearly he must be reading papers to come to that decision. Otherwise, he's just saying that, right? There's so many scientific papers that are being put out. 100 years ago, there might have only been a few physicists in the U.S., maybe 150 years ago. There was literally only a couple physicists in the U.S. that were top quality 150 years ago. And now there's how many? Hundreds, thousands. And the number of papers that are coming out is just exploding. It's happening way too fast. Nobody knows how to keep up with it. Now you can have a paper that gets 10,000 citations if you're top in your field. And so imagine if you publish a paper that gets citations. Now it's your job as a scientist to follow up. The first step of research is doing the research, looking at what people have done in the past and building on that. If you have to read 10,000 papers, that's just building off one idea. How are you going to keep track of all the progress that's happening? And so once you get overwhelmed by all this data, it's kind of like saying, oh, there's hundreds of thousands of papers coming out, but all of them are useless. That's essentially what he's saying, right? I mean, I just don't believe that. I think there's a lot of progress that is occurring, even in the differential geometry, in the mathematics that he's talking about, that he says is useful for anti-gravity. 5 years, the number of papers talking about topics that he's like, what's how this stuff in the 1950s? Has he been reading what's on the internet? Because it's been exploding in the past decade. There's so much research.
Specifically anti-gravity, like with Lewis Witten and Ed Witten, right?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, what that was all about, I haven't looked into it in great detail, but they were interested. There were some people who wanted to fund anti-gravity, and they got top scientists to start looking into it. And so they started playing with all of this advanced differential geometry, this advanced mathematics that goes beyond Einstein's mathematics. But even Einstein himself, after he came out with general relativity in 1915, he still explored a lot of other ideas, including some of these exotic forms of differential geometry, such as torsion. And so people have looked into these, but Einstein is remembered for his 1915 theory, and then he tried unification, and everyone says that didn't work. So Einstein's failed unified field theory didn't pan out. But the experts in the field were still looking at this geometry, and so that brings us up to the 1950s. The general relativity came out in 1915 using the mathematics it had. Some additional mathematics was developed in the 1920s that's relevant for new theories of gravity, and the community is trying to figure out. The problem is there's too many good theories to explore. That's the real problem, is there's literally an infinite number of theories that limit to general relativity at the low energy, and we're trying to figure out which one is the right one. And so there's a consensus on what is good. So everyone just got to general relativity because we know it works. And so Eric Weinstein was saying, hey, look what happened in the 1950s. that everyone's just doing general relativity now. What about all this exotic mathematics, all this exotic space-time effects that you can have? Is that relevant? And literally, I looked at the number of papers for, it's not anti-gravity, not all the papers I'm talking about are specifically for applications to anti-gravity, but they're discussing the mathematics. Before you get to the technology, you have to get to the engineering, and before the engineering, you have to get to the science. And a lot of times, the science and physics, the mathematics comes first. So we had that mathematics, and now we're in that process of doing the science, and it takes time.
How many papers are out there right now on this kind of stuff, this anti-gravity?
Well, anti-gravity, I don't know, maybe dozens to hundreds, but
have you looked at any of them?
I've looked at some. Yeah.
What's your process of like looking at one of these papers? Like, what do you have to do? Where do you go? What do you do? How long does it take to read?
Yeah, well, at this point in my career, I typically always try to skim papers. I tend to not read the words very much, and I try to just focus on the mathematics. So I'll look at the title, look at the abstract, and then just skim through the paper and try to see if there's equations that I've seen before.
Okay.
And then I try to see where they go from there. And so that's typically my process. I would say within the exotic differential geometry, like torsion and non-metricity, these weird terms, there's maybe 10 years ago, there'd be 10 papers a year, let's say. But it's kind of exploding. Now there's like 100, 200. I forget the exact numbers, but it's going up a curve. It's exploding right now.
Is this because of like the recent explosion in UFOs and aliens, like the interest in it? And
I'm not sure.
Do you think there's like an explosion of like new young people in college wanting to study physics and stuff like this?
I think everything is just expanding. I mean, our capability of making progress is expanding. So I think it's just everything all happening at once, and it's hard to figure out what's causing what, but they're all happening concurrently. So in my opinion, I don't think it's literally anti-gravity that's driving some of this progress. I think it's just you. It's ready to, like, the time is now to to explore these ideas. I mean, things have been somewhat stagnated to some degree, you could say, but it's also because we've run out of experiments to try too. So it's not the theory. Basically, we have too many theories to choose between and not enough experiments to confirm which is right. And someone like Eric Weinstein is blaming all the theorists, saying everyone got stuck. And it's like, no, everyone's not stuck. There's hundreds of ideas that we're exploring, and yeah, it's difficult to figure out how to experimentally test these different theories because what we already have is already so successful. And so it is a challenge, and there has been some slight stagnation, but as time goes on, people are just exploring more and more ideas. So the more exotic ideas over time start to get explored more. And it's the type of thing where I've even found papers where a paper came out about 10 years ago. I noticed it didn't cite the original source of this theory that they were talking about. And I had that paper, and then I looked back, and it was from the 1960s. And then very recently, even a year ago, I looked at this paper about 3 years ago. About a year ago, I found a letter to Einstein in the 1920s showing how Einstein's unified theory was just a theory of gravity. And so what's happened is the mainstream physicists, even the experts in the community, haven't realized this. Only the pure gravity experts, a few of them have figured this out, where Einstein had this attempted unified field theory. It turned out to not quite have electromagnetism, but was actually a good theory of gravity. And nobody seems to be paying attention to that. Well, until maybe 10 years ago, it's been starting to explore more. Well, it got explored in the 70s a bit, and it died down. And then another version of, so that used torsion. Einstein used torsion. So
what is torsion?
It's the torquing of space-time.
It's the torquing of space-time.
So generally has energy and momentum that sources gravitation, which is curvature. So like a sphere is curved, but it's not twisted, right?
Right.
So Elie Cartan, a mathematician, eventually he was studying theories as a mathematician and realized, wait a second, from the old mathematics from the 1800s, there should be something to twist space-time as well. He introduced this space-time torsion. And this other guy, Weil, introduced non-metricity, which is even more exotic. That's even crazier than torsion. But it's like torsion is already so crazy that no one even hears about non-metricity because that's even more out there. So these are the types of non-Riemannian geometry that Eric Weinstein was talking about. And you can see in his theory, he actually kind of is inspired by trying to make sense of some of those things, but I don't think he fully has studied all of the work that has come out in the past 30 years, which helps clarify much quickly how to get into exploring these topics.
Okay, this is an example of what torsion looks like.
Yeah, I mean, torsion is somewhat of a general term as well, so it gets used in other applications as well. So that's why I like to use the term space-time torsion just to point out. But yeah, exactly.
Space-time torsion.
So you can imagine that rod or bar was space-time in some sense, and so the idea was that maybe spin should source torsion. That was the idea, right? Like if you have matter that's rotating, shouldn't it sort of drag or twist space-time with it in some? That was Cartan's motivation, and he wasn't even interested in quantum mechanics. He was just interested in spin, angular momentum. Planets can spin, but it turns out that theory really a big part of it is about quantum spin, and so it turns out that quantum spin is needed to source torsion. So the electron, it's just kind of a fact. If you want to go into how to look into studying the electron in curved spacetime and do it in the standard way, it requires torsion. He likes to admit that in academia for the most part. And so no one is just trying to study quantizing that theory with torsion called Einstein-Cartan theory. I've done the research because I wanted to do this myself in graduate school. I realized that this should be computed to see if it's how it does for quantum gravity. It's the most reasonable thing to do. It's the most conservative thing to do. It makes mathematically, if you forget all of the stigma of human culture, you just look at the math, it's obvious that this thing to try, but my advisor didn't let me. He thought it was too risky.
How would you try it?
It would involve calculations. So this would be trying to calculate the scattering of electrons with gravitons, the force carrier of gravity, and trying to see. So the problem with
isn't gravity waves?
Gravitational waves, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Right. So gravitons are the particle aspect of gravitational waves. And so some people get tripped up on this and they say, oh, well, we know gravitational waves exist, but gravitons, we've never met that. That's crazy, right?
Okay.
But about light is an electromagnetic wave, but it's also a particle, the photon. Really, there's the photon field that has particle-like and wave-like aspects. And so I will admit that I'm coming at this from a quantum field theory perspective. And I'm saying that if you just think about what the photon is and you think about gravity, this is the interpretation. I mean, the field is, it contains gravitons and gravitational waves, just as the photon field can contain photons as particles and electromagnetic waves.
Okay.
So it's really not that ridiculous to imagine gravitons. And I actually, in my thesis, I computed how to use Feynman diagrams, which are these diagrams that get used in quantum field theory, but I use them to calculate general relativity results. And so this is kind of a thing that physicists are figuring out how to do better and better. They're actually figuring out how to use the mathematics developed for the Large Hadron Collider, which is colliding protons. And we kind of spent all our money. We put it up as high energy as we can. We got all the tax dollars we could, and we found everything we could. We found exactly what we thought we would find. And now we're moving on to LIGO, which is this gravitational wave detector. Now instead of
LIGO?
Yeah, that's the world's largest gravitational wave detector. They actually have 2 or 3 different locations around the globe, and they get signals from that outer space, and they correlate the signals across the entire Earth to identify. They triangulate the signal to figure out if because the experiments are so sensitive that if you have an earthquake nearby in one of these experiments, it sets off the detectors. Or even just like a car driving by. So they have to set up. Yeah, that's one of the detectors. So it's set up with that geometry to pick up on polarization, basically the spin of the graviton or the polarization of the gravitational waves is related to the design of this experiment itself. That's why it has that L shape. And so that's an interferometer. And so they're bouncing light around on mirrors, and the mirrors are sensitive down to 10 to the minus 18 meters, which is some of the most sensitive measurements in the world. So if those mirrors move by the tiniest fraction of a fraction of an inch, it sets off a signal.
So this looks like two giant chopsticks crossing each other with mirrors inside them that are bouncing light beams
exactly
into the center.
So what happens is you send out, you have a laser, and the laser goes through a beam splitter. You have the same type of light and it's split two directions, and it's bouncing off the end and coming back. And so the two lengths, the two arms are exactly the same length to measure, did the foot come back at exactly the same time, or is there a gravitational wave that came through and messed it up? So if they're coming in, they're going out into the two arms at the same time and coming back. If there's no gravitational waves, they're going to come back, reflect off the end, and come back at the same exact time. And there is, so you see how the detector is kind of flanking the laser, right? Because after it bounces at the end of the arm, and it gets merged together into the detector to see if the two photons came back at the same time, or if there was a slight time delay. If there's a time delay, then they're implying that there must have been some space-time curvature that caused length to get deformed, so it actually had to travel a larger distance on one of the arms than the other.
So what are they finding with their tests?
They've already found, to their surprise, they found signals way before they were expecting. Part of the reason was because there were
signals before they were expecting.
Yeah, because we can't control when signals come in. Like the LHC, we control the protons. Those are what's colliding. LIGO is using stars in the universe as their protons. So they're waiting for some random event in the sky to happen where two black holes just collide. And it's one of the most energetic processes in the entire universe. It's so chaotic. The explosion that went off that they detected, it's so crazy how big of an explosion was. If you were a solar system nearby, you would have been obliterated, completely obliterated. So we got lucky. There happened to be this huge explosion of two black holes colliding. And now they've measured other stars as well. There's neutron stars.
How do they detect this?
So the idea is that...
How far away are these black holes that are exploding into each other? Sorry to interrupt, but...
Right. So they're very far away, in other there are other solar systems, other galaxies. And basically, the idea is that by the time the gravitational waves get to us, it's very weak. It's very faint. And that's why it's so hard to detect, because they're so far away. You have it exactly right. So the basic idea is there's a trade-off, right? Do we make gravitational waves in a lab? And then gravitational waves are kind of like light. If you turn on a light bulb, the further away you get from the light source, the less light you see, because the light's going everywhere, right? Yes. So it doesn't make sense to put a light bulb in the other room and light your room. Same thing here. So you could say, it might be a smart thing to say, well, can I make it in a laboratory and just create the gravitational wave, detect them immediately? It turns out some people tried that, but there was some controversy. It wasn't clear if detected or not, I believe in the 1970s perhaps. And so now people have realized that, well, if we get lucky enough for the right explosion to happen out in the universe, then we can actually detect the gravitational wave. So the gravitational waves near the source where the collision happens, they're very chaotic. It's very difficult to predict. It's a high energy process, and it's very complicated. And so, but by the time the gravitational waves get to us, it's so faint, it actually makes it easier to try to understand, because you can use the low energy theory because by the time the gravitational waves get to us, it's not chaotic.
Right.
So we have a better handle on how to detect that. It's much more established. There's a consensus on how we should detect that.
Haven't they been trying to make, or haven't they successfully made a black hole in a laboratory?
I
heard that.
I'm aware of that. There was speculation that maybe proton collision could lead to the creation of a black hole, but that was a little bit of a speculative idea that gets caught in the press and gets hyped up a little bit.
Can you try to find that, Stephen? Black hole made in the lab. I swear I saw that. Oh, it disappears real quick?
Yeah. That one. Okay, that
Researchers at the University of Amsterdam were able to create a simulated black hole in a lab in a paper published by the Journal of Physical Review Research. The scientists claimed that they were able to create a chain of atoms electric along the chain, creating a sort of wave.
So if I remember correctly, that might have been this experiment where did they also do something in a quantum computer? Was that the same one I'm thinking of? I know there was some experiment where, there was like an analogy. So that there's different analogies in these different theories. So I know that maybe this is different than the one I'm thinking of, but I know there was one experiment where they kind of simulated a black hole in a quantum computer in a way, and so people thought it was support for the idea that the mathematics of quantum gravity makes sense, but it's a little, there's like this analogy that's happening there, so it depends on assuming that analogy is right. But yeah, I'll have to look more into the details for this one.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's in the Netherlands. Yeah, that's the one I saw. Create a lab-grown black hole in the Netherlands.
Okay. Then maybe that one's a little different then. That's interesting.
Zoom in on that highlighted stuff, on that highlighted part. Using a single file chain of atoms to simulate an event horizon, Mertens allowed electrons to skip from one position to the next. This caused certain properties of the element to vanish, creating an event horizon that changed the wave-like nature of electrons. What does that mean?
Well, it's hard to tell, right? Because they're saying it simulated an event horizon, which to me means, was it a real event horizon? It's hard to tell. What does that even mean? And also, there's a theory that all of the fundamental particles could be black holes. We don't even know.
Wait, what?
Some people have, Frank Wilczek who's a Nobel laureate, has said that elementary particles such as an electron could be an extremal black hole, a black hole that's kind of at its limit. And so that's an idea that we're not sure yet. This has been studied in string theory a lot as well, but we're still trying to figure out how to connect string theory to the real world. So in a sense, it might turn out that once we have a unified, the notion of creating a black hole could be a trivial thing, because a black hole is just a massive particle, really, source of mass. At the end of the day, it creates an event horizon. I mean, even the sun, if you're really far away from the sun, mathematically, the first approach to pretend the sun is a black hole, because it's a point object.
Right.
When you're really far away and you don't care about the size of the sun, you might as well just pretend it's a black hole. If you're far enough away.
Okay.
It's just a mathematical approximation that does the trick really well. So when you think about what a particle is, right? What's the difference between when you zoom out and the sun just turns into a dot?
Right.
How is that different than an electron? We don't know yet. We're still trying to figure out how an electron should work in quantum gravity. And so one possible solution is to say, well, maybe electrons are actually black holes. But now what's more established, what's hot in the community is to say, well, we know that black holes can radiate Hawking radiation. There's more and more evidence saying that this is possible. So it suggests that black holes are, in some sense, especially when they're really large, they're unstable. They slowly radiate energy away and eventually become smaller. So we don't understand exactly those different theories. There's a lot of work actually exploring this, and I haven't even looked into all of the literature because, as I was mentioning, there's so many papers. But some people are saying eventually everything will just Hawking radiate away and the whole black hole would disappear. Other people are saying, well, no, eventually it's going to reach a limit where it can't radiate anymore and it could become a stable particle. So that's something that's still, I would say, up for debate.
Going back to what basically is the between scientists with string theory? Like, what's going on with string theory? Why did Weinstein call Michikaku crazy out of his mind?
Well, okay, so I would say that there has been some political issues. I would say string theorists are very bad at PR. They're scientists, not marketers. And also just the way that the culture works, academics got comfortable with getting support from the government after World War II. And so they got comfortable to not explaining their ideas to the public. They were getting funding because they were saying, hey, look, we got to stop Russia. We got to stay on top of Russia. That whole mentality in academia is dying off. So now when you get into this, well, to some degree, I mean, it's not the Cold War anymore. I mean, yeah, okay, things have been heightened to some degree, but I don't know. To me, I wasn't alive then, but I feel like the tension after World War II is a little heightened, I would say.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And so now we're at this point where people are asking for money in the same ways that they used in the 70s, and it's getting a little bit harder. And you know, they lost their skills at communicating. I mean, scientists aren't always the best communicators. But okay, let's dive into the details a little more. So string theory at first, in the 70s, was just an attempt to describe the strong force, which relates to the proton-proton collisions. You get a lot of the forces involved there are the strong force. And so they were trying to figure out what happened there, and they realized that the math kind of got simpler when you look at high-energy processes. And notice that key, the math got simpler
at higher energy.
Yeah, and that's true in general. And so what they realized is when you look at this high energy physics, it actually looks like the force carrier of the strong force might actually be a string, an extended object rather than a part. Okay. And so the idea, and but they started studying this theory more and they realized it was a theory of quantum gravity. So that got exciting. But then it kind of hit some other roadblocks. Eventually they started to realize that it seemed to solve problems that other theories ran into. But there's a debate over that. It's some people, it's a very small community of there thinks that result maybe not be as important. But anyways, basically what happens is the string theorists find successful things that make the theory look like it might be a good theory. There's no concrete experimental evidence. And so one of these things that was predicted was extra particles. And so, but part of the problem is they haven't explored all the ways to use the math. And so they developed one theory, the minimally symmetric, supersymmetric standard model. Okay, that predicted some extra particles, mass of the particle, and they wanted grant money. So they said, hey, maybe the LHC can detect these particles. But there was actually no reason to ever suspect that the LHC could detect those particles. They had no idea what and it's like the mass of these particles is really high. Mm-hmm. And I said equals mc squared. So high mass means high energy.
Right.
And so as I was mentioning, this high energy theory, that's where things, that's the unknown. We don't know what's on there, right? So we know the string theorists were saying they think that particles should exist, but they have no idea what energy. That would be way higher. But they said, hey, maybe really low energy, even though there were kind of arguments suggesting it shouldn't be found at low energies. And they ran with it anyways, and the entire community didn't, like a lot of the experts in the field latched onto it and believed the story to get the grant money, and it didn't work. The LHC never detected anything else. But there was never actually a good reason to expect it in the first place. So then a lot of people say, oh, that proves string theory is wrong because, you know, it's, and so they could always say, well, these particles come in at higher and higher energy, so it will claim it's unfalsifiable. And a lot of string theorists also aren't sure if it's falsifiable or not. I think it actually is falsifiable for other reasons, but you know, and I want to stress that I don't see myself as a string theorist either. I didn't want to study string theory in grad school because I didn't like the state of the community. So I'm not saying this as someone from the inside, so to speak. I looked at myself as an outsider of the string theory community. I cared more about quantum field theory. My whole thing was gravity can be treated as a quantum field theory. And the string theorists are basically saying, no, quantum field theory doesn't work for gravity. But it turns out, even to get good string theory, some of the work that Michio Kaku did was for theory, which is quantum field theory of strings. So from my perspective, string theory is kind of ripping off quantum field theory. But at the end of the day, string theory is just another quantum field theory. And so they're trying to portray it as this different final theory, when really we know quantum field theory works well for the LHC, all the particle collisions. And so there's this marketing campaign issue where people are labeling, to me it's all this stuff, but some theories have supersymmetry, some theories don't, and then the ones with supersymmetry often looped into string theory, which is just some weird symmetry. It's just some weird mathematics that they like that gets around some no-go theorem. And so Eric Weinstein is basically saying, can't we just ignore all the no-go theorems and play around with ideas? And I mean, in some regards, that's a little disrespectful to previous work, right? If someone puts out a paper and says this whole direction doesn't work for some reasons, I mean, typically, if you want to publish something else, you have to describe, if you come up with a new answer, that's fine, as long as you can describe why that no-go doesn't apply to your work. But Eric Weinstein is saying, let's just ignore all these no-go theorems. Let's just carry on anyways and just disregard what other scientists are saying.
What is a no-go again?
Okay, yeah, so this happens a lot where they'll come up with some like math theorem that says you can't do this. It's a no-go.
Okay.
And so it's a little problematic because a lot of times there's kind of baked in assumptions that don't get articulated. Really what usually happens is the paper is written really well and the assumptions are stated very clearly. And so they'll say, assuming A, B, and C, D is impossible. But then culturally, people read the papers and they start to forget about the assumptions. And they start to get a little dogmatic with it. I've seen this happen in there where, I have some work that got around some of the no-go theorems, and I can't even, it's difficult for me to share my work with the string theorists because they won't even look at it because there's this no-go theorem that I heard about that I haven't even looked into because there's so many papers. So I don't know how to, I feel uncomfortable, so I'm not even going to touch it, right? So that's pretty common, where really everyone's overloaded with work and trying to identify what's something concrete that they can actually understand and make progress with. And so that's why I don't get too mad at people for suppressing. It's not suppression. It's just that everyone has a finite attention span and is trying to focus on what they can grasp. And so if you haven't studied this no-go theorem in detail, you're not, and someone is presenting a new idea that claims to get around the no-go theorem, but is different, you have to evaluate, well, did they actually get around that no-go theorem, yes or no, which means you have to read that paper. And sometimes they can get pretty technical, and some people don't want to spend their time doing those things, so they prefer studying something that they understand better. I mean, one time my advisor told me, why do poets write poetry? I was trying to say, well, if we're high energy theorists, and there's this energy crisis, shouldn't we eventually try to figure out how to use high energy theory to solve energy crises that humanity is facing? And I got a resounding not the idea, right? And I was doing a little bit of play of words there because high energy theory isn't high energy in the same sense of humans might mean, but still, like at the end of the day, people have the freedom to choose to look into whatever they want, and we have to respect that freedom. And to me, it's all about maximizing our potential for freedom. So,
and that's what Eric's talking about.
Well, yeah, I mean,
so he's basically saying there needs to be more of this quote unquote blue sky research.
He wants more adventurous research, which mean, I think you can make the case for it. It could be helpful, but I mean, there's also people that do that. I mean. So it's a balance, and so it's all about where's that balance. So, how many people do you have chase after the conventional ideas, and how many people you have chasing the unconventional?
which is what you guys are sort of doing at your lab, right? You guys are chasing the unconventional stuff.
Yeah, I would say that we are willing to look into arcane topics, and we're thinking about consciousness. I mean, some physicists don't even think about consciousness at all and think it's almost, you shouldn't even do that. You shouldn't even bring consciousness into physics because you kind of need to figure out physics first. Or maybe from a materialist point of view, it's all just physics anyways. Maybe consciousness isn't a thing, and it's emergent from matter. But we do take, at Quantum Gravity, we do take more a panpsychist view where we try to think of consciousness as the substrate of reality where matter emerges out of. So it's just a different perspective to take. But yeah, so we're open-minded towards things like that.
So what do you think consciousness is?
Well, the problem is you can come up with different definitions, and that's the real problem. What most people think of as consciousness isn't very precise. It's a vague collection of all these things. Even a word in the dictionary, right? It's all defined in a circular way because you define a word in terms of other words which are defined in terms of those words. And so it turns into a semantic nightmare. Sometimes I just think of consciousness as abstract information, but the more conventional definition relates to this notion of experience or qualia, or having this notion of like feeling like you're feeling an experience rather than just raw data being processed. But I think of consciousness personally, I think of it as data that you take in from the external world and you modify that data in a way that isn't based on external data. So it's like light comes into your eyes, and it might be photons at a certain frequency, but then we have this experience of redness, right? And that's often associated with qualia. People might have an emotional response to color. Those emotional responses aren't based on the external world. Those are our internal memories.
Right.
So I think of it as data conversion. You're converting from one bit to another, and when basis you're converting to is constructed from your own internal like neural network that you've created, to me that might be consciousness. It's you using your freedom to decide how to interpret the data, which is a unique experience, in my opinion. That's just how I look at it.
Right. And who started research you're working for?
Yeah, Clea started this nonprofit as a philanthropist. Clee Irwin. Klee.
Right.
Irwin, with an I. And so, yeah, he basically was this entrepreneur who was a materialist. And then he had this son who had psychic abilities and could remote view. And that blew his worldview. It just shocked him. He didn't know how to think about it. It made him think deeply, well, what is reality?
How do you discover that your son has psychic abilities?
I don't know exactly how he first noticed it, but I've just heard some of the stories of some of the things he did where he would start testing his son. Like he would put his banana, he would take a banana and then like hide it somewhere in his house and then ask his son, be like, where's the banana? And his son would just tell him. And there was a few other little things that he
told you this?
That's what he told me. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, is this him?
Yeah, exactly. So he, based on his own son's experiences, he started believing in remote viewing, and then he started thinking about, well, how does that even possible if I'm a materialist? And so he eventually started asking more questions. Well, what are the experts saying? What are the scientists saying? And he started to realize we don't understand as much as maybe he thought we understand. We have theories that can give you solutions, but they don't always explain why. Why is always a very difficult question to answer. You can answer what, or why. You can say what might happen next, but why it happened is a little deeper. And so I think that question of why kind of motivated him to start this institute, where he decided, well, he was a successful businessman, so he decided that he wanted to help and give back to humanity, and that's how he thought he'd help the most. At first, he thought of looking into solar cells. He wanted to help the world with the energy crisis and the issue there. And then he looked into it and he realized, well, there's actually a big impact when you're making all the chips that go. So he stopped that business venture because he realized it wasn't helping the world as much as he thought.
Manufacturing the chip?
Yeah, there's silicon that goes in the solar panels. So, I mean, once the solar panel is built, they're very efficient, and they're low impact on the environment. But with those solar panels in the first place, I mean, if you make a few of them, it's fine. But if you're trying to make it for the entire planet, eventually you're running into resources to create those solar panels. And that has an impact as well on the environment. So, yeah, he was just self-motivated to try to figure out how it works, really.
And he's basically just dumping this money into this with no expectation for any sort of return on anything. He's just fascinated by this.
Yeah, for him, his return on investment is developing theory. So it's not exactly like freedom to explore whatever we want. He's very mission critical. He's also in the research process. He's been co-authors on all the papers that we've been doing, and so he's helping out guide that process. He sees it as almost like a Manhattan Project where mission critical. We're trying to figure out what theory of consciousness and information and energy and how it all fits together. Most people aren't even attempting it because it's too taboo.
What does he think he can solve?
I mean, everything to some degree. I mean, you could ask, well, how far will we eventually get? I mean, maybe we'll just find some approximation that gets us closer to the truth. That's a possibility. I mean, trying to describe how the world works always leads to unexpected consequences. It's very hard to predict. Sometimes you can predict some of it might occur. I mean, electricity, maybe. I mean, Nikola Tesla is a great example of someone who could see where the technology would go, because he invented alternating current, and then he even had designs for crafts. He saw this vision of transferring files through the air, like Wi-Fi, but he wanted to do it differently, a little bit differently, but he had that vision to see where the technology would come from the science. But sometimes it's hard to predict what will come out. You develop the theory, and then a few decades go by, and you get surprised all the time.
We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we were talking about free energy.
Yeah.